Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I know that sound like Auntie Charlene right there. Alrighty. We got the YouTube fam in the house. We are already at 152 shares. Appreciate y'all so much. Welcome to the YouTube fam. Welcome in. Sorry for being late. I was in an exchange with one of the viewers in the chat. What's up, Absurdist Ichthyus? Blessing, what's up? You must know Bash. Anarchist, what's up, everybody? What's up? And Anarchist, you in Australia. I love it. What's up, Woken Stoke? I love you too, Deja. Welcome into the Xena Raiders. Um, y'all, we're already at 158 shares. Continue to hit the heart me's if you are a part of the team. Um, man, what the hell am I trying to think? Uh, Feed the beast. Share the live out. Tap the live up. If you
Don't
are a
forget
believer,
the popular
huh?
arrows and the heart knees
Yeah,
here.
go ahead. Go ahead, Lala. Yeah, because I be trying to do it.
Hey y'all, let's get the legs up to 50K. Don't forget the heart knees and also the popular arrows. The heart smash the hearts on YouTube as well. Don't forget to share the live as well as subscribe. And thinker, I can't
Feed
say
the
that anymore.
horse.
Feed the
Wow.
beast. Did somebody say something?
I don't think Nelly knows he's off mute.
Oh, okay. Yes, please feed the beast, y'all.
And sports decided like
Nelly, do
They
you know
put
you're
him
off
on
mute? Nelly.
because he threw me off.
Hello, Nelly?
Nelly,
Okay. He keeps coming off mute. Did you put him on mute? But
I didn't know.
oh, I thought you okay.
Mm-mm.
Wilford, hey, what's up, love bug? All right, y'all, let's go ahead and get started. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist and you are 25 and up, the guest box is open. I am going to introduce new questions tonight. So hopefully we have some good conversations. I hope you're not coming up here to bring back up what I said is dropped. Oh, okay. I guess did you cancel your request, Supreme Tour?
I think he said peace. So did that mean bye?
Oh, I don't know.
Pretty.
Hello?
Uh, oh, goodness. John Boy.
Yes,
Hi. How old are you?
I'm 25.
And are you a believer? Are you deconstructing, or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. And there are two topics tonight. Well, several topics. There, you can either do the post or take one of the questions that I have rolling around in my brain that I need
Well,
answers
what are
for.
your
What are you
questions?
understanding for? Well, one of the questions I have, and you have a like an echo in the background. So can you mute while I talk so that it doesn't echo back into my headphones and into the chat? Are you there?
Yes, sorry. I was trying to stay muted.
Oh, why is it? This is weird. It's not even showing me that you're muted.
No, I'm muted. I'm muted.
Is his camera on? I can't. It looks like I just see
No,
a black screen.
I just see the black screen too.
Is your camera on or off, John Boy?
My camera's off.
Oh, it's on. It's on. It's on. So I'm turning it off. Okay. So his camera was on, and that might have been the echo that y'all were hearing. So I've turned it off. Um. Okay. The question that I have is, so I hear a lot of believers say that it's better to be with Christ or to be with God, um, than to be alive, than to be here on earth when someone dies, right? We talk about how, this God took David's baby for punishment for David, having sex with Bathsheba or committing adultery. Let me call it what it is. David committed adultery with Bathsheba. He coveted the wife of Uriah. He committed premeditated murder. And the punishment for that was for your God to make the baby that Bathsheba birthed ill and die. And when we say like that's kind of fucked up, right? Because it was showing to us that it was on. So I've turned it off so we can move past that. But it that's are you did you hear what I was saying, or are you still concerned about the camera, John Boy?
No, I'm listening to what you're saying.
Okay. So to us, like, whenever we say that's fucked up because one, your God says that the child doesn't pay for the sins of the father, and David is the one who sinned according to your God's law. Uh, David should have been stoned to death for committing adultery, for committing murder, um, and like, but his child's life was given for his because David is special, right? And the believer will say, well, it's better for the child to be with God anyway, right? And that's the same thing that we hear believers say to people in real life when they've prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and asked their God to heal, somebody in their family that they love, and that person ends up passing away, and they say, well, it's better to be with God, or they're in a better place. But at the same time, believers will say that the reason we should believe in God, right? They'll say to a non believer that the reason we should believe in God is because the God gave us life, right? And that life is a blessing. Do not use caps in my comments. There is nothing that you need to yell in my comments. Okay? We don't please don't yell in the comments. Does that make sense? Like, I don't understand the double speak. Like, at one moment and to one audience, life is a blessing, right? Life is a gift, and that's why we need to believe this God exists. And on the other end, to the believer, uh, life is uh, something that you should just sacrifice, and it's a gift to be with God when you die.
Well, I think for most believers, including myself, I think the praise, the high price on life is precisely because you can praise God. Our gift of life is an extension of God's praise, is what I would say to that. So I don't think there's really a double standard. I think what it is just sort of a differentiation of like the environments that we live in. So if your whole purpose of living is to praise God, then obviously being with God is better.
So, hold on. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly. You're saying that your whole entire reason for existing, your God created you sinful. Because, mind you, because of Adam and Eve, you're in a sinful vessel. Your soul is corrupted from birth, and your spirit is dead. So your God is intentionally creating corrupted vessels. I'm sorry, sinful vessels with corrupted souls and dead spirits to praise him.
Well, that's
Am
like,
I?
yeah, no. So, like, that's like the main like arc of Christianity is that we rise above, we grow as humans, we gain a higher spirituality, we grow in deeper love and faith with God and the people around us, and that's how we act out on our faith.
No, no, no. I'm not asking about acting out on your faith. You're saying that the whole purpose of your life is for you to praise this God, right? That's the whole entire purpose, the whole entire reason for your God having created you. And for that, you should believe the God exists. You should be grateful to the God and praise the God, right? That's the whole purpose of your life is to praise this God for creating you in a unclean vessel as a corrupted soul with a dead spirit. And that's what you're praising the God for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole point is that we rise above that corruption, that we struggle with that corruption.
And is the part of you rising above the corruption? That's the part. That's the praise for him.
Yeah, no, it's acting out your faith. Like that is an extension of praising God is acting out your faith.
Okay, and so if that's the purpose of your life, right, is to get past this corrupted vessel, rise above this corrupted soul and this dead spirit, um, then wouldn't it be better, right, to be alive, right, so that you can actually do that and praise Him, than to be dead and be with Him? Or wouldn't it be better that you had not been born at all? Because if you were, um, if you're before you're born, are you not already with Him?
Well, he does say that I know you before you are born. But again, I think when we talk about whether or not it's better to be alive and praising God than being in heaven and unalive, obviously, or a preborn, I guess. Obviously, there is perfection in heaven. Everyone who is in heaven is a more, it depends on what tradition, theological tradition you come from, but I'm Catholic. So if you are in heaven, you are in perfect condition morally and spiritually, so you are no longer corrupted.
Right, but so you started in heaven, right? Before you were put into this unclean, corrupted soul, dead spirit,
Well,
and
I
sent
don't.
to your mom, right? You started in heaven or started with your God, regardless if it was heaven or not. You started with your God, uncorrupted, undead, right? Uh, that sound like undead, zombified, alive in the spirit, right? Before this God put you like before this guy like if and then like either he had to have a whole bunch of dead ass spirits up there or he killed your spirit before he put it in this unclean vessel and then sent it down.
Well,
I'm trying to
no, no.
understand how this works.
If I'm being honest, like I don't know what the pre-birth condition of the soul is. I don't know. I
Well,
don't.
we can use logic, can't we? Like
Well,
there's only two states. Hold on, there's only two states of a spirit or a life. It can be alive or it can be dead. Now, y'all tell us that we spiritually died in the garden when Adam and Eve ate of the tree, and every human, therefore, had a spiritual death, and every human, therefore, was corrupted in their flesh, and then every human, therefore, had a corrupted soul. So, this is what y'all tell us from the original sin story. So, before you were born, you were with God. Then you were born and you were not with God, right? So either before you were born, you were dead in the spirit too, or and then when you were born, that's how you were born dead with a dead spirit. Or you had a spirit that was alive when you were with God before you were born. Your God killed your spirit, put it in that body, then sent you to your mama. That's just logic.
well, I think something that we should probably clear up is this two states. This idea of there's only two states alive and unalive is. I don't think that's accurate. And again,
Oh,
I'm
I'm
not.
sorry. I'm sorry. What's the other state?
Well, I mean, and that's kind of what I'm pointing at here is like, logically speaking, to be unalive, you have to first be alive. Like someone who is never alive cannot be
I'm
like,
talking about your spirit, y'all. That's
yeah,
why I
yeah,
brought up.
yeah, no.
Hold on, John Boy. That's why I said because of the garden, you all say that Adam and Eve died spiritually. Therefore, we had a spiritual death. We are sent here spiritually dead. So you're either spiritually alive or spiritually dead.
So I think we're pointing out a middle here.
What's the
Um,
middle?
well, and it depends on your tradition. Like I said, I'm Catholic, so we have purgatory, and then we
There's a
have
spiritual purgatory?
yes.
Wait, there's a spiritual purgatory before death? I mean before life? Like before you're born, your spirit could be in spiritual purgatory?
It's actually called something else. It's not
What
quite.
is it called?
I don't recall. I don't remember if I'm being honest. It's not the pre birth human state of the soul is not something that I know a whole lot about. Um,
Well,
and
who do?
I'm not going to
Because
speak
like
on any authority about it.
no, well, I'm not. You act as if I think some of y'all took a trip to heaven and sat down and took and watched your God make babies or took a tour. You know, put on the hard hats and took a tour down the around the warehouse. I'm not asking you for like specifics, right? I'm just asking you to use logic. And logically, I understand that the opposite of life is death, and the opposite of death is life. But you are trying to assert to me that there is more to it, and there is a middle, right, to death in life. And so if you're gonna assert that, right, then you have to be able to explain that to me. You can't say, "Oh, you're missing out on the middle part, but I don't really understand it. So I'm just going to, skirt past it." But you do have to accept that there is a middle between life
Well,
and
yeah,
death.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we explain that there is a you are neither alive nor unalive because you are non-existent, or at least
I
not an
so
or a
you're a
participant
spirit.
in the spirit in the realm of which you are an active participant with your soul. And I think the what you would call the ensoulment, or what used to be called the the ensoulment during quickening, is usually when are considered an active participant in the faith, and at which point you become
Yeah,
that
but do
alive
you
aspect
understand that
of
I'm
it.
that what I'm talking about right now is the creation, right? The beginning of it, of your spirit. Okay. And now if you're saying that you're neither dead or you're neither alive or dead, I need to understand how is it that you end up spiritually dead when you're born in sin? How is it that you end up spiritually dead as a baby?
Well, spiritually dead. I mean, how would you define spiritually dead?
I don't know. I've been asking this question for a couple of weeks. Like somebody told me spiritually dead is separation from God, right? That's your spirit. Your spirit is dead. And therefore, because your spirit is dead, you are separated from the God. And the purpose of your life is the purpose of Jesus' life was to die on the cross for your sins so that you would have the possibility of reconnecting with your God, right? And then the only way to spiritually reconnect with your God and come back to get your spiritual life back is to accept the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. So I'm trying to understand how a baby is born spiritual, how anybody is born spiritually dead if you are also saying that you're neither alive or dead before you're born. So, and this is like if your God creates you, right? He is intentionally like your vessel, your flesh is corrupted. It's wretched. It's sinful. Automatically now because of Adam and Eve. Then you have a soul. I believe that y'all are saying you have a soul. That soul is corrupted. Then you have a spirit, and that spirit is dead because of Adam and Eve. So, if I were to like picture your God creating each baby, I would picture the vessel being the package, like the box, or the outer casing of the product, like it's dirty, it's filthy. And then he goes into his, uh, you know, on his assembly line, takes out a corrupted soul, put it in the dirty uh, packaging. Then he takes a dead spirit and put it in the dirty packaging or on top of it. I don't know if the soul is in top or whatever. Then he closes it up and put it in the mother and send it down the chute.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
You don't understand the question of how can you be born spiritually dead?
Well, I mean, here's it. Okay, so when I say, or when what I understand spiritually dead to mean is we are talking about a blank slate of a human being who is just as capable, or just as, let's just say, morally motivated to do right as wrong. It's a total blank slate. It's just as morally capable of doing either good or bad because it has no morals, quote unquote. Um,
Wait,
so when we talk about spiritually dead, that's when we talk about spiritual life. We are now coming in contact with a higher morality, a deeper morality in which we can act on and once again shed our imperfections and our original sin.
so when Adam and Eve didn't have the knowledge of good and evil, right? Would you say that that's the point where they were spiritually alive, right? And after they gained the knowledge of good and evil, that's the point where they spiritually died. Correct? I just went really quickly. Yes or no?
Yeah, I believe that is the
Okay.
case.
All right. And so you say that spiritual death is having a blank slate, not having a moral standard, like uh, not having any morals and having to figure out your morals on your own. Is that correct?
I think that, and yeah, that generally encompasses what I'm saying.
Okay. And so when they were spiritually alive, Adam and Eve didn't have they had no morals, right? Because they didn't know right from wrong. But they leaned on your God to tell them what was right and what was wrong. Well, not necessarily because he didn't want them to know that, but they leaned on your God to tell them what to do. And they didn't have to consider whether it was right or wrong. And that was spiritually alive.
Well, no, they did consider whether it was right or wrong. They were explicitly told not to do that.
No, no,
But,
no, no.
and I think,
No, no,
and I,
hold on. No, no, no. They did not consider what was right or wrong, right? Because they leaned on your God to do that according to you, according to your definition of spiritual life and spiritual death, right? Your spiritual life is leaning on your God's morality, you not having your own ability to decide right from wrong and saying, I'm not doing that because that doesn't fit my personal values, right? What you're saying is spiritual life with Adam and Eve is that your God has his own moral standard. You don't have your own moral standard, and you just do what the God says, right? And Adam and Eve didn't know good and evil, so they could not decide whether what they were doing was either good or evil. They could still do things. They just didn't have the capability of saying what I'm doing is good or what I'm doing is evil. Just not having the knowledge does not mean they could not do things. Does that make sense?
well, I think that, and I would just like to point out, I don't take the story of Adam and Eve literally. I believe it's allegorical. But,
No, if not, if you think you were born spiritually dead, there's no way you take it allegorically.
well, we could say that all humans are, as a matter of fact, outside of any type of theological process or, religious process. Well, I wouldn't say religious process, but theological process, as explained in the Bible, cannot like develop their own morality or their own like lack of morality.
No, we
Um,
can't. No, we can't say that. Which is why I want you to go back to my example so that we can get to that understanding. Like you keep jumping around from thing to thing, right? And I need you to. I know that you're so used to talking in theological terms, and just have a conversation with me. Go back to the garden. Go back to your God being the one that feeds the morality to Adam and Eve, pre knowledge of good and evil. And then go back to the fact of people who have the knowledge of good and evil deciding uh, good and evil. Right? I need to go back to that so I can understand this spiritual life, spiritual death thing.
Well, I mean, if I were to put it this way, I wouldn't say that they had no knowledge of good or evil. I think as a kid, you don't have you don't have your own formulated idea of what good or evil is. But if your parent tells you not to do something, you presume that it's bad, and you will probably listen to it because you understand that this is probably not good for you.
Oh, hell
So,
no. I was thinking the
so,
other
so
day, my grandson was sitting on my lap and I kept telling him to leave my microphone alone. But he took his little index finger and looked me in my eye and kept going like this, turning the mic on, off every time I say stop. While people were having a conversation, I was having to whisper to him, stop it. And he would look at me and take his index finger and just dead look at me and turn the microphone off and back on, off and back on. No matter how many times I have to say, five, stop. So I don't think so. I
well,
don't think.
I mean,
Hold on.
even in the,
Hold on. I do not think that a child, right, just knows when your parent or your grandparent says stop, don't do that, that they just automatically presume that the thing that you're telling them not to do is good or bad. In fact, just studying five's ass, it's gonna make them want to do it more when you say no. And they're gonna look at you and say no. They're just gonna learn a word and they just gonna start saying no, no. They
well,
don't
I think
know.
I
They
think
don't have the process of critical thought yet.
I think what you're looking at is a defiance. I think he obviously knows what he's doing. You told him not to do that, and he proceeded to do it
A
anyways.
17-month-old baby is defiant.
I mean,
Are you kidding?
I think, yeah, people. I mean, like you act like defiance is a.
Do we have kids?
I don't have kids, no.
Oh, he's
That
21.
explains a lot.
He
I mean,
said defiant. What process of critical thinking could five be going through? I don't even know what words he has in his head when he be staring off into space. I be trying to think to myself, what the hell is he thinking about? Because he only know like three words.
well,
What could he
defiance
possibly be
probably
thinking
wasn't the
about?
best word for it, but I mean, I would say that there is certainly an awareness. I mean, he probably doesn't understand the word no, though, either, if he doesn't understand the word yes.
Exactly. That's why I say he's learned the word no, and he just
Yeah.
says it back to me when I say it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I think that's not the greatest
It
example.
is the greatest example because you are literally saying that when a child is told not to do something, they automatically presume that when their parents say don't do it, that it's bad. And that's not true. Because a child, in order to know, right, they need knowledge. A parent should be explaining to their child why they say don't do a thing, right? They should be giving their child knowledge. But if you tell your child don't do it because I said so, right, you have to instill fear, which is why we get a lot of parents beating the shit out of little infants when they don't even understand why the fuck they're getting hit. We have a lot of parents beating the shit out of their adolescents and their teenagers, and then having to do it more than once because hitting them one time don't make them obedient kids, right? So, that's exactly what you are talking about.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Like I don't view like that story of the garden as literal. Um,
Catholics do.
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, if you look at the Jesuit order, they don't. They have a very
Hold on, are
unique
you a Jesuit?
understanding. I'm, I, I prescribe to a lot of Jesuit way of thinking.
But are you a
Uh,
Jesuit?
I'm not a monk, if that's what you're asking. No.
You don't have to be a monk to be a Jesuit. Like one of my mentors was a Jesuit.
Well, I mean, I prescribe to a lot of the way that they think. I Yes, I enjoy. understand my faith through that lens.
Well, I know that the Catholics believe that Adam and Eve were historical people. They believe they were the first parents of humanity. They also believe that the doctrine of the original sin. This is all Catholic belief.
Well, Bible literalism, I mean, even your most milquetoast conventional Catholic will say that the Bible is not like a literal history all the way through. One of the most prominent bishops in the church right now commonly claims that he very famously says it's a library, not a book, that it has multiple books in it, and it's histories, poems, just allegories, stories, and things like that. And some of
So,
it's history.
s-
So,
but do you realize what you're saying when you say that it's just allegory?
uh, I mean, I'm not detaching any type of like spirituality from it. I think you can still gain spiritual knowledge and spiritual wisdom from a story.
But that's not what you're saying when you say allegory. When you say it's an allegory, you're saying it's a story. So basically, you're saying a bunch of guys or a bunch of men got together and wrote this story. This story never really happened, but they're just trying to explain something.
Yeah, yeah.
So then the humans are not sinful.
I don't know how you got that.
If it's an allegory, right?
We can say that this is an allegory, but we can say that humans have bad behaviors, not necessarily through the traditional means in which it's been understood through the
Bad
story of Adam,
behaviors,
which are
and being
which are
inherently sinful are
described.
not the same thing. Bad behaviors and being born inherently sinful are not the same thing.
Um,
Yeah.
that's all. That's all up to the church of what that would be, what bad behaviors and sinful would be.
No,
Well,
being born inherently sinful
right.
and then acquiring bad behaviors over time, they are not the same thing. That and then there, like I was saying to one of the Eastern Orthodox believers that came on stage last week, right? There could be people on earth who never um, adopted these bad behaviors.
Well, most of the bad behaviors that you would describe in the Bible are things that are just are natural human inclinations that are just unregulated,
Like what?
as we would define. So, like we could say, like relations outside of marriage, like that would be like we all have a natural inclination towards relations, but
The
then
Bible
it's
doesn't say
outside.
anything about premarital sex.
Well,
Um,
it's an extension of the theology that comes from. So the Catholics, we don't.
but that's not the Bible. That extension is human saying, "Well, I think we're going to add premarital sex to this." That's a human. That's not the Bible.
Well, so the church and the Eastern Orthodox, we're not sola scriptura. We have a
Well, then
tradition
why
that,
did you say the Bible?
because you brought up the Bible.
No, no, no. You said that the bad behaviors are described in the Bible that every human experiences. You don't remember saying that? You said
I
they are
mean,
described
we can
in the
say
Bible.
that. Yeah, we can say that there are aspects. Yeah, they are described in the Bible. Yeah, like you have all types of
Where
things.
is premarital sex being a bad thing
Well,
described
again,
in the Bible outside of virgins being their dad's cash cow?
so
Virgin girls, should I say? Because your God didn't give a damn if a male was a virgin.
so when we talk about sola scriptura, we say that we have a tradition outside of the Bible that is
But
not
so again,
negating the
stop saying
Bible.
it's described in the Bible if you mean it came from your church fathers. That's not Bible.
No, the behaviors can be described in the Bible, but
Where
not
are
all
the
behaviors.
behaviors? Where are
Not
the
all behaviors.
behaviors? Where are the behaviors that lead to premarital sex being a sin described in the Bible then?
It's not all bad behaviors that are described in the Bible.
Then I
Some of
stop
them are
saying that
logical.
then because I asked specifically
I
about the
said that. I said
premarital
that one
sex.
time
Nope, this is
about.
your second time saying it, and I asked you specifically about the premarital sex one.
So what I said was very specifically. I said that there are bad behaviors described in the Bible. Yes, that does not mean that all bad behaviors are described in the Bible.
I asked you which ones, and you brought up premarital sex, and you said, I think we all have the inclination to do that, to have premarital sex. And I said, that's not in the Bible. Oh, it's by the extension of the church. That's extension, that's not Bible. Well, no, what I'm saying is the behaviors are described in the Bible. Well, show me where the behaviors regarding premarital sex that lead up to it being a sin are described in the Bible. No, no, no. That we're not solo scriptura. That's exactly how that conversation went.
Well, okay, well, let me put it to you this way then. So we can say that the Bible definitely describes marriage and what it should be. And we can definitely say that the Bible has prohibitions against fornication.
No, we can't say that. It doesn't
It
have
does.
prohibition against fornication.
It does.
It no, it doesn't. It has
It
prohibitions
does.
against. It does not. It has prohibitions against incest, against grape, right? Against corn, adultery, but not premarital sex, unless you are a little girl virgin and you are your daddy's money.
The Bible does have prohibitions against fornication.
Then again, where is it in the Bible? Where?
I will have to get my laptop and find it.
Okay, please do.
This ought to be interesting.
He's gonna
Excuse me, I have
end
to
up.
open up my laptop and it may
Okay.
take a moment.
Yeah, he's gonna end up going to the extension. He's gonna have to go to the extension.
Yep.
Hey, Kiki. Kiki, do you love me? I don't know that song for real. I don't even know why I started it. Hey, Lil Oso.
I'm very curious to what he's saying about allegorical. What part is allegorical and what's not?
So you have First Corinthians 6:18, Hebrews 3:13, 14, Galatians 15
Hold on, hold on,
5
hold on,
19
hold
to
on, hold
21.
on, hold on. Let's go there, okay? And then let's look at the word for sexual immorality, okay? Give me it again. First Corinthians what?
1 Corinthians 6, 8, 18.
All right. All right. So it says, shun sexual immorality. Every sin that a person commits is outside the body, but the sexually immoral person sins against the body itself. So let me pull up the Blue Letter Bible and let's go to the Greek word there. No, not the Greek. I want to go to GreekCenter.org. That's what I want to go. I like the way that they explain things here. It's Corinthians 16 and 18. All right. That word here is porneia, as we see, reference 4202, right? Or porneia. Fornication, immorality, fornication, immoralities. prostitute. The original word, the original definition during Greco-Roman period was prostitution, including adultery, incest, and corn. By extension, and what this means is by church fathers, unwedded stimulation or fulfillment of sexual desire. So in first century Rome, when Paul wrote First Corinthians and he said the sexually immoral, he was referring to Leviticus 18. He was referring to these laws, the laws of sexual immorality. That did not include premarital sex. But by extension of the early church fathers, it came to include premarital sex.
Yeah, and we listen to the early church fathers. Like,
I said you're going to. I literally said that was by extension. You said no, no, the
I
Bible
didn't say
does.
anything.
That you
I
did. I
didn't
can
say
play
that.
it back. I can play it back now because we are
Play it back
streaming to YouTube. Okay.
because I didn't say that.
No, what I'm saying is the behaviors are described in the Bible. Well, show me where the behaviors regarding premarital sex that lead up to it being the sin are described in the Bible. No, no, no. That we're not solo scriptura. That's exactly how that conversation went.
Okay, well, let me put it to you this way then. So we can say that the Bible definitely describes marriage and what it should be. And we can definitely say that the Bible has prohibitions against fornication.
No, we can't say that. It doesn't
It does.
have prohibition against fornication.
It does.
No, it doesn't. It has prohibitions
does.
against. It does not. It has prohibitions against incest, against grape, right? Against corn, adultery, but not premarital sex, unless you are a little girl virgin and you are your daddy's money.
The Bible does have prohibitions against fornication.
Then again, where is it in the Bible? Where?
I will have to get my laptop and find it.
Okay, please do. Are you there? Are you there? Am I on mute?
Hello?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah.
Did you hear yourself say it?
No.
You didn't hear yourself say that prohibitions against fornication are in the Bible?
That wasn't your claim.
What was my claim?
Your claim was that I denied that I would have to rely on an extension. That was your claim.
I did not say you denied that. I said
play
you are
it
going
back
to
again.
have to. I said you are going to have to rely on extension. Your claim was that it was in the Bible, and you keep saying we are solo scriptura.
We are not sola scriptura.
I mean that you are not solo scriptura.
Yeah, we are not sola scriptura.
And you keep going to the Bible.
Because you keep bringing up the
saying
Bible.
it. No, you are the one who are saying that it's in the Bible.
I said
You
that
keep
one
saying,
time about one
you
subject.
just said it.
And
That's
yeah,
why
yeah,
I played it back.
About adultery and fornication.
Not
And it is in
adultery
the
and
Bible.
fornication. Not adultery.
Well, not adultery, but
you said that the
fornication.
Bible speaks against premarital sex, and I said it does not. Your church fathers added it by extension.
Added it by extension. What do you mean by
They
that?
added premarital sex to the definition of porneia. It did not originally include premarital sex. That's what this means. By extension, unwedded stimulation or fulfillment of sexual desire. It originally, in first century Rome, when Paul would have written this, meant adultery, incest, and corn. It referred to the Leviticus 18 sexual immorality laws.
Okay, so if you're saying that it originally meant that, that means it obviously changed. Definitions of words change over
I
time.
said it changed, and it's from your church fathers. It's from
Yeah, but it's
human
still in the
men.
Bible. It's
It's
still
not
in the
in the
Bible.
Bible. No,
If
it's
the
not.
definition of pornea
It's
changed
not.
to,
No
if the
premarital sex
definition
is
of,
in the Bible.
yeah, if the definition, which is your argument, of pornea changed, then that does mean it's now in the Bible.
Nope. Nope, it's not in the
Yes.
Bible.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
an
yeah.
extra biblical.
If the definition changed,
It's an extra biblical thing. It's
well, we can
extra
argue.
biblical.
The argument is not whether or not it was originally there in the first place.
It's
The argument
no,
is
I
whether it's
yes,
there
like
now.
that. No,
The argument
it's
isn't
not
whether
there.
it's there
It's
now.
still not there. It's
It is.
still
You just
not
said that they
there.
changed
There's
it. You just said
nothing
that they
in
just
the
changed it.
Bible. There's nothing in the Bible that speaks against premarital sex. There are extra biblical teachings against premarital sex that a human added later on, that a church father added later on, but there's nothing in the Bible that teaches against premarital sex.
You
There is
literally
no
just said they
law.
changed the
There
word.
is no law against
Ma'am, did they
premarital
change the
sex.
word? Did they change the word of pornea?
No, they didn't change the word.
That's what you just said, though.
They added a definition by
Yes, words
by
change.
extension. It still isn't in the Bible.
Well, I think we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this one.
Yep, sure. It still ain't in the Bible.
Okay,
What do you think extension means?
I mean, your whole argument is that they
What
changed
does
it.
extension mean?
Your whole argument is that they changed it, and then you're saying, well, they didn't actually change it because it's not in the Bible.
extension mean?
But extension means in a continuation of.
Is it in the book, or is it an extended part of the book?
It's still in the book, either way.
It's not in the book. No, it's not.
Okay, well, I mean, we're gonna disagree on that.
I think you're misunderstanding what the extension means. It's not in the book, but it's being taught like it's in the book.
So, like, and that's kind of where I was going with words change, like definitions change. It's
Oh,
not just
kind of
because
like gender.
genders change. I mean, that's a separate
Yeah,
argument.
like word. No, it's not. Words change, right? Like man could be a biological man or a transgender man. Like words change, definitions change.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, words do
So
change.
a transgender man can be a man.
Yeah, I never denied transgender people. I never said that they didn't exist.
No, so transgender men can be a man, right? And transgender women can be women. Like
Yeah, they cannot be biological men or
no,
women.
but they are a man and they are
They
a
are
woman.
they are socially men and women.
They are a man and they are a woman.
They are socially men and women. Yes,
They are a man and they are a woman.
socially, yes,
Nope, not socially. They
yes.
are. No, they're not. If they have formed their gender, they are a man and they are a woman.
But biologically, they will always be a man or a woman,
Nope.
or female or male.
They
like,
nope.
yes,
They are a man and they are a woman.
yeah, socially. The whole concept of gender is a social construct. That's why it's so malleable.
So then you are socially a man. You're not biologically a man. You're socially a man. The fuck?
I'm
Like
biologically,
if the you're not.
I'm
You're
biologically a male.
biologically
I'm
male
socially
and
a
you are
man.
socially a man. So a
Yeah.
transgender woman and a transgender man are men and women. There's no need of you putting socially there.
Well, yeah, because gender is a social construct.
And so they are men and women.
Yes, socially, yes, because
No,
it's a social
no, and
construct.
so the
Yes,
fact of you needing to add socially there proves that you are full of shit.
I don't be. I
Do
didn't.
you
I
say don't tell me how to talk? Do you say that you are socially a man?
yes, socially, I'm a man. Yes.
You do. You go around saying socially I'm a man. You
Well,
say that.
I think
Do
people
you
who know
say
about
that
gender.
about
I think
yourself? Do you
people who
say
know about gender.
socially? Do you say that about yourself? Do you say socially I'm a man?
I think everybody knows that.
No, do you say it about yourself the same way you say it about a transgender man?
Yeah, I'd say that about myself.
You are a liar. You are lying. Why are you lying right now?
I'm not lying. I'd
You
say if
are
someone asked
lying.
me, "Are you?"
You
If
literally
someone,
defended me saying you were a social man. So
yeah, I'm a social
why are
man.
you
I'm
lying
not
right
denying
now,
that. I'm
saying
not
that you
denying
just
that.
on a daily basis you say that I'm a social man? I'm not a man. Socially, I'm a man. Why are you
I would
saying that?
describe myself as a social man. Yeah.
That's not what I asked you. That isn't what I asked you.
So what answer are you wanting out of me?
The truth.
Yeah, I'm a social man.
No, do you describe yourself? Do you say I'm a man, or do you say I'm socially I'm a man?
I don't see any distinction between those two things.
You are a fucking liar. Why are you lying right now?
Well, because you're trying to sit here and say that gender isn't a social construct.
I didn't say that.
It's implied by what you're
It's
saying.
not implied.
If you're having a problem with me saying that they're socially men and
I
socially
have a
female
problem with
or
you
a
saying it
woman,
only when I talk about transgender men and not yourself. And then I have a problem with you lying,
but I
saying
would
that
describe
you
myself as men.
identify yourself as a social man. And
I,
that you
I
go around saying when someone says that you are a man, you say, no, socially I'm a man. You are lying right now. And I don't know why. Well, I do know why.
I have no problem describing myself or identifying myself as socially a man. Like
I didn't
that's
ask
not
if
an
you have a
issue for
problem
me.
with it. I ask, is that what you do on a daily basis when you identify yourself as a man, or when someone identifies you as a man? Do you correct them and say, I'm socially a man?
Well, I don't
I'm
get into
only
the nuance.
socially a man. But you did it when asked about transgender men.
I don't get into the nuances of gender ideology or
But you
gender
did it
thought.
when I talked about transgender
Yeah,
men.
because we're talking about gender.
You are lying right now, and there
Because
is
we're
honestly
talking about
there's no
gender
need for you to
ideology.
lie. Like, isn't lying one of these bad behaviors? Now that's in your book.
I don't think I'm lying.
Isn't lying one of these bad behaviors?
I don't think I'm lying.
But you are.
How?
You know damn well you do not identify yourself as a social man,
Yeah.
socially a man. You are
Well, yeah.
lying.
I have no problem identifying myself as a
I
a
didn't
social
ask if you
male.
have a problem with it.
No, if you're asking me if whether or not I put on the nuances of gender idea or gender
Oh, stop
theory
it. Like I'm sick and tired of
in
you
my
being gaslit
everyday
right now. You are
conversation,
gaslighting right now. You're
I'm not trying to
gaslighting.
gaslight you.
Yes,
I'm
you
really
are.
not. No, I'm not.
Yes,
I
you are.
promise you I'm
Yes,
not.
you are.
Uh,
Yes, you
well,
are.
I, I
Like the
hate
way
that.
that even the way that you're answering the question, I have no problem identifying myself socially as a man. Like going forward, I will do it. And but my question was, do you do that now? The same way you try to uh, uh, identify transgender men as socially they're men, but biologically they're not. Socially, neither are you a man biologically. The fuck, and the fact that you even focused on that while you're trying to tell me that you identify as a social man, it's not true. You're lying.
Well,
Another bad behavior that
I hate
actually
that you
is
think that.
in this Bible.
I hate that you think that. That's not my intention. It's not, I really don't want to be on your bad side. I have a lot of respect for you, and I thought this was a good conversation. I don't mean to piss you off.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Then
I'm
tell the truth.
sorry.
Don't do that. Then tell the truth. Don't do that.
Okay, so I don't get into the nuances of gender theory in my everyday
Nope, that's
conversation.
not
So
what I asked you.
typically, I will just say I'm a man.
Exactly.
Okay.
And exactly. That's all you had to say from the beginning.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And then all these arguments that we get from believers of your God, right? That gender, it's only two genders. A man is the definition of a man is this. The definition of a woman is this. Y'all seem to have an issue, right, with words changing over time, except when it fits your theology.
I mean, I don't have a problem with words changing over time.
Nelly, go ahead and ask him his question about his allegory.
Yeah, I was curious. Well, back to the Adam and Eve story. I was just a little curious about that. So w- you say it's allegory. Are you saying just part of it is allegory or all of it is allegory? And if it's part of it, then I'd like to know what part is allegory.
So we can say the Adam and Eve part is allegory, probably the flood aspect. Most of the allegory is going to come in the first, the Old Testament, because that is precisely how the Jews of the first century and first century Palestine understood these to be. So that is actually the context. Like Bible literalism is a very new concept. And so I don't really subscribe to it. Most first century Jews understood that this was allegory and that this was
Okay.
just a metaphor
So
for,
the whole Adam and Eve story is allegory, right?
yeah.
Okay, so God did not create man from dirt and breathe into him.
Well, we can say,
Literally, he didn't do that.
no, I wouldn't say literally.
Oh, literally, he didn't do that.
I wouldn't say
So,
literally, no.
so Adam and Eve had parents.
Would say
They just left those out, or
no. Well, I believe in evolution, right? So I don't think that we just came out of nowhere.
so. But I mean, I hope you realize what you're saying. Because when you say the Adam and Eve story is allegory, you're saying all the stuff they said and God did and God, they wrote this stuff and there was no God. This is a story.
Well, again, like we can point to certain behaviors and like an understanding of temptation. We can understand it as a story of temptation and understanding it as a story of sin. Primarily, we understand it as a story of temptation.
So the words of God were written by men, but the story is just a story. God never really said these words, nor I guess if it's just a story, then God never existed. This is just a creation story that humans came up with.
Now, I wouldn't say, I don't think you can make the logical leap that God never existed from that. Well, you can say that it points to spiritual truths.
Well, it it's not making sense to me because okay, that's like if I was to write a story and create characters and write the voices of these characters, does that mean those characters existed?
No.
Exactly. So when we go back to the Adam and Eve story, if you're saying Adam and Eve is an allegory, that means it was written by the minds of men, then how could God exist truly? If they wrote the story and put the words they wanted God to say in the book.
So we can say that just because you write a character in the story doesn't mean that it's real. It also doesn't mean that they're false either. It just
So
means that
Superman's real?
it doesn't mean that, no, it doesn't mean that he's real. Doesn't mean that that he doesn't exist either. Um, it just means
So
that
you telling me there's a possibility Superman exists?
no.
Okay, okay, that's what I'm asking you. See, I mean, I'm not trying to bag you or
Yeah,
trick you or put you in a corner.
that's a good question. That's a good
I
question.
just need you to explain when you say allegory to me, and you said the Adam and Eve story is allegory. So that means the minds of humans wrote this book. They wrote what they wanted the God to say. They wrote what they wanted Adam to say. They wrote what they wanted Eve to say. They wrote what they wanted the serpent to say. And they wrote what happened to the time they got kicked out of the garden, all the way up to Cain and Abel, all that stuff. That was just written by the minds of men. So when you're saying it's written by the minds of men in this allegory, that means God, Adam, Eve, the serpent, Cain, Abel, none of these people never existed historically.
So again, like I don't understand the. So I can write a novel or a book that includes characters that are real historical people and are not real historical people. Like I don't understand why that's such a big contention. Like we can say that God exists Yes, but we're writing a story that points to a spiritual truth connected to his teachings that he later came on. Like someone can write a story that features real people and fake people. Like I don't see why that's such an issue.
But the beginning of your God starts in Genesis. You would not know anything about this God until you start in Genesis. The
Yeah, but then
creation story of the earth,
yeah,
the
but then
humans, the stars, the sun, and all that good
yeah,
stuff.
but then what else happened? Jesus came down to earth.
Well, okay, so was that allegorical too?
No, Jesus was a historical figure. Like you can corroborate that, like with historical evidence.
Okay, I'm not gonna go there with you, but it, you'd be the first one that could ever do that. But it's okay. I'm not going there with you. I want to stick to the Adam and Eve thing. You're
Okay.
saying that the Adam. So are you saying that the whole story is allegorical, or are you saying that parts of the story is allegorical?
Are you saying specifically Adam and Eve, the Adam and Eve story?
Okay, do you believe Adam and Eve existed historically?
No, not as historical figures.
Okay, then. So that means Adam and Eve could not have been the parents of us all. It's impossible because they didn't exist. Correct?
No,
What do you mean? No, I'm not. I'm lost.
I don't understand like what you're lost about. Like I said, I believe in evolution. Like we obviously have a lineage.
So evolution created Adam and Eve.
Well, I'm not saying that Adam and Eve as human. I mean, there are eventually had to be a first male and first female. If that's whatever whatever organism that came in, like you could say that's Adam and Eve. But as Adam and Eve as like figures with like leaves around their genitals, like that's not a thing.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. So if evolution made the first woman and then the first male, then that means the whole Adam and Eve story is bullshit. Nobody really knows how it actually really started.
I mean, we know how humanity and everything started because
How do we know that?
those things are studied. I mean, people study evolution and the processes
But
of
evolution has
organic.
nothing. But evolution has nothing to do with the biblical Adam and Eve story of how we got here. It has nothing to do with this God creating the sun and the earth and all this stuff because evolution proves otherwise.
I don't know why you're so. I literally just said like I don't believe them to be historical figures. Like I don't know what you're hung up about. Like
I'm
yeah,
hung up on the fact that you say it's allegorical, and yet you believe in this God and believe that this God exists based on an allegorical story that was told.
well I don't. That's not my sole basis of belief. But if that's what you want to think, that's fine.
Well, no, that's not what I think. I mean, I know where you're gonna go with it. It's a personal relationship with you and God, and God has done things for you, and you know what He did was God that did it, and all that. Am I correct?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that, but okay.
No, I'm asking you,
I just feel like it's just a matter of faith for me. Like I choose to believe that there is a higher power. Like I choose to believe that.
and you choose to believe that higher power is the God of the Bible.
Uh, yes.
Do you see how that don't make sense?
No.
You choose to believe that the God of the Bible is the one and true God that truly exists, but yet His story is allegorical.
Not his God isn't just in one part of the Bible. God is in from the beginning to the end, and like I said, some of it's allegory, some of it's history, some of them's just poems, some of them are just personal narratives. Like,
But did you hear what you just said? God is the beginning and God is the end. So in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. That's allegorical.
no, I would say that he did it in 7 days is allegorical.
Well, then, if that's the case, then how can you believe in the God of the Bible and evolution at the same time? It don't make sense.
Because I can say that
God damn. Thank you.
evolution,
Thank
evolution as a
y'all.
process, you can say that it came from somewhere. Where what that thing, I mean, what that thing is started. I mean, obviously
Does
we had the Big Bang.
evolution, does scientists has scientists proven how the earth was formed?
Yeah, through a Big Bang, and then
Right.
through strikings.
So,
Yeah,
right. So what does that have to do with a God?
let there be light, man.
Let, okay. That's it. I'm cool.
Well, I don't have any other questions. We
Well,
skipped
actually,
the whole morality thing, and like, this is what happens, right? Like when you bounce around, right?
I wanted to talk about the Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened in humanity.
No,
That was the
you changed.
primary.
No, you chose. You asked me. I gave you an option. You asked me, well, what's your question, right? I asked the question, and that's where you went. So you chose what you wanted to do.
No, I just asked you to say what your question was. I didn't
And
agree
then
to answer it.
you started talking, you started addressing my question.
Yeah, because you
You
did
didn't
not give
say
me an
I don't
op.
want
You
to
did not
address
give
that
me an.
question. I gave you an option. I literally did. And you asked
Well,
me what the question was. I told you the question, and then you started addressing the question. You could have said, well, I don't want to discuss that. I want to discuss the prompt.
well, I don't want to be rude, and I tried to say I don't know a
There's
lot
no
about this aspect of it.
No, you started
I didn't want to
addressing the
be
question of
rude.
life and death. Please,
No,
like, stop.
I didn't want to
You
be
need to
rude.
go back and revisit these bad behaviors that you claim your God does not like, that makes you inherently sinful, okay? But you've already had your turn, and I have to move on, okay? I hope you have a good night. Thank you so much for coming up. Thank you for being respectful, okay? Have a good night.
All right, you too.
All right. Goodness gracious.
I don't think. Wow. Yeah. Let there be light.
The part that he is saying is allegorical on top of that.
Exactly. That threw me up for a loop.
They is who's in the box on purpose? The third. Hello, the third. I don't know if this person is going to connect. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, and you are 25 and up, the guest box is open. It's crazy how the guest box be full when there's like a guest on stage, and then as soon as that guest leaves, it's like requests
Hey
start.
y'all, just
They start
right.
canceling their request. It's so crazy.
They drop like flies.
Yeah, that's wild.
Abraham. Abraham, are you there? So the only person that has guts to come up and talk to us is Lil Oso.
Hello, Miss Tinker.
Hey, Dion.
Yeah, I just basically want to finish my the conversation that we had yesterday.
What was it?
Yeah, the one with the I was done talking about how premarital sex applies the premarital sex laws doesn't apply to animals, and how is being gay not a sin. And the last two I wanted to talk about was God is the first male, right? Because based from the Bible, he based from Christians, they point to him as a male. And then so the first woman is ever an animal, right? Because animals were first to be created before humans, or was it plants, basically in Genesis.
I mean, it really depends on which story, because remember, there's two different creation stories.
Oh yeah, the Genesis 1. Genesis 1, the first one. If we refer to that, basically maybe animals were the was the first woman to be created. But if we're going for Genesis 2, that would be humans. Humans are the first female women to be created.
Mm-mm. It was still actually it was still it would be humans. It would be males were the first humans. The first female created was an animal in Genesis 2.
Yeah,
Unless the God created all male animals in Genesis 2, and then after it created the female uh from Adam's rib, it went back and created female animals for the male animals. I don't know.
yeah, maybe, but I don't know. We don't have the historical evidence to prove that whether whether animals were the first females, or yeah, I don't really care. But of course, seeing as how it's a hot topic today that even Christians add to the Bible of spiritual death. And to be honest, for me though, they didn't even die. It might be that whatever died that day was their knowledge, their little knowledge. It was added, and I don't know.
So
Also,
what's your question? What are you saying? Oh,
um
sorry, Lala. Go ahead.
my final question is why does in why does the church say that premarital sex why does the pastor say that premarital sex is not allowed when even animals do it? And it's not a sin after all, but why shun it from Corinthians? Why only include it now, but not in the actual Hebrew?
Because premarital sex wasn't considered a sin in antiquity. It didn't happen until after first century Rome, like around about um, the 11th century.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's
Actually, I think it
simple.
was fifth century. I think it was fifth century Rome.
Ooh, that's all, Miss Tinker, and thank you for letting me finish this conversation. And it's my first day of class, and I have a free period. And remember, guys, please stay hydrated, and remember to catch the liars and stay hydrated. Please let me down.
Thank you,
Have a
yo.
good first day of school, Theo.
Yeah, thanks.
You're
Have a
welcome.
good day as well
You
to you
too.
guys and to the chat. Love
You
you
too.
guys.
Love you too.
Thank you.
Goodness.
He is funny. He too funny for
He's a
me. He had
handful.
me
He
rolling.
does. But he did bring up a good point though. Like the in Genesis 2, if the female had not yet been created, were the animals all male or was the female animal created as a partner for Adam first?
Ooh, I have stepped away. What?
Yeah, he brought up a
I
great
don't
point.
know.
Like he wasn't trying to bring up this point, but it made me. He brought up the point that the female animals and female males were created before the male human and the male female. And I was like, well, it depends on which creation story you're talking about. And as he was talking, it made me think about Genesis 2, where the male human was created first, right?
Right.
Um, and then the animals were created, and then the female.
Hmm.
But if the female human was created after the animals, does that mean that it was all male animals created for Adam? Uh, and then when the female was created, did the God go back and create female animals, or were the female animals created as a partner for Adam first?
Hmm. I'm not gonna even say nothing because I you okay. Well maybe that's where they got that shit from, messing with that.
The bestiality.
Yeah. So,
Mm.
that maybe that's where that thought come from. We weren't the first ones to discover this in the Bible.
Hey, what's happening? What's happening? I don't know. I guess my opinion in the situation is that when God, I think there were two animals. Like I think there was a male and female, because God had Adam oversee all of the beasts, everything, the plants, and everything. He was naming them, right? So I'm assuming and everything that when he realized that Adam didn't have a mate for himself, that's what he was like looking around. He don't really have nobody for himself. So that's when he created, hey, let me give you something, because obviously the animals have a female mate or whatever. But then again, I don't think sex existed in the Garden of Eden, too. So because they were naked, they didn't even know nothing about it. So, so
That doesn't mean that they didn't know anything about it, but like the story. First off, I need to qualify you. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm not an atheist. I'm a believer.
But what are you? Why do y'all always do that? Like if I say what are you, y'all always say what. Tell me what you're not, and you go
Do
straight to
that.
atheist.
I think my wife get
Believers,
on me about that the same way. She said, "Mean what you say what you mean." So you're right.
yeah. So you are a believer. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
38. 38.
Okay. The story actually says that, your God said it's not good for man to be alone. So
Mm-hmm.
he acknowledged the problem, right? And the
Mm-hmm.
problem is man is alone. Okay. Then the um, second thing he did once he acknowledged the problem was form animals from the ground, right? And brought them to the man who was alone and stood back to see what he would name him. He didn't tell him to name him. It says he brought them to him to see, right, what he would name him. So, like observing, right? Then it says, then the God saw that there still was no partner, or amongst the animals there was no partner found for Adam, right? Found for the man.
Yeah.
And then he made a woman, right? A female, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what it says. So in that order, either when he brought the animals to Adam, he created the female animal first and with the male animal and brought the animal to Adam to find a partner, right? So Adam wouldn't be alone. And then he saw that amongst them there was still no partner. Now, what I think, if he says there was still no partner, that logically there were no female animals either. So the God puts Adam to sleep, creates the female, and then brings the female to Adam. He names it. He names her, and this is when the female animals are created. Unless your God wanted the female animal to be Adam's partner. It's one of the two.
Okay, true. So what if I mean, but if I don't know, I guess we don't know if sex and stuff was actually in it wasn't there. So
We don't know that.
that's what
Like
I'm
just
saying. We
be,
don't know that.
yeah.
So that's why I'm kind of a little confused. But I think he just realized that there was nobody. If God made us in His own image, right? There was nobody that looked like Adam. So he wanted to make someone who looked like him that he could have as a companion. Because you over there looking at like I'm being cool with all the animals, but nothing looks like me.
Well, is your God stupid? Because if he
No,
wanted,
I'm not
like,
saying he's
if he
stupid.
created man in his image, and then he's like, oh, it's not good for man to be alone, let me make him a partner, and he goes and create animals which are not in his image, and then he comes back and goes, oops, they don't look like me. Does that make sense?
Um, I mean, just think about yourself as a creator. I mean, I guess it's my opinion. I think as he goes along, he can kind of do what he wishes. So if he sees
No,
something and he wants to
you
change
said
it, why can't he?
no, you said that he realized that it doesn't look like him.
No, I'm just sitting there saying he didn't have a companion. So if I've created one being and I'm sitting here saying, I was like, you know what? I realized that he shouldn't be alone. Obviously, he said that. So I'm sitting there saying that why can't I create something that's
You're talking about the
from the
creation of
opposite of
man.
that
I'm
for
not
him?
talking about the
For
creation of
man.
man. You're still talking about the creation of man. You said that after he created man, right, and he created the animal, he realized that they didn't look like him, right? So then he went back and created the female. And
Yeah.
so I'm asking, like,
Maybe I took that out of context.
when he created the animal as a partner for a man who looks like him, like, was he stupid or something to
No,
create something that didn't look like him as
okay.
a partner?
Let me say that you're valid in what you're saying. Maybe I shouldn't have worded it that way.
Okay, so what was the thing then? Because like what we are asking or what we're wondering is, did he create the female animals to be the partner for Adam,
No,
or
no, no,
were
no. You
they
were
all
crazy.
male animals first, and then he went back and created female animals?
I just think that my opinion is I feel like there was no gender as far as whatever it is. I think animals were just animals and everything. And I
Wait,
think
there was no gender for what, humans or just animals?
I'm talking about the animals.
There was no gender for animals.
I'm just saying I don't really think that if he was in the Garden of Eden and he was naked and everything, and he didn't even know he had any like parts or male parts and everything. Because remember when she bit the apple, she said he was like, "Who told you we were naked?" and everything, and they were trying to cover themselves. I don't even think they knew. So if he didn't know, what makes you think the animals knew either? That's just
I
my
didn't
opinion.
say whether the animals knew they were, just because. So because a baby doesn't know its gender, does that mean it doesn't have one?
No, it has one.
So what's your point?
I don't even think he know.
I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Like, you're saying you don't think there were genders amongst animals because the animals didn't know they had a gender. That doesn't track for me.
I think that for this to be an all-knowing God and supposedly created man, and then when he said man should not be alone, and he created some animals for his partner first.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm sitting here saying
No,
that
no, no, no. I'm asking you. I mean, listen to what I just said. He created animals
Hold on, I'll be
to
back.
be his partner.
No, I
first.
just think he was overseeing them
But
because
that's what the Bible says, though. And out of the animals, he could not find a partner.
facts.
So God made the animals in hopes that Adam would find a partner with the animals. I mean, that doesn't sound like an all-knowing God.
I don't think so, bro. It just don't sound right.
You say what now? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just said it just don't sound right. To say that, like, I understand that he gave him something to do in the garden. He told him to name them. He told him to name the plants. Everything else he gave you give it a name. He gave
Okay.
him something to do. But I'm sitting
But
here
what was
saying,
the purpose
so
of creating the animals? What was the main purpose of creating animals?
don't know. Do you know?
It tells you plainly.
I'm asking you.
It tells you in the Bible.
Well, then
Created the
tell.
animals for him to find a partner, but he couldn't find no partner. So then he created woman. So for it to be an all-knowing God to create animals for a partner, no, he should have known that that was not going to work.
Okay. I don't think it. I don't know. That don't make sense, bro.
You're right. It don't make sense.
What you were just saying just doesn't make sense, and I don't even understand how you even come up with that. So I don't know.
It's in the damn Bible.
I gotta go
I'm
back.
not making this up.
I feel you. I just don't agree. So
Do we need to read it?
well, go ahead and read it, bro. Well, I just don't agree.
Well, okay, when Tinker gets back, I'm gonna have to put it on the big screen for you. Because obviously you didn't know this.
I read it. I just don't think I took what you took from it. So
If he said the man could not find a partner with the animals and he created woman, what part of that you
but
don't
if he created
understand?
something in his own image and then nothing looks like him, then why wouldn't he? Then he's sitting there saying, "Hey, you don't know in the context of how he did certain things." And I'm sitting there saying, if he say, "Hey, let me make something that's in his image, that's something that he can have someone to help him."
So,
Because I don't
so
think the animals could help him. I don't think anything could help him. And then if he say he's gonna have someone oversee those things, then why would that be the case where they would be a companion
okay, okay, let me make it easy for you. Why was Eve created?
of Adam?
You sure? That's why Eve was created to help, or was she created for Adam?
For to help, same thing.
She
No, it's
wasn't
not.
created for Adam. She wasn't created for Adam.
I'm
She was.
asking him.
Said it.
Oh,
What was the purpose of Eve's creation?
Man should not be alone, so he needed a helpmate, right? To so he was created for Adam, right?
no, no, she wasn't. She wasn't created for
Probably
Adam.
need to read it. Let me pull it up. 'Cause you don't got that. Genesis 3. Mhm. Oh, hold on. Too far. Okay. No, it's in the plan. He didn't.
It's on the screen, Nelly.
It's 18. Okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
It says, Then the Lord God said, It is not good that man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner.
Didn't I just say that though?
As his partner.
For him, right?
She wasn't
Partner.
created
When you have a
for
partner,
him.
that's someone. When two people get married, what do they become? They become one. That's your partner,
No,
right?
no.
No.
She was not created for him. And actually, that word helper there is Azer. And then this here is his equal.
Hmm.
They've
And
only they
this
were
word,
equal.
this word here means that she was like a authority figure. Like she was a strong uh, support. Like damn
A
near a
partner. Yeah.
babysitter. No, she was like a babysitter.
She's not a
Um,
babysitter. Come on.
no, yeah, she literally was.
So she was a
She
babysitter, but
the
she
that
was
word
the
there
same.
is the same word that describes your God. There's no there's no other time
Really,
in the
supervisor?
book
Are you
in the
serious?
yeah
No.
there's no other place in the Bible where man is described as that. And when, in fact, when the Israelites looked for an Azer amongst idols, your God got mad because he is their only Azer, except for Eve.
I don't agree.
The point I was getting
You
to
don't
is,
have to. You don't have to agree. That's
Okay.
biblical.
We can agree to disagree.
but you see where,
You can't
yeah.
disagree with facts. That's biblical, and that is the Hebrew term for it. That word is used to describe your God as the helper to the Israelites. And unless you want to say that your God is also an equal to you or insubordinate, or a subordinate, then okay.
Well, the point I was trying to make is that when he said this, man should not be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. What did he create next?
Okay, well, help me understand what he created next because I don't
Well,
remember.
it says it right there in verse 19. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to man to see what he would call them. And whatever man called every living creature, that was his name. The man gave names to all the cattle and goes on and so forth and so forth. And then it says, it goes on to say, there was not found a helper as his partner.
If I remember correctly, didn't he was already naming animals beforehand. So you saying
Not,
he after the woman came, then he said, "Oh, let me create the animals." I don't think so.
that's what the Bible says. My friend, have you read the book?
I have read the book, bro. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying. So if I
verse
remember, I'm
18.
saying from what I remember correctly, I don't think that's how.
Well, you
Hey,
don't, you
the
ain't
way
remembering
you're
it
lining
correctly.
up, I think it might be wrong. And hey,
You,
I
I'm
could be
not.
wrong. I'm just saying I
You
don't think so.
you are wrong because it's verse 18, verse 19, verse 20. And it ends in verse 20. It says, the man gave names to all the cattle and to the birds of the air and to every animal of the field. But for the man, there was not found a helper as his partner. Now, what did verse 18 start out with? It is not good for man to be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. And he made some goddamn animals.
Okay, you say so.
They don't say so. The Bible says so. Why you keep saying I'm doing this? These ain't my words. So I'm just asking you. My deal was, I mean, does that sound like an all-knowing God to you?
Yes.
Wow. So we're gonna be dishonest with ourselves, huh?
No, I'm just sitting
Because
here saying.
in any other story or any other
So
scenario,
we trying
without
to
this
discount
God, you would
the
have
God is,
disagreed.
is not all knowing a God that created you, that created the spirit or something. You saying that he doesn't know what he's doing in any sense of the fashion?
Oh no, I'm saying I don't. None of this shit is true. I mean, it's just a story. But I was just saying, based on the story and reading the story from 18, 19, and 20, you thought, now what you thought in your head was when he said man should not be alone. You thought right then he made Eve, didn't you?
Yeah, he needed a helper, right?
But yeah, but he didn't make Eve.
He
He
said
made some.
it's not good for him to be alone, right? So he needed
Yeah,
someone that
and
was like him.
he made the animals, and out of the animals, he could not find a helper or a
Okay.
partner.
But even if he didn't find a helper, so he decided to make him a mate. There you go. Well, somebody that he can have that was just like him, that looked like him, and there you go. So what's the difference?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah.
Wow. The the scripture goes in that order. What he made
I wonder why he didn't make Eve from dust like he made man and animals from dust.
exactly. Good
Like
point.
obviously he felt that the woman needed to come from something different.
Hmm. Because Eve didn't come from dirt.
No, she came from man. I guess she came from his rib, right?
Of a different substance.
Of a different substance. Came from man, right?
Of She came from of a different
Man. That's why
substance.
we got one man, right?
From a different substance though. Like
Yeah, but
you're
still.
not even made, you
But
aren't
is a
even
man
made of,
but is a
but
man
hold
made
on,
from but is a
hold
man
on,
made from
listen, hold
dust?
on. You aren't
Is
even made of, you aren't even made of yourself. Like you aren't even made of the substance that Eve is made of. Like that's what I'm saying. You aren't even made of yourself.
but what do we return to when we die?
Dust.
All right then.
That's why your God called you dusty when you left the garden.
Now I'm just sitting here saying that if he made from man is made from the dirt from the right
Right.
the ground.
He
And I'm
called you
sitting there
dusty.
saying and then so the
He
substance of
called
what
you dusty and he said you ain't nothing but dust anyway. He literally said that. You just
but
dust anyway.
no, that's not true. But
That
this is
is
the
what he
thing.
said to you. That
But I'm
is what
sitting
he said to
but
man.
I'm sitting there
You
saying
just dust anyway.
okay, but you're trying to make it come off like that's a problem. The flesh is just the flesh, bro. The difference
No,
between the
what? No,
flesh
no,
and the
no. Hold
spirit
on,
is two different
hold on.
things.
Uh.
The flesh and the spirit
What
is
I'm
two different
saying
things.
is, no, no. What I'm saying is, he made man and animal from dust.
Okay,
But
and
when it came time to make the woman, he was like, I'm going to do something different, right?
okay,
I'm
and she
going to
came
make
from
her
some
from a
dust,
bone. I'm going to
a
make her
bone
from bone
that turns
something
into
that
what?
regenerates.
And what turns into what?
Dust blows away.
Okay, and but I'm sitting there saying, regardless of whatever you said that the
And
man was made
he
from,
made her from
Hello?
something strong. He made her from something
are you
strong.
really? So you trying? That's the
Something. Hold
problem.
on. Hey. He made her from something strong, something that
Okay,
regenerates, and on top of that,
so
he made her closer to himself, because
bullcrap.
again, he is the Azer of the Israelites,
Okay,
and
well,
so is she.
so you saying women is you trying to put women on a pedestal over man?
I
Is that
didn't.
what you're
Your
saying?
God did in this book, which is
It, you
why
said
he.
he did
Which
it
is
in his
why.
book,
Hey,
but
hey,
then
you
it
can't
also
talk at
say,
the same time I talk. You can't
but
talk
then
at the
this,
Why
same
don't
time.
you just
We
chill
can't
out,
talk at the
Lamar?
same time.
Lamar,
We
chill
but
can't
I
out.
talk.
want to
We
ask
can't
him.
talk at the same
Lamar,
time. That's not how conversations work. Okay, that's not how
calm
conversations work.
down. Calm
What
down.
what I'm saying is, I'm not putting her on a pedestal. That's how the story is written. That's how the story is written. And when he cursed her with in becoming a subordinate, right? So like it wouldn't be a curse if she was already the inferior brand, is what I'm saying. But he didn't use the same process, right? That he used to create the animals and that he used to create man. That's all I'm saying. He made her from a different substance. The substance that he made her from is regenerative. Like it can't just go, like
Okay.
you kill it, it
Well,
comes back. You break it,
well,
it comes
let
back.
let
You
me
know?
apologize if I was talking over you because I don't want you to think that I'm
But you just
trying
did
to.
it. Do you
I know
realize that you just did it? Stop.
I, I
You
just wanted to
just
apologize.
stop. You just did it. There is no need of you apologizing for some shit you just did. You cut me off just now to apologize. You said, okay, like that's enough. Like you have any right to tell me when I need to stop talking. You
Okay.
realize you just did that?
I did because I thought
You're
you
right.
paused.
So
So
no, you didn't think I paused. I was still talking.
okay, I recognize that now.
Go ahead.
Okay, all right. Valid in what you're saying, but do I think that man was over woman at the time they were in the Garden of Eden? No, I think they were equal in the sense to a certain extent. So I think the only time that woman made a mistake was when she caused man, which when he bit the apple, different type of stuff, and he said that man would be over. The woman would have to be the man would be over the woman and everything, just like what you said. But it also gave the context on how a man should supposed to treat a woman, right?
No,
Like Christ loved the church.
no. Well, what does that have to do with Adam and Eve? And then on top of that, your Christ demanded obedience. I don't know why y'all quote
Why do
that scripture
y'all?
like it's so, like what the fuck?
Why do
Like I
you
know you
assume
hear
that?
words coming out of my mouth. I
I know
know
you
you
heard,
hear
yeah, and I
words
was
coming.
still
Like
talking. I
don't
know you
talk
heard the
while I'm
words coming out of
talking.
my
No,
mouth.
you
I was
asked a
talking first.
question.
I
You
didn't
said
stop,
right. You asked a question.
but did
You
I stop
said
talking?
right. Hey,
I was
you
still
don't
talking.
get to decide
How
when
do
I
you?
talk. I'm not your fucking wife. I'm not your Eve. You don't get to decide when I talk. And the answer is no. And again, your Christ required obedience. And as I was stating, I don't know why y'all quote that scripture as if it's a good thing. It's literally the reason that so many of you men act the way you're acting on this stage right now. You're on mute.
I guess that ended that.
Like, I don't know what the fuck they think.
Mm-mm.
He literally thought the scripture said when it said man is not shouldn't be alone. He thought Eve was created after that. And I tried to show him, and we read it, and he still said, "Well, that's why he created Eve." I'm like, but why did he create Eve right after that? He didn't. He created the damn animals.
Harvest Noel, I actually am a demon. And I be trying to tell the believers that I'm a demon, but they keep trying to tell me that I'm not, that your God actually loves me and that your God wants me. I take demon showers, I eat demon spaghetti, and I have demon thoughts, right? So I actually am a demon. I as a demon say stop essaying kids. And I don't quite understand why you as a believer would say it's for the glory of God, right? So thank you so much for recognizing my demonness. I appreciate you. And I do agree, like dropping makes sense because demons are intellectual entities. And it is hard to have conversations with non-intellects. So thank you for paying attention to that. Freddie, how are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
How old are you?
Okay, I was gonna ask you about that. I'm 22,
You
but
can't be up here. You gotta be
but
25 and up, okay?
right. But I'm
All right,
saying,
have
is
a
that
good
like a
night.
TikTok guideline?
It's a thinker guideline. Uh, I don't know why you back in the box. Like, use your common sense that if I dropped you, that means that I'm not going to accept your request again. Don't sit there and do what older men do. Okay, don't do the same thing expecting a different result. It's insanity. Okay, you will not be added to the live. Okay, be smarter than those that come before you. Show us that we can, have faith in the younger generation. Do not sit there and keep hitting requests like something different's going to happen. It's not. Okay.
Hello?
The chosen.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Got to be 25. I know you heard that whole entire conversation.
I literally just heard you say 24. Now you're raising
Do
it up
you
on
do
me?
you see? Can you read? It's
You
literally
just
on
said
the prompt.
24 to
I
him.
did not say 24, and it's
Yes,
on
you
the
did. I just
prompt.
heard
It
you.
literally says 25 and up.
All
Request
right,
to
well, have a wonderful
discuss.
day, Miss Mom.
God damn, 25 and up. Unless it's on a Saturday and I go live, then I will allow 21 and up. It literally says on the screen 25 and up.
I wonder what part they don't understand, the 2 or the 5. Which one?
Goodness. This person is not connecting. Good. I'm glad you recognized my ego. I'm doing a great job. Chill guy. This is a child. Where are y'all parents at? Y'all asses need to be in the bed getting ready for school.
The school
Uh,
hadn't started in Oklahoma yet.
it
Oh, excuse
starts
me.
today. Here.
Oh, okay.
Alexander. Alexander. Yes. Selena said it started where she was at last week. Oh shit. Hold on. What's your name?
Hello,
Yes. Hi. What's your name?
they call me Bob,
Bob. How old are you?
27.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I don't believe in Christianity.
Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Like which one are you?
Deconstructing.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the prompt?
So, this idea about Jesus and all of this, what I find interesting is that I don't believe they done so much harm to, especially the black community, because especially during slavery, when they were using verses of the Bible to justify enslaving people based upon the skin color, because essentially they used the verses in the Bible which basically that they were cursed individuals since they were the progeny of Ham. And if you in fact look at the way that they treated them, especially regarding churches and stuff, they didn't even allow them to come and pray next to them. They segregated them as well. And then they used this idea of a white Jesus, blonde hair, blue eyes, and this is your God and so on. So it's type of religious belief in terms of a race. And if you look back in history, especially in Africa, because myself, I'm a Muslim. If you look in Africa,
If you're,
the
I'm
black,
sorry, I have to stop you right now. So I only allow believers in the God of the Bible to come up. People who are deconstructing from that God or atheists. You're deconstructing from Islam.
no, and deconstruct from Islam based upon historical events and stuff. And in terms of them using the Bible,
Yeah, I'm gonna let you finish what you're saying, but Islam's belief system is different from the belief system that we are discussing in here. Okay, um, so I'm gonna let you finish what you're saying, and then I'm gonna take you down. Okay.
okay, no problem. So I'll
Okay.
just quickly
Go ahead.
finish. So when you look at, for example, in Africa, before the Europeans came, generally most people they were either pagans or they were Muslims in Africa. And if you look, for example, on what Islam gave to Africans, they gave them their own empires. Like, for example, if you look at the Mali Empire, there were black Africans that had their own empire. And many of them had their own empires in West Africa. And Islam, we don't have things like, for example, segregations based upon the masjid, so a person's skin color or whatever he comes from. He has to have his own
Wait. Stop.
mosque.
Hold on. Hold on. No. 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 Um, I, this is not about promoting Islam and the difference between Islam and Christianity. Okay, I do not want to have this discussion with you. Also, there are things that are uh, disgusting about Islam. Islam has also colonized Africa. In fact, Africa was influenced, West Africa was influenced by Islam and enslaved West Africans before the Europeans got there. So, like, I don't want to do this, what you're trying to do. So, I'm going to go ahead and take you down, okay? And I hope you have a good day.
No, I'm just saying that Africans, they had their own empires
I'm
against in Islam.
right.
That's what I was going to say.
I'm.
Thank you.
I have a good one. All right, y'all. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. You have to be 25 years old and up. And I do not discuss Islam in here unless M's is in here. And I don't do spirituality, right? Like, so we're discussing Christianity. Not necessarily Christianity, the God of Christianity, or the God of the Hebrews, or Jesus, the God in this book. Thank y'all so much for being here. There's 534 people on TikTok and another 116 on YouTube. Appreciate y'all for all the likes and the shares and the comments. Let's keep the conversations going. We were having a good time. Don't start getting shy now. I don't know why you're saying that. Like, I don't. They had the Negro Moors and the Berbers, the light skinned Moors. Like, they segregated by that. Like, that's not true. Isla,
Yes, Islam.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing marvelous. I am enjoying the conversation, my love. I'm an atheist. I've been
And
an
how old are
atheist.
you for TikTok purposes?
Oh, 55, honey. I'm 55.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the prompt?
Oh, um, I agree with it, and I don't agree with it because I'm an atheist. I just agree with it because of the fact that, unfortunately, we have been fed so many stories and diff- so many variation of the same story. And I believe the Bible is like a law book. The law, depending on how you read it, that's how you interpret it, and that's why I think Christianity and Jesus Christ is bad for humanity, because it's something that is confusing, and really doesn't it really doesn't like give you a sense of, I don't know, like righteousness, I would say, because we're supposed to love each other. That's what Jesus Christ said, quote unquote. But then we all hating each other. So how does that work? Um, Love your neighbor, help each other, but then we are destroying each other. So I've been an atheist, and I'm so happy for my mom. My mom was a Catholic, Christian, like to the bone. We used to read the rosary every night. But when I told my mom at 13 years of age that I didn't believe, uh, my mom actually respected my decision. She was one of those, I guess, decent Christian that, didn't go crazy. And she allowed me to just follow my belief. And I believe in humanity. I believe that we all need to be just decent human beings. And this Christ things, I feel like for some rare form, people that follow Christ, they lack accountability, they lack responsibility, and they are very ungrateful. Because when they do need help and you help them, and I had this happen to me, like I have Christian friends and I will help them. And then I would say, "Damn, you're so ungrateful. Why don't you even say thank you?" He goes, "Oh no, because I pray for God and God send you to help me." And I'm like, "Really? Really?" I'm not saying that they have to thank me for what I did, but they won't even acknowledge the fact that of the people that are helping them, because their way of taking or lacking that accountability and that responsibility. And I would say that, just is by saying, "Well, you didn't help me. God helped me because I pray and God sent you and you were the one that helped. You helped me through him." And I'm like, wow, now that's delusional. But
Yeah.
anyway,
It's
that's
delusional and dismissive.
exactly. And, I'm like, okay, oh, I pray for God to send me a job. Okay, but if you don't get out of your house and you go look for a job, you don't go in the internet, you don't submit a resume, you ain't getting that job. So are you, how do this works? So yes, in my eyes, and it's not because of what I believe or who I am, but in my eyes, I believe Christianity, Jesus Christ, and everything is making worse everything worse for humanity, because it's enabling people to be lazy and not be responsible and not take accountability of themselves and accountability on their own lives, that the choices that they make is what made their life harder or better, not the choices that you pray for God to send you. So that's my thought.
Well, I definitely appreciate you for sharing that, and I agree with everything that you said. You were talking about how we are, going at each other's throats over this God and the different interpretations of the scriptures and different interpretations of the nature of the God. And believers will say that, oh, God didn't say he came to bring peace. He said he came to bring a sword, while at the same time saying that their God told them to love their neighbor, and not recognizing that by default they're actually doing, what the text says, because a neighbor is someone within the cult, right? A
Yep.
neighbor doesn't necessarily extend to the outsiders of the cult. And when they come with this hateful response, or hateful ideologies to people who don't accept their belief system, they're by default doing what the scriptures say, but thinking that they're loving you as a non-member or non-believer, and ignoring the fact that you're saying, I don't want these advances. Like, I don't want your prayers. I don't want your theology. I don't want your evangelism. And they, respond with, you demon, you devil child, seed of the devil. You're going to burn in hell. And it's like they don't hear themselves. Today on Christina's Live, a guy just said, like, nonchalantly, I really shouldn't be here because Jesus teaches us not to cast our pearls before swine. And, not even recognizing that he's calling people a slur, like he's calling people who don't accept his theology or his way of thinking an animal, right? And then he says, I didn't call y'all swine. I wasn't saying that y'all were the swine. Like, not. it's if they like they just regurgitate this shit and they don't recognize the hateful ideologies behind it, because Jesus most definitely was using it as a slur, right? It was That's how they used vulgar language back then. They didn't call people bitches, they called them dogs. They didn't, you know,
Mhm.
call people assholes, they called them swine and vipers and seed of the devil. And so because they have a lack of understanding of what they're actually reading, and they're just regurgitating, by default they're spreading hateful ideologies and increasing this divide amongst humanity. And then when you were talking about them not saying thank you, when you uh, decide to do something nice for someone, or you might even uh, do something where it might be putting you in a bind, but you decide that you're going to help this person out because you can relate to them as a human, right? Or this is someone that you care about, someone that you love, and they will give thanks to their God. And my thing is like, okay, thank your God, but also acknowledge me, right, as the person that's helping you. Like, don't just expect it, right? Because that's why they teach feed the poor, house the unhoused, care for the widows. They teach that so that you would um, feel like it's okay that they're not giving you things, because you're just doing what God said humans are supposed to do anyway. But then at the same time, they'll say, the Bible says a lazy man don't eat. The Bible says don't feed a lazy man, right? And
Yeah.
yeah, and then they'll use that to say that the reason why you're on government assistance is because you're lazy, right? and and
Mhm.
and they regurgitate this shit with a lack of understanding, and these are ideas that people in power have fed to those with a lack of understanding, because they don't want to spend the money on the poor. They want to spend the money on giving themselves tax cuts. They want to spend the money on increasing their own wealth, so they convince those that are that have a lack of understanding, right, to advocate for their own oppression. I saw a lady like I don't even want to go there, but like you could see when people are struggling, right? But and they would rather struggle than get the help, from the government, just so they can say I'm not on government assistance. Like, I've never had to have government assistance. And to me, that makes no sense. And the reason why, you're willing to put yourself in that position, one, is because of, societal stereotypes. Two, because you're seeing messages that say Jesus struggled to make ends meet too when he was on earth. Did he? And then if he is in fact God, make that shit make sense as to why I should be praying to him now. Because if he couldn't feed himself while he was here as God, then what the fuck am I looking to him for?
I That's what I said. They're delusional, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what I have. 90% of my friends are Christian in some rare form. They belong to some sort of religion, and they're my good friends. We have awesome conversations about it. I have a friend of mine that when we go out, she prays on our food, and I'm okay with it because I believe that we need to be respectful and have tolerance to one another. But I always ask her this question. I always say, "You guys are delusional because you guys will talk about loving each other, doing this and that, but then you hating on transgender people, you're hating on gay people, you're hating on poor people, you're hating on old people. You're hating everybody because of a story that somebody dreamed and then woke up in the morning and wrote about it." Because basically that's how the Bible was written, supposedly. I
Yeah.
don't go
Or
to.
sometimes they were elevated. They were,
Yeah,
they had
yeah.
smoked some ganja, sat on a gas hole,
Whatever,
or something.
they saw a vision and they got creative
Yeah.
and they wrote something, and you guys go with it. But religion is harmful. I'm an atheist, but I believe in society and in humanity. So even though I'm a humanitarian atheist. I believe that we should all love each other, we should all respect each other, we should all embrace each other, regardless of who we are, where we came from, your sexual orientation, whatever the heck is going on over there. I just need to love you and care for you and, you know, live in this little piece of land that they call Earth for the time being. I know for a fact I'm not going to no hell because this is hell. Once I die, I'm dead, and that's it. I ain't going nowhere. You know,
Exactly.
that's what I tell my friends. I tell my because they be like, Isla, you go to hell. I said, this is hell. I gotta get up every morning to go to work. I gotta pay taxes. If I don't cook, I don't eat. This is it.
Exactly. Yeah.
Traffic alone is hell to me. Like I live in New York, so just imagine that one. Like, but um, I'm really enjoying your panel. I was actually looking for a panel that kind of was within my line, and I would definitely will be following you. Keep the conversation
Thank you.
going. Keep the conversation going. Unfortunately, we're not going to change their mind. It is what it is. But hopefully, at least if one person will see the light, your job has been done.
Well, thank you very much. And these discussions aren't to, like, for me, right? I'm not trying to convince somebody to, not believe in their God. And I say this a lot. It's about the ideologies that they spread, right? The
No, but
behaviors,
if one of the
the
if one
I'm
of the
sorry, let me finish.
I'm
One
sorry.
second. Yeah. So I just want to, put that out there. I'm not here to convince anybody, to not believe in their God. I don't even have conversations about whether the God exists or not. I don't give a damn if the God exists. I don't give a damn if Jesus was real. I care about the things that, they're spreading in society, right? The ideas that they hold, while they go out here and vote, while they create policy, while they teach our children, when they get in our comments, when they make these videos, and engage with other humans, right? That's what's causing the divide. That's what's causing the hatred. Um, so like that's the purpose of the conversations in here.
No, I probably misspoke. What I said is, if you at least if one of the believers are listening to you and they decide, you know what, let me go back and reread this. Let me go back and check these facts. Let me go back, and then they who still believe in their God but become a better human being. That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Yeah.
Then
Yeah, I agree.
then because we need to educate each other. But
Yeah. Yep, that's true. And like I said, I agree with everything that you said, and I appreciate you for coming up. Thank you for the follow, and I hope you have a great rest of the night.
you too, my love.
All right.
Awesome, awesome conversation.
Thank you. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. You must be 25 and up. Reese, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Lala, Reese is a nerd, right? Can y'all see? Uh, Hunter, how are you? Hunter, are you there? Okay. Okay, no worries. Oh, goodness. Here we go. The guest box is empty, y'all, with 700 people watching the live. It is 1:20 a.m.
I know they're in there,
Well, I mean, it's not like we only talk to one type of person.
right?
Yeah. Evan and Brown Sugar, are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? Remember, if you are a nerd and you request, I need to see a message from you to let me know if you're there on purpose. Hey, Evan,
Hey, Thinker.
how are
How you
you?
doing?
I'm
I'm
doing
good. I'm
good.
good. Good. Yeah. I got home from work and I'm still awake and I've been wanting to talk to you guys. Hi, Nelly. Hi, Lala. Good talk. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't think they heard
Okay.
Hey,
Lala and Nelly. She's talking. He's talking to
I'm
y'all.
sorry. I was
You're all
chewing
right.
and then I was trying to click the mic at the same time. And then when I clicked the mic, I said, I better not say nothing because I got a mouthful of food.
Well,
But how you
that was,
doing?
I'm all
How you
right. I
doing?
appreciate those manners, Nelly. All right. Hi, Lala. But
Mhm.
hey, yeah. So this topic is so cool. Thanks for like doing it. We're still doing the post uh,
Yeah.
kicked out of the
Hmm.
garden pre
Yeah.
Schmarter.
Yeah. You're cutting
I
in and out,
even
Evan.
since I was little was when you,
Evan, we can't hear you. You're cutting in and out.
can you hear me? Shit.
Yeah, I can hear you now. But you do only have one bar.
Okay. Okay. This there goes three now. I moved.
Okay. Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'll stay right here. I'm sorry. I'm walking my dog. But when I was gonna say something that like always kind of creeped me out, even when I was little and I was reading the Bible, is when God tells Cain, when he says, "Even now, sin is crouching at your door." That always like gave me the willies. But it's that personification of sin. Like, what do you think that's kind of like about? Why did the authors put it that way?
Like saying that like the devil or sin is knocking, coming to get you, like to probably to put the idea of demons or imps in the minds of people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I get. Like this creepy little like shadowy like Gollum, like sin is crouching at your door. Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
But
Like the
when we
paralysis
talk
demon.
about yes, yes, like that. Ugh. But I mean, I obviously don't believe they're real, but it's still kind of creepy. Been saying like, where was like the accuser, or if you going along with the idea that the serpent was the devil or a Satan or what have you. Um, y- but I think that's the first time sin is personified as like an entity.
Damn, that is true. Is that the only time?
I think it might be the only time. Like you talk about the devil's roaming around like a hungry lion, the accuser was walking to and fro. But when it says sin is crouching at your door, like I just it's a weird personification. That might be the only time, thinker. I
I
don't
think
know.
it is. I think it is the only time. I don't think sin is ever personified in the book anymore. That is
Trippy.
interesting.
Well, yeah, that's that. Wanted to talk to you about that one thing because it's something that's always stuck out to me. And then um yeah, it was just weird. But oh wait, yeah, no, there's more. So as far as Cain and Abel's offerings, I thought that they were tribute offerings, but were they sin offerings? Is that what you read?
Mm-mm, they're tribute offerings. They're
They're
minka.
tribute offerings.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Cool. That's what I thought. And then my other thing was that I read that in, the Mesopotamian gods were known to prefer meat over vegetables in general.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I I don't remember what book that was in, but I remember reading that. It just said that it was like a thing. They preferred meat. So when Cain's offering wasn't as pleasing to God. And we talks about the aroma of the burning sacrifices is pleasing, the aroma of the burning flesh, ew. But, uh, just no yeast.
Right. And
I'm
then like
sorry.
what I read, like if you do bring the yeast, you have to add salt to it. Like that tripped me out. And it was like
That's
the adding salt to it purifies it. And I was like, oh my God, like they're like cooking a
it
feast.
definitely wasn't the Levites just trying to eat something delicious. It was what God wanted. But no, I was it's just real. I'm sorry, I tangent ADHD on the yeast. God takes the time, like probably like 15 times over, to talk about how no yeast, and he literally never had room for don't harm children.
Exactly.
Don't harm children, but he says over and over, yeast, no yeast, no yeast, no yeast. Like, how is yeast so hard? We could like literally can't stop talking about it. Like a child who doesn't want to eat broccoli, and but literally like don't harm children, don't violate autonomy. No room for it.
Don't
No room.
enslave another human.
Thank you. Yeah. It's just like, and that's another thing that gets me is that I know you hear it all the time. I hear people say it all the time, like, "Oh, that's what people were doing." Um, But for all these other things, Yahweh is saying, I want you to do it this way because I want you to be set apart. I want you to, holy, set apart, different from the nations around you. Why was he so inconsistent that he went ahead and said, you're not going to eat pork. That's different. You're not going to wear mixed fabrics. That's different because everyone's going to know you're different. You're my people. But the slavery thing, let's not do that differently.
I like also like I was just thinking about like in Exodus 31 where he imparts the knowledge, like the intelligence and the skill sets for them to build his temple, right? Like to do the architecture
Hmm.
and all of that. Um, if he can impart that type of knowledge, then this excuse that they give, oh, he had to bear with mankind because slavery was a thing, and he had to, wait till mankind knew how to build communities or exist without enslaving each other. He could have imparted that knowledge the same way he did when he wanted a house.
Hmm. Yeah.
It don't
Yes.
make sense.
I know. And then has another thing, he goes on and on and on and on and on, like all the directions on how to build it, and then the story of how they built it. Like you could have just said, so they built it that way. Like we had to do the whole thing over. It's just so many verses. I'm like, and there was a person just in charge of a screen window. There's like it's Leviticus, right? There's like a Levite that's their job is like a one like screen window in
Really?
the tabernacle. Yeah, well, it's just like, wow, life really is more fulfilling with God. So much purpose. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm rambling. Just all these things kind of been building up, and I those are funny. Can I do one last thing? It's a little off topic, but um, it goes back to, well, something that we talked about before, and also like Hebrew uh original words, because I know for a little while you were really looking into a man shall not lie with a male as with a woman, and also like don't do bestiality.
Mm-hmm.
So I was at work, and I was doing like just care for a patient, and she had or her family put on this like on her phone like a sermon on like YouTube or something. And the preacher, I was like, I kind of looked over like, what? Because he was talking about, he called them the Q plus community, um and which I guess it's a nice short version of LGBTQIA. but he was talking about like how he wants to help people like um I don't know, the way he put it was like come to grips with or work through like if they have like a child that's queer or something. And then he said he was talking about how believers have bad reasons for thinking, you know, just kind of, I don't think he said discriminated, but for thinking that the Bible condemns, you know, homosexuality, which I was like, oh, okay, what are we getting into? That's fair enough. But then he said the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. He said that it says that all of the men of the city came to Lot's door to demand that the visitors be given to them. And he said, but, you know, it says the men of the city, and in English and lots of other languages, the men of the city, a group of, we call them guys or men, and that just meant people. And I was like, oh, no, 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 no. That's not in Hebrew what that means.
Good. It says both young and old.
It says both young and old.
Yeah,
Yes.
all the men, both young and old. It doesn't mean people.
Yeah, but it was, I don't know. I was just like, it's to just say to a bunch of people, hey, basically insinuating in the Hebrew, you know, the men of the city meant all the people of the city, just like when we a group of guys, it means a group of people. Like I'm like, okay, well, I appreciate the sentiment, but that's just like a misunderstanding or a lie.
Well, the English does say that though. That's the crazy thing. The English version says, but he urged them strongly, so they turned aside. Hold on. It says, but before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people to the last man surrounded the house.
Oh shit. Oh, I should probably reread it.
Let me
So
see
was
what
he
it says
right?
in the Hebrew. I'm gonna look at the Hebrew. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, I hope he was right. I hear I was like judging it.
Uh, what verse is this? Verse 4. Mm, um, yeah, Anashi. Yep, it's all the people.
People?
Uh huh.
Yes. Oh, he was
Yeah.
right. That's
Yep, he was
awesome.
right.
Well, hey, there's a preacher who knows the Hebrew on that one. Big W preacher. That's
Damn, that's
encouraging.
a yeah, that is very encouraging. That's a
That's
good point though.
encouraging. That's awesome. All right. Well, that makes me happy. Good. Well, thank you for correcting me on that. That makes me really happy.
Well, thank you for bringing that point up because I'm gonna have fun with that
All right. I did not
one.
just give Thinker a talking point. Oh my God.
I
My
learned a
life
lot
is
of
made.
talking points in here.
Yeah, it's awesome. Well, me too. Me too. Like, I really appreciate just something earlier. I never thought about how, you know, at least in that, I think it's the second version of the creation story where the authors say about um, finding a companion and looking in the animals and then being like, oh, well, gee golly, I guess I'll, you know, make a make a woman. But obviously, their intention was not that he was omniscient. But and we know that. But the it's a problem with the doctrine. But
Hmm.
I would I when I you know when I was a Christian when I read that it was just like you know like he's trying to find a best friend and obviously like a dog would have done. But you know, but then you know when God says like your purpose is to go and fill the earth, be fruitful and multiply, like were we just gonna be running around with like tiger people? Like was it? God's like rhinoceros people. No. Elephant people. No. Guess I'll make another human. And Nellie's like, is your God stupid? I was dying. I was driving home. Just screaming.
Cause it doesn't make sense. Cause he was like, well, he realized that they didn't look like him. What?
What?
Like, did he not know they didn't look like him when he made them? Like,
Derp.
confused.
Well, I mean, yeah, they just kind of make God this like bumbling, like doofus sometimes. But I mean, oh, but it's fun. Yes, those are my ramblings. Thank you for listening and helping me understand, especially the one. So
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up.
happy to. I was happy to make it. All right, you guys all have a good night.
Oh,
Thank
you
Let
you.
me
You
too.
down.
too.
Let me down.
You gotta sing it like Theo. No, I'm joking.
Let me down. Isn't that how he does it?
Have a
All
good
right.
one, Evan.
All right. Bye. Good night. Night.
Hey, thinker, I was just thinking about something. Look at that thinker. I was thinking about something. But I don't know if you caught this, or maybe I'm seeing things, but this always puzzled me. When you go to Genesis, starting at 22, and it says, and the rib that the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. Then the man said, then it says, this at last is bone of my bones, flesh of my flesh. This one shall be called woman, for out of man this one was taken. Then it goes to say, therefore, a man leaves his father and his mother. I have to stop right there because there is no mother. But it says, therefore, a man leaves his father and his mother and clings to his wife, and they become one flesh. And the man and his wife were both naked and were not ashamed. Where
Yeah,
is the mother?
that's why I bring up the fact that that's the author speaking, and the author brings you back to his time period, right? Like when he says therefore, it's like, so this is why today, right, a man leaves his father and his mother. So like it takes you from the author telling the story, and then the author brings you back to his time period and says, I wrote this story, right? Or all of this information is why all of this happens. Does that make
But
sense?
yeah, it makes sense. But I mean, I guess I was looking. Usually, when that happens, though, don't be like quotations up there.
No, no, no. There are quotations up here, right? So like it starts with then the Lord God said, and then you have quotations, right?
Hmm.
Then the man said, and you have quotations, and then it goes. This is the author talking. So when the author or the narrator is speaking, there aren't quotations in the text. So verse 24, you're welcome, speak mama. The narrator is sharing their thoughts. And so the narrator brings you back to their time period. And it's like, so this is why today we see the father and the mother the father leaving his mother and cleaving to his wife. This is why this has to happen today, because all of this took place. And so, and I bring up like when Jesus quotes and says, for did God not say that for this cause a man leaves his mother? Like it wasn't the God. That's I say, did Jesus not know he didn't say that? Like did Jesus not
Right.
know that these are the author's thoughts and not the God?
So I guess you would have to say 25 is basically the author's uh, thought too,
Yeah.
because there's no quotations there.
Yeah, 24 through 25 are the authors, is the author speaking.
That's just weird to me, though. I mean, for him to speak and jump out of time and jump back,
Well, he's
it
telling a
does.
story, right?
Right,
Like that's how you know authors write books, right? Like they're the narrator of the story tells the story, and when they are um, you know narrating a scene, they put you into the scene, and then they let the characters talk, and then when that scene is over, the narrator takes back over. That's why there's
right,
multiple voices in a story.
right.
That's why I say like believers when they read, especially like if we look at the King James Bible, the King James Bible doesn't use quotation marks, like it uses messenger quotes. And so unless you know how to read the messenger quotes, um, it reads like a continuation, like a continuous narration, right?
Hmm.
Um, but the messenger quotes in antiquity, because quotations had not been invented yet, right, was always starting off with "and thus said such and such" or "and God said."
Right,
And if it does not have that, right, then you know the narrator is talking, right?
right.
But it's difficult with the King James version to identify the different voices in in any chapter.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. That's just, I don't know. Telling the story, looking at the story. I mean, I asked myself so many times, why did I believe this mess? I mean, it's like I did not use my head at all.
And a lot, not all of us did that. All of us that were believers, we did not use our heads. Selena, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. The guest box is empty. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing, or if you're an atheist and you're 25 and up, come up so that we can have a conversation. Again, the conversation will be respectful as long as you respect the live, respect the host. Don't talk over the host. Don't try to tell the host on stage what to do, and we can have a good conversation. You will be respected. Um, Ovi,
It's OVA.
OVA. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
I'm 24.
You have to be 25 and up, okay? So I'm gonna
Okay,
drop you
okay.
down. Yeah. I hope you have a good night.
All right.
All right. Guys, you have to be 25 and up. C Urban.
Hey,
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing good.
It's good. What you got?
Yeah, I was so I spoke to you before, and I agree with the prompt, but I had a question. It's something I was reading in Genesis 3:16. It was speaking on how God was going to multiply Eve's birth, I guess her giving birth. So that means technically suffering already existed on the planet before the fall of man, which means he designed a failed system, which means God is imperfect. And I've been trying to understand that because you hear Christians say, "Oh, he's a perfect God." It's like, well, clearly not, because before they ate the tree, she was going to suffer in some fashion anyway.
Yeah, I asked that question before, like why would he like the increase in pain in childbirth meant that there was pain. And then when Adam was put to sleep for him to do surgery on him so that he could create Eve means that he put Adam to sleep so that Adam wouldn't feel pain, I guess. Um, and so like my question to them was about the increase in pain, but also at what point did they get pain receptors if pain wasn't a thing, right? Like, and somebody said that pain was a thing, it just wasn't suffering. Like it wasn't the type of pain we know today. It was the non-suffering pain, or it was some nonsensical ass response. But yeah, I that definitely is something to ponder.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, you would think a all loving, all perfect, all knowing God would be able to take something like that away, but I guess they'll find a way to defend anything. But that was all I had.
I agree. Well, thank you for coming up, see.
Anytime.
All right, have a good one. Somebody said, what did they say? The reason why he put Adam to sleep is because he didn't want Adam to know the recipe for creating the woman. And then I was like, well, how did Adam know that he created the woman out of his flesh? And they said supernatural knowledge, like Adam had supernatural knowledge. I was like, well, then he would know how he created the woman. Like there was no point in putting him to sleep. Like it just did not make sense.
He had supernatural knowledge, but he didn't have common knowledge, I
Yeah,
guess.
it did not make sense.
Shit, I always said shit. To me, the serpent was smarter than Adam and Eve. To me,
Well, the story says he was.
hmm
That word there for cunning means that he was wise and prudent and that he had knowledge. Brian,
Yes, it's Brian.
hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
I'm 36.
All right. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. There are two options for you for a discussion path. You can either talk about the prompt, Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, or we can talk about one of the questions that we have pertaining to the Adam and Eve story. Which one do you want to? Which path do you want to take?
Um, I actually had a question. I can step down because
Okay,
it
yeah,
doesn't
I don't
pertain.
answer questions from the chat unless you are a community member.
Okay,
All right,
got it
thank
tonight.
you. And you too.
Bye.
I know y'all may see me go away from the topics, but that's only if you are a nerd. When you're able to come up and go off topic and ask like a, a share a thought that you're having regarding the text, regarding the deconstruction or something like that. So I don't want people to think that I do that like with everybody. That's only if you are a nerd and you have to be in your second month as a nerd to be able to come up and do that. What's up, Brown Sugar?
Hi, Thinker. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. I wanted to answer the prompt, but I didn't. I don't think I was here at the beginning. So could you tell me what the prompt is for the Adam and Eve?
Yeah. So we were talking about the fact that they say that living is a gift, but
Mm.
dying is also a gift. And
Uh,
um, with Adam and Eve, like if you are born spiritually dead, right? And the
mhm,
goal is to, like they say that they're the reason why they are born is to praise their God, and then the goal is to get to like spiritual level of consciousness, so that you
mhm.
die, and go back to your God spiritually alive. Um, but like the idea of being born spiritually dead, and then
Oh
saying that
yeah,
life is a gift, but also death is the preferred gift.
right. You know what? I never thought about that. That is, yeah, it's almost like yeah, I guess that kind of ties back into the original prompt too, about it being terrible for humanity, and for the Black community, because I think that idea that like, you know, almost like, they say that we're just like passing through this life, like, and that the goal is obviously to get to heaven. And I feel like since I've been deconstructing, I've been thinking about the fact that I think that causes a lot of like the ability to just like not be a good person while you're here, right? So it's like you're in church and you're jumping up and down and praising the Lord, right? But then you're not actually being a good person like on earth, because it's like, oh well, I'm turning away from sin and I'm doing this and I'm spiritually, doing what I'm supposed to be doing so that when I die I can go to heaven. And like I was actually just dealing with someone who was a friend of mine who I'm not friends with anymore, And I feel like she was kind of suffering from that a lot. Actually, I had to block her because she, was always in church, Bible study, always doing the whole holier than thou thing. But like she, was like a terrible friend to me. And like we had this conversation so many times where I was just like, you're so blinded by, trying to be spiritually like the best person you can on earth. You're not living up to that same standard, and I'm only just now putting that together because it's like what you do in this life is particularly like earthly. It's like it's almost like it doesn't matter. It's like as long as I'm going to church and I'm praising God and turning away from sin or whatever, the point is to die and go to heaven. So it's like this is like we're just passing through. Like none of this matters, and it almost just allows you to just not even take accountability for your actions, not even trying to actually think like, am I being a good person to other people? Like, am I actually genuinely being a good person to other people? And I've been thinking about that like a lot recently about like taking accountability for your actions, and I think that's why so many people view Christians as like hypocritical or religious people in general as like hypocrites because it's like on one hand, you're such this, great Christian and you're praising God and like, doing the tithes and the offering, you're doing all those things, but then you're, not treating people good, who actually know you, like parents who are not, mistreating their kids. And, it's just, there's like this cognitive dissonance. And I think Mr. Nelson said something a little earlier where it was just like, I can't believe that, like, I believe these things. It's almost like the blinders came off and it was like almost snapped into like back into like a reality or something. It was like so quick. Whereas like I believed all of these things, and then it was like the moment I started deconstructing, it was like, oh, wait a minute. It was almost like I was like my like rose colored glasses came off and all of a sudden I like saw things more clear and it was like what have I been doing all this time? Like, I can't believe I used to believe these things and I used to subscribe to this theology, even though I did it all my life. And it made sense when I was doing it, kind of, you know what I mean? Like, you rationalize it, it makes sense. But then when you look back on it, it's like, oh, wow. And I think, back to the prompt, the idea of, you know, living is a gift, but then also dying is a gift. It just makes you not um focus on being a good person and doing good things on in this lifetime because it's all about the next lifetime because they're so sure that you're living for all of eternity in streets of gold and all this stuff and it's like well forget earth, forget what's happening here, and it's like but this is the only life that you know that you have right now and you're just bypassing that so that you can get to a an eternity that you're sure exists. And I think if you would have asked me this like 6 9 months ago or whatever, I probably would have been on the opposite side of this. I probably was like, well, yeah, like that it is a gift. Life is a gift and death is a gift. And now I'm like, that's insane. That's like insane, and it just happens in like a snap. It's like as soon as I started thinking critically and deconstructing, it was like everything that I was thinking, I started thinking about it critically, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense anymore, and yeah, like a year ago, I would have had a totally different answer to this. So it's crazy, what religion and indoctrination does. It's just like you just make excuses and you rationalize the irrational, and it's very mind-boggling. It really is, and I think that's what's wrong with a lot of Christians today, actually, and why they're so hypocritical, and they
I was
don't
thinking,
live that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was thinking, when you were talking about that, they've been able to hide behind the God, right, and do all these things, right. There, there's a self-motivating goal at the end of it all, and that goal is for them to go to heaven, for them to get a mansion in the sky, to live an
Mm-hmm.
abundant life after they
Yep.
die. right? So every action that they do is geared towards that goal. All the hate, all the what they consider love, right?
Right.
It's a
Yes.
checkbox, like a checklist that they have to uh, check off, and they've been able to hide behind the God because of this one fear, right? If you speak
Mm-hmm.
out about it, then you're going to be ostracized, or you have to walk on eggshells because you don't want to shake somebody in their faith, right? You don't want to
Mm, right.
disrespect somebody's faith or make them not believe in their God. So now it's almost as if they're being put on blast now,
Right.
or uncovered or exposed, and they
Yeah.
don't necessarily know how to respond to that. Like they feel persecuted because all of the bullshit that they've been doing in the churches, all of the gossiping, the gaslighting, the manipulating, the abuse, right,
Mm,
that they've been
mm-hmm.
doing in the church has been protected by the unspoken rule of uh you don't judge the church, right?
Mm,
um Only God can judge a Christian, right? You don't speak uh bad about God, and when you speak bad about the Christians, you're mocking God, right?
mm-hmm.
So they've been able to hide, and it's like a a, a
Mm-hmm.
bad child without any type of correction, just being let loose, to be able to just keep doing shit, right? And
Yeah.
hoping that it gets better.
Mm. Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, yeah, because it's like if you're talking about God's children, you're almost like talking about God, and like you say, like that whole thing of like only God can judge me. That like gives people a pass to just like do whatever they want to do. And it's just like I don't even think I don't even think I was, I've talked about me too in the past, but like I don't even think when you're in it, you realize that you're even doing that, that you're even being that like hypocritical. And it reminded me of like I was in this live earlier today and they were talking about like hell. And they were talking about, and this guy came up and he was like, well, I don't understand how you can believe in a God that will send you to hell just because you don't choose to believe in that God. And they gave this analogy and they were talking about how, well, if you slap the president versus like, or if you slap your friend, it's not going to be the same consequence. So it's like sin is a transgression against God, and you should be prepared to like face that consequence. And like if you slap the president, you're gonna get like in big trouble, as opposed to just like slapping a regular person on the street. And they were like, that's like the same thing of like sinning against God. And I was listening to it and I was just like the again like the back to the rationalization of like the most insane things that you can think of. It's like I didn't see it that way either, and they don't see it that way. That's like just because I'm choosing not to follow this God or believe in this God for really logical reasons, yeah, I'm gonna burn for all of eternity, or I'm gonna, be in hell. It's like God can't figure out a better way to deal with his own creation. Like no other way. He's got to let people burn, killing people, flooding people. Like there's no logical ways that he can do better than that. But, when you believe that about this God, you believe that this God is real, it's like you rationalize everything because you have to, right? It's like I have to rationalize this because this is God, this is my creator. And I guess if he wants to send people to hell, then he just can. And they never stop to think like this, that's crazy. And I didn't stop. I think I talk about myself too. It's like I never stopped to think how crazy that idea is that the God of the universe can't figure out a better way to deal with his own creation. You could just forgive them. Like you could just let it go. Like why, and then they say like, oh well, God's not sending you to hell. You're sending yourself to hell. It's like, no, I would not choose to send myself to hell. It's not free will. It's not a choice, right? If you tell me, I have two choices, I either love you or you're going to beat me up, right? But I have free will. Like, but that's not free will. Like, you're telling me if I don't choose this God, I'm going to burn, right? So it's like, it's almost like it's not even free will. And It's just I'm still in my deconstruction, you know what I'm saying? So it's like every day I'm like learning different things, about it. And I'm like literally realizing more crazy things every day. I'm like, this is crazy, And like again, a year ago, I wouldn't have thought this. Like I would have been like, oh, this is yeah, it's like, if you sin against God, that's just where you're going, and you don't God doesn't send you there, God loves you, you send yourself there. And that's like so you just gaslight yourself, you know, because it's like it's nothing else for you to do. You either gaslight yourself and rationalize it, or you wake up and you're like, this is crazy. And when I was listening to that earlier today in this live, I was just like, wow, like that was me even like 6, 8, 9 months ago, And now I'm like, it's the most it's the most insane thing I've ever heard, But when you are in it, you don't realize how crazy you sound. You really don't. And like you say, the idea of dying just so that you can live this eternal life in streets of gold and mansions and all this stuff, it allows you to be like kind of like a narcissist, Like they're so important, and God has chosen me and I'm God's chosen person and God don't play about me and all that stuff. And it's just like you say, like it covers them because it's like, oh, when you talk about me, you talk about God, and so it doesn't matter. Only God can judge me. And so I think that that's back to the prompt, like that's very harmful. And I don't think just to the Black community, I think it's harmful to everybody. I think it's why we're in the state of the world that we're in, to be honest. I really do. I think it all boils back down to, you know, believing that we are God's special number one creation, you know, and yeah, I think it's crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, I
Yeah.
definitely thank you for coming
Thank
up.
you. Yes.
You're
I have one
welcome.
last question. Do you have any like book recommendations for anybody like deconstructing or
Yeah,
okay.
there's a link in my bio with a list
Okay.
of books. Yeah.
Okay, I'll check that out. Well, thank you for having me. I'll be down in the chat. I stayed on the in the chat so long last night I fell asleep and you were still going back and forth. So I'll still be in the chat, but thank you for having me up.
You're so welcome. Let me ask you a question. Are
Yes.
you the
Yes.
you're the one who was talking about
My
walking the
mom.
floor? Yeah.
Yes. Oh my
And
gosh.
man, I was talking about that today on Christina's live. Were you
I
in
heard
Christina's live?
you. Yeah.
Oh my God. And the guy's response to that, like what the fuck, bro?
I kn- it
Like
was, girl, yes, I have never talked to that pastor again since then. Threw my shirt away, girl. He's yeah, yes, that was me. So, and I'd heard you all talk about it. I was like, oh my god, but yeah. So, thank you so much for having me up, and
You're
I
very
appreciate
welcome.
it.
You're
Have a good
welcome. Thank you for
night.
coming up. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Maddie, do you want to talk to a 24-year-old right now? Hey,
Hi
Maddie,
everyone. How
how
y'all
are
doing?
you? I'm doing good.
Okay.
Do you want to talk to the 24-year-old in the comments right now?
Who's the 24-year-old?
Freddie, the one you were going back and forth
Oh
with.
no, he was literally getting destroyed by any and everyone, and every time we brought up a valid point, he would ignore it and then leave the chat and then come back and they would continue to ask him the question and he would leave again. No time for tomfoolery at all. It's either you're going to answer the question or you're just going to stop talking. So tonight I wanted to bring up something that I thought and I heard about. And I actually think it made a whole lot of sense. Uh, and
I
this will
dropped
be,
out for a minute and come back.
What you say?
she said she's gonna drop
Out
down
and
for
come
a
back.
minute.
Oh, okay.
Um, it's really been on my mind because a lot of people in the comments of this live always say, "Oh, I'm going to pray for God to turn you over." But I think one of the most selfish and just, I don't know, idiotic thing about this God is that he would literally know what it would take to make all of us here believers, and he chooses not to. Like, I just think that's so dumb. If you know what it would take to make us all believe in you, then why not show it? You would rather us not believe and us burn in hell if you do exist than literally not even taking what, a millisecond out of your day to prove that you exist. It, and that millisecond wouldn't even mean anything because you have lived, supposedly you have lived through so many days, but yet you wouldn't snap your fingers or, I don't know, clap your ass cheeks and make it happen. Like, it's just so silly to me. Honestly.
Yeah, and they would say he doesn't have to prove anything to you, right? Like he doesn't have to show himself to you. He doesn't have to prove anything to you. And to me, like it does not make sense because you're telling me that I shouldn't expect anything from this God. I
Right.
shouldn't expect to, have an experience with the God. I have to believe the God exists. I have to accept the God's law. I have to accept the God's story. And then the God would show himself to me. Like that doesn't make any fucking sense. And I think also brings us up all the time when he be talking about the scripture where it says, these signs shall follow those who believe, right? They shall cast out demons, they shall uh heal the sick, right? Raise the dead. And anytime he asked them, like, let us see this power, let us see this ability that you have, and they say it don't work like that. And he says the God knows exactly what it would take to get me to believe, right? And I'm telling you what it would take to get me to believe, but he's actively saying, nope, I don't want to do that. Nope, I don't have to prove myself.
It's giving you don't want us to follow because again, this wouldn't even take any of your energy if you're all powerful. I think it's so dumb. And I
Yeah.
also wanted to touch on the black community because it kills me to see how many black people still cling to Christianity, even though it's clear this religion isn't for us and it wasn't for us at all. So literally today, when was it today or was it yesterday when you were arguing with that young man who thought saying the n-word was going to affect you, and you were asking him about why did he think black people outside of the garden
Oh,
created
on
the
Zena's
sin?
live.
Yes, ma'am. And how he kept flipping back and forth. I was going up in there to tell her about it. She looked at me with a straight face and she says, well, the creation story of Adam and Eve is really just a story of them in a lab.
What?
And I raised my eyebrow. I said, Mom, what?
Wait, your mom said that?
Yes. And I think it's so silly because I generally think a lot of black people do not believe in this, but their own like little versions. Like she
I
quite
think your
literally
mom
said,
is talking about the Anunnaki. Somebody has
I
given
think
your mom Anunnaki information. Like,
she believes in them. Like
oh, does
literally
she?
one time when I was younger, we used to watch Ancient Alien Files or whatever that was. And I remember talking to her and she was like, well, in reality, God created the Anunnaki and then they created us. I was like, so who are we supposed to be worshiping? The God or them?
Does she realize that's Mesopotamian, Babylonian doctrine,
No,
not Christian?
no, I don't think she does. I think she's
And
just kind of mixing it together.
oh, tell
And
her, Maddie. I want to know what she said because back in Christianity, Babylon is the devil.
oh
Babylon,
wow.
yeah, Babylon is Lucifer, right? So the in Ezekiel where it talks about oh Lucifer, you were a cherub, right? It's talking about I mean Isaiah. Isaiah is talking about Babylon, right? Where they say that that's Lucifer. So in Revelations, and it talks about the war with Babylon and Jezebel and all that. So I I wonder what she would think if she says, if she's adopting the Babylonian oral tradition of how, creation came about, which is AKA Christianity's devil,
Yeah,
versus her God's creation story.
I'm gonna bring that up. I really think it's her mixing like what she hears from different scholars and creating her own religion, but that's quite that just means that you're not Christian. I'm not if you're not believing in what the Bible says, you're not a Christian of the Bible. So there's no point of you to keep on holding on to this. But she says that black people were outside of the garden because we're the original people, but okay, I'm gonna get into that in a second. She says black people were outside the garden because we were the original people, and white people, no offense to all my white friends in the comments, were the ones created in the lab, and they were sterile. They weren't able to have kids, and them splitting Adam was them trying to multiply.
What? Where did she get that? Where did she? Where did that come from?
I don't know. Like that's why I was looking at her like, what? And then she was like, yeah, they couldn't have kids on their own, which is why they had to go outside the garden and have kids with black people.
What?
And I was so lost. I was like, Mom, what are you talking about? She was like, you never heard this? No, that's why I'm asking. That's quite
You should
literally why
probably
I'm
put a
asking.
passcode on YouTube.
I,
I think she's getting it from YouTube.
no, I think the crazy part is she said this before when I was still really in Christianity. I was going to church. She said it before. And I was like, huh, okay. So, but she just always confused me because is black, how are black people the original people of the planet? But Adam and Eve came and they're supposed to be the original. Like, it just doesn't make any logical sense. And this is why I say, like, it gets to a point where black people are so involved in Christianity, they just completely stray away from religion at all. Like it or logic. Like it just becomes something completely different than what it's supposed to be. And it
Well, I
doesn't
think
make
that,
any sense.
yeah, I think like we've been lied to about our own history, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a side effect or a repercussion of the oppression, right? The fact that we were, our ancestors taken away from what we what we did know, and we were fed different stories, right? And like even some of the stories about our ancestors here in America ended up becoming mythicized, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're still trying to figure shit out, and it's almost like uh, they're creating new myths in order to uncover the lie that we were told
Mm-hmm.
from the get go. So I think that's like that. A lot of that comes from that, and then because knowledge was uh, forbidden, right, or hidden, when it comes out, we automatically think that, oh, this is the truth, right,
Right.
instead of approaching it from a critical standpoint, right.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what's happening.
I mean, that's honestly like one of the weird things. I swear, like my family is a bunch of oddballs. My papa thinks nobody ever went to space. And
A lot of people think that.
I was like, I can't believe you're one of the people that I take. Like, I look up to my papa as a mentor, even though um, he's very homophobic. But I look up to him as a mentor because a lot of things he does say does make sense. But I just couldn't get past this. I'm like, you think nobody went to space? He was like, no, nobody went to space because um, as so above, there's below. So there's water above us. I said, so what do the planes fly in? Maybe I'm just being silly. Like, Maybe
What
I
did
was
he
just being
say
silly.
when you asked him about the plane?
He was like, well, of course it's not the planes. I'm like, well, I'm just saying, like, how does the water stay up there and not come down here? He was like, well, it does when it rains. I was like, but when all of it come, like, why just a little sprinkle, sprinkle and
Wait,
drizzle,
he said
drizzle
it does
here?
when it rains?
Yes, like I'm telling you, they're so odd, and it makes me think I'm in a family of a bunch of, I don't know, inbred, low, like, no offense to them, low IQ conspiracists. Like, I, I mean, the next thing they're gonna tell me is that we're lizard people. I don't.
Look, I was going to tell you there is so there is a conspiracy theory that when they went to the moon. So hold on, I'm gonna say this first. You know, Mezzo used to be a moon denier too, right? Like he'll tell you,
I
like Mezzo used to
just
be a moon landing denier.
I just saw Mizzo's live today, and he's honestly so funny. I
Yeah,
never
he
saw him
is.
before.
Yeah, but yeah, he'll tell you he used to be a moon lander denier. But also, there is a version of the story that they did land on the moon. The reptilians were up there and got mad at them and told them not to bring their asses back, and it scared the shit out of them, and so that's why they
Bro,
haven't been back.
oh my god, I can't. Like, it just really hurts me, and it hurts me so bad. Like, I want my people to be free. I can't, like, I, and I mean, I had a conversation with my friend today because she asked me. I told her before I told anybody that I don't think I believe anymore, and she didn't say anything before. And today she was like, "Well, what do you pray to?" I said, "I don't pray at all." And she was like, "Well, what what happens when you need help with something or you need something done?" I was like, "Well, I get my ass up and I do it myself." Like, not praying for something that you can get up and do it yourself doesn't make that thing come. Like, I think I've seen that while I was in college. Like, oh, I need help with this. Like, oh God, please help me with this, or God help me get my mind right. Um, he don't help. And if prayers worked, I think there would be a lot of kids right now that did believe that wouldn't be in certain situations that they're in, like getting I don't know if I could say this word, the A word, abused. Like getting abused, starving, getting beat. Like, if prayers worked, a lot of people would be in a better area than they are now. So prayers definitely don't work at all because there's nothing up there. And if there is, I'm pretty sure he has his headphones on listening to, oh God, please, we love you so much. That's all he does. So, and she was just so confuddled by the fact that I said I get up and do it for myself. But girl, you've been praying for a car and your car has not come. And you get up every morning and spend an hour devoting yourself to this God, and he still has not given you a car. That's because you need to get your ass up and go work to get the damn car. Like, I don't think it's that hard.
That's why there are so many women married to Jesus or waiting on Boaz for like decades.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of women who keep praying and asking their God to send them uh, a man. And I was thinking about this today, like when women say that they're waiting on God to send their husband, right? And that, while they wait, they're married to Jesus. And I'm like, are they actively praying for their God to like and violate
Send them a
somebody's?
husband.
Yeah, but they're praying for their God to violate the free will of somebody. Like if they have their eyes on somebody, right? And they're praying to their God, asking their God to make that man their husband or to make that woman their husband, aren't they praying for that person's free will to be violated?
Yeah, they are. And they don't realize it because, they're so stuck up with the fact that they want that person. But then, if the God does bring them that person and it turns out they're not what they think they are, all of a sudden the devil brought you that person. No, bitch, you prayed for the Lord to bring this person to you. The person is to you, so you need to be blaming the Lord while this person turned out to be an asshole. Like, let's be real.
Yeah, they'll say you put your hands in it, and you didn't wait on God. You put your hands in it. That's what they'll
Mm-mm.
say.
I just think it's so silly. And then it's like we're all black people are always leaning on God to do something instead of not even just black people. I think all Christians always lean on God to do something instead of just getting it up, getting up and doing it themselves. Or we're always giving God the credit for what other people do. Like somebody's child could be sick with cancer, and instead of you thanking the doctors and the nurses who sat there and worked on your child, you immediately thank God when God didn't put his hand down here and help your child. It was these people who went to school for hours and did hours of unpaid internship to help your child. But you don't think about that when your child gets cured. You immediately go, "Oh God, thank you." No, thank the people that sat here and worked hard for the fact that your child is cured.
I agree. Did you have anything else?
No, ma'am. Thank you for having me up. I gotta put on for the fetuses since the other ones would being childish. So yeah.
To the
Thank you.
21 and up, to the 21 through 24-year olds, whenever Maddie is ready, this is who y'all gonna be talking to.
Yeah, I
Just to
had
let y'all
said
know.
we can do it the third week of August.
Okay.
Actually,
I didn't see your man. Where you send it?
I sent it to your main account.
On TikTok?
Yes, ma'am. I
Uh,
don't have the Discord because I accidentally let it expire.
okay. It's probably in like the request, and so I'll go and search it and see. But I've been looking for it. So the third week of August sounds good.
Yes, ma'am. Third week of August, we can get it started. Yeah.
What times during the nights are you there? Like what are Tuesdays good?
Yes, ma'am. Tuesdays are good. I could be here for Tuesdays from any time from like 12 a.m. to 3 a.m. After
Is
3 a.m., my
that Eastern or
eyes
Central?
start. I think I'm in Central.
Okay. All right, that works. So on starting the third week of August, so
Hmm.
it'll be uh Monday night going into Tuesday. Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
okay? So because I'm Central too, so since we start the live at 11 p.m., that's Monday night going into Tuesday. So it'll be Maddie's hour from at 12 a.m. until 3 a.m., where we will allow 21 to 24-year-olds to join the discussion. So it won't just be 21 to 24-year-olds, but you will be allowed to come up during that time, and you'll Maddie will lead the conversation. That doesn't mean that it will only be Maddie, but Maddie will lead the conversation. And then on Saturdays, I do allow 21 and up on Saturday. Did y'all get that? There is a spam bot that just entered the chat. Keep an eye on it. As soon as it comments, block it, please. I just saw them enter. Uh, yeah, but
Yes, ma'am. But
yeah,
I'm like,
it's one of those that comment the "I'm gonna grape you nigger" type things.
oh wow.
Yeah, so watch it, and as soon as it comes, just block it.
Yes, ma'am. And
But
I'm
yeah.
letting y'all know right now. I don't do that tomfoolery and all that avoiding my question. If you can't answer my question, or if you try to divert, I'm just gonna stop talking to you. I don't have time for no tomfoolery, no bullshit. No, I don't have the patience. I will literally go off like it's either we talk about it or you get your ass back down to the comments and the next person could come up. Honestly.
I swear, I love it already. Thank you, Joshua. Thank you, Maddie, for coming up, and we'll see you. Uh, is that next week? That's next week, ain't it? The third week of August? No, the week after next.
Yes, ma'am. I can't wait to see y'all and be a part of it. I hope y'all like me.
Oh, you're gonna do great. We already know.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Let me down.
You're welcome. I got. Oh my God.
Let
I
me
got you. Have a good night.
down. You too.
Oh my goodness. I swear. Y'all are a trip.
Oh, I sent her another Discord link.
Okay, thank you. Lady Tamika.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, Thinker. I've talked to you before, um, but I'm going
You're
to answer your question.
deconstructing, right?
Yes, I'm deconstructing.
Okay.
I grew up as a Jehovah's Witness, and my mom was disfellowship. My parents went through a divorce, but because my father was the elder, she got booted out, pretty much. So there went my religion right there.
Wait, they booted her out because your dad divorced her? Is he still in it?
No, my father passed,
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
but there was infidelity on both sides. But because
Oh,
he was a man and had ranking, you know what I'm saying? That's what happened.
and they let did they let him stay? Was he
Yes.
what?
When my
So
dad
only
passed,
she was ex fellowship?
right. And when my father passed, when I was 17 years old, everything was in the Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall. So ever since then, I have been deconstructing even before that because I don't want to go off on a tangent. How can you say just one people can think the right way?
Mm-hmm.
And the
Right.
question right there that you had about Jesus being the worst thing and talking about the black community, one of my main things, people don't have money just to give up. How can you say you got to tithe or give some of your money? God don't use money. That's another thing that just gets me angry. I know I'm
Yeah.
going all over the place, and I'm
No,
sorry.
no, 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 no. I agree. Like, again, we talk about this in here. You would think that if the in the Bible, the God provides everything that He needs, like for the Israelites. Although He does make the Israelites pay a tax for Him getting them out of Egypt, they had to pay like a half a shilling, and that was the temple tax.
Mm,
But they'll tell you, right, like this is how God provides for His house, right? This is how, the God pays His bills. But like, it to me, it sounds like the God is bowing down to man
right.
and saying that man has claimed this land, therefore I need to pay this. You know, man has claimed this invention, there, like which is electricity, right? Therefore, I need to pay man for using the light that I spoke into existence. It does not make sense to me.
No, and if God is so ever loving, like like y'all was saying earlier, how is there a hell? How is God a jealous God, and that's not being loving? It don't make sense. It's about control,
Yeah, agree.
and I'm not saying I don't believe in a higher power, whatever. But what I feel the Bible and religion, the way it is now, is nothing but to control the masses. They don't want you to think outside the box. So I I think it's just
Hold on one second. Is this Livix Live.c's second time getting muted? You can't come on stage when you get muted. You cannot. Has she been muted before? Because I saw Meeple say have fun getting muted again. Okay, thank you. Give me just a second. You cannot come on stage after you've been muted, and I muted you the entire live. Next time you will be blocked. Go ahead, Tamika. I'm sorry.
no, but I just enjoy talking to you every time because you come with facts. And the people that come up here are factual. It's not that we just spitting how we feel. Is what we lived and what we see. Um, and I'm just going through a lot right now. My daughter is special needs. I'm going through a lot. How can you tell me God bless me to go through all this? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. They'll
So
try to convince you, right, that God gave it to you because you're strong, and He gives His biggest mountains to His strongest soldiers. right? But then
Right.
also tell you that you need to pray to him for him to lighten your load that he, gave you in the first place. Like it doesn't. It's all nonsensical and it's about a bunch of gaslighting, and like you said, for control, so that you would funnel, your money into the church, and so that they can, um, use your influence politically and socially.
Right. But I just wanted to speak a little bit, and I appreciate your forum, and I appreciate you letting me up. Thank you.
You're welcome, Tamika. Thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night.
You too.
All right. Y'all, I'm gonna state the rule of the live. Caps are for mods and those who have a vision impairment only. Okay, we don't ask a lot from the chat except not to type in all caps. Don't spam your Jesus comments. You can type it once and then change it up. And do not use any homophobic, racist, misogynist, ableist, anti-Semitic, xenophobic ass comments in my space. You will be blocked. With the caps, you'll be given a warning. And if you do it on purpose, that tells me that you are not somebody that I want in this space, I'm going to block your ass. And that's just that on that. If you feel like you need to scream some shit, put some exclamation mark. There is an emoji. Livik, you are not coming up here. You're not coming up here. You have been muted the entire life. If you get muted, you can't come up here until your fucking mute is over. You're not going to bypass the mute and come on stage. It don't work like that in here. It ain't that damn hard. Travis, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Ken?
Yeah, yeah, you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Good, good.
How old are
So
you?
I'm early 30s.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
No, I'm actually a believer.
All right, there are two topics that you can choose from, okay? You can talk about the topic that's on the screen, or you can discuss one of the questions that we have regarding the spiritual death, Adam and Eve conversation, and life and death. Which one do you want to, which path do you want to go? Are you,
Whichever. I mean,
yeah, not, don't tell me whichever. You got to choose a discussion path. Do you want to talk
okay.
about
So
the topic,
the
or do
one
you
the
want to
one
talk
that you
about
have
the
here,
Adam and Eve one?
it
Okay,
says
go ahead.
Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. So why do you think that?
First, you got to tell me if you agree, disagree, and why.
I disagree, of course, but I disagree because you got to. I mean, this is God's offering to the world. I mean, it's your only offering, your only sacrifice to enter into heaven. You know what I mean? God allows you. He allows people to sin and then eventually learn and turn from it. So as it's a free gift, so why wouldn't you accept it?
Because I don't accept any fucking gift that people offer me. I don't like your God, Ken. I don't like your God's
I can see.
morality. I'm sorry, you don't talk while I'm talking, please, okay? I don't like your God's morality. I don't like his ethics. So I have no desire, right, to spend eternal life with your God. I also don't have a desire to have an eternal life. Like I'm not some human who's obsessed with living forever. So I don't accept gifts that I didn't ask for one. I don't give a fuck if it's free because everything that's free is good.
Okay, so would you consider to think about it's not in you that God is the author of life, that it's out of people's and humans' hands, that he also has decisions that he can make?
What does that have to do with whether I accept his free gift?
No, I'm just saying, do you contemplate that, or you just bypass that and say, I care what I think, whatever God wants, he can do?
Help me understand how this connects to the last point that we made. Like, you're doing an entire somersault to a different point?
No, I'm saying, like, I'm trying to figure out, do you not believe in God at 100%?
I don't care if your God exists or not. I don't like your God.
That's perfectly fine. I was just asking you, do you believe in does he exist?
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn.
Okay.
It doesn't matter to me if your God exists. I don't
Okay.
like your God. I
You
have
can
no desire whatsoever to spend eternity with your God.
th- that's
None.
per- that's perfectly fine. You have that right. That's the beautiful thing about God. He will never stop you from doing what you want to do. But then there's also consequences for living your life as a
Cool.
sinner.
Cool. I
And
accept that. I want that. I don't want your God.
that's perfectly normal. That's perfectly fine. You know what I mean? But I was just trying to figure out why do people have these type of when God is offering free things? You know what I mean? Like a free gift. You know, to
Did you
eternity.
not hear my
That,
answer to that?
no, not yours, not yours only,
You
but like
can't
in
answer for
general.
somebody else. You are on here talking to me. I cannot answer for somebody else. You are
Okay, so
talking to me. I can only give you my answer regarding that.
okay, that's perfect. You don't need to get hostile a little bit and get a little bit angry.
Don't tell me what to do. I ain't got
No,
nothing to do. I don't
I'm
have
just
nothing to do with how you feel about the tone of my voice, okay? You
I'm
That's
just
something
saying,
you
like
need to deal with. That's something you need to deal with mentally.
I'm being
I don't
respectful
have not
too.
I don't I and so am I. So am I. And you trying to tone police me is not respectful.
No, because
how
I felt like
however
a lot of
however you
anger.
however you feel regarding the tone of my voice is something you need to deal with. Have a conversation with yourself. Do some
No, I'm
breathing
perfectly fine.
exercises.
I'm
Then
perfectly
okay, then
fine.
there's no point in you commenting on it because nothing that you say is going to make me change the way I speak.
No, I
Nothing.
was just
So
wondering
so there's no
why
point in you saying anything about it, okay? There's
uh,
no point in you saying anything about it.
I just feel a lot of anger.
Talk to yourself about it. Cool. Great.
Where's
Talk
the
to
anger
yourself
coming
about
from?
it. From your ass tone policing me, motherfucker. That's what I just told you.
No, I just said where's the anger
It's
coming from?
coming from your ass thinking you can tone police me. That's where the fuck it's coming from.
Okay, so what else do we have to discuss here then?
I guess nothing.
Since you coming in here like you have an agenda, you already have your mind.
Oh, Lala, I didn't want you to I didn't want you to take him down. Yeah, let them leave on their own. Like I, I didn't want you to take him down. The first thing they're gonna be saying is drop people in here that we don't agree with.
Everything. I'm back here now, so I'm good now.
But what else do you have to say?
No, well, well, I was just trying to have a conversation. We can't have a
Okay, what
conversation.
else do you have to say? You said, where else is there to go? I said, I
So
guess nothing.
okay,
What else do you have to say that's not about my tone?
okay. What other topic did you have? What was the other topic that
Then
you
I guess
offered?
you're done. Then I guess you're done because you didn't say anything else about the original topic that you chose. I'm not going to pick a new topic for you. If you don't have anything else to say about the original topic that you chose to have a conversation about because you are so rattled about the tone of my voice, then you can leave. Then the conversation is over. That's up to you.
That it's perfectly fine, but you need to find peace as well.
Okay, bye. Goodbye.
All right, bye. Have a good one.
Stop fucking crying. Nobody owes you fucking niceness, motherfucker. Your mama should have been nice to your ass. You wouldn't expect strangers to be. Um, the what? How do you pronounce this?
Hey, what's up? It's the Carvassier Captain.
Cavassier. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I believe in God.
All right. How old are you for TikTok purposes, please?
I'm 28.
All right. So there are two topics that you can choose from to have a discussion, okay? You can either choose the prompt here, Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, or you can discuss the questions that I have about Adam and Eve and the garden. Which one do you want to discuss?
Whichever one you want to talk about.
No, no, no. That's not. I'm not going to. I did not come to your page and hit request,
Well, which one? Which one is your
right?
strongest?
There are two options, right? There are two options. You can discuss the prompt or you can discuss the questions that I have about Adam and Eve. Which discussion path do you want to take?
Jesus Christ.
Which one? Oh my god.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. Cavassier, uh, go ahead and drop. Come back when you're able to decide what it is that you
So
want
you
to
don't want me to talk
discuss.
about Jesus Christ?
Go ahead and come back when you are ready to pick what you want to discuss, okay?
So
Goodbye.
you didn't understand what I said?
Cavassier, goodbye.
Think you got problems, to be honest.
Okay. All right. Motherfucker said Jesus Christ. What's that TikTok video or that YouTube video? Jesus Christ. Like that motherfucker is in that motherfucking time zone. Tyler,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
39.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I am a Norse pagan.
All right. So I only talk to believers of the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing from that God or thinking about it, or atheists. Okay.
Well, I think Christianity is the worst.
Fuck. Listen, motherfuckers. When I state my boundary, okay, I don't give a fuck if you believe in the God. I don't give a fuck if you are a spiritualist. I don't give a fuck if you're agnostic. I don't care, okay? If I state a fucking boundary and you try to cross that shit, you're going to piss me the fuck off, okay? It ain't hard to respect a fucking boundary, all right? It ain't hard. I talk to three types of people, and that are believers in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing from that God or thinking about it, or atheists. Okay, please stop doing this shit. Travis, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Healthy OG,
Yes, good morning.
good morning. How are you?
I'm 2 inches off the floor. I'm so excited I got to sit on my hands to keep from waving at folks.
Damn. Okay. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
Absolutely deconstructing 100%. Bible is metaphysical at best. At best, it's metaphysical. It's just a story, just like all of the other religious writings and such. They're stories. They're stories of people and men. They're constructs of men. They're all constructs of men. And if someone believes that God came from heaven and wrote, penned the Bibles in the Bible or any of the writings, I mean, that's crazy. You may as well believe in the bowling ball red paint job on Santa Claus's sleigh. If God had come down and written the word, the print shop owners would have taken a selfie with him. There's no way. There's no way that, I mean, he took 1,500 years, and either he's a really, really bad God, or he's just lazy and stupid and he misses stuff. And I don't believe that that's awful to even think that a God could, like, create us, right? Create this beautiful creation, human beings, mankind, and then create hell to destroy his greatest creation if it doesn't perform the way that he wants it to perform. Or this transactional God that says, yes, I have all of life and everything for you, but, You got to do something for it. Completely transact. That just, it makes no sense at all to believe that my God makes mistakes and is weak. And then finally, I'll leave it at this and I'll land. I buried my mother about 3 months ago, and she was a devout Jehovah's Witness. Oh, I mean, I'm telling you, and it's not just the fact that she was a devout Jehovah's Witness. And I know people place their moms on a pedestal, but my mom was one of those ladies at 85 years old. I mean, I've just never seen a lady live such a pure, wholesome life. She was married twice, never had any other men in her life, just a good angelic, good person. But devout Jehovah's Witness after being Baptist for years and just changing me and my two siblings' lives. And 3 months ago, her passing was horrendous. It was miserable. Going to dialysis 3 times a week and feeding her and giving her medicine and doing all of those things and dementia and all of the different things that she had to suffer through before she left here. And if God in heaven missed her, like she was really good, I think she's up there with the best of them, top 2%, I believe, of good people. And if God missed her, I don't have a chance. I don't have a fucking shot in hell with the God that people, purport. I don't have I tell you, I have messed up way too much, sinned and all of that stuff way too much. And who would believe in a God anyway that says that you were a nasty, filthy thing before you got here? Like soon as you came out of the womb, you were already wrong. Come on, man. Like, and I believe that it was all created to create good, obedient slaves. And guess what? Here's the big kicker. It's still working very well today.
Mm-hmm.
It's got people so fucked up. They don't understand anything about religion. They're confused. There's thousands of them out there, and every one of them says they got it right, and everybody else is going to hell. What kind of fuck? Religion is the problem. It's the issue.
Yeah,
It's
I would
confusing
say
and
they.
dividing. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I would say they don't understand anything about life because
No,
they conflate reality with their imaginations and their
absolutely.
doctrine.
100%. As soon as you start really, really focusing on the specks in the bowling ball red paint job on Santa Claus's sleigh, there's something wrong. And when you start to pick fly shit from Pepper, when you hear people arguing about different discrepancies in the Bible and likenesses and differences and comparing that to the Torah and the Quran and the Muslim writings or whatever, all of these other different things and different people's writings and Charles Taze Russell and you start going through all of this different fly shit that you're picking from Pepper. And I have this thing where I say people go through life picking fly shit from Pepper, and at the end of life they only become excellent fly shit pickers. That's it. They've become very good, and the people the pastors and it's just awful. I mean, how long are black people supposed to wait? Because God is like, does he need glasses or something? Is he deaf and dumb? Did he just miss us? Is he lazy? Is he busy to persecute? I mean, black folks, you go to black church, Lord have mercy. There's, first of all, one on every block in every black community. And then I believe black folks, we praise the Lord God our Father in heaven and Jesus Christ more than anybody on the planet. If God missed black people and he got us waiting, because all them other motherfuckers ain't worth a shit. They ain't praising him worth a day. The Christian nationalists who will unalive people in the name of God. I mean, come on. How can people base their entire lives on this horseshit? On this horseshit. We don't need instructions on how to live. You don't have to teach a tree how to be a tree. You don't have to teach a fish how to be a fish, or a pig how to be a pig. You don't have to teach a cat how to be a cat. It doesn't need instructions. Then nothing's perfect. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. We as human beings have faults and all. We don't need a damn instruction booklet, especially from some God in the sky that's judging us and created destruction for his creation and is confused as hell and can't get shit right and missing and making mistakes and letting people just letting Trump run the letting Trump run the world, really. Come to find out, he's doing 12-year-old little girls and hiding it. And I mean, look at where we are. And how could somebody say that there's a God that loves us? How? And he's just cherry picking blessings? Well, I like this one over here. This one seemed like they were praying real hard. Oh, boy, I'm going to pay that light bill right there. Hmm. Come on.
I was thinking, like when you were talking about your mother's death, and how horrible it was, you would think that if this God was really love, right? Those that he deemed that he's going to take to heaven, right, that have reached whatever goal it is that they say that they're here to reach, you would think that he would, make their death uh, less painful because they've suffered enough in their life to get to the point of this reward. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. Thank you. And that's all I'm saying is, for the people that really suffer, I mean, what are you doing, God? What you waiting for, big dog? I mean, is the Uber running late? Come on, man. We need you right now. Ratnah, right now. We need you here if you're out there. And I'm thinking that your ass ain't out there, dog. You ain't there? Ain't no God out there. Come on, he's right in here. He's inside of us. The Bible is metaphysical. It is. All of those writings and all of those things are to teach you about the God inside of you. You are God, not my God. You're not the God that created the heavens and the earth, but you are your God over your meat suit. You are your God to create your universe, the world that you live in. Nobody else is God. You're not anybody else's God but your own. And you are responsible for doing good and being right and doing the things that will allow for you to build the legacy that teaches your children and grandchildren how to do the same thing without searching for belief and instead searching for knowledge, because there's a big difference. You see, and I know I'm preaching here kind of a little bit, guess. But belief is sort of like when we read you hear the weather forecast and you say, it's going to,
What did he say that got him removed? Damn, like TikTok didn't even send me a message. They just snatched him. TikTok did that. Like it just snatched him. Like normally it would give me a message saying such and such. I don't know what he said. It has to be what he said about your boy. No, that was a community guidelines violation. Like the message came up and said that he was removed for violating community guidelines. But like normally it'll send me like a red message saying telling me to remove him. But now TikTok just snatching motherfuckers like the rapture. It don't tell me what guideline. I have no idea what guideline he violated. I don't know. Let me see if there's a notification. Nope, I don't even have a notification. It just snatched them. Like y'all know that that lady is over hate speech now. The lady from Israel. Now you just get. That's what I think it is. They just snatched his ass. They ain't even telling you why. They ain't even telling you why no more. They just snatching motherfuckers. Travis, I've asked this several times if you're in the box on purpose or not. Uh, are you are you in here on purpose or on accident? You're on purpose, okay. No one knows the day or the no one knows the day or the hour when your ass gonna get snatched by TikTok community guidelines now. That is crazy. I wonder how long it's gonna be before we see him again. What's up, Travis?
Hey, Thinker, can you hear me properly?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you? Hi,
I'm doing
Lala. Hi,
good.
Chad. Yes, I was really enjoying that conversation as well. Like, then TikTok said, nope, not today.
Like it's crazy. Like normally they'll tell me they just snatched him and then sent a light box that said he has been removed for violating community guidelines. That's it. Normally it'll say hate speech or it'll tell me, but it didn't do it this time.
Maybe it's a new policy or something. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I had to do an update before I went live. AI is in the live now. I will tell y'all that AI is a part of the live, and then that must be a new update.
Interesting. Okay. Anyways, I'm just here to ask a question about Jeremiah 18 verse 11, chapter 18 verse 11, which states,
Let me go
now,
there. You said Jeremiah 18:11.
yes.
Okay, hold on. Mm, okay, go ahead.
Yes, it says, now therefore say to the people of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, thus,
You cut out on me.
can you hear me?
Yeah, you cut out.
Oh, let me, can I start over again or just,
Yeah, go ahead.
yes. Now therefore say to the people of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, thus says the Lord, look, I am a potter shaping evil against you and devising a plan against you. Turn now, all of you, from your evil way and amend your ways and your doings. So, my question is, would it be fair to say that the God of the Bible is willing to plot evil and devise evil against people who, like, for instance, are like sinners, like people who just do white lies, um, stealing just to get by, or yeah, or would it be like twisting the scripture?
No, yeah, he does use disaster, so like, uh, as a form of punishment. So that right here, let's see if it's raw. Ra'a or Ra. Uh, Let me see. This is probably calamity. Mm, Va'atat Amer Ish. No, let me see if I can. Yeah, this is Ra and not Ra'ah. So Ra is most likely disaster. Let's see. Hold on. Uh, this is in the. Mm, it doesn't say. This isn't in the plot. Uh, um, Hold on. I know. So the difference between Ra and Ra'ah is one is systemic and the other is more so like a bad thing or calamity, like sicknesses or uh, storms, earthquakes, things like that. So he's either saying that he's going to use a bad thing, like so he does use evil against them, but it's he's saying that he's going to do like a uh, like send a plague or like a storm or something, and to like either make the ground uh, hard to do hard to harvest from, like to plant and to harvest, or to kill off some of them. Like, so yeah, he does do evil in that sense. Well, hold on, he does evil in other ways, but Jeremiah is using it to say that he's gonna do evil things like send an earthquake or something. Does that make sense? If it was Ra'ah, then it would be more like a systemic type style of evil, like wickedness. Does that make
Oh,
sense?
so like natural disasters and yeah, like that. Like no natural phenomena, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, and it applies to people who don't fit his standards, basically like Gentiles. Would Gentiles be one of them as well? One of those people, some of those people.
So he doesn't necessarily talk to the Gentiles like that in here that much. Most of his evil, vulgar language is towards Israelites. He he talks about the Gentiles in like a demeaning way, and like they're not people to him. But when he does these punishments and stuff, these evil plans, like it's usually towards the Israelites or on behalf of the Israelites as to help them fight, right? Against the Gentiles. I think the when he goes up against Nineveh, like when he tells Jonah to go to Nineveh, and he says that he's going to destroy Nineveh in 40 days, but he never does it. And then we see, I think in Nehemiah, they're complaining about Nineveh again. It's because they were coming up against the Israelites and mistreating the Israelites. So it wasn't because they wasn't worshiping him, right, or following his laws. It was always like in response to how they were treating the Israelites. Does that make sense? Is that what you were
Yeah.
asking?
Yes, basically. Yes.
Yeah. So hold on for a second. Dragon. So the black dragon. So I'm talking about the Ra with the ayin, not the aleph. Right. So we got the Ra, right? And then we have Ra with the ayin. Like for example, like Amos, hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me do another. And then correct me if I'm wrong, Dragon, because I am still learning. Hold on. Amos 3. Mm, hold on. Maybe it's not Amos 3. Wait, is it? This is still Ra. Where did I see the other one? Hold on. Is it? Is it Genesis 6? Hold on. Uh, this is Ra'at. Maybe I'm thinking about Ra'at. Uh, Dragon is a he's Jewish. Um, I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about, Dragon? The two different systems of Ra, like one being wicked and one being calamity. I'm trying to get the right answer for you, Travis, because I don't want to.
No problem.
So we have like okay. So I just looked. Deuteronomy 31 uses Ra'at too, and Genesis 6 uses Ra'at, where Amos and Jeremiah uses Ra. So hold on. Hold on. Damn. Now I gotta open up another. Let me use this. Deuteronomy 36. Ra is like a future physical evil, and Ra is being evil. Okay. Uh. So what is Ra'at? What is Ra'at? What did I say it was? Deuteronomy 31. 31 and 7 uses EMF. That's key. This one used it too. Maybe I was wrong about. Oh, here it is down here. The Hebrew sometimes will have an extra verse that the King James won't have. And so it's verse 8 in the Hebrew, but it uses hold on. That's not right. Nope, it's not there either. I don't know, but there's Ra'at and then there's Ra. One is systemic and one is disaster. Ra'at is evil, okay, or disaster. So Ra'at is the disaster one, and then Ra is the bad thing. Is that what you're saying, Dragon? I had it backwards. Okay. So then in Jeremiah, then he is talking about doing a bad thing and not a disaster in Jeremiah. Um, let's see. And now say to the citizenry of Judah and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, thus said God, I'm devising disaster for you and laying plans against you. Um, but this would be Ra, right? No, I'm sorry. This is Ra'ah. Ra'ah is the disaster. Ra'at is what? The same thing. Ra'ah and Ra'at are the same thing. So yeah, no, I had it right. So this is disaster. Um, yeah, Travis. This is not necessarily wickedness. Ra would be the bad thing, like the wickedness, and then this one is systemic, like a storm cloud, like a earthquake, or like a famine or a plague or systemic sin, right? Like the fault, like the sin that's in men or the evil that's in the hearts of humans is systemic. It's a system of sin. Does that make sense? So it's ra'ah or ra'at.
Oh, and just further clarification, it's basically Rahab. I don't know. I can't pronounce it properly, which means disaster, natural disasters and environmental phenomena. Just to further
Yeah.
clarify. Just to further.
Like a system. Yeah.
Okay.
It's systemic. And then Ra is like a bad thing. Like, oh, don't do that. You did a bad thing, or you're bad, like that. Like it's more so individual, if that makes sense.
A question about the systemic part. What do you mean by systemic? Like
Like a
as
storm would
in
be a system, like a system of
oh,
disaster. Like a
oh, okay,
yeah.
I understand. Okay. I'm going to add that to my notes. I usually when you're usually having conversations with guests, I usually hear something like interesting from either you or the mods from the panel, and then I just open up notes on my phone and then type it, and later on I would look it up and like verify and put like additional notes in there. So yeah, that's what I usually do. Mm, yes.
Yeah. Did you have any other questions?
No. Thank you again. Thank you guys. Thank you, Lala, for being Maz. Thank you, everybody. Period. Yes.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Thank
Have a
you.
good night.
Goodbye. Same to you.
Thank you, Dragon. Uh-huh. Oh, wait. Hold on. Damn, searching for truth. Are you there? Hold on, Andre. It at first it showed me that it didn't add searching for truth, but it looks like he's loading. Give me just a second. Searching for truth. Are you there? Okay, I don't know what's going on with that. Andre, did you join on purpose or on accident? I joined on purpose. Can you hear me okay? I joined on purpose. Yes. How old are you? I'm 36. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? Uh, I'm an atheist. All right. And what are your thoughts on the topic? What really stopped me was when, you know,
the picture that says Christianity is one of the worst things to happen.
It doesn't say Christianity though.
I
It says
mean, well,
Jesus Christ.
Jesus.
Yeah, because
Okay,
it's
then
not about a religion. It's about the God.
okay, then I might be in the wrong place. I was just trying to give my feedback of some of my experiences with Christian people. I just did 3 years in jail, in the feds for actually saying stuff about Jewish people. You won't see them getting giving people time if they said stuff about black people though. But
You did what?
I did
What?
3 years in prison for sending some angry text messages about Jewish people.
Did you threaten their life?
Nah, nah, no threats, no like direct threats, but the way the law's written was that by the way, I'm not even anti-Semitic. You know, I was going through it during the pandemic. I'm not saying what I did was okay, but the way the law is written is if you send a text message multiple times using an electronic device with the expected intention to cause distress, it's considered cyber harassment. It's overly
Oh, okay.
broad. It's gone to the Supreme Court for being overbroad because what's the difference between annoying someone versus harassing them? But I'll admit, you know, some of the statements I did say were violent. I didn't make any direct threats, but I wasn't doing well out there. You know, I'm not saying I did anything okay. Maybe I shouldn't have even gave the whole context and I should have just said what it was. But you know,
But hate speech is hate speech, right? So did they do it? Did they get you for like a hate crime or
no, it wasn't
was
a
it a
hate
hate?
crime because no, I mentioned other races as well. And I was just look, I was just yeah, like and the girl in the chat said I was trauma dumping, I was venting. I would like, you know, be in really messed up mental states and I would, you know, text rants. And I texted rants to my other friends, you know, and they got it. They understood I was going through something. But this is a friend I knew for 20 years, you know, and this person had a background in psychology and someone that would help me when I was feeling suicidal and whatnot.
You can't say
And
that word on TikTok.
okay, my bad. So I thought, you know, this person will understand, but that's not really what I'm trying to get up here and talk. What I was trying to say is, you know, when I was down, you know, you're in a very hopeless and helpless situation. And a lot of people are sort of gravitating towards anything that could give them a sense of hope or give them a sense of comfort. Um, I kind of pivoted a different way. I kind of got really into Buddhism and self help and existentialism because the more I try to, I also went to like Jewish religious services every week for an entire year because I thought, let me actually educate myself and learn stuff instead of just, you know, being ignorant and, you know, saying things out of ignorance. I learned quite a lot about Torah. It was very interesting and it helped me understand Christianity quite a lot as well. But one of the, I think, problems with, I guess, having canonical religions, like religions based on paper, was that scripture can be interpreted so many different ways to fit people's biases. A book can't clarify itself. A book can't say, no, actually, what I meant was, it can't do that. It's I think one of the reasons is, you know, words are very limiting. Human language is very limiting, and you're trying to apply human language, limited language with limited meaning to what is otherwise a supernatural concept. And with that, you can create a lot of conflict as you see as Christianity has split into so many different sects and directions. And one of the some of like the most like, I've seen some shit. I've seen some stuff. I've seen some things happening there. It's a horrible environment. But some of the most immoral people in there were Christians. One of the thing, there's bunch of words I can't say now. One of the Bible study leaders
was fronted the whole time with a fake indictment. Studied the Bible day in and day out, and turned out to be a PDF file and got hit with 20 years. They smashed him out, and he smashed him out means that they get removed from the unit in a very non-violent manner. But one of the things that I found with Christianity is that if your only reason for trying to be a good and moral person is because of the hope of heaven or the fear of avoiding hell, then that kind of absolves you of having your own personal want to be a good person. I often found people would, pray during the day or pray at Bible study, then go and smash someone out in their cell in the day, but it's okay because they're forgiven. And then if they're forgiven and all fall short of the glory of God, then there's no accountability. If someone says, "Oh, well, I'm not perfect, we all fall short of the glory of God," well, then where's the accountability? Where are you going to then um, take some responsibility for your actions? If you're imperfect, if you're born imperfect, then well, what's there to strive for? Um, Often, and I was talking to the white boys in prison too, and like if you roll with the white car, a lot of them are hard Christian, but then a lot of them are also some of the most racist people on the yard. And what I would find is it was interesting how religion, well, I'll try to backtrack it. The concept of a white Jesus almost empowers white supremacy, and it pits other religions or other religious people in sort of this image of praising a white skinned Jesus. And even in some studies, there was found that even black people were found that when they prayed to their concept of Jesus, they were praying to a white person. Um, and I feel sometimes that Christianity kind of keeps black people in a passive position because, like Napoleon said that Christianity, well, religion is what keeps the poor from killing the rich. And I think sometimes if people are sitting around waiting for a God or waiting for a savior to come save them, then it prevents them from empowering themselves and making change. Oftentimes, some of the most vicious people in prison would go and pray to get their religious high or would listen to a sermon that gave them like a motivational high, like they're listening to a motivational speaker, but none of that actually helped them create any changes in their thinking or behavior. If your thinking is attached to a supernatural or metaphysical force, then you're not really able to make psychological changes to your thinking based on things that are substantial, like we're substance based. No, I read a lot of stuff. Yeah, I am all over the place. My bad.
I
I
mean,
got thrown off.
honestly, he's not like he's saying the same thing, right? Like that we say about what the religion does. He's saying that it pacifies people against their oppressors. It the Jesus promotes supremacy. Um, well, he said it's almost like white supremacy, but it actually is what empowered white supremacy. It empowers supremacy culture, period, and it's actually one of the things that I wrote down. It that it doesn't only empowers white supremacy, but it's supremacy culture, period. Because even when black uh, people decide to become the Israelites in this book, they take on a supremacy ideology where they then start saying that their God is going to kill all white people and make them enslaved. They're going to be the slave masters, right? They take on the persona of a superior race and the hope of becoming the superior race. And so this text um, is like a guideline, or it is the guideline for damn near everything that we see in society, in the Western society, and I would say Eastern society as well. Like talking to Eastern believers as well. So I think he's on point. I don't know what happened with the text messages or what. Like we have Jewish friends. And we love our Jewish our Jewish friends. We don't do any anti-Semitic comments in here at all. But and I don't know, if you've gotten that straight. That's between you and the
Yeah,
people.
no, I don't have anything against Jewish people. I was just in the moment and talking my crap. And I'm sure we've all had moments where we talk our crap. This person just decided to go and build a record to build a case on me and report me to the FBI. So that, but I when I did go to tourist studies, one of the things that they talked about that I kind of didn't sit well with is this idea of them being the chosen people. I went to a Hasidic Jewish tourist
Yeah,
study, so this
I don't subscribe to any humans being chosen. I feel like that's what promotes discriminatory ideas. Um, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, and I would talk to the rabbi. I mean, look, me and the rabbi got cool. I was like the main person in the group, and the rabbi wasn't feeling me at first because it was almost like very racial. If you didn't have a Jewish mom, you didn't belong in the group. I sent like a whole letter to the warden saying that they're discriminating against me and all that stuff just for them to let me in. Because as opposed to Christianity, that's kind of constantly trying to outreach and invite people, and more Jewish or Judaic sects, they're kind of more trying to keep people out because it's a more exclusive type of thing. But I think what doesn't sit well, what kind of like stems into some Christian thinking is, yeah, like the idea of them being chosen people. But in the Torah, there's so many things about like, well, you can charge someone interest as long as you're not Jewish, and you can do this to people as long as they're not Jewish, and those things didn't sit well with me. But there were other things that I found very virtuous that I actually live by today. Like, if you have an occupation, use it, work that occupation as if God selected you for that part, and that's where like the
Well,
Jewish
that's when he
culture.
said about slaves. But it
Yeah.
like if I think a lot of people, because of Christianity taking the Jewish scriptures, right, um, and applying it to uh, Gentiles, which were European Christians at the time, and saying, "Oh, now we are the chosen," right? So it went from a closed practice of of humans who this is what they taught, to their group of people, because we also have to keep in mind that at that time the Israelite cult, it wasn't race based, it was ethnicity, right? So there were, Israelites of all different shades, right? They were a specific nationality. So they had their clothes practice. Uh Gentile Romans came and said, "Oh, we're going to take over this now," right? Jesus is our savior, our God, and now the covenant went from the Hebrews to the European Christians in Rome, and now we are the chosen, right? And then you have Islam, who did their spinoff, and they are the chosen of Allah. And so you have three, imperialistic religions born out of this one text that was originally meant for one group of people. If And as I was talking with Travis, like if you notice in the text, the punishments, the anger, and all that, the God would get mad at the Israelites for not worshiping Him, for not following His laws, and like He would talk bad, to them and call them names and whores and prostitutes and stuff because they weren't, you know, following His law. And you don't really see the God saying these things about the Gentiles because He didn't give a fuck about them. Like they were not, you know, uh they weren't His people. Like He was trying to, in the scriptures, this God wanted the Israelites to do what He wanted them to do because it was about the Israelites becoming the supreme leaders on earth, right? So uh it it's it's a very multifaceted uh history, should I say. um and it's not as clear cut. Like it's not like black and white. What the cult was in antiquity is a little different today because of oral traditions and things. You know, changing over time. But yeah, um, I Well, and I agree think with what you said about like the supremacy ideologies and stuff. So. yeah, and I think that's what some of the people like. Some of those attitudes are reflected in modern times. If you look at modern Zionism, or even people like the Cohens. Like if you meet people with the last name Cohen, that goes back to certain biblical Jewish tribes. People with the last name Levi, they believe that they're literally genetically stemmed from the Levites in biblical Yeah, times I as don't want to well. get too deep off into that because again, like I don't want to. TikTok is very like we just saw somebody get snatched for saying Yeah, something we don't even know. yeah. Yeah, but Well, what was let I me getting just ready to go. Let say? me just close off because I don't want to hog up your whole thing. I was just going to say, going back on the philosophical perspective, what one of the sad things is that when you're in that detention center, it's a very traumatic environment, and you're waiting for your sentencing. And you're just praying and praying and praying that the judge gives you mercy, or you're praying and praying that something works out. You got people who've been around just concrete and metal for 20 years of their life, and they're praying and hoping that something comes and helps them out. And my guidelines were only supposed to be 30 months. But the judge decided that wasn't enough, and she hit me with 43. And it felt like all my praying and going to Jewish services and changing myself and meditating and reading all these self-help books and philosophy books were really for nothing. And it kind of made me have a different attitude towards hope. Oftentimes that we have a way we want things to be in our mind, or an expected outcome in our mind, and well, in reality that outcome might never come to fruition, and therefore we feel disappointed, where we feel a psychological conflict with reality. And I think that sometimes what one of the flaws of hoping and wishing is that it makes it harder to just accept reality. One of the Buddhist, kind of ideas is that, happiness or suffering is based on your interpretation of events and not by the events themselves. And oftentimes, we're trying to apply meaning to things. We're trying to create meaning out of things. Like this happened for a reason. Even Iwi's, that in the chat, he's saying, "No, God's going to save you from the consequences of your own actions." I mean, well, maybe I Hold read on, that don't wrong, address the but chat. Don't address the comments in the okay. chat. Yeah, that's a distraction too. I'm like, I'll be honest, something, and I get distracted. But no, part of me thought, okay, maybe God did put me in this situation so I could heal from everything that I was going through on the outside, so I could spend some time to calm down, away from the internet, away from all the problems, and work on myself. Like I was on like 6 different medications. They didn't give me before I got locked up. And when I was down, I wasn't on any medication. I wasn't on any drugs. I wasn't on any computer. You can't And my say those words on TikTok. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. But what I'm saying is that, like, I really know they say you can either do your time or let the time do you. I decided to do my time and make sure I was going to be a better person when I came out than when I went in. I dedicated every day to improving myself. But I'm not trying to talk about, I'm just trying to talk about like when you're hoping on something external to come and save you and you don't get what you want, it can kind of break this reality for you, and create like this existential crisis. And I guess that's sort of what made me lean towards atheism again, is seeing all these people hoping and wishing and praying and still getting locked up 20, 30 years. I mean, that's hard. Like, imagine if someone told you, dude, you're like, let's say you tell an 18-year-old 20 years, you're not getting out till you're 38 years old. That's a lifetime. 20 years to me is a lifetime. You're not going to be the same person. The whole world's going to change after those 20 years. It's a messed up situation, but I felt like when people try to apply meanings, it's a coping mechanism. There's nothing wrong with trying to create a positive interpretation of the things that happen to you in your life. I think that's a survival skill. But what I kind of had a problem with is when people would have to use religion to create that interpretation. Because oftentimes, you're moving the goalposts, you're reinterpreting things based on religious texts. And sometimes I think that could be counterproductive because I don't always know. It's like I said when I first opened a conversation, a text might not always apply to modern times, and a text can be translated and twisted in many different ways. And I just think that sometimes, instead of helping people reach their own catharsis from their own understanding of themselves, they would turn to a textbook and it will almost stifle them. That doesn't mean it always happens, but my one of my things was like people, instead of just looking at the reality objectively and not trying to use religion to define reality, try to define reality based on your own understanding of the world and continually expanding your own understanding. I definitely think religion serves as a good starting point, as a good blueprint. But I think philosophically, at a certain point, especially for Black people, there's a chance where you have to challenge it or at least break away from it and learn about other philosophies other than Abrahamic texts. I don't I Um, I don't think religion is a good blueprint because that's what gets you stuck, right? And it's harder to pull away from it because it pulls you in first with this concept of uh loyalty, reverence, and debt, right? The God created you. He's omnipresent. He's all powerful. You should fear him and you owe him because you're wretched. Like that's the very first story that you're given through a religious setting. And then it says, oh, but he can help you become a better person, right? And I think that's what you're saying, like that the steps that religion can provide to help, transform you into, a moral individual, which often fails because, as you stated, like when people are incarcerated and they get these sentences, they're in there praying to this God, begging this God to lower their sentence or like work a miracle so they can get back out. They then escape accountability, right? They don't pay attention, they don't acknowledge that I did what I did, right, to uh you know to be in here. And I'm not saying like all the time the sentencing um is fair. I do know that there are systemic issues when it comes to incarceration, specifically in the Black community, specifically Black males, but also this uh, idea of a God being able to work a miracle and lessen your sentence, or not help you not pay for the crime that you committed. It creates people who don't necessarily take accountability for the wrong that they did. They don't take accountability, and not speaking about people incarcerated right now, but just people in general not taking accountability for their yeah, own life. You know what I'm saying? So i yeah, i don't i don't necessarily see that or think that religion is a good first step. I think just teaching people the concept of accountability, the concept of uh you know of self, right? Having confidence in self and respecting others, right? Not harming others, respecting that the resources that we have, and not trying to acquire more than your fair share, right? And uh yeah. And contributing these to are the oppression. practical concepts. One of like, so I remember walking the track with some racist dude over at SCI Lompoc telling me all this stuff, but he was telling me like a human being can't know right from wrong without religion. And I'm like, nah, like you, part of knowing right from wrong is being able to look at the effects that your actions are having on other people. That some people said the road to hell is paved with good intentions, because oftentimes people are acting however they want to act, or doing what they want to do and justifying it in their own mind, but not really paying attention to how we're affecting people. And I believe that even as children, they can recognize over time that they're hurting someone. They can recognize over time that this is harmful to other people or to myself. And I was sort of just kind of just giving I was trying to soften my argument to not offend religious people, but actually I agree with you. You don't need religion as a starting point.
In fact, I'm actually more against it because a person should want to be good because that's what they genuinely want to be. Not because the Bible says it's going to punish you, not because you're afraid of going to hell. You should be a good person because that's what your values are, and you want to live up to your own values. Now, there's opportunities where I had to come up and make money, by immoral means, but that's not the principles I chose to live by, and I didn't want to be living against my own principles. And I think teaching people those principles, it's sort of like back then. And there's things like, back then I could say, hey, stealing is wrong. Someone might say, okay, so what? So I can strengthen an argument by saying, well, if you steal, you're going to go to hell. Okay, now I can scare you into believing my beliefs. But I think nowadays we're past the point where we have to scare people into following our belief systems. I think, no, also, I think religion played the role of explaining things we didn't understand by incorporating supernatural philosophies. But at this point, science has caught up to where we can get a better understanding of things without needing necessarily to incorporate fictional supernatural ideas. And I really think that the more we understand the human mind, the more we can apply psychology, the more we can help people, as opposed to getting people to rely on a religious high or getting high off of motivational sermons and then going back to their self-destructive lifestyle without any making any substantial changes.
Yeah, I think it also like ignores the fact that there are other, cultures in antiquity that also knew that stealing was wrong, or knew that taking another life was wrong, or you know sleeping with somebody's spouse was wrong, without having to threaten hell, right? And so it begs the question, like, what was going on in the community, or what was the goal of it, right? Because we see that um with Jesus and his sacrifice, the attitude that comes out of that is, if I do steal, I'm already forgiven. I have a advocate, right, with the Father. I'm already forgiven. Um, so the threat of hell isn't necessarily beneficial in that moment, because all you now that Jesus has died and you're covered in his blood, all you have to do after you steal something is just ask for forgiveness. And the next time you do it, you ask for forgiveness, because Jesus said to forgive 70 times 7. So what was the agenda behind, this specific message from this specific God? And we see, people going into other people's lands and taking their resources, right? We see people writing uh, policy in favor of those who are already wealthy, so that they can, legally steal from those who are less fortunate, right?
Yeah.
Without a conscience. Right? So I think when I talk to a lot of believers, they say they are believers in Jesus because of the teachings of Jesus, which are love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? And if you love your neighbor like you love yourself, then you won't steal from them. But then if you do steal, you are already forgiven.
Yeah,
And,
and I
Jesus didn't say anything revolutionary. Like,
Yeah, and that's one of the already forgiven part frustrates me because it's like, okay, then where's the accountability for your actions? But
right.
like one of the things I liked about Buddhism was like it was a little more based in reality. Like one Buddhist monk I was reading about was saying, you can't killing is wrong, but you're not going to go your whole life without killing. Even if you eat vegetarian, there's going to be bugs that got killed in the process of harvesting your food. Even if you eat animals, you're going to have to kill animals. Even in times of war, you might have to kill to defend yourself, or there's might be times where no I mean suicide's not ever, I mean, sorry, let me not
You
say that
can't
word,
say
sorry.
that word. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. But or even like there's it's they kind of look at it as more as karma, and karma is not necessarily good or bad. It's not dualistic like that. Like there's not a good and a bad. There's just qualities like red or yellow or purple or orange. It's more like the kind of energy you put out there into the world is what's eventually going to come back to you. Um whether it's not like, you might have, it's like there's a story um of like how do we interpret what's good or bad? That's what we do in our mind. There's a story of this farmer whose horses ran away, and he thought it was a bad thing. It's everything that happens good or bad. And then the horse came back with a whole pack of horses for the farmer. Is everything good or bad? Then one day, the farmer's son was riding the horse, fell down, and broke his leg. Is everything that happens good or bad? But then but then the army came and was recruiting kids to fight, but they didn't recruit the boy because he had a broken leg. Is everything good or bad? I think things just happen, and we apply good or bad to it. But I think that same goes for whether we kill, whether we cheat on people, whether we steal. Sure, maybe the person who stole was going to literally starve to death if they didn't steal that loaf of bread. So, is the person who stole wrong for not wanting to starve to death? When we apply these dualistic black or white ways of thinking to what's otherwise a very complex and multifaceted universe, we can run into a lot of conflicts. And I think that, that's one of the challenges I have with Abrahamic faith is it's very dualistic. It's very right or wrong, good or bad, God or devil, as opposed to the world is complex, and even complexity is something to understand. And there's situations where different actions may or may not be justified, and it's not about forgiving. It's what I always try to think of it is, do my actions add to the suffering of the universe or take it away? I mean, there's times where I've had opportunities to get even with people who have harmed me, and or I would say PDF files were often horribly mistreated in prison. I didn't bother them because in my mind they're already being punished and doing their time. But I also don't believe in adding to the suffering that already exists in this world because it doesn't fix anything. And oftentimes, if someone does something wrong, people feel vindicated and justified and making sure they get what they deserve. But that, to me, only perpetuates a cycle of violence and destruction.
Yeah, and I think too, like you were talking about, the duality, like the good or bad. I think Christianity tries to present itself as if it's uh, a thought of objective morality, while actually being a subjective uh, belief, like because they will make the claim that you are to just obey the God, right? Which is what the whole fall of man thing is. Adam and Eve was given one command, and all they had to do was obey. It doesn't matter if they understood, right? It doesn't matter if they knew if the command was good or bad. He told them don't do it. He told them what would happen if they did it. That's all that matters. That's what they teach. You just obey, 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 right? But the moment we say, like if we bring up the story with Abraham and the Abimelech, and how Abraham intentionally withheld that Sarah was his wife, and got Abimelech into a situation where the God was going to kill him, and then the God, made all the women in the kingdom barren because that was the God's way of attacking the wealth of the Abimelech, made his wife barren, then made the Abimelech sick on behalf of Abraham telling a lie. So when we bring that up and point out that this God was willing to kill a man who says I acted out of integrity, the God says, "Yep, I know you're innocent and you acted out of integrity." But Abraham, that's my guy. Like, I don't care that Abraham lied. I don't care that you believed Abraham's lie. And I don't care that Abraham put you in this. If Abraham comes to me and tells me to spare your life and heal you, I will. But give him his wife back, and pay him for his time, for his suffering, or I'm going to kill you. Then it becomes subjective, right? Then the believer starts justifying
Yeah,
Abraham lying, right? So it's no longer this objective standard of thou shalt not lie. It's thou shalt not lie unless God is okay with it, right? Or
yeah.
unless you are chosen. Right. If you have an echo, scroll out and scroll back in. It's a TikTok issue.
So
But
your
yeah,
echo
I
comes and
agree.
goes for some reason. So like it'll echo and then it'll go back to normal and it'll start echoing again.
Yeah, it's a TikTok glitch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that's another thing too, is like just going back to like just for the Abraham thing, like I think I don't know if I can say this. I gotta say this very carefully. When God commanded Abraham to do something to his son, no, if I did that, I would go straight to jail. If I said, "Oh, God told me to do this," no, I would go to jail. And it's sort of like, okay, so when it is, so it's okay if God tells me to do it, but how do I know for sure that's God telling me to do it, or me not hearing voices, or me just deciding to do it? Or like, I think there is a story, and I might get it wrong, where Abraham's son was punished for something Abraham did. And I thought that was like a little kind of like, like what? Um, and even for me, like one of the breaking points for Christianity for me was what they call the problem of evil. If God is all good, all knowing, all powerful, why does evil exist? And I've heard a million explanations for it, but none of it really seemed to line up. If he really is all knowing, I now if he's not all knowing and not all powerful, or if he's not all powerful but he is all knowing and all good, cool, that makes sense. Or if he's not all powerful, but he is all knowing and all good, sure, that makes sense. Because why, if you can already predict Abraham's thoughts and you can predict the future and control the future, and you're all powerful, what is with this whole uh, drama happening? Is it just almost like God is both the director and the actor in his own play? I kind of feel like I don't know if you ever heard of Dante's Divine Comedy. Are you familiar with that?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay, well, it's kind of like a satire where God is both like a character in the play and he's the director. But that's another like conflict I had, was like the whole Adam and Eve story is like almost a setup to me, because you already knew Adam or Eve was going to bite the apple. If you're all powerful, you already knew that man was going to fall short of the glory of God. So why even create this whole scenario? That was kind of one of my conflicts. And then, if God is all good, all powerful, all knowing, and this is a conflict for a lot of people, why does evil and suffering exist? But then, that's where I step back and say, okay, well, my understanding of evil and suffering is subjective. And well, then I guess for me, it's like, well, why worship God if this is what it is? And that's where I kind of fell back on it. I do believe that no, I don't like the term atheist so much, because that means I completely discount the idea of anything supernatural. I think that there are things we've yet to understand about our physical universe, and maybe there is more beyond our physical universe. But I just have a problem with basing my interpretation of my physical universe on ancient texts that can be used, that were written by people with their own set of agendas and ideas and hallucinations. I guess I would say.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, and I think that's why a lot of people go to spirituality, right? Like they don't necessarily believe in this God, but they might believe that, or that there is a possibility, right, for some type of supernatural engagement um, with mankind. So they go to like spirituality, and that term to me is like very vague, because spirituality can mean a lot of things. But yeah, it does make a lot of sense. um
Yeah,
I
but
definitely thank you for coming up.
yeah, I really appreciate your time. Thank you for listening to me. I would drop in every now and then and just listen. But I'm glad to be able to speak to it, and I really appreciate going back and forth to you. And hope you have a good night.
Thank you, same to you. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. If you are 25 and up, if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, then the guest box is open. Of course, if you are a nerd, please let me know if you are in the guest box on purpose. Randy. I can hear Randy is in La La Land. He in somebody's dream world. Yeah, he did. Flamingo. Oh, they're still connecting. Okay. What's up, El Osore?
First of all, I'd love to give a hand clap of honor to God, who is the head of my life.
He's a head of lettuce.
I, just because I could cut a hole in it don't mean, you know what I'm saying?
Gavin. Hello, Gavin.
Gavin, is he loaded in?
His box is black. I don't know if there's an issue with people loading. Cause I turned his microphone off when he came up because I heard a sound, but then the microphone was turned back on. So
Hmm.
I don't know. Y'all couldn't see him.
It was just a black box the whole time.
I saw the black box, but they're saying they didn't even see that. Uh,
God damn.
damn.
And that's how you fucking snore. Y'all come up here with that half-ass shit, I'm gonna pick on you. That's how you goddamn get the job done. It's trees that need cutting, motherfuckers.
Like they were gone. Sound like a dragon at first. All right, y'all. We went through everybody that was in the guest request. I guess uh they were all accidental requests. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing or an atheist 25 and up, the guest box is open. It is 4 a.m. or 3:58, but 4 a.m. Central, 5 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Pacific. I don't. Every time I get ready to say the Pacific time zone, all I hear in my head, you know what I'm saying? When somebody's saying
Specifically.
Pacifically, like I have to slow down to give the time zone for the West Coast.
hmm Specifically, I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's 10:58 in Germany. 10:58. What a.m. p.m. Y'all, please don't get quiet. Please don't get quiet.
How have the conversations been so far?
They've been consistent, pretty decent, and I think I've had maybe two, maybe three men crash out, but at the tone of my voice because they couldn't handle a woman asserting her thoughts, and then
Mm,
they run. Yeah,
sounds about right.
yeah. I think maybe before the live we should do like some exercises to help them like woosah so that they can get through a conversation uh whenever I like you know have a influx in tone or like I show
Mm,
that I don't agree disgustingly with something. Like they can get through that. We teach them how to like count to 10 or woosah or I don't know.
you should get Bash to do an hour-long free-thinker live where he just gives people the emotional confidence to quit being so fucking insecure when a woman challenges their ideology. Maybe he
Yeah,
could just repeat, "You is kind, you is smart," all that bullshit for like an hour. Get them ready. Since
that makes
clearly that
sense.
God don't help.
That makes sense. I don't know what it is about my voice though that makes them, get out of the kitchen. Cause I've seen them on other lives, and they'll go back and forth with women that are cussing their asses out. But for some odd reason, my voice is just too fucking much for them. I don't know what that's about.
Honestly, I think that they pass along information about you like you're the boogeyman.
You think I'm hiding under some of their beds at night?
Mentally, yes.
Mm, okay. Hmm. Is it because I say I'm a demon?
It's because you can't really affect you that much. Like, granted, you know what I'm saying, you'll raise your voice and get in their ass, but is you really like, you know what I'm saying, press for real, for real?
Hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
And I kind of get it, you know? If I showed up to a space to have a conversation and I just so happen to look down the comments and it's like 400 people talking shit on me, but you know,
You
it
have
is
an
what it is.
evil laugh, you and Rhea.
You know why?
Yeah. Why?
It's because we are siblings.
Oh, and the laugh was passed down through DNA. One of the conversations that we had tonight, your son brought it up about how um, the male in the garden was created after the animals in Genesis 1,
Hmm.
right? And then in Genesis 2, he made me think about the fact that in Genesis 2, the male human was created first, right?
Hmm.
Then the God's like, oh, I need to create a partner for him. So he creates animals. And then he's like, oh, there's not a partner for him amongst this creation. Let me create a female human. So the question is, was Eve the second female created, or did the God only create male animals first? And then when he created Eve, when he created the female, did he go back and create female animals in Genesis 2?
Oh, that's interesting.
Ain't it?
That really colors the whole. You gonna need a woman for all this. A little different.
That made the first man that came up here crash the fuck out. And then like I how I'm talking right now, and I think I might have said, but that doesn't make any sense. Like
Hmm.
that's what made him like lose his shit over like, my tone, and then he kept cutting me off. And actually no, I take that back. I think it was me saying I'm not your fucking Eve that made him run.
Mm.
Maybe I did get smart, and maybe I did get smart in that one. Um, somebody asked me to repeat the so Adam was created first in Genesis 2. So Genesis 1, the animals were created first, right? And so what Lil Oso was saying was male male and female animals were created first, and I was like, well, it depends on which creation story, because in Genesis 2, the male human was created before the animals. And then it made me think, well, damn, the female human was created after the animals. So when the God created animals, did he only create male animals? Or did he create male and female animals? And was Eve the second female created? Yeah, I'm not talking about I'm talking about female, the female species. That's what I'm talking about.
Like any female.
Yeah, woman and female are not synonymous. Like they're not. There are female animals, female plants, female organisms. Like they're Talking about the
Sometimes
human
you don't have to
female.
pay for it, so it's free mail.
Huh?
Sometimes you don't have to pay for it, so it's free mail.
don't you just gave the misogynist some shit. You realize that?
Well,
They
maybe
be
they'll
up there
come up with that
feeding
new
their
material.
asses. One of them gonna say that shit.
Um, As long as y'all know the sauce, you know what I mean.
Do y'all get scared when Oso comes in here? Like what's happening? Oso on stage now. The guest box is dry. Y'all scared Oso gonna make y'all a meme?
Not little old me. I'll be so nice to y'all.
Shauna? Oh, Shauna said nope.
More like
All right,
Ghana.
y'all, cause huh?
More like Ghana.
See what I'm talking about? Yo, outburst. Um, yeah. Let's see. How long we been without a comment? How long you been on stage, Oso? I mean, without a guest. Let me see.
A couple minutes.
10 minutes. 10 minutes without a guest. Let's try to go. Let's see. We'll go to 4:30 and see if we can get some conversations going. We still have till 10:30, y'all. We still have 6 hours left in the show. So hopefully we can keep it going. Y'all know I don't like to beg for conversations. There are 628 people here with another 120 on TikTok. That is 748 people watching the stream right now. And we should not be low on uh, guests to have discussions with. We do a 11-hour stream every Sunday, every Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday, and I've been doing impromptu lives on Saturday. It's not set in stone, but I am thinking of adding Saturday back to the schedule. But
Ooh.
Saturday's lives will be shorter; they won't be as long. But I am thinking about adding Saturday back since there's not anyone in that time slot right now that
Like you trying
consistently
to
goes
go?
live.
You trying to go till Ria?
Yeah,
Oh,
like whenever
fuck.
you get done.
I guess that is
when
technically shorter, but
Yeah, it's shorter. It is shorter, like cause like you get done around 2, 3 o'clock, right?
yeah,
And then
so
Rhea goes
it's
live at
8
11. That's like
hours.
7 hours. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It is technically shorter, but
yeah. And it goes by fast on Saturdays. It be going by
okay, it does.
fast.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I'm thinking about doing that, and then that be the only day that 21-year-olds, 21 and up, that I can only handle it once a week.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. Jim Ron, there is an echo. It's a TikTok glitch. If you scroll out and scroll back in, that should get rid of the echo for you.
It's gone now.
Because Christianity is a religion, Jesus is the deity. Jesus is the deity that Christianity is built upon. And so I'm not saying Christianity is the worst thing. I'm saying the God is. Christy? Christy, are you there? Alrighty. Wezzy?
Yeah, hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
Oh, I'm 40.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Okay. What are your thoughts on the prompt?
Um, I'm gonna play a little devil's advocate here and say,
I don't like devil's advocate.
yeah, but
Okay. And
I'm
this
just
means you're
gonna
not
give
gonna
you a
be
scenario.
honest, or
I'm just gonna give you an honest scenario. And the reason why I'm gonna ask you this question is because I was listening to
well, hold
the
on. You can't come
question
up
that you
and
were
ask a
asking.
question. You can't come up and ask me
Oh,
a question without addressing the prompt, right? Let me know if you agree, disagree, and why, right?
oh,
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I don't think that, Christ is, the worst deity. Um,
Well, you don't
so I
disagree or
don't.
you do disagree?
Oh, I disagree, I guess.
Okay. All right. And why?
Uh-huh. Because I don't think it's about the deity. I think it's so much as in what we decided to do as humanity, that have put a negative connotation altogether into what a deity or whatever, Christ or any other god. Let's say, there are believed that I think there are about 3,000 gods. So I think it's just the way we're playing the game that makes it,
The prompt says
insane.
Jesus Christ is the worst thing, not religion or deities or
Yeah, religion is
agnosticism.
an organization, a deity. Christ is a deity. Or did I
Religion
not
is the
heard
belief
that
in
right?
a God. Jesus Christ is a specific God.
I was not addressing a religion. I was addressing a deity,
Yeah, you're saying
which
any
is
deity,
Jesus.
which is religion,
Yeah,
but this is specific to Jesus
not
Christ.
really. Religion is an organization. Religion
Religion,
and a
religion
deity
is the
are
belief.
two
Hold
completely
on,
different things.
Wezzy.
Hmm.
Both
Religion is the
can't talk
belief
at
in
the
a
same
God.
time.
Right. Religion is a belief in a God or a supernatural power. That's it. But we're not up here saying religion is the worst thing that happened to to humanity. The prompt says Jesus Christ, specifically
Right.
the Jesus Christ from the Bible. You can tie that to his father Yahweh if you want to, if you're not
Hmm.
necessarily big on Jesus. But the idea of the God that comes from that Bible is the worst thing that happened to Christianity. And we see that in the real world because it has affected millions of people very negatively.
Right. Okay. And again, as I was saying, is though it's not so much as in the belief as what we decided to do with it, and so we can decide to take responsibility, as collectively as a society, whoever is a believer, right? And that was the point that I was trying to make. Yes, Jesus. And by the way, I never said anything about religion. I was just
Huh?
strictly referring to. You want me to continue or you want me to hold?
You never say anything about religion?
I didn't say anything about religion. I said
Is that why I had to define it for you?
Jesus. I'm sorry.
You are talking about religion.
I was not talking about religion. I was
You
talking
said
about
any
Jesus.
God.
Right. I think we're kind of okay. I have to my understanding, but there are huge different, definitions between a religion and a belief.
What
And
is a
so if you
belief?
have a different definition, so I believe it can be something that I personally decide to believe in. And so let's say I can pick
Hold on. The
say any
definition of
type of
belief is something you can believe in?
in my belief, personal belief. I can pick anything and everything. As a person, I can believe in anything. A
To
religion
believe
is
something is
you,
to accept something as
yes,
true. That's the definition of belief.
right. But as a religion is me saying I'm seeking out other people to come and say, let's have, a tradition, a method, a ruling to believe in this that we somehow decide to have in common. That's what a religion is.
No,
And
a
so there are
religion is
two beliefs.
no. I've already explained this to you. A religion is a belief in a god or a supernatural being.
We can believe in a supernatural or even a God, but what I'm saying is there has to be more people than an individual for us to have a religion, is what I'm saying. I'm saying the
No.
same thing that you're saying. No?
Mm-mm.
What is a religion?
A belief in a god or a supernatural being.
Right, but does a religion require more than one person to have
No, it's not in
in
the
order for it to
definition.
be a religion? Forget about the definition. What I'm saying is, in
No.
reality,
In reality, the definition does not support you what you're saying. That's what happened.
no, no, but in reality, for a religion to actually exist and requires more than one person, does it not?
No, that's nowhere
It
contingent
doesn't?
in the
So
definition.
then every individual, so by definition, by your definition, then every individual, and I mean every individual can have independently different religion. Is that what you're saying?
By the definition of the word, yes.
No, no, by your definition. We're going by
By
your definition
the
because
definition of the word, yes.
um, so everybody, every individual
Yes.
can have different religion.
Yes.
So then you can have your own religion, then I can have one. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. If you believe in a
Right.
God or a supernatural being, that is a religion.
Okay. Well, again, if that's where your understanding is, then let's just say that is the case. And
Interesting. You want to Google it and so you can prove me wrong?
no, no, I was this. This is not about saying that a religion has to be somehow a point of argument.
Yeah, I'm
What I'm
just when you say
saying,
passive aggressive things, like if that's your understanding,
oh,
then we could just go to Google and find out what
no,
the
no,
understanding
it's
is.
not
Then
passive aggressive. That's how you're perceiving it. I'm
that
saying
is
that
passive
if that's
aggressive
what you're,
because I'm letting you
no, no,
know
no,
what
that is not,
the definition is, and you
okay.
keep trying to say it's my subjective opinion. That's not the case. I'm
It
giving
is
you the
subjective though,
objective
isn't it not?
definition of it.
No, the objective definition to me, is that I think, see,
Mhm.
see that laugh is passive aggressive. However, though, I'm just
Sure. What does
gonna refer
objective
back
mean?
to the
How can something be objective to you? How does that make sense?
because that's the fundamental thing that I believe in, and that is how I perceive it to be,
Yeah, but
or
objective
what
means
is.
it's not mind dependent. So when you say it's objective to me, that
I
completely
guess
cancels
then
out the word
again,
objective.
everything. But then again, every time in that sense, everything becomes subjective, does it not?
If it's to you, yes.
That, yeah, right. So, but then again, if it's to you and I don't accept it, then that objective, ideology somehow becomes a subjective meaning, does it not?
No.
No?
Objectively, that's how the word is defined.
No, I'm actually okay. But again, going back to the topic, right? A deity, Jesus as a deity. I don't think Jesus is the worst deity possible. I think what we took away from whatever he represented back into 2000 years back, and what we did with it is wrong overall, and that is on humanity, not so much as Jesus as a deity.
Can you
I
give
do
me
love
some?
this topic.
Oh, go
You do
ahead.
Jesus
it.
Christ. I said, no, I do love this topic. Jesus Christ is the worst
Right,
deity.
right. Can you give me
I'm being
why
facetious.
as
What
to
were you
you
saying,
would say
Sandra?
that?
Give me an example or examples of how you're saying humanity took Jesus and did bad things to humanity that your Jesus did not intend.
I think
Or
his
teach.
teaching overall, right, his teachings overall has been construed in a way that he was trying to teach love,
No, no.
and
Give me an example of things that you say humanity did with this Jesus teaching that was harmful to humanity that your Jesus did not teach or was, not intended. You said it's about what humanity did with his teachings. That's the worst
I
thing.
think
Like
first,
examples
right.
of what?
So I'm not very, I'm going to use the example as to say the left portions, love your neighbors as if you would, love yourself. Let's just say that. And that has, had created this imaginary meaning where we have to somehow make others fit into our whatever box that we have created, or even, is acceptable. That is one of the things I think
I
I
don't
would
understand
use
what
that
you
as
mean by that. How I don't understand what you mean by that.
so
Like when I ask for
live that
specific examples, right? Like how did the teaching of love your neighbor as you love yourself, how was that twisted from what your Jesus originally meant by that, and
you
to
have to
harm
be Christian.
humanity?
You have to be Christian. So that you have
Do
to be a
be Christian to
Christian
do what?
in order. No. So his teaching was right. His teaching was that you have to love your neighbors unconditionally. That way you would love yourself, and that is an understanding. And but the way we have twisted it is that you have to be that there are requirements, there are exceptions to be made. There are somehow, some type of things that you have to go through in order to be acceptable, even as a neighbor. And we see it in pretty much in everyday life. Are you Christian enough? Are you a person that goes to church? Are you there are the requirements are endless, in order for other people to be able to love their neighbors. And that is why I'm using that as just as an example.
You don't believe that
So,
loving your neighbor.
Go ahead.
go ahead also.
I was just gonna ask, you don't believe that loving your neighbor unconditionally is a good thing, though, right?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, let's just say your neighbor was a kitty diddler. Would you love that
No,
person unconditionally?
no, of course not.
Yeah, because I got a few conditions, like don't fuck with children,
There is
right?
no unconditional love. There is no unconditional love, by the way, right?
Huh?
There is no such thing as unconditional love, right?
You said Jesus was supposed to be teaching you how to love your neighbor unconditionally, but I don't think that that's very
No.
good
I
to.
said that he says his teaching was that to love your neighbor the way you would love yourself is the saying, but there are conditions, parameters as to the way you should be loving your neighbors. That's what I was saying.
There shouldn't
Um,
be.
Of course, I mean, sure.
I don't know what that was answering.
what are you saying that your Jesus taught something that he knew was impossible? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was using that as one of the examples, right? And let's just use the current situation that we're in right now, and having people that are completely different than you, people that are, different background. And this is, let's say people who are morally acceptable to your opinion, to your acceptance. And
Yeah, but
so when we're saying, go
hold
ahead.
on. You said that he
Hmm.
taught to love your neighbor unconditionally. Then you said there is
No, I
no
didn't say that.
unconditional love.
I
You
didn't say.
did. Wezzy, I can play it back. I don't want to. I
Go
don't
ahead.
want to go through all of that.
Please do. Hmm.
You want me to play it back?
Yes, please. Because
Okay.
I'd rather.
You rather what?
I
Unconditionally
like
lie?
I'd rather have. I'm sorry.
You rather what? Unconditionally lie? Because that's what's about
No,
to
there.
happen. You are about to hear yourself say that he taught to unconditionally love your neighbor, and you are now saying you did not say it.
No, no. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
What I'm gonna say
Go
is
ahead and go on mute
Jesus
until
that.
I play it, please.
Okay.
Morning, Fee.
Good morning, friends.
So good morning,
Good
Lala. I
morning,
realized I
Fee.
got on stage and kind of
Oh,
my fault.
hey, you did?
I don't think I said good morning to you, so my fault.
It's all
Exactly.
good.
That's right. Like, how did the teaching of love your neighbor as you love yourself, how was that twisted from what your Jesus originally meant by that, and
You
to
have to be
harm
Christian.
humanity?
You have to be Christian. So that you
Do
have to be a
be Christian to
Christian
do what?
in order. No, no. So his teaching was right. His teaching was that you have to like love your neighbors unconditionally. That way you would love yourself. No, no. So his teaching was right. His teaching was that you have to like love your neighbors unconditionally. His teaching was that you have to like love your neighbors unconditionally. Teaching was that you have to like love your neighbors unconditionally.
Hmm.
Wezzy,
I'm right here.
so you did say it. And my question
Mm-hmm.
is, are you now saying that because you're saying there is no unconditional love, are you now saying that he taught something that is impossible?
I guess in a way, yes. I would say yes.
So, so he set up an impossible task. He gave you an impossible law that he knew you would not be able to do. Is that what you're saying?
Okay. From a human
Like, let me
perspective,
let me say this,
asshole,
Wesley.
yes.
Wesley,
Go
let me say
ahead.
this. Like, there's nothing
Sure.
wrong with saying I misspoke or I want to change what I said. Like, don't dig
Mm-mm.
yourself into a hole that you can't get out of. Because saying that you're Jesus, right? As you are up here to say that he is not the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, right? You are about to say that he intentionally set humanity up for failure by trying to defend this and be right, and not be able to say, you know what, I was wrong.
I understand. I completely believe me. I understand what you're saying, and I'd rather, agree with you. But what I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna stick with what I was saying. I think again, 100%. We mistook everything
We.
that was supposed to be like human beings. Let's just say, as human beings, we mistook everything that was supposed to be a positive teaching and put it in negative scenarios to
Before we go
benefit a
back to
certain
that
groups.
point, though,
Go
hold
ahead.
on.
Sure.
Before you go back to that point, address the unconditional love point of you saying that he intentionally set humanity up for failure with that teaching. Because that is what you're saying. It's not, you are saying that it's not humanity's fault, right? It's your Jesus's fault for telling them to love their neighbor unconditionally, although he knows that there's no such thing as unconditional love.
I guess I do agree with that. Yes. In
Agree with
the way
what?
you put it, that we have been set to for failure in a way,
By the
because
God.
sure, yes,
So then the God is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity if he set humanity up for failure.
possibly.
So now you agree with the prompt and you no longer disagree with it?
Like I said, I am in the process of deconstructing. When I came on, I think this is in, I am going back and forth into a religion that I was brought up in, and having this conversation helps me,
Mm-hmm.
have a different kind of, view into
Can I
what I
share
have
something
believed
with
in.
you?
Sure, go ahead.
A part of deconstructing is deconstructing ourselves as well, right?
Right.
And being able to, or being okay being wrong, being okay learning and growing in the moment is a big part of deconstruction. We're wrong about a lot of shit. And
Hmm.
sometimes we think we have the answer at that time, and somebody may be able to show us a different perspective, or somebody may, ask us a question that makes us even look at our own selves or our own point in a different way right there in that moment. But a lot of times, as humans, we prioritize the need to be right. We prioritize our uh, own intrinsic motivations of not feeling embarrassed, because it doesn't feel good. I know it doesn't. But it doesn't help us when we prioritize those things when it comes to our deconstruction. Deconstruction is a dirty ass process. It's
Hmm.
hard, right? It hurts, uh, but it's rewarding. So it's not just about deconstructing what we believe about the God, but also uh, what we believe about ourselves, and how we show up in society, and how we show up for ourselves.
Right. And you're absolutely right. But here's what I'm gonna tell you, and I think I'm gonna part with you on this. Um, Nobody knows, right? For like ultimately, here we are, having this conversation, whether you're a believer, non-believer, or you're, somewhere in between. We can have these, uncomfortable conversations, and whether we like it to be true or not, nobody knows ultimately, right? But what that means is that um, it's okay, whether I may have a different opinion that is what is majority or majorly acceptable to you or otherwise. um,
But that's not true for everything, though, Wesley, because you made the statement that Christianity took this teaching and twisted it, right? And you have to be Christian to do this. You have to be Christian to get that. That's not a twisting of the teaching. That's literally what this Jesus taught, because that law, love your neighbor as you love yourself, comes from the
mhm,
Mosaic law, and it's Leviticus 19. Where
mhm,
the God tells Moses to speak to all the congregation of the Israelites and say to them, where he's talking to the Israelites about Israelites. And he says, "You shall not hate in your heart anyone of your kin. You shall reprove your neighbor, or you will incur guilt yourself. You shall not take vengeance or bear a grudge against any of your people, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the Lord." And then he further clarifies, when a foreigner or an alien lives in your land, you shall not oppress the alien. The alien who resides with you shall be to you like they are a native born Israelite. You shall love the alien as yourself, right? So when he quoted, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself," he was talking about a fellow Israelite. And then you love a foreigner when they live in Israel. But any other foreigner, there's no obligation to love them like you love yourself. There's no command to love a foreigner, or to see a foreigner as your neighbor in this book. And so believers take to modern believers or Gentile believers, because this text was written to Israelites, about Israelites. Modern believers take a text that was not meant for them, and they reinterpret what the text actually meant, because the word for neighbor here is Rhea, right? And that means companion, right? That's somebody that's somebody close to you, right? It doesn't mean like just anybody or any and everybody in the world. So when Christianity uh, taught that, you help fellow Christians, which Paul later talks about in the New Testament, that's literally the teaching of the law. They didn't twist that. The twisting came in with, uh, modern day reinterpretation of what that actually meant. And so we can use history, right? We can use historical context. We can use language. We can use uh, literary context in order to get to the truth of what this text is actually saying. So that's not true that nobody knows the truth. That doesn't fit for everything.
Right.
Fee, were you getting ready to say something?
I was, but I cannot for the life of me remember what it was right now. I'm sorry. Oh, I do remember now. Was he when Oso was pushing back on you earlier about some of the questions, and it seemed that, and this could just be my interpretation of it. I'll just get straight to the point. What is it that is there anything that you fear in asking these questions or not having what you feel would be I guess, acceptable answer to them? And I ask that because sometimes during deconstruction, I know for me, there were certain things that caused my heart to race a little bit more. There are certain things that caused me a little bit more pause when they were discussed than others. And I'm wondering if the idea of responsibility being on the deity as opposed to responsibility being on the people may be one of those topics for you. Have you given any thought to that in your deconstruction process thus far?
Yeah. I didn't have any, situation, I guess, and in a way that I was uncomfortable with Also's questions. I just don't like the idea of, kind of, just, and this is my personality overall, whenever you have a conversation, it's like it's great to learn something, whether you thought you knew something and somebody is teaching you, saying, hey, this is not this, but I and you were wrong, but the laughing and the aftermath of whatever, I'm just not comfortable with that kind of situation overall. However, though, if you're referring back to the original topic where we were discussing um, as to the taking responsibility, and to my during me questioning my belief that I have, um, grew up in, let's just say, one other thing is I'm a huge advocate in taking responsibility. It's easier for anyone. I'm going to use myself to point at some imaginary person or God or otherwise, whatever the case may be, to say, it's their fault and not take responsibility for the things that we're doing. And but I'd like to kind of also question, what are we going wrong overall into our belief? And saying, hey, we have these teachings that we have learned, and yes, somehow we're doing all these kind of horrible things. And where does that, lead us? And who are we to say that um, we're not responsible for the majority of things that we're doing, and yet we're pointing our fingers in something else? And so I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, I think it did, but I think
Oh,
it's a little bit not off the mark. So do you believe that Jesus is all knowing? in the religion that you grew up in, is Jesus or Yahweh or the combination of both all knowing?
That was a teaching that I have been provided. Yes, he is
Okay.
all knowing. Yes,
Is he also all powerful?
that's yes. Again, a teaching that I was
Okay.
provided by.
So right. So if the teaching of the character that these people that you say are responsible, and I mean, just keeping it real, we're all responsible because until you
That's
can show me a God, then everything that happens on this earth is at the behest of humans, right? But if we're
hmm
talking about specifically Jesus, and he is all knowing, and he knows it, and he is all powerful, I do not see how it logically follows that anything would be the fault of the things that he created. Because if I am a parent and I create a child, and I'm just gonna, even if I'm not all knowing, but if it is my responsibility and this child is under my authority, then I bear the responsibility for what that child does, specifically in my name. When you add these omni properties, I believe that this is a flaw in the theology across the board. This is where it's logically inconsistent. If we're going to step back into the realm of reality, dealing in the natural world, absolutely humans are responsible for all of this shit. I mean, humans created the God, so of course, the fault lies on humans, but there are people that walk this planet that don't realize that. So the idea of an all powerful, all loving God that would tell you to subjugate other human beings, that would sanction genocide, that would do all these things, that is damaging to humanity. And I don't think that people who follow or emulate those actions or those direct teachings can then be held responsible for the things that they are doing that this God told them to do. And I think that was Oso's point, pointing it back to the actual deity, not the humans, for those various reasons. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and here's what I'm gonna tell you. Again, part of the teaching of religion, right, is that, or even belief, is that there is that free will that tell you about. Everybody, despite everything, the tools that you're provided, and this goes, if you're a parent, you would know. You have your kids, you provide them all with all the tools and the teachings that you can possibly give them, but ultimately it's their choice to make the decisions and how to go about their life. And so, and the same thing that was taught to most Christians, is that there is that loophole. That's the free will. And so whatever you,
How, how are you connecting free will and omniscience? Because if you say that this deity is omniscient, and this deity knows exactly what will happen. And omniscience usually doesn't include humans being able to change what the deity knows. Where is the free will?
so the free will is that he knows that you're going to make the decision. So he already knows the decision that you're going to make, but it doesn't necessarily, give you or, provide you in making that decision. You're making that on all your own.
Does he know it
Does that make
before?
sense?
Does he know my
Right, but
decision?
he does know it, and again, I'm giving you the teachings, right? He already knows everything that you're going to do and everything that will ever happen.
Right.
However, though, he doesn't have any hand in making any type of, a move and making that thing happen. And
Right. He's
every,
not.
whatever decisions, right?
Yeah, he's not forcing you. But can I make
He's
what
not forcing.
I agree?
Go
Okay, I'm
ahead.
good with that. Can I make what he knows different? Can I change what he knows?
And so I guess it's a possibly yes. Although it's a contradictory, yes, absolutely, he
Yeah. So
can.
if I can change
Based
what he
on that
knows.
teachings.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, we're
go ahead.
just talking about the teaching. If I can
Right.
change what he knows, he's not omniscient. If I can't change what he knows, I don't
He
have
can
free will.
predict it.
Well,
Right.
that's
So
that's
the idea. Go
foreknowledge.
ahead.
That's foreknowledge, not
Right.
omniscience. Omniscience means knowing what will happen.
So again, I guess I'm not a very theological person, but I'm gonna give you, the best explanation that I have.
And hold on just
Anything
a
that
sec.
you can possibly make. Go ahead.
All right, hang on 1 second.
Uh,
And because Thinker, I know we don't want to go down the rabbit hole of free will. Thinker
uh,
hates this discussion. So, Thinker, is this okay, or do you want us to kind of pivot back
Yeah,
to
you're
a?
good.
Okay,
You're good.
okay, go ahead, Wesley.
okay. So the way it is set up when they teach you these teachings, right? The way they teach you is that he knows every scenario. It's not every strict um, way of decision that you're going to make or thread of decision that you're going to make throughout your lifetime. He knows and he can predict pretty much everything that is going to happen. So you're in a vacuum. Anything and everything that you can possibly do, he already knows. So even if you want to say, this is what he knows and I want to change it, he already knows.
Then that's
That's
not
the teaching.
omniscience.
That
Then,
would, I
then
don't know
that's
if there's a different word for it then. Maybe you can teach me, but that is the teaching. I promise you when I tell you, this is the teaching that most Christians know.
oh, I know the teaching. It's just illogical.
Yeah.
It doesn't comport with reality, and I think
Illogical.
most believers don't
Yeah,
allow themselves.
illogical, absolutely. Illogical, absolutely. But it doesn't mean that, it's not something that is being taught, literally for generations and generations to come and even present, right?
Right, but it does, but I'm saying all this because free will does
Mhm.
not resolve the responsibility of this God. If you're telling me this God has omni properties. So and this is usually the response that Christians give when we talk about what is this God responsible for? Christina runs this question all the time. What is this God responsible for? And most people just say, you being here, as if, he just kind of shit us out and then walked away. What is the God responsible for? And that's ultimately what this is all getting back to when we talk about why Jesus is the worst thing for humanity. Believers like to talk about free will as though it's this, the anecdote to God's responsibility, but it's not, especially when you claim this God is omniscient and omnibenevolent and, omnipresent, all of the omnis. If you have ultimate authority, you also bear ultimate responsibility. And it is illogical to expect things that you created that don't have, I mean, half or a quarter of the power that you do to be responsible for things when it is well within your ability and the scope of your ability to repair anything at a whim. That doesn't make any logical sense, and free will doesn't address that. Free will is actually incompatible with the God that most Christians believe in.
I want
Yeah.
to read a
The
super
best,
chat. Thank you
go
so
ahead.
much, Best in Show, with the $10 super chat says, a perfect creator would only create perfect humans that can only make perfect free will choices. But also, Psalms 37 and 23 says, our steps are made firm by the Lord when he delights in our way. Though we stumble, we shall not fall headlong, for the Lord holds us by the hand. And so, like, even that alone goes against the concept of free will. And that word firm there in Hebrew is ko nanu, right? And that means to be established, to be set in stone, right? So if the God is establishing your steps, right, and he is also holding your hand, where is the room for free will? And as Best in Show stated, like, if he is perfect, right, and you are made from him, then logically, right, you would be made perfect and you would make perfect choices while he's holding your hand and establishing your steps.
Right. Um, I'm gonna say this in a way that was, that made the perfect sense to me, during my, throughout my process of questioning everything that I have learned. and I'm going to use the Matrix. I don't know if anyone ever watched the Matrix. Is that one of the analogy is that we're not here to make the decisions. Rather, we're here. We already made the decisions, but we're here to understand why we made the decisions. And so,
You're quoting the
by that,
Matrix, and we're talking about the Bible.
right, and again, I'm trying to, yeah, again, this is part of, as insane as this sounds, this is part of my personal deconstructing way of my belief, okay? So what it means is just ultimately the idea of a free will only lies on to say you already, already made the decisions. So whatever, free will that you've had, the decision's already made.
Where was
So
this
we're here
decision
to,
made? And
because
where
you
were
already
you?
said in the,
Where were you when you
that,
made this decision? Where were you when you made
because
the decision to come on TikTok today and say that you didn't say that uh, your God been loving your neighbor unconsciously? Where were you prior to today when you made that decision?
personally,
Well, you are saying that you already made the decisions and you are only here
right.
on earth to find out why you made the decision. So I'm trying to figure out
Hmm.
where you were before you came to earth to make the decision to come on the stage today and say you didn't say that, right? Like you
Well,
made the
I wish
decision
I
to
can,
say
I wish I can tell you. I think that's the $1 million question, right? Um,
it's
I
not.
wish
Like
I
if
can
you're
tell you. Uh-huh.
it's
Go ahead.
not. If you're going to introduce that concept, right? Then you should be able to explain it and not just say,
Right.
here's more imagination.
Right. But again, what I'm saying is that, and the teachings that I have received from birth is saying that I am, he knew me before I was even in my mother's womb, right? That is the teaching. That means that I haven't thought that everything that I have has happened and will happen and, continue to happen, has already happened, and he already knows that. So that is the
But
teaching that I have
you are
received.
putting the responsibility on you as the human. You're absolving your God of any responsibility, although this book says that he establishes your steps and he holds your hand along the way, right? You are taking the authorship of your steps away from the God and making yourself the author of them in some like other realm.
So if I'm understanding your question, you're saying that he already is the one guiding me into everything that I'm doing. So, but in other words, that I'm not responsible for everything that I'm doing. Is that what you're
According
saying?
to this book, it says he establishes your steps and he
Right,
holds your hand. So if he is
right.
the establisher of them, how are you the author? How are you the creator of them if it says he establishes them?
Well, that is also another, really good question, isn't it? And one I need to go ahead and, look into. um, because then what you're saying is everything that, by that definition, everybody within, the belief of Christianity who has ever done the worst of anything that, humankind can possibly imagine, we're saying that he's responsible and not us. That's pretty much what you're saying.
That's what your book
And
is
that is,
saying.
the ultimate, let down, if you
That's
will.
what your book is saying, and it goes back to you saying
Right.
that your Jesus gave a command that he knew was impossible, that he set humanity
Right.
up for
I'd rather
failure.
Yeah, but I'd rather say that we have been set up for a failure,
That's the same
rather than
thing.
saying that. Right,
That's the exact same thing.
right.
Him
But
establishing your steps. If he establishes
mhm.
your steps, and when humans do evil shit, it was your God who established them to do it. And he held their hand while they did it. It's the same exact thing. Setting
Yeah, no,
humanity
I'd
up for
rather,
failure.
yeah, I'd rather say that we're responsible. We are responsible, for everything good or bad that we have ever done. And, whether it's a
If you're going to take
contradiction
the
to what I had said.
responsibility, if you're going to
Hmm.
take the responsibility, then what is the need for the God?
None. Hence the deconstruction is in it. None.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's at this point, just hearing the conversation, I'm not sure if it's deconstruction or more rearranging for you at this particular point, and it goes in phases, right? Like if the God is still inside this bubble of protection, but everything around it is being examined, then your deconstruction can go but so far. But I do think, these logical questions are important. You brought in the matrix as though, yeah, this decision was made before. Well, if I'm not aware of that decision and I am the only one with access to my brain, when the fuck did I make that decision? And if you read in the book and what your book says is like, no, God ordered these steps. God put your foot down and told you where to go, then that's incompatible. So part of this process is identifying those pain points, identifying the areas where you keep saying, I'd rather believe. And
Yeah.
that's okay, but do you want what you rather believe to be true? And sometimes that requires sitting in that discomfort of, I hold this contradictory position. That dissonance is uncomfortable if what you're searching for is truth. But you're gonna have to break the glass around this God at some point if you truly want to deconstruct, because we all know, like those of us who are non-believers and who have really looked into this book and searched out the history of this God and the reality of the area that this book was written in, we know that humans are responsible for human actions. We know that. But the problem is that those who worship this God believe that a lot of those actions that hurt other humans are justified because of this God. And that's where the damage is coming into humanity.
And then let me say,
That is
because I
true.
saw a comment in the comments, like Wesley represents the type of person who's deconstructing that I go live to talk to. A person deconstructing may still have a belief in the God, right?
Hmm.
Or they may be on the edge and wondering and deciding, do I want to start the deconstruction process, right? Like this is the type of person that I'm interested in talking to because they're going to be the most authentic. They're going to be the most challenging for me, right? Because they're coming from a place of, I still hold this belief and here are my thoughts, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm being genuine. I know it sounds very contradictory at the very least, right? And insane, at the worst. And and then I'm gonna give you a little more background here. Thinker is, and by the way, I've actually have kind of followed your account and kind of been privy to these lives that you've had for the past year. Let me just say that. Giving you a little background, my belief, where I come from, it says, the Bible is not even a Bible. It's a not necessarily as in a Bible, as a collection of documents. And so when people are quoting saying, but then the Bible says this, but then the Bible says that, that is also another contradiction that I have to kind of struggle with, and so it's almost embarrassingly impossible to come on somebody's life, especially when almost over 700 people are listening to your live, and having this conversation is not the easiest thing to do, and yet here I am. And I don't mind the uncomfortable conversation, to say the very least.
Yeah. And that the uncomfortable conversations, it does take a lot of strength to do. It's one of the reasons too that I don't allow cameras on the stage. It's not the main reason, it's an added benefit, right? Because it does make it a safer space for people who are deconstructing, and they may not be ready to let their family members know, right, that they're participating in these types of conversations. And so allows them to come up and talk freely about the questions that they have that they've been trying to contemplate, on their own. But it helps to talk them through with other voices, right? With people from, different perspectives. When you mention the contradictions in the Bible, um, when I first started deconstructing and studying, and then I noticed the contradictions, I thought it was a big deal, right? Like, oh man, these are contradictions. The Bible says this, the Bible says that. And then when I, got further into my studying and my research, I learned that the Bible is written by different authors over different times and different agendas, different doctrines, different cultures, right? Different theologies to match different periods. And so it's not univocal. Bash says, uh, you know, the Bible is a book written about different perspectives of the divine. And so where uh, one person might say, "Oh, the God sin passes down sin from one generation to the next." Another author comes along and says, "God doesn't do that. He wouldn't dare do that. Not my God." Right? And we see it every day uh, when we talk to believers who have different ideas about what their God would do and what their God would say, because it's about, you know when they say the Bible is the inspired written word of God. It's inspired because uh, it's written by people who hold a belief in this God that they call divine, right? And they have faith or believe that people ahead of them, before them, actually got these instructions from a supernatural entity, and they hold true to them. It's no different than the cult of Mormonism or the uh, yeah, Jehovah's Witness uh, cult, right? Um, so that's for me that was the best way to approach the contradictory text. But then when you get outside of the text and you look at the nature of the God and what you're being taught the God is, when you get to these omni properties, that's when it becomes a problem, right? Because either the God um, either the God is all knowing or he's not. Either he is all present, like everywhere at the same time, or he's not. Either the God is all good or he's not, all powerful or he's not. And the text contradicts that nature. And so an all powerful God, an all knowing God, right? There's no room for free will in that. Not even in an all present God. There's no room for you as the human to have free will. Are you there? Wesley, are you still there?
She doesn't look like she's on mute on my end. Does it? Do you see a mute microphone?
Uh-uh. But
I don't either.
her box has been a black screen the whole time. We've been getting a lot of people come up with black boxes with their cameras on, but they'll say my camera's not on, but it'll show us that their camera is on.
That's odd.
Yeah, she's muted on y'all's end. She's not muted for me. Is she muted for y'all?
I don't hear her, and I don't see the microphone on her box.
Wesley, if you're still there, comment in the comments and let us know if you're having a mic issue. I'm gonna mute you and then see if you can unmute yourself. Is she muted now, y'all? Because I muted her and it's still showing that she's unmuted.
No, she must be in the in between because I don't see the microphone on this end, and I haven't heard her since she stopped speaking.
Oh, you don't see a microphone at all?
Nope, not for her. It's just a black box. I see her name and the number 4. I think. Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
a
she's
4.
in the between.
That's what I see
Uh,
too.
all right, I'm gonna take her down and hopefully she can request back up. TikTok has way too many glitches.
It seems to be getting worse too. It's weird.
Like Instagram.
It seems to be getting worse.
Ken's.
First,
Oh goodness
first
gracious,
of
that is a
all,
whole ass. Is that? Are you a child or?
yep. And first of all, God,
Boy, take your behind to school. First, like, and then when he came, like, I was like, wait, that might be his mama, because he sounded like a whole ass adult just for a second.
Well, not first of all.
Like
Go
what?
eat some frosted flakes and do some homework on my
And then
face.
looking at that picture, how old did he look like? Maybe 9?
Maybe on a good day. In here with adults. Boy, go read a
9
book.
and three
I
quarters,
hope
first
you
of
go to
all.
school. Like what? Why are you sitting around old folks?
For real. Go read the book before you start arguing.
Elisha, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? All right, y'all. If uh 835 people watching the live. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open and you must be 25 and up to join the live.
Not 2 plus 5. Damn it.
Yeah, I hope you ain't. Are you talking to me? Sternio, whatever you are. Stern Lolo. Are you talking to me? But Ken's take your little behind on somewhere. I'm not gonna go to bed, go to school, go to YWCA somewhere, but not here. Go play Roblox or something.
Can you imagine the conversations in a household that would compel a child to come on TikTok at 6 o'clock in the morning to tell adults what they should believe about a deity? Like at that age. That's how strong the indoctrination is.
No, yeah. That wait, no, there was a kid that just died at the YWCA.
What? Where?
Yeah, the is a 2-year-old choked on a meatball.
Oh, I did see that. I think I saw the mom being interviewed. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah, because I remember looking at it, I was like, YWCA. I was like, what is that? It said W on the sign outside. Because when she was being interviewed, the sign said YW, and I was like, why does it say W? Yeah, I don't know if the something was wrong with the sign, but yeah, I was. Um, I thought that like young women something. I was like, what is that? Like a young women's association or something? That's what I was thinking. Like the W meant women, like for women. Because I was like, I had never heard of that. But there was a comment in the comments that said, uh, "Girl, she has read the Bible," and I was like, "Wait, are they talking to me about the little girl that was on the stage? Like, is that her mama? Like, did her mama send her in here? Because it ain't like we ain't had her mama do that before."
Which is worse, my goodness.
Exactly. And I asked them if they were talking to me, but they didn't respond. Young Women's Christian Association. Okay, thank you. That's what it stands for, y'all. Young Women Christian Association. But yeah, there was a comment that said, "Girl, please, she has read that Bible," and I'm like, "Wait, are you talking? Like, did you send her in here?"
That's crazy.
I I would hope that a adult wouldn't send her child in here to talk to some grown ass adults about this book.
They probably did because they feel they probably haven't read the fucking book and think that, oh yeah, I got this one in the bag. I know my God is real. I know what I've learned is right. So much so that they want to send their child in to practice on having the conversations. That's just read the book, y'all.
That is insane. And to me, it's abusive. Like if you send children to talk to adults when you are an adult, like something's wrong with you.
It's also telling on yourself that you successfully taught your child what to think, but not how to fucking think or how to
Exactly.
question. Like you're telling on yourself with that.
Dankbird said, "At my job, a 9-year-old stole wine for his mama." Wow.
That's terrible.
Mm. Pretty introvert. I think she's asleep. Pretty introvert. Yeah, she knocked out. I'm almost sure that was his mama because they didn't respond when I responded to them. I mean, her mama. Sweet Beast. Hello, Sweet Beast. Okay. Why don't you go play? You should probably go play. We're gonna block you because we don't play with kids.
They're
Okay,
still in the
this
comments?
yeah. Tell your mama this ain't no daycare. Okay, your mama and your daddy. This is not a daycare, and we gonna block you. If you are 25 and up, and you are a believer in the God of the Bible, you are deconstructing or thinking about it, or you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Pink Master.
Excuse me. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
I'm 56.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Well, I deconstructed about 23 years ago.
So are you an atheist?
Well, I don't like to use the term atheist. Um,
Do you believe in a God?
no, no, absolutely not. So, I
Okay.
mean, if
That's
it's
okay. It's
yeah,
yeah, go
if
ahead.
that's what it's called, if people want to say that, then
No, it's okay. Go
yeah.
yeah, you fit the conversation. What are your thoughts on the topic?
So I want to take it a little further. Not only is Jesus Christ the worst thing that ever happened, religion and religions are the worst thing that ever happened to humanity and also, especially Black people. And I
Yeah,
say that,
I don't necessarily want to talk about religion, right?
okay.
The topic is about the God, Jesus as an idea, God as an idea,
Hmm.
and how it has affected humanity.
Hmm.
Religion is just a an aspect of the God.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So like you get tired in, but I would rather that you address the God,
Hmm.
address the topic, and then tie it in
And
somehow.
particularly Jesus Christ. Well, my main reason is that Jesus Christ during his time was actually a Jew. And it says
So
that he was a
so
Jew. So that causes confusion.
okay.
So
So let me say this. In here, I would rather you say Jewish. We do have
Jewish,
Jewish.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they don't like that as a
I'm
slur.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank
I know TikTok has a lot of yeah, but yeah, he was Jewish. And so his name was changed also because I also before I transitioned or deconstructed completely, I also I got with a faith, and we would call him Yahweh, because that is his the Hebrew name in Hebrew. So when I really started delving into my studies, I got me a Hebrew Greek lexicon, and some dictionaries and things, and that's when I realized, okay, so how is Jesus Christ? How it comes from Yeshua to Jesus Christ, which is a Hebrew slash Greek name. I know how, but I'm just throwing that idea out there as to why it's just the worst thing. It's one of my reasons why it's just the worst thing, because he's called Jesus Christ, and then the location of where he lived in Africa, his nationality was changed. I mean, he couldn't have been the nationality that they say that he is today, or that they worship today. He
I'm
couldn't
sorry.
have.
Where did he live in Africa?
Uh, Nazareth.
And Nazareth is in Africa.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
What part?
Yeah.
What part of Africa?
Hold on. I want to be correct.
What the fresh hell?
What the stale hell?
I know also over there working on some African Nazareth art right now.
We was wondering Afrikaans.
If you're talking to us, we can't hear you. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my phone went. My phone went on save it memory saving mode. But yeah, so just the identity for me for Jesus Christ
We didn't hear you. Were you talking to us while you were gone, or?
was.
Well, yeah. When you're off the app, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, just Jesus Christ, the
I'm
identity.
sorry. You were answering the question of what part of Africa is Nazareth in?
Israel.
Israel is Africa.
Yes and no. Today, it's
It was Africa back then.
yeah. Yes, ma'am. Hmm.
What part of
I
Africa
mean,
was it?
we everybody knows that the landmass has, and is still doing it right now today. The landmass has is still breaking apart and being, renamed, and cities were renamed, and so forth and so on, because a
Are you
lot of,
talking about Pangea?
yeah, Pangea, before it started to spread apart
Do
and
you know
being
how many
reclaimed
years
and
ago
renamed.
Pangea was?
But yeah, it was a long time ago. But
How?
I'm not
No,
talking about
that's important though, right? Like when you
right.
make
That's
claims
true.
like that,
That's
right?
true. But I wasn't talking about.
Pangea. I'm sorry,
Mhm,
Pangea was 200 million years ago,
mhm, but
and so what this story was written
mhm.
uh about 4,500 years ago. So
Mm-hmm.
Pangea doesn't affect where this story was written.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wasn't talking about Pangea. I know that was a long time ago in his time.
Well, what was broken up,
He
right?
failed.
You're saying that Israel is in Africa before the landmass was broken up. Like, what do you mean when
It
you
was
say
a, it
that?
was a part of Africa. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I'm asking you, what part of Africa was it?
You remember back in the day when we had to write papers and we were required to cite our source, like in
Mm.
school? I don't think they practice that enough based on these conversations that we have.
The crazy thing about it is that during the time that this story was written, there wasn't even a city named Lazarus. I mean, named Nazareth.
But now all of a sudden it was in Africa.
Hmm.
That was Israel because of Pangea. What are we doing?
I don't know if you are talking, but again, when you're off the app searching on a different app, we can't hear anything you say. So just in case you're talking to us, we can't hear you. Are you there, Pink Master? Pink Master, you're gonna have to come back, or TikTok is gonna drop you after you're on Teacup for so long. Like, did she take a phone call, or I know they can hear us while we're gone. I mean, while they're gone.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there.
I'm just gonna move on because like that's too damn long of a. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Getting up here, we're misplacing y'all microphone is kind of crazy. I don't know.
It's almost like she went back to Pangea.
That's
Thank goodness she was gone for fucking ever.
where Jesus is actually from Nazareth of Pangea.
Jenny, Jenny.
Sound like Jenny was being the carpenter Jesus was, because that was loud as shit. Like, what the fuck was she
I thought she was
building?
crunching on something. Sound like she was crunching something.
Mm.
If you have a username and no, I mean, if you have a TikTok jail number with no username, I will not be adding you to the live. If you do want to come up to have a conversation, please just add a username and come back. Um, who is this? Is this a nerd? No. Joa? But I see you in the live all the time. Joa? I think they came up on accident. Well, then you won't be coming up. No problem. Keep your ass in the chat.
What do you say?
I said add a username and come back. They said no, and then sent the request again. Like motherfucker, stay in the chat. Then stop sending a request.
Something's wrong with people.
It don't
Hmm.
make no damn sense.
I also think that
No, Joe, are you good? What you say, Fee?
listen to the last couple of guests. I think it seems like sometimes people use deconstruction as the label for just kind of like a light coating of paint or moving some furniture around. Because if you're gonna replace a belief system with another ideology that you haven't substantiated, that makes claims that you can't even explain, how is that truly deconstruction? Like, deconstruction is about pulling out all the pieces of a belief system, examining all of them, not leaving some of them untouched because they're untouchable for whatever reason. And I get that, like, it comes in stages and it there are varying depths to it. But I think if you're proposing an alternative understanding of a thing, you need to be able to substantiate that. Other than without doing that, you just change the outer layer of your belief system without truly looking at where it came from.
Yeah, but I did that though, right? Like when I moved to like spirituality, Christ consciousness, because I was trying to answer for the lies that I was uncovering.
Hmm.
And like I didn't know that I was deconstructing. I think it's not deconstruction when you stop there. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
some people will be like, "Oh, I deconstructed," and then they stop at this defining of the lie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or you did it 23 years ago and you think Jesus came from Nazareth, which was on Pangea. Like that, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to call that deconstructing because
yeah.
what are we talking about?
And the crazy thing of what I really wanted to get to was I was trying to figure out why she's saying she no longer believes in a God, but she's claiming that Jesus was black from Africa.
Right. That makes no sense.
It doesn't. Like, what's the purpose of claiming him to be black? You still don't believe in him. Like, I don't, I don't know what her issue. Like, it didn't make sense.
Yeah.
Eric. Hello, Eric. TikTok is pissed at y'all because they keep throwing y'all in the guest box. Because ain't nobody coming up, and there's 700 people in here. And I think that might have been why she was scared to say atheist because she still does hold some belief, and she just might not be comfortable. She might be like in the in between, right? Like she might just be comfortable saying she don't believe, but there's a possibility that she could go back to believing if she can prove that he was black, maybe something like that. Like I wanted to get into that with her, but we
Yeah.
couldn't get past the Pangea thing. Like,
I was curious about that too. I mean, and again, I say this all the time, like folks need to zoom out. Like if you go over to like the Amazon jungle and find the most remote village, the deity they worship is going to look like them too, because that is part of human nature. The fact that we can identify the markers of the religion based on where it developed, if it was in a desert country, if it was in, like a forest area. Like there are these through lines of the deities themselves, which show us that they are a product of human invention. And the fact that you can think a deity would physically look like you is insane anyway, considering you also simultaneously think that it is immaterial and spiritual. That
right,
doesn't make any sense to me.
right, I agree. Noel.
Hello, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
Can I get your age, please, for TikTok purposes?
I'm about 18.
You got to be 25 and up. Well, how old are you?
I'm 40 plus.
Okay, thank you. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer in God of the Bible.
Okay. There are two options that you can choose from for a path to conversation with us. You can either discuss with us the prompt, Jesus, and that includes God in the Old Testament, is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, or we can discuss the concepts around the original sin, fall of man, with Adam and Eve. Which one do you want to discuss?
Mm, um, the first one, yeah, Jesus is God, yeah.
That doesn't say Jesus is God. That says
So,
Jesus
so
is
do you
the
do you
worst
believe?
thing. Hold on. That says Jesus is the worst thing that ever happens to humanity.
Mhm.
So you want to discuss that one or the questions we have about
No,
the Adam and Eve story?
yeah, the second one.
The questions about the Adam and Eve story?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay. In the Adam and Eve story, it says that uh, in Genesis 1, the animals were created prior to the man, right? Prior to the humans, to male and female. But in Genesis 2, the
Mm.
human male was created first. Then the animals were created. Um, the God said, hey, the man needs a partner. Then he creates animals. And then he says, oh, there's still not a partner amongst the animals for the male. Let me create the female. And he creates a female human. One of the questions that I have is, um, does this mean that there were no female animals created yet because Eve had not been created, or was the female animals the first female this God created, and Eve was the second female?
Which verse you're saying? Genesis chapter.
Genesis chapter 2,
Okay. Which verse?
starting at verse starting at verse 18.
The Lord God said, um, it's
Here,
it's
I'll
talking
read
of.
it for you. It says, then the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him a helper as his partner. So out of the ground, the Lord God formed every animal out of the field and every bird of the air and brought them to the man to see what he would call them. And whatever the man called every living creature, that was its name. Then the man gave names to all the cattle and to the birds of the air and to every animal of the field. But for the man there was not found a helper as his partner. So the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon the man, and he slept. Then he took one of his ribs and closed up its place with flesh. And the rib that the Lord God had taken from the man, he made into a woman and brought her to the man. Right? So the order goes, the male human created first. Then the God sees that the male human is alone. That's not good. So the Lord God creates animals, um, from the same material, from dust. And then he goes, there's still not a partner for the male, and creates a female human, which then becomes woman from the rib. And so my question is, were there, when he created the animals, after he created Adam, did he create male and female animals? And the female animals were the first females that the God created? Or did he only create all males and then
No, no. Which
went
which
back?
one?
Huh?
No, you mean to say based on this one? Based on this one, you're asking.
Yeah, that's why I said based on this one, because Genesis 1 says he created the animals first and then the humans. So in Genesis 1, he created male and female animals first. So they would be in the first male and females created in Genesis 1. and then he created the human male and females. But I'm
No,
asking
he
about
created them in
Genesis 2.
he created them in pair.
No, no, no. No. In Genesis 1, he created male and female animals first, and then he created male and female humans in Genesis 1. In Genesis 2, he creates the male human first, then he creates the animals, then he creates the female human.
Mm-hmm. So what's the problem here? I don't know.
So again, I'm going to ask my question again, okay?
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to know is when he created the animals after creating the male human, did he create male and female animals, right? And then create the female woman. So were the female animals the first females created, and then Eve was the second female created?
Okay.
Or
Are you a
or
Christian
did he
yourself?
only create male
Uh,
animals first, create the female woman, the female human, and then go back and create female animals?
I just want to know whether you're Jew or Christian.
I'm nothing. I don't believe in any of
Yeah.
this.
You don't believe in any of this. So the
No.
first thing is like I believe the first thing is like it says God is saying about the creation account. And the second thing is explaining how he did it.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking a specific question about it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like first thing is
What
creation
that's
and
what is. No, answer. I asked a very specific question about the creation of man, animals, and women, or male animals and females in Genesis 2.
I don't think there's any problem in this one.
Did I say there was a problem?
Hmm.
I'm obviously there's a problem because you don't want to answer it.
No, there's no problem because
So
the thing
okay,
is,
so hold
yeah,
on. So
yeah.
the female is an essence or a spirit in your belief system, right? It's an essence that was created by your God.
Female is from Adam, part of our Adam.
Is it a essence? Because
What?
animals are female too, correct?
Yeah, but animals are different from human beings.
Right, but they still are female. There are still female animals, right? There are
Yeah,
female
but
animals,
animal.
there are female trees. Your God still had to create the female animal. He still had to create the male animal. He still had to create the male trees, the
No, he
female
don't need
trees.
to. He just said and it happened.
Do they exist?
No, the thing is like he bu- just created by word of God, but he
No,
didn't.
it doesn't
He
matter. If you
didn't.
say he
He
created
didn't.
by the word of your God, he created it. I'm not saying
No,
how.
he
I didn't
didn't.
say he went and got some nails and some staplers. He created it. I don't care if he spoke it into existence.
Yeah, he
He still
spoken. Yeah,
created it. It
he
doesn't
spoke.
matter. I'm not focused on that.
Okay.
I'm not talking about that. I'm asking about the female, the creation of the female, right?
Okay.
Animals are male and female, trees are male and female. So if when he created the female essence or the female spirit, right?
Yeah.
My question is in Genesis 2, was that female essence created when he created the animals and then Eve was the second female created?
No, what I mean to say is God doesn't differentiate between between male and female. He doesn't differentiate because if you look at the verse, I'm just finding out the verse. They were called Adam. Both were called Adam, and then later after the fall, she becomes Eve because after the fall, she gave they multiplied. They multiplied.
It
I'm
literally says
It's not like
and the
male and
rib of
female.
the it literally says and the rib that the Lord God had taken from the man he made into a woman.
Yeah.
It
So what?
literally says that that's before the fall, right?
Okay. So what
Then
is
it
the
says,
meaning
hold
of?
on. Then it says that the man said, "This at last is bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. This one shall be called woman." He named her woman even before he named her Eve. Eve is a name, but he called her species woman. So there was a differentiation. There was a in Genesis 1 there is a differentiation between male and female when it comes to animals and when it comes to humans. I don't know why you're saying this.
No, the difference between man and woman is like the woman having a womb. That's the difference.
I didn't ask you what the difference was. What the hell? I don't know. Fee, go ahead. I
Jesus,
don't know. I
Oh,
can't.
I just came off to laugh because I don't think this is going to go anywhere. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
this
that
ain't
you're
gonna go
actually
nowhere.
listening to any of the
no,
questions. Hold on a second. Because you have something in your mind that you need to say to defend your belief, but that's not what we're talking about. If you want to engage in the conversation, then you're going to have to listen to her actual questions and respond to that. Are you able to do that?
I'm able to do that, but I don't understand. I understand where she's getting.
Well, don't worry about why she's asking it. If you want to engage in the conversation, just answer what she's asking as opposed to
No, that's
trying to
why.
predict where she's going.
So it's a 6-day creation. It's a 6-day creation. That's what it is. So
What you're focused on the number of days. That's not what she's asking. It's very clear that there are two different orders of creation in Genesis 1 or 2. You can deal with that later. That's not what she's asking. She's asking you a very specific question about the creation of woman. Do you want her to repeat the question?
because the thing is, um,
So here's how I know you're not listening, because I
I'm finna go
asked you
fix
a
some
yes or no
coffee.
question and your
no,
your
because the,
response started.
the question is very confusing. Like I don't see any problem here.
Nobody is speaking on a problem. She's asking you a question. You're trying to solve a problem because you're in defense mode of your belief system. That's not what we're doing here. She asked you a question about the creation of women in Genesis chapter 2. That's what her question is. Adam was created first, then the animals were created, then Eve was created. Do you agree?
Yeah,
When animals were created, did that include both male and female animals, or did that only include male animals?
I believe when the animals were created, they were both male and female.
Okay, so that means that female hippos, female elephants, female tigers were created prior to female humans, correct?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, if you look in Genesis 1, that's not the order of events. It's a completely different order of events.
So on is it verse 9 or verse 10? And God called the dry land earth. Okay, then where are the things? So first he created the light, right? And then God saw in verse 10, God saw it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth grass. After the light, it's the plants, the herb yielding seed. Okay. And then, and, okay.
Do you have an answer to the actual question?
No, because I don't see any problem here. So you mean to say Bible is false?
So I knew that's what you were thinking at the beginning of this whole conversation. That's why you can't engage in the question and answer back and forth, because you're in the back of your mind, you think we're trying to prove that this Bible is false. If you're able to put down your defensive shield for just a second and actually listen to the question that's being asked, it's simply
Because you are
about
not showing the exact verse. Where is the problem?
I need you to calm it down, buddy.
Because you explained to me
No,
what is the
because do it.
sorry.
Calm down. You did not need to cut her off. That was unnecessary.
So when you look in Genesis 1, what was created on day one?
Yeah, you read the scripture, like, yeah, let me know. Yeah.
I've read it, friend. I'm
Yeah, which
asking.
which which verse? Which verse?
Okay. So in Genesis 1, the creation order is heavens and earth. That's Genesis 1 1. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 3 through 5, there's a light and a separation from the darkness. In Genesis 1 6 through 8, you have the sky and the separation of the waters. In chapter 119 9 through 13, you have land and vegetation, which is weird because there's no sun yet you have plants growing. In Genesis chapter 1 14 through 19, you have the sun, the moon, and the stars. And then you have the birds and the sea animals. Then you have the land animals. Then you have male and female created together. That's Genesis chapter 1. In Genesis chapter 2, you get to plants not yet grown because there's no rain. That's Genesis 2, verse 5. There's no mention of light. There's no mention of sky. There's no mention of sun, moon, and stars. There's no mention of birds, seas, or
Guys,
creatures.
can you be quiet, please?
Can I be quiet, please?
No, no, no. But my children are fighting upstairs. Yeah.
Oh,
Turn.
okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm
Right.
just telling them to be quiet. Yeah. I'm not able to. Yeah.
Okay. So Thinker's question was about specifically the creation of the female part, the animal, human. Like the question was, man was created first in Genesis 2, verse 7. And then God planted, a garden was planted after the man was created. And then after that, the animals came, and then the woman was created from Adam's rib. Those are two completely different stories. Those are two completely different versions of the creation story. The question was in Genesis chapter 2, 21 through 22, it says that the animals were created before the woman was created. And Thinker's question was, when those animals were created, did it include the female version of all the animals as well, which would make Eve the second female animal created?
Yeah. I don't understand what's the problem here. I don't know, because the thing that everything was created for human beings, so that's why God created the human beings at the last. But
Were Adam and Eve created together or separate?
I believe it's on a one day, no? Day one.
Well,
I mean, one day they were created on day 6, right? So on one day.
it depends on which version of the story you accept, because Genesis 1 26 and 27 says that they were created together. Genesis
Um,
2 21 and 22 says Eve came from Adam's rib.
um, can I tell my opinion how it is? Can I conclude my opinion? Yeah. So my opinion is like there is no time. They were infinite. Yeah, there was no time. The time did not start yet. So does God doesn't have a choice how he can do it? He's a
Well,
creator.
there's no time, then why are days being referenced, friend?
Sorry.
If there's no time, how are you referencing days? You literally told me it was done on day 6. If there is no time, there is no day 6.
Yeah, it says like the first day. Yeah. So the day the day there's a verse in the Bible. It says like one day is equal to like thousand years.
Well, then does that mean that creation took 6,000 days or 6 days?
No.
You guys only reference that scripture because of the fact that your God lied about Adam and Eve dying on the day that they eat from the fruit. But in order for it to be consistent, then if a day to God is 1,000 years, then Jesus was dead for 3,000 days and creation took 6,000 years. But you can't apply that day for 1,000 years in one instance and not apply it everywhere in the Bible. Either it applies or it doesn't. And if you're applying it selectively, you're just being dishonest with the text.
Yeah, because the scriptures are It's a revelation given by God, and then the men wrote it, right? So when the men wrote it, there was days, right? When
That
the when the
that makes no
bec-
sense to me.
because because Moses is the one who wrote it, Genesis. Till
Mm,
Moses' time, there was no Genesis.
I mean, Moses would have had to write about his own death if that's the case. But that's neither here nor there, nor is it the topic that we're discussing, right?
So during that time, when Moses was writing, how he's going to write it? He's going to think the days he was living in, right?
That if that makes
He
sense to
cannot
you.
go to the past. How he can go to the past and see
So
what
then
what
Moses
exactly?
made this up? You
No,
basically
he
saying
didn't.
Moses
He
made this shit up. Did your God orate this directly to Moses or not?
Yeah, he should have told directly to Moses.
But then he told Moses, I did this on day one, I did this on day
So
two.
so because to mention the time, he put it as day one, day two.
Were you there? Did Moses
Sorry.
tell you this himself?
No, that's what I have
Then
to believe.
how do you where are you getting this information from?
No, I have to believe like this, isn't it?
Right, you are making it up.
No, no, no.
Yes,
Because
you
it's the
are.
so you mean to say it's false?
For you to say I have to believe like this, right? You can't
Yeah.
point to anywhere that tells us where you got this information from. You're
But
making it
if
up.
God tells you, then if you are believing in God, then you need to believe in it. Put your faith.
What? What?
Put your faith. Put your faith in it, isn't it? Yeah.
That makes no sense.
How?
Because show me it's true.
So if there are no, I will ask you like if you have like 100 people like you go to work, you're in a family, you have your friends, you go wherever like you got people around you, and then they say so many things. Some you accept, some you don't accept, right? Right? Some
Well,
you
I don't.
believe and some you believe and some you don't believe, right?
I believe the
So
things I've been convinced are true. I believe the
yeah,
things that comport with reality. You're
I'm
talking,
convinced.
hold on a second. You're
Yeah,
talking about you have to believe a thing because Moses said God told him that? What? That's not how
yeah.
you establish truth.
So based on the investigation, I don't see any fault
That's
because
because you haven't
the Bible,
investigated.
I'm finna
the
say, what
Bible, no, the
investigation?
Bible is suitable for all seasons. It's suitable for all seasons.
The
Except for the
So
Bible,
season
so it's
that
just
except for
written
the
like
season that
creation.
answers the question regarding whether Eve was the
No,
second
if
female. Because you done moved all the way away from that. And somehow now we talking about Moses. Like I want to know if
no
Eve was the
no.
second female created.
So you mean to say you're comparing the female
Especially
animals?
if God told you that He told Moses just to write down days.
No.
Eventually
Are
you should
you
know
are you
whether He told you if
comparing?
Eve was a second female.
No, are you comparing the image of God with the animals?
Yo, God did that.
No, I'm asking, is it the image of God is different from animals,
Yo,
right?
ask your God why. Ask your God. Like He looked
But
down and
animals
said,
are
"It's
not
not
image
good."
of
Hold
God.
on, stop. Your God looked down and said, "It's not good for man to be alone. I'll make him a partner." And then He made animals from the same substance that He made Adam from. And
So
then He said,
are
"Wait, there's
you?
still hold on." Then He said, "Wait, there's still not a partner for man. Let me make him a female." And so He made her from a different substance. But what I want to know is whether animals all male or is Eve the second female? That ain't hard.
So you think God is wrong to create Eve?
I don't know that you listen to questions that we actually ask because if that's what you think she just said, I'm not sure you were paying attention at all. Her question was Eve the second female because female giraffes and lions and tigers and bears, oh my, were created before her? That's her question. I'm not sure why you're answering anything other than that.
I believe the woman is has a special place for God, in the creation.
Did we ask about the special place from God
So
in
you
creation, or
so
did we
you as
ask
a
about,
woman,
hold on a
no,
second, hold on a second. What
yeah,
did we ask you?
no, you mean to say that the female animals were there already? So why he created the Eve later, right?
I don't think she asked a why question at all. She asked an order question, and we've asked it in 17 different ways, and you have not yet acknowledged the question or answered it.
Because like it's his order how he created it. So I go with God, whatever He says.
I think that's the problem because y'all don't care to
If I
understand
believe
what.
in God, I just go with the order. Yeah, I
Well,
just
you
go with
just
it.
you don't care to understand what you accept as a
I
belief
don't. I
system, and
don't
that's
mind. I don't mind what He
Stop
created
talking over
first.
her. There's order in here, and every time she opens her mouth to say something, you talk over her.
every single time for some reason. You don't care that to understand what you believe. I do. If a story is presented to me and that story has plot holes and gaps, I'm going to ask questions. Thinker's question is a logical one. The order of creation when you go from Genesis 1 to 2 is not the same. Full stop. You can wrestle with that at another time. But her question was about whether or not female animals, non-human animals, were created prior to Eve. That was literally her question, but you're going all around Jack's ass to get to his elbow because you fear what we're saying is that this book is untrue. That's not even the topic right now.
No, is there any other books which states the creation account? Is there any other book in this on this earth?
I don't think this is going anywhere, Thinker, because I think he's
No.
at like
It's
the
not. That's why I gave up
yeah.
a long time
No,
ago.
This is
I
a
don't. I don't. I want to defend this. Like but I don't see any.
You don't see the stage anymore either.
crazy to go into a live that's clearly being critical of religion and come in like defenses up. Like, what are you here for? Like, are you not going to answer the questions we're actually asking?
That was the some ice skating there. Like he was figure skating all over the place. Special K and Bree, I think it's Bree Brooks. I don't know. Are y'all in the box on purpose or on accident? On
Yo,
purpose? Go ahead, Fee.
I was just gonna say we got court this morning for the guy that caused Justin's accident.
Ooh, how you feel about that?
Look, I'm fine. I'm just gonna have to keep his dad calm because that like
I can only imagine.
he'll I don't know if they're going to play the video in court, but I do know that the Commonwealth attorney said they're going to bring it to present it to the lawyer. I mean, to the judge, depending on how the guy pleads. But we'll see.
Was he drunk?
I don't think he was drunk. On the police video, they said that there was substance in the car and that there was a strong smell of Mary Jane. So I don't know if that's going to come out or not.
Intoxicated.
Yeah,
Inhaled.
yeah.
Okay. Hey, Special K. Well, good luck with that, Fee. Keep us updated.
Good morning, guys. It's been a while.
Yeah. How are
Hey, good
you?
morning.
I'm sorry.
I said, yeah, it has. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Doing good. How's Mama K?
Mama K have disconnected herself from the congregation.
What?
What?
I'm sorry. I just screamed in everybody's ear. Are you serious?
Yeah, she said she couldn't, in good faith, deny what she's been hearing from your live and and a few other lives I got her to listen to, but mainly yours. She hadn't officially sent her letter, but she told the brothers that she would not be coming back until she gets some more clarification because they refused to answer the questions that she gave.
Wow. How's she doing? Because that's got to
Yeah.
be hard for her.
I She took your advice and started seeing a psychiatrist because,
Man,
like I
hold
said,
on. Y'all stand up for Mama K. Stand up
Yeah.
for her, please. Stand up for Mama K. W
she
Mama K.
when you have learned something your entire life and you understand that now is not true, it's a lie, that does something to you. She did something that I should have done when I first separated myself from the congregation. I should have got therapy, but I didn't. I just was mad all the time, kind of ticked off because I realized that this was BS, and I lived my life around it. But my mom told my dad, and he is pissed. But He's going to step down next week. But, you
Wait,
know,
your dad is going to step down?
He has to.
he has
Oh, he
to.
has to.
He would
Oh,
rather step
okay.
down than for them to remove him. That way he had the option to come back.
Yeah.
If they
Oh, okay.
remove you, it's hard to become an elder. But I guess he think at some point my mom, and I'm doing air quotes, gonna come to her senses. So he's going to step down next week or week after next, one or the other. But
Wow.
she has to see a psychiatrist, and I talked to her. My daughter talked to her. My son talked to her. We all just been kind of sitting down talking to her. Of course, they never was actually baptized, so it doesn't really affect them. But my mom, she thought she had been studying the Bible, over 60 years. But come to find out that the organization cherry picked scriptures, and we never even, tried to investigate beyond what they would tell us. So it's hard on her. She cried. She's been crying and thinking about this. It's kind of odd. I'm gonna tell you how indoctrinated she was. She was praying about a situation that she's gonna lead the congregation. I was like, Mom, that's probably if he's real, he sounds like in your prayers all the time. So, but that's what indoctrination does to you. But
Yeah, yeah.
she said she can no longer, ignore the contradictions. And when she did like I did and decided to go beyond what society, and Miss Fee know what I'm talking about, when she decided to go beyond what society was giving her, she began to see a lot of things. So I feel she's making good progress. I'm gonna be there with her 100% of the way. I told her to, get a psychiatrist. Don't try to do it on your own, especially since you don't have quote. And I'm doing air quotes. Especially since you don't have Jehovah to bring you through this. So
Yeah.
you know, but
Special K, can you send me a DM? Because there's this book that I read. I don't know if you've heard of it by Raymond France. Have you read Crisis of Conscience? He's a former governing body member.
no, I haven't. What I want to do is I've been reading books that let me see, I'm trying to put in words. I don't want the congregation Watchtower Bible Tract Society bashing books. I don't want those. What I want are the books that kind of like guide you away from it in a way that you will understand that the Bible has contradictions, not the organization. And we've been having a hard time trying to find those. So, in other words, I want something that's going to help my mom, but not just bash the organization, but something that she can read that can help her in her journey. Is that making any sense to you?
Yeah, I think it does. And the reason I asked about that book because it is an insider view of the religion. So
Okay, good.
if you think it would help, I would love to send it to her, and you can just send me a DM and I can get the information offline.
Okay,
But it was really really helpful for me because I wanted to know more about the organization. There are some other books that I use, kind of like in the vein of what you were talking about. I always say start with critical thinking skills to make sure that you're not gonna how to critically assess any claim if ultimately what you're looking for is true. So it's a couple of them that I like to recommend, but for the organization as a whole, because I know how strongly that, the tie that connects people to believing that the governing body is inspired and all of this stuff, that one was really, really pivotal for me in helping me
okay,
deconstruct.
yeah. I would definitely like that book. And yeah, like I said, she's on a journey. I got her seeing a therapist so she won't go into some sort of depression. Because, like I said, when we first started talking almost a year ago, I told you that she would not argue with the Bible. She's not going to argue with the Bible. Now, once she realized what they were teaching from the Bible wasn't true, the next step was showing her that the Bible itself is a contradiction. And that was the hardest part. Teaching her in the realms of Christianity was fine because if say Miss Thinker, you Miss Fee, if y'all were Baptists, showing her where the Bible is wrong, where the Jehovah's Witnesses organization was wrong and the Baptist was right, then she would have been a Baptist. But once she understood that A, they weren't even teaching the fake Bible right, and B, the Bible is fake in itself, I think that's the hardest part because that's all she ever thought about was the resurrection and the new earth, so forth and so on, to see her mother, see her father, see her sisters. When you build that hope in people, And then you
Yep.
realize that it's a lie. It does something to you mentally. That's why I
Mm-hmm.
truly believe indoctrination and Jesus Christ is the worst thing ever because of the religion that is, you know, about him brings his hope, it's false hope though. And, you know, to see my mother, you know, in her state right now, because she in that state of grievance, trying to, and acceptance, you know, it's kind of hard on me too. You know, I had to cut my trip short to come back to see about it because my dad told me that she had just been crying and she didn't, you know, praying to Jehovah to get her through this. And I'm like, Mom, you can't pray to Jehovah because he don't exist, remember? You know, but she's so indoctrinated that that is her only path. So I got her into a therapist. But if you, Miss Fee, or anybody know a better therapist that can specialize in something like this, I would be happy to take any type of, you know, any recommendations, period. But the guy I got her now is a guy I ultimately seen. But I think she can lead somebody just a little bit more understanding about the organization than my therapist. Because I was already deconstructing when I saw him. I just try to keep my sanity basically because I was indoctrinated. But I think she's gonna need somebody that's gonna be a little bit more, you know, in depth and special, basically kind of specialize in this.
There was a guy that joined our live last week that volunteers for leavingreligion.org. I cannot remember his name. Do you remember his name, V?
I don't remember his name, but I think I know who you're talking about.
I'm gonna have to. What day was that he came in? Was that Saturday or was that Thursday? Do you remember? So I can go back and look.
I don't remember the day. I'm sorry.
Man, the way I'm gonna be looking at all these lives from last week to try to find him. Um, I'm gonna try to find him. And it was Thursday. Ooh, I love y'all. Thank y'all. It was Thursday, so I'll go and look for him. And I think it was towards the end of the live, if I'm not mistaken. So he volunteers for leavingreligion.org, which is a mental health organization that has therapists that volunteer to help people as they deconstruct from different religions. And so I see if I can connect you with him. But also, I think her, being around you and you being, this is going to sound crazy as hell, a living testimony.
Mm.
Seasoned and
Yeah,
acceptable.
I
Huh?
was I was indoctrinated, like I said, at birth myself. You know, like I said, this fee understand. I mean, a lot of people who are not on Jehovah's Witnesses may not understand the lingo we have, but I was indoctrinated at birth. I went and served at Bethel. I was a regular pioneer. I was a special pioneer. I was an elder in the congregation,
Wow.
and so I was well indoctrinated. But once I started studying outside with the organization, the information, and the books and everything that they provided, that's when I began to realize, wait a minute now. And see, if I was, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back, don't get me wrong, but if I was a weak-minded person, the first time I tried to go outside the organization, I think I told y'all this story several times, I had a panic attack and I thought Jehovah had blinded me. I'm reading some information outside of the organization, what they provided, and I had a panic attack and I honestly thought Jehovah had temporarily blinded me. So, but when I went to therapy, I realized it wasn't Jehovah blinding me. I'm having a panic attack, excuse me, because that's how indoctrinated I was. And I didn't realize I was deconstructing, or even I didn't even realize that there was a term for what I was doing until I, started listening to you guys. But my mom got my daughter, who she, and I know y'all might say I'm sounding jealous, who she loved way more than she loved me.
I'm starting to learn that the grandbaby is like, it ain't no lie. When the grandbabies come, it's different.
Exactly. But my daughter's there. My daughter and her girlfriend, they there with her. When I went to my trip, they actually stayed with her because they was concerned because she getting close to this depression thing. Because once she accepts something and once she sees something, there is no going back with her. She's not going to do like the gentleman you had before, just ignore logic. She does not do that. She trained us and taught us to, if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Don't try to make it make sense if it doesn't make sense. She used to tell us that all the time. But now she's faced with her own dilemma. And I feel, now this is my personal opinion, I feel she's making progress and making steps. You know, she can either I watch the Matrix. I'm a Matrix freak. She can either take the blue pill or you can take the red pill. you know, she decided to take the blue pill to see reality. And like I told her, it's going to be a long journey because you spent 65 years of your life thinking that you're going to see your friends that you lost over the years, that you're going to see your relatives that you lost over the years, and it was all a lie based on, some human interpretation of what God should be. So I feel my family's doing well, personally. My dad will start back
Yeah,
speaking to
and
me.
and then also like at the end of the day, like nobody knows what happens when you die. Like nobody knows. Nobody knows, right? All we know is that the body that we have, that our body goes back to dust. Um, we there's no proof of a soul or of a spirit, but nobody knows what happens when you die. And I like helping her, uh, you know, steer her focus away from death, something that she
Exactly.
cannot control, right? And she's 65 years young. You said she's 65, right?
No, she's 75.
75. She's 75 years young. She still has life to live, right?
Yeah,
Steer her attention towards living that life, right?
exactly.
And being proud, right, of what she has already accomplished. And there's more ahead. Um, and it was something that I was going to say about the death of, oh God, ah, goodness. Oh, the like taking her, allowing her to take her time, right, and grieve it, right, because all of these emotions and all of these feelings is gonna, like, it's gonna come back up, right. Like just make sure that she's allowed the time to go through the process, right, to grieve it, be angry, because she's gonna feel all of that. And don't It's just important not to make her feel bad for it, you know what I'm saying,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
rush her through it.
Exactly. I'm letting her take her own pace, Miss Thinker. I told her that I didn't indoctrinate my children for a specific reason because I started I started losing faith that everything I'm being taught is true. So I never indoctrinated my children. She got baptized. She told me
Hold on,
a few
Special K.
days.
1 second. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Tati B, I told you you can type your Jesus shit in the chat, but you cannot spam it. So now you are muted for the entire live. Go ahead, Special K.
Yes. What I was telling her was that I'm saying that the Bible is a lie, but at the same time, I'm telling her I don't know what happens when we die. So I made sure I made that distinction. You know, I don't know. I mean, I had a heart attack and I died twice on the table. I didn't see anything. you know, then when I finally came to, I didn't know I even had passed out. Was gone for a few hours. So when people say, "Oh, we have this type of, premonition after death," I didn't see anything. And I wasn't going to lie like I saw something because it wasn't true. But like I said, with my mom, kind of lost my thought. But what was we talking about? I'm sorry.
About taking your time with it, and it
yeah,
like I it's one thing that I told y'all, like the Book of Thomas is the only book that, like, if I was a believer, that I would fuck with. Like there are some things, right, in the Book of Thomas that make sense, and it kind of puts me in the mindset of someone who would be on the path of deconstructing, because which is why he's called Doubting Thomas, because Thomas asked fucking questions. Thomas didn't just like fucking believe,
exactly.
right? And in the Book of Thomas, is something that the Jesus character says. Uh, he says, when you awaken, like when you wake up and you start finding out the truth, you will first be disturbed. And it's that statement right there, like you'll first be disturbed. It explains the holy shit, I was lied to. Holy shit, this ain't true. You know what I'm saying? Like you're
Yes,
disturbed and you go through that period of being angry, of being confused, of being, sad. And then the second thing the Jesus character says is, um, uh, you'll go from being disturbed to being amazed, right? Because then you're like, whoa, this weight is lifted, right? You start to look at yourself and the world from a different set of eyes. You're open to critically think. There's a sense of freedom with it and peace, right? And you're like, everybody that has come up here and talked about their deconstruction journey say, man, I feel so much freer than when I was a believer. My life is, more peaceful, right? I'm in a better headspace, right? And so like that, whoever wrote the Book of Thomas, whoever wrote that, I think they were very skeptical of what they were being taught during that time, right?
exactly.
And yeah, so it explains the process of critically thinking and accepting information and rejecting information and what that feels like once you were, indoctrinated. So just remind her that the process that she's going through is normal. We've all fucking been through it. There is no time frame. Some people get through it a lot quicker and some people take a longer time, right?
Exactly.
And she,
Exactly.
she can look at you and see that there is a another side. Like once you go through this and you come out on the other side, life, there is life, there is happiness, there is laughter. There's still sadness though. Like there are days where you may be sad. There are days where
Yeah.
things just don't go right, right? You just, at this point, you are experiencing life.
I not to cut you off, Mr. I apologize, but I can see the joy in our eyes. We set her up a surprise birthday party, something she's never had ever. I mean, she
Oh.
got baptized when she was 10 years old. They baptized her at 10, and she married my dad when she was 19. So, and she's been with him ever since. So she's never had a chance to even live a life or do anything beyond what the organization and my dad was telling her to do. So we surprised her with a birthday party. I mean, I got some of her old friends. Of course, nobody in the congregation came, but I got some of her friends that used to work with her. After they retired, I got some cousins. Just people that outside of the organization. And I told her there are people that love you. You don't have to depend on the congregation community, and it's gonna be a great loss. But we surprised her with a birthday party, and she cried the whole time. She was hugging everybody. She like literally cried the whole time.
Oh, that
I
is
mean,
And
so.
right this
Oh, I
morning.
love it.
But
we
especially,
made her cut the cake, blow the candle, the whole 9 yards. Because
that's so sweet. And Special K, please, if there's any way, anything I can do to help support her, like, if we want to get on a Zoom and chat. I know she doesn't know me from a can of paint, but I know the lingo. We know what it means to be brought up in this organization. And I think that it's let her know that it's okay to mourn what once gave her comfort.
yeah,
And it's honestly, she can replace that with something that's more honest and more real. And what she's doing takes so much strength, but it's about being authentic. And there's nothing that compares to the freedom that comes with living life authentically. So like Thinker
exactly.
said, yeah, Thinker said it's going to be. I was just talking to my son and my ex-husband the other day, and we were talking about like the early days of my deconstruction, and my ex-husband was like, yeah, he was like, some days I walk down the hall and you just be sitting on the couch crying. He's like, and you would be there literally all day long. And that's exactly what it was, because it was a mourning. It was almost like the wool was pulled over my eyes and the rug was pulled from under my feet all at the same time. So it's hard at this part, but it does get better, and it does start to feel lighter, because in the beginning it feels very, very heavy.
Well, I think my mother's actually going. She like I said, we didn't do the live last couple Friday because I was out of town doing a project. But this coming Friday we're gonna sit down for the live. But I had to cut my trip short because I was supposed to be this week coming back, but my daughter called me and said that she just been crying the whole time almost when I left. And I guess I am there for her, but I'm not a psychiatrist. Like I told her, I can't give you the proper, mental attention you need because I'm not a therapist. I can sit there, hold your hand and hug you as long as you want, but you need mental therapy.
I would also suggest like look on TikTok. There are a lot of recovering from religion, like secular therapists here that
Okay.
specialize in coming out of religions and especially high demand cults like
Yes, yes.
Jehovah's Witnesses.
Dr. Joe.
Yeah, Dr. Joe is a really good one too. Yeah.
I'm writing this down. Yeah, I'm writing all this down. Now I'm gonna tell you one thing during the birthday party that really, really, really 100% shocked her. It was like kind of like a surprise, like a super surprise. She was doing the birthday party and everything, and my dad brought her his own personal cake.
What?
Your
She was
daddy
like,
brought her a cake?
my dad bought her a cake, and she was like,
Wow.
it was funny. She said, so I guess what, you talking about leaving me? He said, woman, I followed you into this organization. I will follow you out. You ain't going nowhere.
Oh my goodness.
So there's no doubt. Like I
Oh
told
my
you, they
God.
have
That's really cute.
it's a few couples
Yes.
that had genuine love for each other. My dad is only
Oh.
one of them.
Yeah.
They were.
That's love. That's
He
love.
said, I followed you into this organization. Now I follow you out. So you ain't going away. You ain't get away from me.
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Yeah.
So, and I'm glad he started back speaking to people.
Yep.
He was really mad because when I started bringing the lives to her, because I'm not well versed in understanding the Bible as you guys were. So a lot of things you asked me, I was like, well, I don't know the source. Okay, fine. I need to know this. I need to understand that. And I said, how about you sit there and want to think of life? It took me a while to get her to do it, but once she get it, I think the dominoes started falling. So she is doing well. Like I said, we did her surprise birthday party. My dad assured her that regardless, we're gonna be together no matter what you decide. So I think my family is coming along personally.
That's good. Oh my gosh, that is so good. Please keep me updated on her progress with
I will.
therapy
And
and
maybe one day she'll get enough nerve to ask you a question on the live.
yeah, yeah. And
You-
even if
you-
she wants to have a private conversation, Special K.
okay. I
Like
would
yeah, if she wants to do it privately, like Fee said, through Zoom or I'll even give her my phone number if she wants to
Yeah.
have a. But I'm not JW, so I don't know a lot about the JW organization. So I think it would be good, like if she does want to have a phone call, it would be good if maybe Fee is there because Fee can answer to some things that I can't.
Absolutely.
Um,
I think you
right,
told me that,
but
Miss P, and I told you yes. If she ever decided to give you a call or come on the line, I told her I would make sure that you were there before because if you're not there, like Miss Thika said, she's not Jehovah's Witness, so she don't understand the ins and outs in the lingo of the organization, but Miss P does. So definitely, I would want Miss P to be there if she come on or make a phone
yeah,
call.
Yeah.
yeah,
And you let me know and I will be there.
Okay. Well, I won't hold any more of your guests up. I just would like to give you guys. It's been a while. I want to give you guys the progress. Like I said, my mom is sending her letter off because she's going to disassociate herself from the congregation, and my dad is mad, but he done started back speaking to me. So I think that's a plus.
yeah. And it might be a
Oh yeah.
sign. So,
Right.
Exactly.
yeah.
Well, you guys enjoy your morning. I'm gonna get on back to work, and I'm gonna still be on the live. I'm just gonna be in the comments.
Have a
Okay,
good one, man.
tell her I said hello.
All
Yeah.
right.
Give her a love.
I would definitely do that. All right.
All right, have a good day, Special K.
You too. All right. Bye.
Peace, bro.
I did not have crying on a Tuesday morning on my 2025 bingo card. That just that makes my heart so
Wow.
happy.
Oh my God. I remember the first time he came up and said she was listening to the lie.
Hmm.
Whew, that is,
And y'all
ah,
just don't know how, like, I'm sure y'all do. And everybody thinks their religion is so unique. And I'm realizing in these conversations that they're just different versions of the same thing. They just use different lingo to talk about things. But, like, it takes so much strength to question what you've been taught for a lifetime. And it's almost like you have this you find yourself at this intersection of obedience or authenticity. You're at this fork in the road and you know you can't walk both paths, so you have to choose one. On the obedient side, you've got all these fear and all this, the community and the shared memories. Like I was talking to Justin's dad, John, the other day. We still laugh and have fond memories of being at conventions and Jehovah's Witnesses and the, special KO, no, the meal tickets and the pizza. Like we have all of these internal things that are still very fond memories that are foundational to who you are as a person. And you feel like if you're walking away from that, you're erasing all of that, but you're not. Like you're reframing it in a way that is more authentic to who and what you are. I say this all the time. Truth has no need to be afraid of inquiry. And if ultimately what you come out with on the other side is a truncated or a revised version of what you had before, that's fine. But either way, it's going to be you. And that's where authenticity lies.
Yeah, and that's the moment that a lot of people decide to lie to themselves and continue to stay in it because they're afraid of that feeling, right? Like they're afraid of uh, feeling like they've been lied to, and they'd rather accept the lie so they can continue, um, you know, being bliss. Like they say, ignorance is bliss.
Hmm.
Yep. Bree Rue, are you in the box on purpose or on accident?
Jason said he is in the request on purpose.
Okay. Jimmy Scotty. Hello, Jimmy Scotty.
I'm sorry, I think I was just tapping and I came up by accident.
Okay. No worries. Have a good one.
You too.
Oh,
Jimmy crack
sorry.
corn and I don't care. I, I used to piss my mom off with that song. I would I would run around the house singing Jimmy crack corn and I don't care. He rub his fingers through my hair. She'd be like, "That's not even how it goes."
I don't see Stoic. I don't see Jason in the request.
Oh, now he pump faked us. I know he put that in the comments. I saw. Yeah, can I in the
Okay, he
box
said
on
he's
purpose?
back. He said he's back.
Okay, don't pump fake me like that, boy. You got me sounding crazy.
He ain't in no box. Stoic, what are you doing?
See, see.
You ain't in the request. Why you jumping in and out?
I don't know how to request things. You guys know this. I don't know how to work
Shut the
technology. I just
fuck
work in the field.
Playing
Stoic
hide
said,
and seek.
Stoic said, I'm keeping
I
y'all
don't
on y'all
know.
toes.
I don't know how to use a phone. That Special K is so amazing. I've been lucky enough to be around these streets for not that whole story. I wasn't around for the beginning of Special K, but for him talking about his mom starting to deconstruct, I just had chills the last 15 minutes. Like that gave me all the energy I needed to go out and have a good Tuesday. And like I just keep reading. Fee said something yesterday. She's having so much better conversations from listening here. I've said that before. I can attest. I'm listening better and all of that. And I'm so grateful for this community. And Thinker, we talked a few weeks ago about how you wondered if this was worth it, if it was worth your time, it was worth your energy, having so many underwhelming conversations. And I gotta think that, not to put words in your mouth, but I gotta think that the Special K stuff makes that worth it. And the same would go to you, Fee,
Absolutely.
with all of your deconstruction and the pain you went through there. The ability to help somebody who is likely to be excommunicated here very soon, like it's extremely powerful, helping somebody find their way. So I love it. Thank you all.
You're welcome, Stoic. Thank you for coming up and say that. And it definitely does make it worth it. Like I said, like being able to have these conversations, knowing that you ain't going through it by yourself, knowing that deconstruction never really ends, um, and then that you're not alone is the main thing, because a lot of us was going through this by ourselves and thinking that we were crazy, right? Like
Mhm.
something is wrong with us. I told y'all like I hated myself because I did not understand why I thought the way that I thought. But yeah, it does make it worth it.
Well, like I said, my journal from 2 years ago still shows me as a deist. I wasn't praying to Jesus or anything, but I was praying to an indiscriminate father, if you will. And knowing what I had gone through to get to the point whenever I got to TikTok and Justin's lives, but really TikTok is where the long form conversation started to help me, was actually deconstructing the Bible. I said that before. That's where I was taught to believe, raised Pentecostalism, and getting here specifically to your live with all of your study and your research has helped me immensely. I can never thank you enough. So I'll leave you guys alone. I hope everybody has a fantastic day. I'll talk to you later.
You too,
Thank you. Have a good
Joe.
day, Stoic.
Have a good one, Jeff.
I think that concept of alone, that illusion, is what keeps so many people in patterns that don't serve them. Because the fears that we have, or the feelings that we have as a mom, the feelings that we have as mothers, the feelings that we have as daughters, the feelings that we have, all of these thoughts that we hold internally, we've convinced ourselves that we're the only ones that feel that way. And that's just simply not true. And it's that feeling of loneliness and that feeling of being the only one that thinks like this or has these questions that keeps us kind of toeing the line, because we don't want to make a stink. And that's not true. So if there's anything I can ever do to help someone realize, no, you are not an anomaly. You are not an outlier in the way that you think. Like, you are unique, and that is okay. This idea of homogeny is the only way to achieve peace and the only way to be in society is just wrong. And I think we're coming up on a time now in history where people are realizing that. I happened across this guy's TikTok yesterday that was, I'm not sure what country he was from in Africa, but he was talking about the continent very directly. He was like, this is going to be a tough conversation, but I'm going to have to say it. Like, Jesus hasn't gotten us anywhere. Like, infrastructure does, education does. Like, he was talking about a village that was a small number of kilometers wide and had 3 churches, but no schools and no hospitals.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like we're starting to have these conversations about the patterns of, like, this is this is the area and the climate, this is the type of God these people are going to have, this is why it's patriarchal, when in reality, like, these systems don't work for anyone but those that are in control in a consumeristic and colonistic under colonialism. That's just what it is, and I think people are waking up to that.
I agree, and I think they're waking up to the fact of the only thing that's holding them together is the fear, and how
Mm-hmm.
that is unserving to them, and it doesn't make sense, right? Like, the thing that I'm supposed to lean on for peace is the thing that scares me the most, and it's coming from the idea that if I don't agree, right, then you no longer love me, or you no longer see me as who I am, or we can't be friends anymore, or I can't belong to your community anymore. People are starting to realize that like that framework just doesn't hold up, and it doesn't work, and it's not serving. But like you said, Fee, like, I love the fact that conversations like this are happening on the continent more, and about how it has affected the Black community as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these conversations haven't been um, uh, normal, or frequent within our community at all. And the fact that we are saying, hey, I don't think I believe, or I don't believe, or I have a question about this, or this doesn't make sense. We're now saying, wait, because that's what's happening on the continent, or that's what's happening, within the Black community. And we're
Mm-hmm.
connecting the dots. And I think that's for me, like, that's the one of the most rewarding things, is to see how we're connecting the dots, and we're like, they told us not to read, but reading is where it is. They told us not to seek, building wealth amongst the community, and to store our treasures up in heaven. But if I look at this, I see everybody else building communities. So, like, why is it that we are the highest in religiosity but the poorest on earth?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like the guy that I was talking about on his TikTok yesterday, he was like, you can talk about the genealogy of a Jewish carpenter from from the Levant region, but you don't know your great grandfather's name. And if anyone mentions your great grandmother, that's demonic. These people actually led to you being here, but to recognize them is somehow demonic. Like, make that make sense. And I think people are. I was thinking about this the other day. I, I I was conditioned to believe that a God who loves me has to allow me to suffer in order to send a message to people that don't love him. That doesn't
Mm.
make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. I
He chose to sacrifice you to get other people.
exactly. And I'm like, that is the story of Jesus over and over again, but it doesn't get anybody anywhere. As a parent, I would never not feed my children who are obedient to teach a lesson to the ones that are not obedient. But I was conditioned to believe that that was an act of love. How? In what way? And you're taught to accept that unquestioningly, and that doesn't make any sense. But we're getting to a point where people are like, no, this isn't working for us, and they're saying it, and I think it's a beautiful thing.
And somebody just commented in the comments, but they put their ancestors on money while telling us that honoring our ancestors and not letting the dead bury the dead is demonic.
Mm.
Putting an altar in our house and putting the pictures of those who have, passed, right?
Wow.
Lighting a candle, right? Putting some flowers there. That's demonic. But their ancestors are on money. Their ancestors are on statues in the courthouses and national parks, right? And then we go to church every Sunday, every Tuesday, every Friday to learn about their ancestors or somebody else's ancestors. And these stories get ingrained in our hearts and our minds where we don't know one oral tradition that come from West Africa. Not one that
That's
we
it.
can pass down to our children and say, this is where you come from. Here are the oral traditions of your people. Here is the language that your ancestors spoke before they were brought here to America. Like, they taught us that our history was American history. Our history didn't matter. There's no need for Black history. It's a waste of a month for a holiday because American history is Black history. And like even got us saying the shit because we want to assimilate, you know, so bad. But the power and knowing how our ancestors got through, like the stories of what how they built their businesses during Reconstruction and the shit they had to deal with and the ideas they had to come up with to overcome the bullshit ass red tape. If
Exactly.
that shit don't give you motivation to build your businesses in a world that don't want to give you bank loans,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't want us to know those stories, and they have a hissy fit when we want to put up statues, and next thing you know is that's racist. DEI is out the window.
Hmm.
And then the
Right.
crazy part about it is those that want to take it back to Africa have to bring Jesus with them. No, Nazareth was in Africa. What?
Yeah.
Like,
Exactly, yeah.
you
Thou
can't you
shalt not
can't
king with France.
you can't fathom belief in a power or source absent Jesus. What does that say to you about you? Like, it's just so limiting.
This is two young black people that are going through this book of like all of the, well, I don't even know if it's all, but it's a lot of different gods and spirits and stuff from African religions and spiritual practices. And I try to repost their stuff a lot on TikTok just so that we can see more of those things. But I agree. Like I think that the fact that the only stories that we can relate to in terms of like gods and spirits and stuff are people that are not from our continent, right? Like we don't know about the different gods and their different personalities and stuff from the continent. All we know are European and Middle Eastern gods, and that's really fucked actually. Not that you necessarily need one, but yeah, ASMR. That's what it's called. It's like African spirituality, something religion. I forget what the M stands for. But I mean, just like
And
the simple fact that we don't
Rhea
even learn
teaches
these
some of
things.
that.
Yeah, that's why I'm thankful for Rita because she
Yeah.
teaches us like different cultures, cultural practices, religions, uh, I really like animals, so things that are tied to like animals from the continent. Like she teaches us so much about the stuff that we, never even knew to think about asking, or you know what I mean? Like, 'cause the history that we get of Africa is, yeah, we got over there and rescued y'all motherfuckers. Yeah, oh,
Hmm.
okay, thank you.
And I love the way Rhea approaches it because she always says, "I don't approach this shit with rose-colored glasses."
Right.
Right? Like, and she gives it to us exactly the way it is, so we learn. Like, it's education and it's not mystified. Um, you know, uh, I just love her approach. And then like if I have a question about something that I'm reading or studying about Africa, I will call Rhea through Discord right now, ask her questions and she'll answer it for me. And then reading the book with Heretic and Daba My Children, and during the slow times, um, during the live, and I haven't done it uh, lately because it makes me fall asleep. It makes me sleepy to read about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. So I have to find a different time to do it because at that time I'm like, I don't know, like reading the long chapters. It puts me in like a real relaxed mode, and then
Hmm.
excuse me, and then I get sleepy. So I have to figure out another way uh, to work that in. But learning more about. I'm sorry. Was that loud in y'all's ear?
I ain't even hear it.
Y'all didn't hear? Okay, that was loud. Um, I'm so, oh, okay. But yeah, I gotta figure out how to work it in. But yeah, like it's just not feeling like we're wrong for wanting to learn about what our ancestors worshipped or believed, and how they practiced and what got them through before this God was brought to them. Even learning how, like the type of or the uh, version of Christianity they were indoctrinated to, because it's done changed, right? And so they got a very different Christianity than we got. So like
Oh yeah.
even looking into that, yeah, it's I mean it's interesting, and I love to hear, right, when people are making those breakthroughs. And Fee said something yesterday. I think it was Fee who said it. When people come up and they're like, this is happening for me and blah blah. It's always about the people, right? It's always about the improvement in the lives of the people or those around them. It's never about, puffing up one person or giving the credit to, one person. It's about them. You know what I'm trying to say? Like,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's the thing that I love about it too. And the fact that we can celebrate, like we could celebrate with you.
Yeah. I know I may or may not see that in my lifetime, but I do look forward to the day where Black people can be officially done with Christianity and just look to better ourselves and others.
Um, yeah, it might be a while.
Yeah, I don't know if it'll be in my lifetime, but eventually
Yeah.
we're gonna have to get rid of that motherfucker. 'Cause it's just a crutch.
Hmm. Air and fire.
It's me, it's Jerry, and I
Oh,
just wanted
hey.
to. No, I keep changing my name. It's like that.
Uh huh.
But I have another. Anyway, I just wanted to say, Thinker, like, I didn't know that you ever wondered if it was worth it. And if you could just, uh, I like so many other people, I'm so grateful that I found this live 10 months ago, or however long it's been. It has, completely, well, I don't want to say completely, but it has given me so much strength. I mean, even the first time I came on live, it was my very first time on anybody's live, and I was wondering, like, what am I going to do with my life now? Because I felt purposeless. I had stopped, doing the great things I was doing, not just because of Christianity, but because of other political things. But I mean, this live has strengthened me. It has encouraged me. It's taught me to become a better listener, to just stop and really listen and hear what I am saying and what I am thinking, and then be able to really have a conversation with myself about what Christianity was and was not for me, and how I'm not an angry Christian anymore. I mean, I'm not an angry deconstructionist anymore, because I feel like I feel like I have a community now, even though it's on TikTok, or it's I don't have never met anybody in person. I feel, and I, as a human, as me as a human being, I mean, I have to feel connected to something. I don't know why I'm investigating that. I don't, I
Oh,
think it's a
that's
great
just
thing.
us. I think that's just us as people, like the
Yeah,
black
yeah,
community. I think we
Yeah,
build community wherever we go.
yeah.
absolutely.
And
And humans are a social species. Like we are wired that way. We talk about the instinct of other animals. Our instinct is socializing. Like we are a social species. So that's just how we are. That's how we are innately.
yeah, and I just, yeah, and I just, I can't say it enough. I'm truly grateful. I have lost friends. Yesterday I did a live yesterday. One of my best friends, like, she is still a Christian, and she called me hurt, and that had like that. It hurt me deeply for her to say that, because um like I don't know, and I'm still kind of hurt by it. I sincerely apologize for getting emotional. But I just wanted
You don't have to
to say, like,
apologize.
thank you for having the courage, you know, to even cuss a motherfucker out. Like the Christians who come up here and are disrespectful, whatever. I mean, even talking to her yesterday, I said, "Beloved, you're crossing a boundary." Like you- and it was hard for me to say that to her, but I felt good because because it was a boundary. Like I don't. I'm not carrying garbage around. I'm not victimizing myself. I'm happy. I'm happy I'm not a fucking Christian no more. I'm happy that I'm no longer infected with that dis-ease in my life. I don't wake up in the middle of the night in a panic. And, I'm not afraid to take my medicine, for meant because of whatever. It's just so many things that are so good for me now. And and I can't even say that my life has changed. My life is just enhanced. Um, that having a community to even think about, like waking up in the middle of the night and like there is somebody on live just deconstructing, or you know Oso and Zima and feel like y'all have really done something really beautiful, and I'm grateful for it. I even have some of my friends like really like, how can we help Thinker? What do we need to do to get her? I'm like, this is what you can do. And so I just want to say thank you. And I'm 58 years old, and I know it's a lot of other people in here older than me, but at this beautiful age and space in my life, I mean, I get to deconstruct, not alone anymore. So thank you for that.
You are so welcome. And keep in mind, like, that won't be the only time that a believer who doesn't like the fact that you're happy not being a believer will use that hurt word as a weapon, because that's what it's intended for. And that's why she said it. And that's why when people say it to me, I say, "What am I hurt about?" Like, I want you to be
Mm.
specific, right? Like, tell me specifically what it is that you're saying that I'm hurt about. And 9 times out of 10, they don't either have anything to uh, to say, or they're going to project their own hurt on you. And it shines a light on the person that you're dealing with, so that you can actually see who they are. Because prior to you, coming into your own self, there most likely was a like this fuzzy veil over the person that you're dealing with anyway, because you probably don't really know them in that way either, if that makes sense. Because
Hmm.
as you learn yourself, you're going to start learning more about your own surroundings, and you may find that you've surrounded yourself with people who don't necessarily mean you well, and who are the ones that's probably been causing a lot of the harm or bad decisions or whatever in your life, and it might be time to clean out, right? Or just create some space if that's what's needed. But just know that that's one of the things that they have in their bag to use as a weapon when the Bible doesn't work, when the fear of God doesn't work, is to attack you personally. And then like they'll go to the hurt, you're a demon, you're a child of the devil. Like they'll start with the ad hominems when all this fails.
Yeah, it's hard. It was just, I mean, she was, I mean, you said something just now that really was, it was painful to hear, after thinking that you've been friends, like I've shared my whole life, well, my entire adult life with a person, but then in a friendship, and you say, maybe you really don't know them anymore. And that's, to even think about that is mind blowing, but it's true. It is so true. When I dropped her off at the airport, I was like, does she even like me anymore? And I know that shouldn't matter, but it does. I'm a human being, and I am concerned about, relationships and friendships. And and you just said something. I was like thinking she on like probably never really liked me. Now that I think about my personality and, the way they used to say, you're just too much. And you just, yeah, wow, that fucking sucks. But it is what it is.
Yeah, and then like you might find that they are just jealous of who you are, and they've been jealous of who you are like the whole time, and it them seeing you happy with something that they don't even have the guts to question, right, or the guts to say, hey, I also have these doubts. That's gonna piss them off, and their goal is going to be to drag you right back where you were so that you could be with them. Because a lot of times it's don't get better than me, don't go above me, right?
Mm.
um yeah, like, so just know that it seems like this is why I be asking them, like, where do y'all get uh the hurt comment and the church hurt? Because it's like they all say the same thing. Like, is it part of the sermon? Like, do y'all pastors get up and say that shit in church? Like, where
No
are y'all
shit.
getting this?
No shit. They all do it too.
Yeah.
I think that and this is crazy as fuck what I'm about to say. I think that it's upsetting for me because I don't have the words to come back. Like now I know to say, like, what about me is hurt? I mean, because I was very passionate when I was speaking. I was like, what the fuck has the God done for me? Nothing. What are the benefits of being a Christian? Zero. Zippo. Nothing. And I was saying it passionately, laughing, and she was like, that sounds like hurt to me, Jerry. And I was like, what?
I would
We
have
were
come back and said no.
debating.
Yeah, I would have come back and said no. It sounds like logic, and it sounds like you got hurt because I made sense.
Well, see what I'm saying? If I had just had those words, maybe I wouldn't be crying this morning.
That was a mirror, like, bounce back, like that shit made sense, right? And she didn't have another comeback, because if in fact, right, when you ask someone, what has my mama done for me, what do you think they're gonna say? They just gonna be like, dang, you sound hurt. Or she gave you life, she took care of you and fed you when you was young, she showed up at the schools, she cooked you
Mhm.
dinner and bought you a house, paid your bill. Like, they're gonna start naming shit, right? They're
Yeah.
not gonna be like, dang, you sound hurt.
Right. Well, but right, because I said that. I said, think about, our children. Why would I ask my sons to fucking die on the cross so that I can feel okay about my creation? And she had no words for that. I mean, of course they were all the points that come from the lives because I just couldn't. And then it came to, it sounds like you carrying some baggage. It sounds like you're hurt. And that fucking crushed me. Like, I was like,
And
wow.
I swear I would have ate her ass the right the fuck up. Cause, cause logically, I'm sitting here talking to you about a supernatural deity, and you are saying that I have baggage and I'm hurt, and that deity ain't picked that motherfucking baggage up and emptied the shit out, and that's what the hell I'm telling you. Like, if I
That's-
got to do it myself, you want me to pretend and make believe like this motherfucker is here helping me? That's the issue.
yeah. Yeah, I was just like, I can't change my mind. Like, you go buy a pair of shoes and you don't like the shoes, you take them back and get your money back. Except for there's no refund for me with Christianity. I can't get those 20 years that I dedicated my whole purpose to something that ain't even real. Shit. Like, so anyway, I like, thank you so
Hold
much.
on, open book
Okay.
said he coming up to say something to you. Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
And while he's coming up, I like to throw questions at him. Like, what did you hear me say as my reasons for seeing the
Mm.
thing the way? Because that to me that shows you not what you said, but what they've heard, which reveals a lot about a person. Like the way people interpret, the way we interpret questions reveals so much about the way we think and the way we see the person that we're engaging with as well.
Mm.
And I think that, by Thinker having those, like Thinker was saying, those responses, like, well, you're saying I'm hurting, but what are the reasons that I gave? Like, that completely invalidates what you said and kind of puts it under this umbrella of like irrational emotions. When no, you're giving concrete examples, such as the problem of evil, such as the fact that this God is hidden, such as the fact that all of the things that are done in this God's name, like I think that's just a deflection.
Yeah, like you want me to give the God credit for the things that I have to do, right? And lie to myself and tell
Hmm.
myself that the God is doing them, but I still got to get up and do them, right? Like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, book open. I say
How
book
is
open.
everyone?
What's up,
That's okay.
open book?
How are you?
Good. How are
I
you?
I'm doing really well today. I'm about to step out the house. I just wanted to express something. I felt that it's important because the the comeback for "you are hurt" is very common, and I have learned to just run with it. Like, I am hurt. I'm hurt because I gave myself to a God that I called my father. I built a relationship that ended up being false. So it would be normal for a human being to be hurt from any relationship that's broken. So I think it's very important to remember, like, I'm a human being and I've been lied to. So yes, I'm hurt.
Absolutely.
Love
Absolutely.
that. Yes. 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 And even when they keep coming back, y'all gonna have to put a hit list together and put it on the Discord, a comeback list. Cause of what to say when people, here's the response for. If somebody says you're hurt, here's the response for if somebody calls you a demon. Here's your response if the motherfuckers just won't shut up.
I think that's a really good idea. Just to add,
Yeah,
like,
that
add
is a good
those,
idea.
yeah, those in your arsenal, because I think it just kind of highlights another very, very problematic aspect of religion where are normal human emotions taboo? Like to open book's point, like, if you slap me, am I not supposed to be hurt? If you promise me something and I don't get it, should I not be hurt? Like, is that not a natural response? What am I supposed to do? And if what you say I'm supposed to do is ignore God, then that's the very reason ignore that God is not doing anything. That's the very reason I'm in the place that I'm in right now.
That is
Like
so.
for example, Pew Preston said, "You are a demon and you are sad as fuck." Like I already told you, I take demon showers and them motherfuckers be right. Like to calling me a demon ain't gonna sound. And then on top of that, like I know that prior to Christianity, prior to Europeans getting to the word demon meant intellectual individual. It was an intellectual
Wow.
being. Yeah, it didn't mean a demonic lower level entity. A demon was an intellectual entity. A daemon was a lower level entity. They put those two words together. So call me a demon if you want, motherfucker. I do my best thinking in the demon shower.
I love that. See what I'm saying? That's a hit list. That's a hit list quote. Like that's something I need to be saying because that's something I can come back with easily and quickly. Like, but open book. Thank you so much for that language, man. Because that's the truth. I mean, I was hurt, but I'm not anymore. Like I'm really kicking it. My life feels good, but the conversation was good. I don't even know I don't even know how to categorize the
Hold,
relationship anymore, but
hold on, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
Not Jesus's children trying to claim demons now. y'all, y'all want to claim demons now? That's hilarious. That is hilarious.
That shows you they don't think about the things that they say. Like you fighting to keep your enemy. What are you saying? Like,
Because I said it's intellectual.
tell
Like,
me how
oh
that
my
makes
God.
sense.
Oh my gosh.
It would
The shit
honestly
just,
make
it don't
sense.
make no fucking sense.
It would make sense that a demon would be categorized as an intellectual entity because, like the serpent in the garden didn't do anything outside of provide knowledge.
And the serpent in the garden is actually described as being wise and prudent, right? Like you want to be prudent, you
Mhm.
want to be wise, right? Um, the serpent, that word that says subtle, right, is irumum, irum or arum, arum. It means wise and prudent. That's literally what the serpent is described as in the garden.
I have a quick question before I drop down. Pure Peace 62. Why the fuck are you even in here? Like why? Why do you sit? You're like a fucking like what the fuck do you want? We don't want you to be saved. We don't want to be saved. We don't even want you here. Like come up and talk. Fuck out of here. Anyway, y'all have a beautiful today and
Thank
I'm gonna
you. You
drop down.
too. Thank you. Have a good day,
Excellent.
Jared.
I love y'all so much. I'm out of here too. Thank you, Thinker. You're amazing. You have helped me so much. I could relate with the last guest when, you know, feeling like TikTok was going to be one way in your life and then it turned out to be another. TikTok has helped me so much with deconstruction because me being by myself is very easy for the Christian community, especially the group that I was under. They were a group of men to make me feel like I didn't know anything and I was just, a baby in Christ and you ain't got no meat on your bones. You just need to listen to us, so being on TikTok and being able to find people that are going through the same things and to know that you're not crazy, it really does help a lot. So I just want to, push
You're
back
so
on that
welcome.
and pour in on that because the last couple of
You're
guests
so
have also
welcome.
lifted you up also. I want to lift you up too. So thank you so much.
You're welcome. And I told you, like, I love watching your growth. Like, you've come out of your shell, and you have so much confidence, and that should be funny as fuck. So, I just wanted to say thank you as well for sharing your journey, for being who you are, for coming in the community and sticking around the community, and for modding the community, and for coming up and helping Jarian. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Anytime. Thanks for having me. Everyone have a good day. La la fi oso.
Bye, open book. Thank you.
I never said this. Let me down.
Have a good day. Open Book is my only TikTok son. I tried to adopt Theo. He was like, no, no, no siblings, please. Truth Teller.
Oh,
Hey, did you join on accident or on purpose?
oh, sorry.
It was an
Can you
accident.
hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you join on accident
well,
or on purpose?
I did have something on my mind. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. Okay. Okay. Could I? Yeah. First of all, good morning
Good
to everybody.
morning. How are you?
And it was something on my mind. I might have said this before. If I did, just let me know. But it's I guess you'd call it another puzzle of Christian theology, or another absurdity, maybe. But the fact that according to Christian theology, according to Christian theology, we exist from the day we're born on into eternity. So if you think about it, this time here on planet Earth is about, in mathematics, sometimes we say 0+% of our entire existence. It's almost nothing. It's not quite 0% of our entire existence if we go on to eternity. It's 0+%. And now, so after 0+% of our entire existence, and so at the time I expire, let's say I even live 200 years. Even if I were to live that long, it would still be 0+% of my entire existence. And at the instant that I expire, when the moment I can be sure, now I'm positive that the deity, the Christian deity, doesn't exist. The absurdities, the sadism replete throughout Scripture make it obvious to me, thank goodness, that this deity does not exist. But if Christian theology were correct, at the moment I can be certain, at the instant I can be certain, the forgiveness window shut. And I've only been through 0+% of my existence, but yet the chance to decide that I want to worship this God, for some reason that window closes the instant I can know with certainty. I guess you could call it another unjustness of this deity.
Yeah. I also think it's why the believers treat the life as if it's nothing, as if it's not that important.
Yeah, if you think about it, yes, it's like I said, it's and they say that in the Bible, it's like dirty rags or something like that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I do
It's an
think it's
awful.
good. Look,
I was just going to say that's an awful outlook on life to call it dirty rags.
yeah, I do think that it's interesting that the Bible says that if you're truly saved, then you won't even have the capacity for sin, and believers sin every fucking day, and we'll tell you that, and they think, oh well, yeah, once we get to heaven, we won't even have to sin anymore. And it's like, what's stopping you? The same spirit that's supposed to be making you not sin on earth, or like, how is that going to work? Because y'all can't stop sinning. So y'all get to heaven and then magically you're compliant. Because it sounds like what has to happen is your will has to be taken away. And y'all love talking about how y'all not fucking robots, but
Yes, we have free will to believe, but we have free will. He doesn't want to force you to love him now. Oh, so he doesn't want to force you to love him, but if you don't, you're going to burn. But he's not forcing you now, because that's what they always say. God doesn't want to force anyone to love him, because what kind of love would that be? But if you don't, so that was on my mind. I heard that. I never thought about that. The fact how the forgiveness window closes, and I heard it on the atheist experience. One of the women hosts said it, and I had never thought about it. And I thought that was a good point. All
I
right, guys.
agree.
Yeah, thanks for letting me express myself, and I hope everyone has a great day.
Thank
So,
you, Truth. You have a good day as well.
You too, Truth.
you know what Biggie Small said?
What?
When I die, fuck it. I want to go to hell.
Biggie Small said that?
Yeah.
When?
I can't say the name of the song, but yeah,
I never knew that.
yeah. He said, when I die, fuck it, I want to go to hell.
Chin Chinomso? Chinomso? Is that what that say?
Chinomso.
Chinomso?
Chinomso.
Well, they're not there no way, so
I feel like we speaking another language.
Chinomso?
Chinomso.
Oh my god.
Biggie has said a lot of questionable things, but that one was straight.
Hello,
Uh
panel.
Hi, Pink Master, how are you?
I'm good. I am back. So I wanted to just look up.
Oh
Um,
wait, you were up here earlier.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Oh
Yeah, I
damn.
just had to go
Okay.
look up the information. I just want to clarify because I didn't want to just leave out like that, and then I wanted to bring my point home as well too. So this article is from Historum.com,
Hmm.
and it
What's the
says
title of the article?
where well I googled was Jesus let me see born in Africa. I can't tell you the name of the
This is a
article. I'm
forum.
sorry.
This is a forum.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I'm
what's the
sorry. I didn't.
article
I'm
that you
sorry.
want
I
to?
didn't write it down. I didn't write it down. But if you just
Hold
if
on, hold on. I'm not gonna let you present a forum as uh like a resource. This is a open forum where people are talking. So I'm trying
mhm.
to like look for the actual article so I can read it along with you.
So if I go out again, I probably y'all I'm gonna probably get cut off again. So I
Tell me
mean
where to go.
I
Like
can
I'm
do
on the
that.
screen. Where did you go when you came in?
Historum
I'm on
HIST
his storm. Do you? I'm on there. Do you see it on the screen?
Historum.com. And what I did was I typed in um the country that Jesus was born in, and that article came up. Historum.com.
Yeah, I'm on there.
Okay.
Hold on. Let's see. There's several articles that come up. Let's see. Was the British conquest of India blown out of proportion? Was the British conquest of Indian blown out of proportion? Uh, let's see. Let's see. A quick reminder that Jesus was born a refugee, or he or his non-white family would not have been permitted to enter a Western country. Uh, Yahweh versus Asher. Which one of these did you click on?
Uh, oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to see. I can't even see.
Hold on. I'll make it bigger. Hold on.
Okay.
Can you see it now?
Yes, I can. Oh.
Netflix African
Netflix
Queens.
African Queens?
This is reputable AF.
Mm-mm.
Hold on. Netflix African Queens. What is that about? Is that a show? Now I want to go back and read that. Hold on. Which one of these did you click on?
So
Was
what I did was I typed in which country was Jesus born in, and that
Yeah,
took me.
that's what I typed in, and these are the.
Well,
Do
I
you
did
see
actually
it?
go.
How it highlights the words that I typed in, and
But what
that
I did
was
was I
in
actually
Jesus
Googled
was.
it. So I didn't actually go on the site. I Googled it, and it took me to that site.
Okay, hold on. Let's
I
see.
She
found this
Googled it
particular
and
site.
now we got the cipher.
Yes, I Googled it. Which
You
country was
typed in
Jesus born
which
in?
country
And then I,
was
I looked at several
Jesus
different sites,
born
and I
in?
saw this one.
Okay, let's see. Economic Times, Biblical Archaeology, BibleInfo.com. Uh, let's see. Did you go? What page of Google was it on?
I couldn't
Rain. Huh?
I couldn't tell you that.
How you find it,
You
Rainbow, if you don't
disregarded
know?
all the top search.
Yeah. Like, hold on, this is what I'm gonna do. Which country
Okay.
was Jesus born in? And then we're gonna do historium.
Okay.
Historia. There we go. Let's see. We can
Flash
find
Facebook.
it. Uh, okay. Jesus born in Africa. Okay, here we go. Let's see what this is. Uh by
I'm
Doug
set.
Belcher. The text I reply here was shared in 2012 by the friend Jonathan Marcelino and is authored by Hernani Francisco da Silva, originally published by Afrocut. When I read, I immediately remembered a passage from the movie Ali about the life of Muhammad Ali and discussion with his father said he would not make a living painting a blue-eyed Jesus. Jesus and his boy are African origin, hid among the blacks to be confused with them, and for those who believe there are the biblical sources. Let's see, I'm trying to I can't click on
Who the fuck was Jesus'
that.
boy?
Jesus was born in huh?
Who was Jesus' boy?
I don't know. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
I guess.
Yeah. Jesus was born in Africa. The Gospels explicitly state that Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judah in the time of King Herod. In ancient times, including the time of Jesus, Bethlehem of Judah was considered part of Africa. Until the construction of the Suez Canal, Israel was part of Africa. This view was to last until 1859, when the French engineer Ferdinand de Lesseps set out to build the Suez Canal. From there, it was Africa, separated not only geographically, but especially historically, culturally, and anthropologically from what we now call the Middle East. The millenary extension of Africa happens to appear on the maps as if it were Asia. The crazy thing is that there was no Africa back then for them to say this. And what is now Israel was considered Canaan. Now, Egypt occupied Canaan by force, right? Right. And then Canaan were Asiatic people from Mesopotamia. All right. They were not West Africans. They were not North Africans. If anything, we probably would see some a mixture from the Delta, right?
Well,
Uh,
are you speaking of now
and
or current? Or are you talking about back?
no,
She said
there
in
was
that
no
time.
Africa.
Okay, so
And
how
in
can you?
antiquity, there
So you
was
just read
no
the article,
Africa.
but you
I'm
just
sorry.
read
And
the
this
article.
person is saying that it was Africa. There was no Africa back then. There was no like, and then
The,
on top of that, hold on top of that, Canaan, right? They were Asiatic people living in Canaan, which was occupied by Egypt at that time. Egypt occupied Canaan by force, right? And who was living in Canaan were Asiatic Semitic people from Mesopotamia, right? And then there was a mixture of people from the lower delta, East Africans, the what we would call today the Sudanese people, right? That was living amongst in that area, but that's not Africa, and it wasn't considered Africa back then either.
what was it called?
It was called Canaan
What
in
was the continent?
Mesopotamia,
What was the
like
continent?
Asia, huh?
What was the
That
continent?
it was. They didn't have
What?
names for the continents.
Continents are newer than what? They didn't know
asking.
North
Oh,
America
I
existed.
was
Why
asking.
hold on. They didn't
So
know
I was
North
just trying to
America
get educated.
existed. Why wouldn't they know continents?
I was asking her, what did they call it back then?
She's explained that to
Canaan,
you.
Mesopotamia, Babylon,
So there were no names for the continents back then.
Egypt.
No,
No,
Okay, so if you want to remove the name of the continent, fine, but the location was
it
still
still
where it
was
was.
not Africa.
Because you're bringing in a location currently now. You're
Was
calling
not Africa.
Asia, but you're
Again,
saying
that's
Asia
what
and
I'm trying to
Africa.
tell you. These people were from Mesopotamia. Like
Okay.
it literally this right here will solve all of this. Like there's no need, right? Honestly, to
go to the last page on the Google search.
this is
So
Deuteronomy chapter 26. Deuteronomy chapter 26 says that the ancestor of the Israelites, which is Jacob, who was his name was changed to Israel according to this story, he was Aramaean, which is Mesopotamian from Babylon.
they're from Africa too. Everybody's from Africa. I mean, let's be truthful. Back then, they were all dark skin color people.
Again, we don't have to go to the exact last page of Google to find out if something is true.
I don't quite understand the like what the hell is this? If that's the way you're going to approach this conversation, there is no need. Like you spent
Everybody's
all that
nigga.
time researching for like you just believe what you're gonna believe, girl. Just
Just say that. Just say that though.
yeah, just say that. Like no.
She said, "Let's be real. Everybody a nigga." Like, no, man.
Like what?
I mean, the way they jump around the timeline of history is insane. Like, yes, life originated on the continent of Africa. That's the earliest, the place that we can find it. But you do realize how many millions of years ago that was. So to try to claim African ancestry for somebody that was alive 2,000 years ago because everybody came out of Africa just categorically demonstrates that you don't know how time works.
Fuck it. Everybody my cousin.
This as a resource is tripping me out.
Well, it's funny because the article is like, this is an article that was shared to me that was written by somebody else that was published on by somebody else. Like, bro, this nigga not even really saying this shit real. He just saying somebody sent it to him.
Right. And there is no references, like, and it's a forum. This is a fucking forum. Like this is worse than Wikipedia. Wikipedia.
Wikipedia.
Yeah, shut up. This is worse.
No, I like that Wikipedia because you know what I'm saying. You send that bullshit.
Like goodness gracious.
I love when I'm up and about in the mornings and Pressure is not too sure what I'm doing, so he just kind of stays still and follows me with his eyes.
He looked
Like, do
so
I need to get
cute
ready
when
to
he was
leave
sleeping
or?
earlier. When you put him on camera.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I swear he reminded me of Five.
okay. I wish Pressure could say no. I think that would be hilarious.
That day when I was on your live and he kept hitting the microphone going, wow. Wow.
Go ahead and make his account. I need him as a co-host.
It is a trip.
Like Five, do the thing. Wow. No.
And then look, so my son bought my granddaughter a microphone that lights up. So now she sits on my lap and she'll have her microphone sitting there just bite like
Aww.
in her mouth going blah 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 blah. While I'm sitting there.
That's funny. Not he
She gonna be
disappeared.
like a grandmama, right? Nix, are you in the box on purpose? Pumpkin, I'm gonna guess you're not in there on purpose. Bree Rue, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Nix, are you there on purpose? On purpose, okay.
Hi everyone.
Hello, how are you?
I'm sorry. Morning. The last the last person had me cracking up. I'm sorry. But I just wanted to say thank you. You helped me get to my next, I guess, the next stage of deconstruction. And I really, really, really appreciate your lives. I try to come every morning, and a lot of the times it's just comedy.
Yeah, I said I feel like we are like TikTok reality, Christian reality TV show. I mean, not TV show, but reality show. Yeah.
I love it. But yeah, I just wanted to come up and say that I freaking love you guys and thank you so much for doing what you do daily because I wouldn't be able to.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I see
Thank
that you
you.
are a new nerd. Welcome to the
Yeah,
community.
thank you. I was a nerd before too, but I had to create another TikTok, so like whatever,
Oh,
all
okay.
that happened. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
But thank you so
Well,
much,
welcome
guys.
back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great rest of the day.
Y'all too. Have a good one.
All
We're
right.
going next.
I don't think Bricks Rue, uh I'm saying the name wrong. I don't think they commented, so I'm gonna take them out. Roger Parrish?
Roger playing
Roger?
pool at 8:30 in the morning.
Oh no, that's a mistake. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll take you down. Have a good one, okay?
All right, you too.
Alrighty.
I want to be cool as fuck when I'm old. You saw that folk out there too,
Mm-hmm.
brother. Stylish.
What makes you think he's old though?
Anything older than me is old, unless
Oh
I
my
say
god.
so.
Are you fucking calling me and Bree old?
I baked in a way out. I said, unless I say so.
I mean, to keep it a
I've
whole
had that rodeo.
to keep the whole entire being, I am old.
I
Just
ain't
gonna put
ready
that
to
out
claim
there.
that shit. I'm a young girl mama. I was watching a K drama, and this lady said to this 9-year-old little girl, "Auntie brought this for you," and the little girl said, "Let's be real, Auntie, you look more like a hey money than a
Damn.
Auntie Annie."
Damn.
She said, "You look more like a grandmama than a auntie."
Damn.
God damn. Madam girl,
Yeah, hi.
hi, how are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes, please?
Can you get mine?
I'm sorry.
Can you get what?
Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
Oh, okay, I'm 31.
Thank you. Are you a believer in the God of the Bible? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
Just seeking for the truth.
Do you currently believe in the God of the Bible, though?
I believe that God is within me.
So you don't believe in the God that we're discussing?
I think the Bible has good and bad parts, and I believe that
I be
I now
asking
know the
some
truth.
hard questions, don't I?
Yeah, it
I
is.
get it.
That's a hard question.
It is a hard question. It
It's
is.
a like. So I'm trying to find out if you are in the process of deconstructing your current belief system.
Oh,
Uh,
definitely, definitely.
okay,
But
okay,
I still believe
okay.
in God. I mean,
The God that is in the Bible.
like I said, the
I know
Bible
you're
has
deconstructing. I know you're deconstructing. But when you say you currently believe in God, right?
yes,
Let me let me
and
let me let me let me ask it this way. Did you previously have a belief in the God in the Bible?
No, no.
So,
I just knew about him. I came to this earth, and what was there was what I knew. Like I didn't choose it. It was a belief that was instilled in me. So I am just now finding that a lot of the things that we were taught is actually wrong.
when you say you came to this earth, were, were you raised in a Christian or
Yeah, yeah,
indoctrinated
yeah,
with a
yeah, definitely.
Okay, so and when you were raised Christian, are you saying you never adopted the belief?
I was raised a Christian, but it wasn't something that I made my life.
So you never adopted, you never believed it.
No, I did believe. I did
So you
believe, but
did
like I
believe.
said,
So
that's why I'm
okay, so you
saying
wait, hold on. So you were a Christian at some point, and you stopped being a believer at some point. Is that correct?
no.
You still are a Christian?
Okay. These questions you're asking me are very valid and also at the same time very
I just need
complicated.
to know if
But
you qualify for the conversation.
I
Like,
think I
I
do
only talk. I
qualify.
only talk to three types of people. Okay, I talk to current believers who believe in this God that we are discussing, which is the God in the Bible, the God of Christianity. I talk to people who are deconstructing their belief in that God, or I talk to atheists, one of the three categories, and I'm trying to see if you fit one of those categories. If not, then I'm gonna have to take you down. If you are like you have a belief in like spirituality or African spirituality or Christ consciousness or just nature or source, I don't discuss those belief systems, so I'm gonna have to take you down. So I'm trying to figure out where you fit in this conversation. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, and I think maybe you can help me out if you would let me tell you what all I'm going through.
No, 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 nope.
Oh Lord.
I'm not here to
Oh
tell
no,
you what
dude.
you're going through. I'm not
No.
here to listen to what you're going through. That's not what this live is for.
Okay. So
We're
to
here to
answer your
discuss
question,
the belief systems of the God of the Bible.
I believe that a lot of the things that we were taught about in the Bible and in this world is not the truth.
Okay, so you're deconstructing.
If that's what you
That
call it,
okay? That's what it sounds like. You're deconstructing.
that's what I meant.
Okay,
That if I tell you, you could help me because I cannot find a name for it.
okay,
This
yeah,
just
okay,
happened to me like 2 weeks ago, so
okay. All right. So this is recent.
very
This
recent. That's
okay. All right. All right. Now, the next step, right, is for you to address the prompt, right, and tell me whether you agree or disagree with the prompt and why.
okay.
Okay.
You were going to say something and then I would agree or disagree?
No, do you see the prompt on the
Yes,
that says
Jesus
Jesus?
Christ is the worst. Yes.
Yeah, the way you start the conversation is letting me know if you agree, disagree, and why.
Yes. Please, people in the comments, can you not do
Don't worry
this?
about the comments.
Whoa,
Yeah,
don't read
y'all chill
those.
for a second. Like, let's chill out for a second, okay? Don't worry about the comments though. Just focus on our voices up here on the stage, okay?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So yes, I do believe that it's a bad thing.
You want to share why you believe that or feel that way?
Why? Because they made it seem like you actually have to be a member of a church or go to a church and believe in Jesus Christ. And I believe that there is so much information that has been hidden away from us. And I believe that God is in us, and you don't have to go to church and be shouting and be praying for whatever you need. You just need to say you have it. You just need to believe that you have it. That you don't need to have to be going to church, and you just have to love yourself and love your neighbors. If someone will hurt you, just take it out of your soul. Because to me, what I'm thinking now is Satan is in us, God is in us. Satan is the bad things that you keep in your heart because it rules over you. It blocks you from achieving your goals. It blocks you from being the kind of person that you were meant to be. So to be in tune with God, you need to be in tune with yourself by letting all the bad things get away from you.
Okay, I think I kind of get where you're going. You're starting to see that the things that you were taught um, through Christianity are not true. When it comes to the religion aspect of it,
Yes.
the criteria of go to church on Sunday mornings, pay your offering, dress a certain way, right? The utility of it, you're starting to see that that specifically isn't true.
Yeah.
But the concepts, the teachings, you feel are just a part of you or a part of society, like kind of like objective truths that we have to realize that we don't necessarily need a God to show us, but they're in you. And you're saying that God is in you and the Satan is in you as concepts, or do you still believe that they are like deities or like spiritual beings, this God and the Satan?
Yeah, I do believe they are deities and spiritual beings. I do believe that.
Okay, and the deity and uh the Satan, are they still in this book? Are they still talked about in the Bible?
I don't think completely. No.
Okay, so the story of Adam and Eve, you no longer believe that to be true about your existence.
Oh, the true meaning is not what is in the book. No.
When you, what do you mean by that? Can you explain that to me? When you say the true meaning, it's not what's in the book.
I really cannot give you a clear meaning to what I said. Like I said, this is just coming to me just 2 weeks ago, and I'm going deeper, and I want to find the right answers and the truth. But with the Adam and Eve, I don't believe in that. I don't believe that they were the first humans on Earth. It does not
Oh,
make.
okay. Oh, okay, great. That's what you mean. Like you don't believe an Adam and Eve. Did Jesus die for your sins? Do you still believe that?
I mean, if God made us in His own image, like he would not sin, so why am I sinning? When I was born a child, I had no sin in me. I grew up, and like example, a child would touch fire but smiling, giggling, because the child lives carefree, which was how we humans were meant to live, carefree without fear of anything. So why would he die for my sins? Like when I was born, I didn't have no sins in me. I grew up and I started to have fear in me, and I started to be greedy and all those things. So let's say he died for my sins. Okay, all right, he died for my sins. So you have to repent your sins and be forgiven. So you just say to yourself that you've repented deeply, you've repented, and he's forgiven you. It just doesn't make sense how he came to die for our sins. It doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, because as you stated, like you're saying to yourself, I repent, and ultimately it's you forgiving yourself, right? For whatever sin it is that you believe that you have committed. But also, I think when you talk about, I don't necessarily subscribe to, I'm a god. I don't need that, but I understand some people speak of it in that way. But when you talk about the God is in me, like I know. Uh, you know, when I've done something wrong, right? And I know that when I've done something wrong or offended another person, and I can feel that guilt, right? My consciousness, my conscience is, eating at me. That means that I need to, correct that wrong. And I need to go to that person and say, hey, I caused you harm. I lied to you, or, I made you feel bad, or XYZ. Ask for forgiveness, accept whether they forgive you or not. Don't try to force them to forgive you. They
Yeah.
accept it or not, and then you go on about your day,
Yeah.
and forgive yourself, right? And then the thing is the that's when self reflection starts, right? You make a mental note to not do that again, or to learn from that experience. And that's what a lot of people are calling God consciousness, or
Yes. Yes.
yeah.
I agree with you on that. But that is what makes me think or feel that God is in me. If I say God is in me, I don't mean the God that we have been taught about in the Bible. No, I just mean that there is both good and there is bad in me. Okay, so for me, it would be better for me to lean more to the good side of me, which is when you hurt somebody or you wrong somebody, you let them know what you did and you ask for forgiveness. If they will forgive you, good. If they don't forgive you, they keep the pain and the hurt within them, which leans to the bad side of you, which will be the devil part of you. Do I make sense?
Yeah, and I think you're talking about them like in a allegorical way, um, or in a like a not allegorical, metaphorical way. Like the devil is bad, God is the good, right?
I
And
mean,
you're talking about
if we would come to like a layman's understanding,
analogous. Thank you. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
like for a layman's understanding, that would be the easiest way I can explain to like a person who is like right now currently trying to understand some things.
Yeah. As an analogy, like the devil.
Yes,
Sorry, the devil
yes,
is bad, God is good,
yes, as an analogy, yeah.
and not that you actually believe these did. Well, you made a statement
Yeah.
that you do believe deities and supernatural beings exist. Like you,
Yes.
who are these deities and these supernatural beings that you still believe exist if it's not God and Satan?
I do not still believe. It's just something I just found out. Just something I just
Oh,
realized.
okay, okay,
It's
okay,
new. It's new, yeah. So I cannot
okay.
really answer because it's new and I'm getting into it.
And this is
But
why
I
you go ahead. I'm sorry.
was saying I cannot really answer, but I do believe that there are supernatural beings, and I believe that Adam and Eve were not the first humans on Earth. It's no. I mean, with evolution, you know, it's even that clear with evolution. So it's a whole lot, and I need help. Like I'm doing my best, but I'm happy. I'm very happy because a lot of things are making sense, and the things that were not making sense that were questionable to me in the past, but I couldn't dare bring myself to question them mentally. I am questioning them, but I'm trying not to be too logical, trying also not to be too emotional about it.
And I think that's a good place, right? A good way to approach it, right? But I can hear the like the where the confusion is because of the indoctrination. You're
Yeah,
kind of fighting yourself with using your brain and allowing yourself to critically think and accept, right, what is logic, right,
which
is
is
what
normal.
is logical. And that fear and that indoctrination of maybe I'm wrong, or maybe it was God that created humans, but evolution just makes a lot of sense. But you know um I can kind of hear that. And I think the main important thing, like with me, is this allowing myself to ask questions. I have so much fucking fun asking questions. Like I love asking questions, even if those questions get on people's nerves. If somebody says something and it piques my curiosity, I'm gonna say, like that made me think of something. Like
That's
I
her.
seriously, like I love asking questions so much. I want Mr. Michaels to make me a theme song that's you know to the tune of Blues Clues. We just got a letter. Like to Thinker has a question. Thinker has a question. Cause like 1,001 questions is how you get to the clarity that you need, right? And it can be scary. It can be really scary, especially when you're coming out of a a doctrine that you were given as a child as a
Yeah.
rubric, right? It can be really scary.
Can I
So
share
I get
something
it.
crazy?
Yeah.
I think the devil and Satan that was instilled in us is actually not what it is. And AI and social media was made for them to listen and know our thoughts. It's like a brick for them to build whatever they are building. And if I say them, I mean the government. I mean the families that run the world. I think they are the end of humanity.
Oh, so I own an AI company, and I can tell you, I can't listen to anybody's
Okay.
conversations. But also, like the data, right? Like they know things that you're they can predict that stuff from the stuff that you buy, the stuff that you type on social media. Technology has just gotten to that has gotten that good that they can predict. But I I think like we can see the things that are going on in the world today that kind of helps us see what would be the ruin of our society. And a lot of that has to deal with climate change, these wars that are going back and forth, right? Uh, because of climate change, famine, people like if we continue the way that we're going, resources will feel scarce or get scarce, and people will start harming each other just to feed their kids. You know,
Okay.
so I think we can see, unless we as a society make a change, we can kind of see where we're headed. But we have to get our heads out the clouds and really look right and participate in our existence in order to to change it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't like.
But the thing is, the question is though, like you and I, maybe because of your job, you may have a better way to, fix or help change some things. But for me, I
I don't.
have
I'm not rich, right? Like just because
okay,
I have a company
okay.
don't mean I'm wealthy. I didn't say I was wealthy, right? Like
Okay.
I have there are things I could do within limits, right?
So you're saying we need money to be able to make a change?
You need you need resources, right? You also need community. You need people who are willing to stand out and step out of line, and speak up, right? You need thinkers.
Okay, so if you say that the people that do have the resources, why are they not doing something to put a stop to the war? Just this is just a basic question that I just want to know right now, based on what you said. Because
Because a
you and
lot of
I
people
don't
are
have the
indoctrinated. They're getting
resources.
a lot of support for that war,
Yeah,
right?
but the war
Like,
can be stopped. Like
but there's
easy.
people who have been indoctrinated who believe that a God wants this war to happen so that his son could come back and take them to eternal life.
Oh,
So
because
if you don't have people, right, like we don't have enough people to say, wait, right? Like this doesn't make sense. Like who is, you know, allowed to use 2500 old documents as property deeds and justify it to blow up whole entire nations. And
okay, okay, I get.
we just don't have enough people who have come out of the indoctrination yet. There's more people who are either silent, uh, you know, out of fear, which shows complacency or complicity, what? Uh, complacency, compliance.
Complicitousness,
What?
complicity,
Shut up, shut up. Oh, so that's not right.
feliz cumpleaños.
Feliz
Complacency.
cumpleaños.
But
Happy
also we
birthday.
we have we have people who like really believe it and they're like, yes, Jesus is almost back. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's more of them than it is who will speak out and say this isn't right. Although we see a lot of people speaking out saying, wait, this ain't right. It's just we just got to keep doing it, right? And then realizing that just one like all we can do is, you know, one take it one day at a time. Like it's a big ass beast. It's a big ass beast.
Oh Lord.
But if we look at the beast and we say that I'm not gonna fight that motherfucker, then we're never gonna change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. This is what do I do? Like literally, what do I do? How do I fix something? It's so mind-boggling.
Start with fixing yourself. Don't try to fix, everything or anything around you right now. The fix yourself first, and then once you do that, uh, you know, you'll be able to see how you can better make an impact with your immediate surroundings. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Start there. Don't overwhelm yourself. You ain't Superman. Neither am I. You ain't the sacrifice. Neither am I. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Start with yourself and just go from there.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
So I do
So
qualify to be part of this.
yeah. Oh, you could be here. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not
I'm
that I
glad
was
that you came up.
seeking, not that I was
Huh?
seeking for, not that I was seeking for that, but it's just when I first joined, the questions were really, really tough, and these were questions that I never would have thought someone would ever think to ask me or for me to ask somebody. So it was hard for me to. That's why I said, if you give me a minute and I tell you what's happening, you might understand where I am at. So thank you for
Yeah.
sharing what you shared. It's
You are
okay.
so welcome. You're welcome. And I appreciate you for coming up. Look forward to talking with you again. And I hope you have a great rest of the day. Okay.
Oh, definitely. Thank you too.
Okay.
Okay. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Has oh, so she has it come up
Who? Pooh Peasants.
pure.
Pooh Pieces.
Yeah, she says she is in support of what's happening, but doesn't support the war. Like, what does that mean?
What?
That makes no sense.
Like, she doesn't like the violence, but she thinks it's necessary. I'm trying to figure out what she meant by that.
Is that what J Rod was saying yesterday? That
Yep,
he
that
was
double
trying to point
speak
that
that
out
you called
yesterday, right?
out. Uh-huh, you
Yeah.
called out that double speak yesterday. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Kino?
Yeah, and I called it out last time I was here. But
I don't
yeah, how y'all
I
doing
don't
this morning?
know. I don't know.
I'm
How
back.
old are you? How old are you?
No, I was here
I
last
don't.
time. Y'all was ganging up on me, telling me that the
How old
scriptures.
are you? God damn it! How old are you? How old are
I'm
you?
49 years old. Why is
Okay.
that
Are
so?
you a
I'm
believer?
49. Why is that
Are
so
you a
important?
believer? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? God damn. I don't know who you are.
No, I'm a believer. I'm
Okay.
a
All right. All
believer.
right. Chill. 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 Okay. I have no fucking idea who you are. Okay. I would like to have a conversation with you. I would like for it to be respectful. Okay. If you come in here disrespectful, this is not going to go well. It's going to be unproductive as fuck, and you and I are just going to be yelling insults at each other. I would prefer not to do that. Is that what you came up here to do?
Me as
It would
well. I prefer not to do that as well.
Okay, thank
it would
you.
also help if you weren't currently building the new earth because it sounds like you're at on a construction site right now and beeping. We can't hear anything. There's a whole lot of noise in the background.
Oh my man, I swear.
Okay, I can straighten that out in a second. It's not a big deal.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There are two topics that you can choose from. Okay. I can't fuck with feet today. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. There are two topics that you can choose from. You can do the topic on the prompt, Jesus Christ, which includes Yahweh, Yahweh Shai, all the Yahs, even including the Yeshuas. Is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, or the questions that we have about Adam and Eve and the beginning of creation, that scenario leading up to Cain. Which path do you want to take?
Um, It doesn't matter to me. You could pick one.
I don't ever do that. I
They're
would never
both
do
they're
that.
both full of enlightenment.
Yep, just pick a path. Hold on. I find
For
wait,
one,
yeah,
I would
hold on for
say
a second,
I
Kino.
would.
I find this interesting. Kino, hold on. This is really interesting, right?
Uh-huh.
Because I give believers a choice. Which path do you want to take? Don't y'all find it interesting that they always say you choose, but they always say that it's easy to choose between the God and the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Like I find that really interesting.
I thought you needed more choices to be frozen by choices or by options.
Well, I'm not frozen, but I'm really not frozen.
Okay, well, let's move the
I don't
conversation
think y'all
forward and pick
should
one.
do it. Yeah, I was doing that before
Wait,
you
why does it
noticed,
sound like you on
but
anesthesia
I
right now?
was
You got one bar.
She said
It
anesthesia.
does. It sounds like he going under. Wait, are you in the hospital? What the hell? What is happening?
Sorry, the surgeon just came in.
Did y'all hear that?
Yeah,
Yeah, I heard it.
Are you in the hospital?
yeah.
you got to be in a warehouse on a forklift.
Are you there, Kino? Kino,
Handle.
did the anesthesia kick?
My,
Kino, are you there?
yeah, I'm here. I'm here, but I have one bar. I'm trying to relocate.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and relocate right quick.
I'm here, but I have I had one bar. That's some equipment.
You're going in and out. You might maybe I don't know if he got.
Yeah, I'm asking. I'm asking y'all to hold on a
Oh,
second. Let
okay.
me let me
Okay, go
get
ahead.
straight. Let me do a couple things.
Okay.
Thinker, how are you holding up with life post beeping sound?
I was getting ready to ask what choice you think he's gonna make.
Mm, I hate to taint the results, so I'm gonna say it cryptically. Adam
Put
and
it in the
Eve.
Discord. Oh, damn. Okay. You think that too, Fee?
Yep,
See,
I do.
y'all said it. Now he gonna choose the other. I should have said put it in the Discord faster, quicker.
The thing about it is, I don't think this was Swain's decision. I was kind of being facetious earlier.
Oh, really? You
Oh
think he
yeah.
gonna choose the Jesus Christ is the worst thing? He gonna talk
No,
about
I think he's
Yahweh
gonna
Shai
choose the other.
to talk about Yahweh Shai?
Sure.
I don't think the choice matters because he's going to talk about what he wants to talk about. Yeah, either way.
Oh, really?
Hmm.
Trick question. I love it.
Uh-huh.
Well, look. Let me say this. I was already mentioning Jesus. That came out my mouth when she cut me off and said, "You find y'all don't y'all find it funny?" You remember that
I didn't hear you.
point in
I didn't
time?
hear you. Did y'all
I
hear
was
him?
actually y'all
I ain't
probably
hear it.
couldn't hear it,
Oh.
but I was yeah.
It might be the loud beeping from when you come off mute.
Hmm?
I'm saying we didn't hear
Do you?
that
I
because
think
Actually happens a
maybe
lot.
come back up when you know
Be-
you got the beeping fixed.
I'm a hop down, y'all, because we've just pulled up at the courthouse.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
let y'all know how it goes when I get there.
Because I know I can't
Okay,
turn
give
that
it.
off right now. I just tried, and it just has to be like that.
Okay. Are
Yeah,
you
please.
are you like in a hospital or something?
Assuming,
Assuming what?
assume,
Yeah, we're not going to be able to have a conversation. One, the beeping is loud, and then your reception is very bad, and you're cutting in and out.
assuming, like I'm not.
We didn't hear anything you said. Okay. I'm gonna have to take you down because I can't make out anything that you're saying. Um, you're gonna have to come back when you get out the hospital.
Get you some service or some Wi-Fi, friend.
Okay. I hope you feel better.
Have a good one, Kendall. Speedy recovery.
All right. There's only nerds in the guest box, and I didn't see any comments. Astronova. Well, Ellis Williams. Is Ellis a nerd?
Uh,
I, I can't remember if they
no.
became a nerd or not. Okay. But they are deconstructed. I think. Yulia, are you in the box on purpose or not? Are you in the box on purpose or accident? Ellis,
Hey, how's it
did you come
going?
up? Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
That's good.
Um,
You're deconstructing, right?
um, not
Or are you a believer?
necessarily.
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm a believer, but I don't necessarily want to. I'm not trying to convince you guys to believe or anything like that. I'm just, I'm a little curious. Again, not trying to criticize or anything, but I'm
No, hold
just
on.
because you said,
Hold on. I don't. Hold on. I know you've been on the stage before, correct? Are you the one that I'm
I
thinking
can't
about?
remember,
I don't think
but
so.
maybe
I don't know this person.
Oh, that's not. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking about Elisha Elliott. Ah, I don't know. Okay. Hold on. How old are you?
I'm 27.
All right. So when you come on stage, right, you as a non-community member, right, you can't ask questions that
Oh, okay.
do not pertain to the topics, right? So there are two
Oh, right.
topics. Yeah, there are two topics that you can choose from. The one on the prompt, which is Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. That includes the God of the Old Testament as well, so not just Jesus as in the New Testament. Or we can discuss the questions that we have pertaining to Adam and Eve and the uh, original fall concept. Which path do you want?
Well, my question was more on how Jesus was the worst thing that happened to the black community. So if
Oh,
that's not something that's part of the topics, that's fine. I don't mind going somewhere else. That was the thing
No,
that
like no. That's not.
say black like that.
So the topic says Jesus Christ is the worst thing to happen to humanity, right? Especially the black community. Not Jesus the worst thing that happened to the black community. That says humanity. That includes everybody.
okay.
And unfortunately, you do not get to come up here and say how is he bad to the black community, right? Like you don't get to do that.
Oh, I mean that's not what I was trying to do. I was my only question was
Yeah, but you're asking a question, right? And instead of having a discussion. So if you want to talk about Jesus being the worst thing to ever happen to humanity, right? Especially the black community, that's an entire topic. And
okay.
then you say, I want to talk about the prompt. I agree, I disagree, here's why. That's how you start a discussion.
So I'll just ask my question, the question that I wanted to get to, and then like I
No,
said, if you feel no.
no, that's not how you start. You say, I agree, I disagree, and here's why.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I would say I disagree, and the reason why, because when I look at people like Martin Luther King and Harriet Tubman,
Wait, listen, Ellis.
yeah,
You are stuck on the black community. Okay.
right.
That entire topic. says humanity.
Okay.
Okay. So I want you to address the entirety of the topic. Do you agree that Jesus or God is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity?
I do not agree that Jesus is the
Okay.
worst thing that happened to humanity.
All right. Now, why?
Why? Okay. So it doesn't even have. So when I look at people who accomplished great things, like Martin Luther King or Harriet Tubman, or even people that weren't black that didn't specifically help the black community, that just did
Oh,
great
Ellis,
things because
Ellis,
of
what
who
is
they
wrong with you?
contributed.
Ellis,
What?
Ellis, do you think I'm stupid?
No, not at all.
Evidently you do.
No,
Evidently
I
you do.
definitely don't.
Evidently you think I'm stupid.
No.
Yep.
You asked for my reasoning
You
why.
think
I'm
you think you
my
think that
reason
you are
why.
going to like bypass and just skirt your way and get skirt right past and get your way,
No,
don't you? Yes, you do.
no, I definitely don't. I'm just giving you my
Yes, you
reason
do.
why.
The
No,
inflection in
you're
your
not.
voice is betraying you.
So,
No.
is my reason why I don't think that Jesus is the worst thing to happen to humanity? I can't say because of people that believed in Jesus and did great things for humanity.
Uh, did Martin Luther King do great things, or did Harriet Tubman do great things for humanity, or did she do Did they do great things for the black community, Ellis?
I think doing things for the black community is doing great things for
No,
humanity.
Ellis.
No.
As of right now, Ellis, do not mention the black community. Now, if you came up here to talk about the black community, you can get down. If you can talk about humanity, you can stay. Do not mention the black community anymore.
Okay, that's fine.
Thinker, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Oso.
So,
What the
thinker.
hell makes you think that you could? Like, did you hear him say thinker?
It's,
Huh?
I'm gonna put you on mute because you just annoyed me.
What's up, Oso?
I was just wondering, do you think Hitler did anything that was beneficial to Germans?
No,
You sure?
no.
I mean, he made them an economic superpower.
That beneficial to Germans?
Yeah, like he did, like turn Germany around and became a much more wealthy state, when he came in power. But it didn't necessarily help everybody, right?
Oh yeah, if you look at
I
it
mean, you
like
could
that.
help a people group and not help the entirety of humanity. But just throwing that out there. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Where you find that at?
Find what at?
Yeah, listen to J Dub.
Oh, Ellis, are you able to talk about the prompt without mentioning the black community?
Yeah, that's fine.
Go ahead.
Um, so I disagree. I don't think Jesus is the worst thing to happen to humanity. Um, I don't necessarily think that everybody has to worship Jesus, but or follow Jesus. But I wouldn't say that he was the worst thing that happened to humanity.
What would you say is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity?
Based on my beliefs, it would be Satan the devil.
What did the
You
is?
get a
Let
name
me
and a
ask you this.
title.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Is he a part of the Jesus belief?
Yes. So if you mean that in that I believe that Jesus was real, I also believe that Satan is real, then yes.
Does Satan exist because of your God?
No, Satan exists because he made the decision to go against God.
Did your God create Satan?
My God created an angel, and that angel decided
Did
to
he
turn
create
himself in.
that angel and name him Satan?
No, he didn't get the name Satan until he went against God.
Did he create the fucking angel that rebelled?
Yes, he created the
Okay.
angel. And the angel
He
chose to
created
rebel
the angel that rebelled. Did he let the angel loose on earth and give the angel dominion over earth?
because the angel said that. Yes,
I don't want to because. Did your God let this angel loose on earth and give him dominion on earth?
yes,
In your story. then your God is still the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
But I would not agree with that.
I know you don't agree.
Okay.
If you're going to say that Satan is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, your God created him. Your God knew that he had rebelled. Your God let him loose on earth. Your God made that decision to do that. So he's still the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
But that's kind of like saying Hitler's parents were the worst thing that happened to the Jews because his parents created him and allowed him to exist. I would blame the person who makes the action that actually hurts the people rather than the person that
Well,
created
hold
them.
on. Did his parents know that he was going to do what he did before they created him?
I don't know. Did they?
Did
Also,
they have authority to stop him?
also,
Did they give him the authority to do it?
Because it's
why
not
would they
analogous if you don't
have the
have
authority to
forethought
do
and
it?
power. That's just not
Exactly.
analogous.
His parents could have told him to stop at any point.
Yeah, but did
His
they have
parents
God
had, did they have
powers?
government authority? Did they have authority in the German government to stop him? Did they
Uh,
give him the authority to do it?
no.
Mm.
Exactly. Your God gave Satan the authority.
Right, because Satan said, I'm a better
Doesn't
ruler
matter
than you.
why. Doesn't matter why. Your God still did
Doesn't the
it.
why always matter?
Does it change the fact that your God did it?
But it gives us the reason why.
Does it change the fact that he did it?
No.
Exactly.
I guess I never
Still the
really
worst
thought of
thing
it
that
that
ever
way.
happened to humanity.
Because why wouldn't you just strip the motherfucker of his powers if it was that detrimental? And you knew he was going to be on Earth with people, and you knew they were going to be susceptible to his works.
Well,
Exactly.
again, that
That doesn't
doesn't
make any
answer
sense.
his challenge. If someone says, I'm a better ruler than you, and then you just
Hold on,
kill
hold
them
on, hold
or
on.
prevent
So
them from becoming a ruler,
children have to be raped because God wants to show the devil that he can't do what he said he could without powers that he gave him.
the devil said, I can rule humanity better than you can.
And so
So
now children have to be raped because God was like, bet.
he wasn't like that. The only way to answer the challenge is to allow him to rule. And now we have the world that we live in today.
And so
But
now children have to be
God,
raped because God said, bet, I'll show you.
because Satan is not the best ruler for mankind.
And assumingly, God knew that and decided to go for the world option that has a whole bunch of child rape in it because he wanted to prove something to somebody. That
Well,
sounds
it's not.
cool to you.
Well, it's not that God. There's no other way to answer the challenge, and especially because God knows He can
What?
reverse all the suffering that Satan would cause.
Is God going to at some point ungrape every child?
When He brings His paradise, it says the Bible says the
Oh,
former
so
things.
it won't ungrape the child. It'll just give him a different body.
No, the Bible says the former things will not be called to mind. At
Oh,
least
so
as
he'll just
we have
wipe your
children.
memory of it. It'll still have happened. He'll just wipe your memory.
However you want to consider it, maybe you just won't feel pain over it. Maybe we'll just be able to cope with bad things that have happened to us before, but either way, it says the former things will not come into mind. So it could be as simple as the memory wipe. I mean, however God chooses to do it, we know it will be reversed and we won't be having to deal with all the suffering that we currently deal with anymore.
Also,
So,
if if a parent if a essayer comes to a parent and says, I can be a better parent than you, and that parent goes, all right, bet, here, take my child, and then that other parent essays their child the whole time, is that beneficial? Who is that beneficial to?
the original parent's ego,
What does it cause trauma to anybody?
the child.
And then does somebody get to have fun without repercussions?
It would be the new parent.
Yeah, that's what I hear from you, Ellis.
Sounds like a grand plan.
I don't know, it just seems like a very sad way to view it, but
I
Like
mean,
I
it
said,
just seems like a super realistic way to view it from the
Yeah.
framework that you gave us. What are you talking about? That's the logical entailment of your worldview. So if you want to say it's sad, then that's tough, but that is the logical entailment of your worldview.
no, because my
Yeah,
world is
yeah.
that God allowed Satan to rule because he said he was a better ruler.
Okay, and as a result of that, we get child rape rampant
With
in the world,
um,
and especially propagated by people who claim to be followers of the same God as you. So I guess I'm wondering, why is it that God cares so little for the children that he didn't even want to like protect them in that way? He said, you know what, devil, if you think you can run everything better than me, I will give you all of my creation to play with. That makes no sense. Why not make a dummy world and put him on that if you really wanted to go through with his bet? But honestly, why is he not mature enough to say, no, I'm not going to endanger people's life and well-being to placate your fantasies? Why couldn't
because
he just
because
destroy them then? Hold on.
then
Why couldn't he just destroy them then? He's going to
because
do it later. Why not just do it then?
if someone says I can do a better job ruling than you, and then you destroy that person, it looks like you're afraid that they can actually do a better job. That doesn't answer the question of whether
Why
you
would
will do a
God
better
worry
job.
about that shit?
I
He's
mean,
God.
sis, y'all got the
Like the
most human
fuck?
God. Y'all got the most human God in the fucking universe, bro.
Well, I mean, the Bible says that humans are made in the image of God. So we all have
That's not
free
what I
will.
said.
We all have the ability to look at information and perceive it. So Adam and Eve could have seen that and perceived, like, oh, maybe God isn't the best ruler. The millions of angels could have perceived that and been like, oh, maybe God isn't the best ruler because this guy said he could do it better, and God just smited him. That
What
doesn't
part of
answer
it?
the question.
What?
What are you wondering about?
What part of Adam and Eve's story says that they thought God wasn't a better ruler?
When they listened to Satan instead of God. My point is, when Satan challenged God and was
They
like, I
thought of
can
the
do it.
serpent as a ruler?
No. When Satan challenged God, he got Adam and Eve to listen to him instead of God. That's the whole original sin, story that Christians believe in.
Like,
So,
it's interesting because it seems like your God created him to be exactly that. Because, like, Genesis 2:1 says that these are the, hold on, I want to say it verbatim. Because this doesn't make sense. Because either this was your God's plan, right? It says, thus the heavens and earth were finished and all their multitude. And that word there means host, right? Like the army, which would include the angels. And so Satan was created with the rest of the angels of heaven during the 6 days creation. And so either Satan rebelled, like automatically knew that he was better than your God as soon as he was created, and he rebelled on the seventh day while your God was out resting and convinced Eve to do all this stuff while your God was out resting, or your God intentionally created him this way because he was created during the same time your ass was.
so the way it happened, God created all the angels. When God created Satan, the name Satan literally means slanderer. When
No, it
God
doesn't.
created all the, that's
It does not mean slander. It means accuser. It means
double.
advocate. It does not mean adversary. Accuser and adversary. It does not mean slander.
Okay, sorry, I just get double is the one that means slanderer. So Satan was not, when God created all the angels, Satan was not Satan yet because he was not an
It
accuser. He was
doesn't.
not an
Listen.
advocate.
Listen to what I'm saying. Okay, I don't care what his name was. If he was created during the same 6 days you were created,
Uh-huh.
either he immediately rebelled during those 6 days before there were humans on earth, and then he tricked your grandmama and granddaddy while your God was off resting, right? And he looked down and saw that this Satan had already rebelled, right? Had already challenged him, and he said, "Yep, everything's good. Let me go take a nap."
No.
Wow, Satan, yes, because it literally says that on the these are the thus the heavens and the earth were finished and all their host. That means everything in heaven, the army, That
Right.
includes the angels. So he created them during the 6 days, right?
Mhm.
On the sixth day, your God looked at everything and said, "This is good. Like everything's great. Everything's good." The
Right.
seventh day, he rested, meaning he didn't do anything on the seventh day.
Right.
So from day one to day six, Satan either rebelled against your God and said, "I could have done better." As soon as he made this angel, like that motherfucker hopped up and said, "Damn, I could have done a better job." As soon as he was created. And then your God creates the humans. Your God looks down and says, "Everything's good." He goes off, takes a nap on the seventh day. The serpent or this angel gets inside the serpent, turns the humans against your God, and then your God comes back when he wakes up and sees that this angel he created, that he allowed to, rebel and saw that it was okay, had turned his humans. Or he created him that way intentionally. But it can't be both.
So when God created everything, He created all the angels. At some point. Good morning. What can I get started for you? Hey, I'm picking up for Kate. Picking up a mobile order.
Don't, hey. Y'all need to learn how to count.
The
It's only
caucasity of these
6 days in the creation story. What do you say, Oso?
so just the audacity to just like in the middle of the fucking conversation, roll down your window and just start talking to another motherfucker. Like mute your shit, bro. I don't hear that.
So when
Just
God
walks right past it, huh?
walk right past what? Sorry, I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Sounds about right. Go ahead.
15.
I feel like Ellis has been here before, and I think he did this already before.
Dude, that said is Ellis back, so maybe she remember them.
Oh, Dudette said Ellis is back.
Yeah, she was like, "Is Ellis back?" and all that. I was like, "Damn, dude, that remembers
Oh,
that."
okay. So yeah, he's been here before. I remember somebody doing that right there, picking up while they were Ubering or Door Dashing.
So okay. So Satan so the angel that became Satan was created. His act of rebellion was him getting Adam and Eve to turn against God. So whether he rebelled in
Nope,
his
that's
mind,
not what Revelations 12 says.
what does Revelation 12 says that would
It says that there was a war in heaven, and then he was kicked down to earth. It says he rebelled in heaven.
that was not during the original sin period. Satan wasn't
Oh,
kicked
so did
out.
he go back to heaven after he became Satan and made the humans rebel against your God? Your God welcomed him back home with open arms.
No, the war in heaven was after, way after the original sin, because
That
the
so
sin
how did this Satan get back into heaven?
after he tempted Adam and Eve,
Yes. Why did your
because he
God
was
let him back into heaven? I thought heaven was pure and clean and no sin could come there. Why did your God let him back?
he there wasn't a war to kick. He wasn't kicked out of heaven. I mean, God allowed it.
Revelations 12 literally says he was.
It says he, but that didn't happen after the original sin because
I,
we know he was in heaven
I
during Job.
I'm sorry. What? So after he became Satan and
After he
he,
became Satan,
was full of evil and sin, your God let him back into heaven.
yes, he was allowed to go back and forth between heaven. That's
So
what Job
so sin can go to heaven. That's a
said.
lie.
A sinner can be in heaven.
No, sin can be in heaven.
I mean, there's the Bible doesn't say that you that Satan wasn't allowed in heaven. So
I'm
sin.
sorry. Say that again.
The Bible doesn't say that Satan was allowed in heaven. That Satan wasn't
It
allowed in
literally
heaven.
says there was a war in heaven.
That
With this
happened,
dragon, with this Satan. It says it.
right. That happened after the original
So
sin.
then he went back?
Yes, because in Job it says
Okay,
that he
so
went
sin
back
can
into
go
it.
back. Sin can be in heaven.
Sin can be in heaven.
So when it says that nothing unclean can be there, that isn't true
Where does it say that nothing unclean can
in
be in heaven?
Revelations 21.
21 what?
Don't I'm gonna pull it up. The fact that I would even have to pull this up, and you are telling me that sin can be in heaven, and the whole thing is that y'all believe that you can't go to heaven in sin. This is diabolical as fuck. Hold on.
Anything to make the
21.
story
Let me
fit.
say. First we're gonna do Revelations 12 first. Every time I say I'm gonna get me some new headphones, I forget. Like, and then I get on the live and these motherfuckers act the fuck up.
Mm,
And then when the live is over, I swear I just forget.
I feel that.
Um, okay. A war broke out in heaven.
Hallelujah.
Huh? I
Hallelujah.
can't hear. What do you say?
Hallelujah.
Michael and his angels fought against the dragon. The dragon and his angels fought back, but they were defeated, and there was no longer any place for them in heaven. The great dragon was thrown down, that ancient serpent who is called the devil and Satan, the deceiver of the whole world.
Oh wow.
He was thrown down to earth, and his angels were thrown down with him. Then we're gonna go to verse 13 because we're gonna talk about so when the dragon saw that he had been thrown down to the earth, he pursued the woman who had delivered the male child. So that's Satan. So he was allowed back into heaven after he brought sin on earth, after he turned into Satan.
Just to get sent back to Earth to continue to wreak havoc.
So
Isn't that
again,
crazy?
the
Uh,
where is this scripture, Revelation 12:12. I agree. Satan was kicked out of heaven and he was no
uh-huh,
longer allowed back in there. But it
uh-huh.
had not happened until well after Job. And we know because in Job chapter 1, verse 6, it says, Now the day came when the sons of the true God entered to take their station before Jehovah, and Satan also entered in them. Which means the war that Revelation is describing between Satan and Jehovah, and where he was kicked out of heaven and no longer allowed back in, was well after Job's time, which was well after the original sin. So, yes, after Satan tempted Adam and Eve, he was allowed back into heaven, as Job 1:6 has established.
So it said, I thought my microphone was on. So it says, I saw no temple in the city, for its temple is the Lord God, the Almighty, and the Lamb. And the city has no need of sun or moon to shine on it, for the glory of God is its light, and its lamp is the Lamb. The nations will walk by its light, and the kings of the earth will bring their glory into it. Its gates will never be shut by day, and there will be no night there. People will bring into it the glory and honor of the nations, but nothing unclean will enter it, nor anyone who practices abomination or falsehood, but only those who are written in the Lamb's book of life.
Right. The scripture is talking about God's kingdom.
Right.
Right.
So the uncleanness can be around your God.
Uncleanness cannot enter God's kingdom, but uncleanness can be around God.
Okay, well, where do you think
I'm
his
sorry, say
kingdom
that
is?
again.
So uncleanness cannot enter God's kingdom, but we're not talking about God's kingdom because uncleanness could still exist around God, but you cannot enter God's kingdom.
What is heaven not your God's kingdom?
God's kingdom hasn't, when the war established in heaven in Revelation 12:12, God's kingdom had not been established yet.
What?
Yeah. That war was when God's kingdom was established. That's when Satan was kicked out. He established his kingdom and said no uncleanness is going to come. And that's why when Jesus said, let your kingdom come down to earth as it is in heaven, that's what we
I
believe.
cannot
God's
hear
going to bring his
shit.
kingdom to
So
earth.
when did the war happen?
The war happened sometime after, I mean, it was written in Revelation, but John was foreseeing it as a future event because it was a revelation of things to come. So the war in heaven happened sometime after John died. It doesn't
How
tell
do we
us
know?
when, but because Revelation was a vision of things to come.
Sure,
So
but how do
when
we
John
know?
saw the vision, it couldn't have happened already because it wasn't a vision of what was past. Revelation was a
Sure,
vision of things to come.
sure, but we haven't seen the trumpet stuff happen either. So how do we know that's already happened?
Because Revelation is a vision of things to. Oh, how do we know that the war has already happened in heaven?
I think you found the question I was asking.
Wait, did
So
he just say that Satan didn't get thrown down till after John died?
yes,
Until when
Yeah,
your God, when your Jesus says, "I saw uh the serpent fall like lightning," or the enemy fall like lightning. That wasn't talking about Satan's
yeah,
fall.
I saw.
Like,
I
was
foresaw.
Jesus alive
Hold
before
on.
John died? Or are you talking about John the Baptist? Which John are you talking about?
John that wrote Revelation. So
That
John's
ain't
Jesus.
John the Baptist. That's
No,
John
it's a
of
different John.
Patmos. That's
Right.
John of Patmos. So, but when your Jesus is claiming to have seen Satan fall, was he talking about future tense when he said that?
Yeah, because he said, I saw. Future tense. I foresaw. This is something I see happening.
No. Why are you adding the word "for" in front of Saul? Saul is past tense.
because he said it out loud and realized, damn, that's not future tense.
No, I mean, people say I saw all the time when they're talking about future tense.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
What?
saw this happening. I saw this happening.
Y'all, the way y'all play around with words is just, I don't know whether to laugh or just be sad or
that is
frustrated.
past tense. You realize that, right? Like I saw that happening means you in the past saw that
If you
happening,
see
right?
something going to occur, or if you predict something, you can say, I saw that happening.
Because you saw it beforehand, past
I don't,
tense.
Because you
right.
saw it coming.
So the scriptures in Isaiah and Ezekiel, are they about Satan?
I mean, there's a lot of scriptures that Isaiah and Ezekiel. Which specific ones?
The ones that are about, that y'all say are about Satan. Like, you know which ones I'm talking about.
You got to give me a chapter and a verse. There's a lot of scriptures
You
in
don't
Isaiah.
know about Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14. You
That's
don't know
okay.
about those. The ones that they say is about Satan, that are about the king of Babylon and the king of Tyre.
Ezekiel 28, you said?
Do you know about those scriptures? Yes or no?
Ezekiel 28, reading it right now to see what you're referring to about the king of Tyre.
Do you know about the scriptures that refer to Satan in the Old Testament as Lucifer? Yes or no?
I'll say no because I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
So
So
then the
in the
answer is
old
just no. Like what?
Okay, so no.
so in the Old Testament, the name Lucifer, right, is used. It's the first time, and the only time actually, that this entity named Satan is called Lucifer, right? And it's referring to him being in the Garden of Eden, being cast down. He fell like he was a cherub, an angel who fell from the holy mountain of God. And he was in the Garden of Eden. Is that future tense?
No, he fell because he rebelled against God. but he wasn't kicked
So
out of heaven.
he was. It says he was cast down from the holy mountain of God. So your God cast him out, and then let him come back.
What scripture says he was cast down?
The one in Ezekiel 28.
Ezekiel 28. Do you know the verse?
No, I think it might be verse 14, or maybe. Hold on, let me see.
I assigned you as the anointed covering cherub. You were on the holy mountain of God, and you walked about among the fiery stones.
Let's see. You were the signet of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering: carnelian, chrysolite, and moonstone, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald. And worked in gold were your settings and your engravings. On the day that you were created, they were prepared. You were a cherub. I placed you on the holy mountain of God. You walked among the stones of fire. You were blameless in your ways from the day that you were created until iniquity was found in you. In the abundance of your trade, you were filled with violence and you sinned. So I cast you as a profane thing from the holy mountain of God, and I drove you out, O guardian cherub, from among the stones of fire. Is
So
this
when I
future
read,
tense or past tense?
so like the King James Version says, therefore I will cast thee as profane out of the mountain of God. And my New World Translation says, so I will cast you out as profane from the mountain of God.
So let's look at the Hebrew and let's see what the Hebrew says.
Uh-oh.
Let's see what verse is that. In abundance of your trade, verse 16. Uh, let's see. Him, Mahar, Avadaka, Kirab, Haseka.
Oh, he left.
Why did you leave, Ellis? I'm trying to see because I know uh which I think this is.
Future
I
tense
think
Ellis is
this
gone.
means. I think looking at it, I think because it's in it has a dogish, it means it's in the past tense. But I can't remember if that's just intensification or if that has to do with the present the verb tense. Uh oh shit. I wish Dr. B was in here. But yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay.
I wish he would have stayed though, because I wanted to get to I wanted to talk about the 6 day thing because I still I still need to find out when it happened. You know what I'm saying? Like if he,
Mm-hmm.
because it sounds like to me he was either created that way or your God knew that he had rebelled and he went off and took a nap. Not your God, but he went off and
Yeah,
took a nap,
yeah.
right? While he knew that he, like, I don't know. I still need to think through this 6 day creation thing.
I wonder, do J Dubs ever think about the fact that the name of their book is the New World Translation, and
That's
that's
a
based
good
on a lie?
question.
Like that's not even real, right? Like there was no new world. They were just colonizing and shit. Like they don't ever think about that. Think about it. Get back to me.
That's a good ass question. To the Adrian, what's up with you? Like, I think you stuck. Are you there?
Yes, how you doing?
I'm good. Is that your PFP? Looking, does your PFP look like that, or are y'all seeing what I'm
I
saying?
think it's a TikTok glitch. 'Cause that's definitely not a
Oh,
smart profile
okay.
picture.
Ellis
Oh, what's
ran.
happening?
Pure liar. He ran. I didn't have to fucking drop his ass. Didn't even know he was gone because I was looking at the Hebrew. Your PFP looks like there's a glitch. Like if you look
A
at the
glitch in the
screen,
matrix, huh?
yeah, you see that.
Hmm.
I was trying to see if that was your PFP picture or um. Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Yes, I'm a believer.
Okay. And how old are you?
54.
Okay. And so you have two options. You can take the discussion path of the prompt. Jesus Christ, including God, Yahweh, Yeshua, whoever, whatever the name is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Or you can take the option of the questions that we have about Adam and Eve, the fall of man, spiritual death, and up until Cain and Abel. Which path
Okay,
do you want
yeah,
to
I'll
discuss?
take yeah, the Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Okay. Oh, so you want to start off with this one?
Sure.
All right, go
Um
ahead, Adrian.
I've seen people lives changed. Uh seen people go to jail and do wrong, and they claim that they start believing in Christ, they gave their life to Christ, and their lives changed. The way they walk, the way they talk, the way they make decisions, even the way they eat. So I would have to disagree with that, because I've seen the change in people when they give their life to Christ. You know, they was a certain way, and then through their belief and through their acceptance of Christ, their lives changed for the better. And you know, yeah, the Bible is complex for sure, but when you see the change in the people and how they used to be, and then they change for the better, then I would say that that's a good thing. So I would have to disagree with that. And that's all I want to say.
It's interesting because
Thank you.
84% of people in prison are religious and majority of those are Christian. So what does that say?
Okay. Okay. So what's the phrase? If everybody's saying the same thing, it must be some truth in it. Do you believe that?
I've never heard that saying, so no.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So,
At one point in time, everybody in the world said that it was flat, so I don't know.
yeah, that's true. That's true. So, and so when you say that, that means it can go either way, right? So you have a choice to believe it or not, right? And so I think that was the purpose in the beginning of how God set this thing up. He wanted man to choose him, because in heaven, everybody was doing what they do. And so, when Paul say God created us for his pleasure, God wanted us to believe in him, to choose to believe in him. That's just how he set it up, because he's God. You know,
And this is, hold on, this is speaking to the 84% of people incarcerated. I'm confused. What is this responding to?
no, I'm just saying, when you say that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity,
Oh,
But
so fuck
then
the last part.
when
Okay, I got you.
people change their lives for the better, and it's like people come to Christ when they going through hell, when they make bad choices, when they even when they've been mistreated. You know, slaves were singing and praying to God to get them through the day.
Did
So
it help them?
it helped them get through it. Did
Yeah,
they
did it
get
help them with
beat?
their
Did they
circumstance?
still?
Like the reason why they were singing is because they were going through something very traumatic. Did
What
it
what
help?
what what does the Bible say about the people who would be led to a far off land? They would be in bondage for 400 years. You know,
It said
even
that
in the
they would. It
Moses
said that they would
days.
go back to their homeland in ships to be sold as slaves, but no one would buy them. That's what it said.
Oh, okay.
That's what it says. So,
But I'm just saying, in general,
oh, okay.
do
Fuck
I
that too.
think
Okay.
that Jesus Christ was the worst thing in, you know, the worst thing in humanity is
The
humanity.
fact that you can't finish
Because the
a
devil,
conversation.
listen, the devil ain't hit me upside the head or took my benefits from me. You know
Okay.
what? It was man. So to me,
And
when I say devil, I'm thinking of mankind. Okay?
so,
I don't
is it the
see the
current
devil.
political? Is it the current political administration that took your Medicaid from you?
Uh yes.
Okay, and when that election was going on, and all those pastors were in all those pulpits telling people to vote for the current administration because that's what God wanted.
Have
Now
mercy.
what?
Yeah. Have mercy.
Now
Guess
what?
what? It's because
Let
of
him finish.
okay, I'm sorry. I get excited. I'm sorry. Okay.
We can
Go ahead.
tell, but you also don't like to finish things. You remind me of that one doctor from Jimmy Neutron. Anyways, the thing about it is, this is a system that was set in place because of people from your religious background that decided that this was the best course of action because they want to see the people in Israel commit genocide. They want to see a country that is allegedly run by God. They want to see this anti-Christian task force in the White House, or excuse me, not anti-Christian, but uh, team against anti-Christian people task force in the White House. Like they wanted to see all that happen, and they believe that their God wants that based on the things in the book. So I'm confused at how you're saying this is the devil's work.
Guess what? It's people in the church that work for the devil. I mean, what you saying? You got evil everywhere. And that's what I say again. It's not that the devil came and took my benefits. It was the man next to me that did that. And guess what?
That thought he was listening to
The
God.
devil was sent here to influence mankind to do wrong. And that's the devil's job, to seek and destroy mankind. And so when you say that Jesus Christ is the, can you say who you are, which is antichrist? Because if you
That
don't
is
believe
that
in
is
Christ,
interesting.
right?
That is an interesting thought. You said that the devil was sent here to destroy mankind. Let me ask you a question. How is he doing so far?
What you mean?
Well, considering there were significantly less people back in the Bible days than there are now. In fact, there
Hmm.
are billions more people on the planet today. It
Right.
don't sound like he's doing his job.
Oh yeah. When you look at the atmosphere
Hold on, hold
that's
on, hold on.
going on in the world today, it's better to put something bad out in the world than to talk about something good. Yeah, the devil is doing a real good job.
You said it was to destroy humanity, and there are over 8 billion people on the planet. He's not doing a good job, buddy.
Hey, I'm not talking about in the flesh. I'm talking about spiritually.
That's not what you said.
Okay, well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm sorry. That's what I'm
But
talking
didn't
about. I'm
he
talking
already
about
destroy them
spiritually.
spiritually by killing them
Because
spiritually? Like, wasn't they sent here spiritually dead because of what he had already done in the garden? Like, once something is dead, right, and it's destroyed,
but
like,
guess
didn't he
what?
already do that?
Yes. Yeah, yeah. If you can say that, but guess what?
If you can
What
say that.
that's the reason Jesus was created and did what he did. Yeah, he set it up because he want us to choose him. You have good, you have evil. Make a choice. Once you come to the knowledge of
But
who
he
God
didn't want
is,
that, right? Because he
what
told
you mean?
people he told them not to get the knowledge of good and evil.
Yes, he did. And what did they do?
Yeah, but he didn't want them to have that knowledge. So for
Okay,
you to say
listen.
that he set it up
Do,
like
do
that, no,
you
he didn't.
do you believe in God? Do you
No,
believe God is real? Do you believe he exists?
no.
Okay.
I don't
So,
care if he exists either. That is the stupidest
right.
conversation. I don't want to have that conversation. I don't give a fuck if he exists. I don't
Okay,
care.
right.
I don't care about going back and forth about this
So
God
so
existing.
okay, so what is your point by saying by saying
Y'all carry this God in your head. You carry this God in your heart. You make decisions based off of what you believe this God wants you to do.
okay, so do you
You
want to
vote in the
prove
current administration based on your beliefs. I alluded to that earlier.
so the reason you're on this platform saying these
Don't
things, do
worry
you
about
want to
why I'm on this
tell the
platform.
people?
Just have the discussion. Don't worry about what I'm doing. Just have the discussion. I'm not asking you why you on the platform.
I don't care if you ask me.
I don't
We
care.
don't care to know.
Oh, okay.
It
Okay.
don't have nothing to do
You
with
don't
this
care to know
discussion.
and you don't want me to ask the question then.
It
Okay.
has
Okay.
absolutely nothing to do with this discussion.
Yeah, I think it do.
No, it
I
Yeah,
think
I
don't.
it
think it
do.
don't.
Because if y'all are influencing people to believe that
We ain't
Jesus Christ
influencing
is
nobody to
wrong or
believe
don't
shit.
exist. Oh yeah, you got 762 people on here
You
that's
influencing
firmly
people.
believing.
You influencing people by the shit you say. So
No,
think
no, no,
think long
no,
and
no,
hard
no.
before you speak.
I don't. I'm
This,
not
this is this is
influencing.
this is
I'm
your
saying you
opportunity
got
to
a choice to
show
make.
them that toward Jesus
Either you
is the
can.
best thing that ever happened to humanity. Stop worrying about what we doing. Y'all always paying attention to the devil. Pay more attention to your Jesus. What is your Jesus doing for humanity?
Changing lives and saving
God
people.
damn.
He
Y'all more
changing
scared
lives
of the
and he's
devil than
saving
you are
people.
your God.
He ch-
Right.
uh, okay.
You know what? I do agree, though. I do think that the Jesus from this book is changing lives, like the transatlantic slave trade. He changed a lot of lives during that process. Uprooted families
Okay.
from their
So
home,
so
divorced them from their cultural practices, divorced them from their names,
yeah,
robbed
that's
them of their
people. That's
bodily
man.
autonomy,
That's
robbed them of
man.
their ability to reproduce how they see
Why,
fit.
when bad things
That's
happen, it's
man.
just man, while your God is
That's
just
man.
sitting up there watching all this shit?
Thank you, Jamal.
Nice.
Um, look, it'll be easy if God came here right now and showed his face and turned the house into a piece of paper. It'll be easy to believe that he's God.
What's
Yeah,
wrong with
sure.
that?
Duh!
What's wrong with that? He wants to. He wants you to choose him cold-heartedly from your soul, from your
Cold
heart.
heartedly?
That's
Wholeheartedly from your soul.
Cold
Child,
cold-heartedly.
y'all
heartedly?
be coming up with some shit for
Wholeheartedly,
your
with
ass.
some cold-hearted conviction that Jesus Christ died for my sin and he rose on the third day. Yes, cold-heartedly, with all your
That
heart,
don't make no
mind, and
sense.
soul. That's what he
Hold
wants.
on, hold on.
Hold on,
Do
hold
you
on.
know the
You was
definition of cold? Wait. Do you know the definition of cold hearted? Do you
I
know the
He's
need to
trying to
definition
say
of
another
where
cold
word.
hearted?
to where
Huh?
you're being
Hey,
cold to whatever else people are
Do
saying.
you
Yes,
know
I
the
know what it
definition
means.
of cold hearted?
Yes, I know what it means.
What's the
Yes.
definition? What is it?
Cold heartedly, it means
Yeah.
uh diabolical,
No.
Oh wow.
sinister,
No. No.
Oh wow.
Nope.
Yeah, yeah,
No, it
cold
doesn't.
heartedly.
Cold-hearted,
Yes.
cold-hearted means without feelings, a lack of empathy.
Y'all
Well,
know,
that ain't
we
my
know.
Sounds
meaning.
Hold on,
about
hold on,
right.
hold on.
Sounds about right.
Y'all,
A lack
That
of
uh,
ain't my
empathy.
meaning. Hey, you know,
Adriana, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down.
black folk give meaning to words
Y'all
every
know
day.
that when y'all get up
Adrian,
here,
shut up, please.
thank you, Adriana, for being quiet now that I muted you. Y'all know that when y'all get up here and fucking bullshit, we hear you thinking it up in real time, right? Like we know you don't know what that word means because you're using the wrong word. You meant to use a different word, but now you have to double and triple down on this word that does not make sense for what you're trying to say. You meant to say wholeheartedly. That's what you meant to say. You can hit that microphone button at the bottom of the screen and rejoin the conversation.
A cold heartedly does fit because they don't
I
have any
mean,
empathy.
you're right.
You say what? Christians don't have no empathy?
No, you don't.
When you talk to Christians, are they trying to do anything
Anna,
harmful to
what
you,
is
or
Yes,
what
I
does
have
empathy mean?
screenshots of Christians saying they're going to kill me, they're going to rape me, calling me nigger, saying they're going to kidnap my kids. What there is one that has like 16 accounts that I had to block who said he can't wait to hear the sound of the muzzle in my mouth. So yes,
everybody who says they're a Christian ain't really a
I
Christian?
knew
I don't
you
want to
was
hear
going to
that
say
shit.
that.
Mm.
I knew you were going to
Yeah,
say that.
the devil is in the church. The devil is everywhere. Yeah, that's true. Because people fake the
Why?
funk,
Why?
and
Why
people
does the
people
devil want to
become
kill me for?
preachers to
Hey,
make
hey,
money.
Adriana. Why does the devil want to kill me for convincing people not to believe in Jesus?
Oh man.
Explain that for me. Why does the devil want to put a muzzle in my mouth to shut me up to stop convincing people to stop believing in Jesus?
Well, it's either that or the people don't like what you saying about Jesus, and so they in their
Exactly. They
emotions.
don't like what I'm saying
Oh,
about
so they
Jesus
are
because they are
Christians.
Christians.
Oh, okay, we got it. I like that cute little trap they set up. What Christian would do this? That's not a Christian. Like you just asked me to tell you, and now that I brought that up,
Is that not
all of a
true
sudden
though?
you don't
Is
know the
that
motherfucker.
not
Well, you
true?
don't know that motherfucker.
Is it not true?
Who is she talking about?
Is it not true?
Who is she talking about?
Who is who? Who is she talking about?
Yeah, somebody that you don't know. So how the fuck you gonna tell us that he wasn't a Christian or that she wasn't a Christian? How do you know?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Because the Bible
I'm just
says
going by
that if somebody was
what
trying to
people say.
convince you to serve another God or to leave God, that you should be the first person to lift up your hand and stone that motherfucker. That's what the God said in the Bible. So as far as I'm concerned, they doing Christianity the correct way. They actually listen to what God said. You ain't read that verse on
Nah, I hadn't read that verse. Where is it?
Oh, that
Could
one's
you tell me
in,
the
I do
verse?
believe, Deuteronomy. That is Deuteronomy 13:6. Um, it says, if anyone secretly entices you, even if it's your brother or your father's son or your mother's son or your own son or daughter or the wife you embraced or your most intimate friend saying, let us go serve other gods whom neither you or your ancestors have known, uh, yours, hold on, hold on, 6. Let's see here. Uh, duh, 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 duh. any other gods of other peoples who are around you, whether near or far from you, from the end of the earth to the other. You must not yield or heed any such persons. Show them no pity or
Oh, what
compassion.
happened to him? Where'd he go? What happened? I just got back.
I'm gonna still read it.
What
Show them no
happened?
pity. I'm reading him the verse about how they're real Christians and he's not, since he want to pretend like they were so bad. You must not yield or heed to any such persons. Show them no pity or compassion, and do not shield them, but you shall surely kill them. Your own hand shall be the first against them to execute them, and afterward the hand of all the people. So you not a real Christian, actually.
Wow. So, speaking of reading while they run, so this word right here is the word for destroyed in the text. Um, I thought it was this word. Wait, yeah, I thought it was this word. I was wrong. It's this one, and the reason why I bypassed that because it's avadeka, and I thought that was slave, like worker.
Hmm.
Um, but so there's a avad and a avad. So this avad means to destroy or perish. The other avad, which is the root of evid, means slave. But like they're damn near the same but different roots. They're the same
Interesting.
word. Ain't that interesting? But this
Interesting.
one here means to destroy. So and it's past tense. It's not future tense. Yeah, it's crazy. Oh goodness. I
What
don't
was that
know
one guy in the comments? Luis or whatever? He said he was
who.
trying to come up. Luis?
He ain't. He's not in the box. But two of your friends are.
Let's see who. Oh, oh, oh. Luis, come on up here. He said he's a minority, so we can't play that card on him.
Well, come on up. Come on up. Are you gonna come up or are you just talking shit? I still don't see ya.
I could tell you came from a wealthy family. They could afford extra letters in your name.
For keychains and shit. Is it Ivano? Ivano?
You got it. You got it.
Which what? Ivano?
I even know you said it the first time. Yeah.
Ivano.
I
Okay.
saw something totally different.
What'd you see?
I'm a hoe.
Huh?
I'm a hoe. It's crazy.
You saw I'm a hoe?
You
Yeah,
saw
when
an
he
M
was
in
in the
there.
comment,
You saw an M in there.
when I first glanced
N
at
and
it,
H.
yeah.
N and H, but
Well,
no
I
I,
V.
it
excuse me, I
happens.
said when I
Yeah.
glanced.
Okay, okay, okay. But host, you got it right on point.
Yeah. And to be honest with Lala, I stared at it for a while.
And
But I
and
did. I didn't see I'm a hoe, but I had to stare at it for a second to make sure
and,
that I get it right because I have a tendency to fuck people's names up.
but that is a good trait to have, to look at it for a minute before you come to a quick decision.
Yeah.
That is a good trait.
Uh, I'm learning that.
You
Yeah.
trying to be funny?
How, she talking to you?
Oh, I didn't. You both y'all said something. I didn't know. I couldn't hear it.
I said you trying to be funny.
No. Why would that? No. What?
Oh,
Why would
okay.
you? Why would you
I was
think
just
something
like,
evil? I was saying that's a good trait. That's not being
okay,
funny. But come
all
on
right.
now. Come on.
I
Let's
mean,
let's
she,
go
she
into
don't
it.
know you.
Let's
She was
go.
asking a question, dog. That's it.
Right. She doesn't know me exactly, but
Right.
let's
That's
go
So
why
she
she
into
just
it.
asked a
asked. That's
question
why
to
she asked.
establish your
Are you trying to be
character.
funny?
Okay. No, I'm not trying to be funny.
How old are you for
I
TikTok
am
purposes?
60.
Are you a believer in
Yes, I am.
deconstructing or an atheist?
I am a
All right.
believer.
All right. There are two discussion paths that we can go down. The one on the prompt,
Right.
or the one that deals with the questions we have about Adam and Eve in the garden and outside of the garden, leading up to Cain and Abel.
Right.
Which path?
Well, we can talk about Adam and Eve, and I like that you had said that God didn't want them to partake of the fruit. I like that.
Okay. So the first question that I have about this whole Adam and Eve thing, the
Right.
serpent in the garden as either in Christian doctrine, he's either Satan or he is possessed by Satan. But in the creation story in Genesis 1, the angels are created during the 6 days, right?
Mm,
Genesis 2:1 says that thus these are the generations of the heaven and earth and all the host, right? The creation of all the hosts. That word there means army, right? For host in Hebrew, which includes the angels. So that tells me that this angel that became the Satan was created during the same 6 days that the humans were created. And so my question is, like, logically, either the angel rebelled as soon as it was created during that 6 days. During the seventh day, while your God was off resting, he had this war in heaven during the 6 days, and then your God's like, oh, everything is good, even with this rebellious angel that has now become Satan. He goes off and he rests. While he's resting, the Satan either possesses the serpent or he's kicked down and he corrupts mankind. Or the God created him to be that way during the 6 days. Does that make sense?
well, my interpretation of when the angels, heavenly host, was created, I'm not in line with they were created at the same time as man, but just for the sake of argument, let's just say they
Well, I
are.
don't want to do the sake of argument. Like,
Right.
as I stated, like in the
Yeah.
Hebrew,
Go ahead.
right? In the Hebrew,
Go ahead.
Genesis 2:1
Mm-hmm.
says, "Vakol Savaam." That means in all the host, that
Mm-hmm.
all the army of heaven, right? It
Mm-hmm.
says, "U Yakulu Ha Shamayim
Mm-hmm.
V'Haaretz Vakol Savaam." Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's all the hosts of heaven, the entire army of heaven
Mm-hmm.
were created. So that would
Mm-hmm.
include the angels,
Mm-hmm.
right? So I can only go by what the story says.
Okay. So are you saying that heaven was created at the same time as the earth?
It says heaven and earth were created during the 6 days.
Right. So at the same time.
Yeah, during the 6 days.
Right.
And so
And then
and
on
so
top of that.
the angel,
Okay.
hold on. And so the host of heaven was created during this 6 day. That includes the angels.
Okay. Again, I don't determine that to be at the same time that God was creating man, especially since that a lot of times in the Bible, when it's talking about a day, it's more than what it could be more than what we consider the same day. But
It's still during the
even
six
so,
days.
it's on the
You
sixth day.
hold on.
So,
No, no,
so
no. I did. Hold on.
it's
Listen,
on
you're
the sixth
hearing
day.
something. You're
I
hearing something
conclude
I
that.
Do
did
you
not
not hear
say.
her talking?
God damn. You're hearing something I did not say. I did not say the angels were created on the 6th day as the same day as men. I said during the 6 day creation. So during those 6 days, the angels were created, right? During those 6 days, man were created. It's still during those 6 days. Does that make sense? I don't care if you think it's 6,000 years, which, you know, would shoot everything in the foot, but it says 6 days, right? During during that time, Bria, hold on, Bria. Why is my daughter in the guest request? Does that make sense?
I'm
I'm trying to figure out what's she doing.
finna deconstruct you.
um, does that make sense, Ivanhoe? Ivanhoe, are you there? You're on mute if you're
Sorry, I
talking.
didn't know. I didn't know I was on mute. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so my question is, during these 6 days, right? The angels are created. Somehow during these 6 days, there was a war in heaven as soon as these brand new angels are created. Your God looks down on the 6th day after creating mankind, and he looks at everything. And he says, it is good, right? Whatever state everything was in at that point was good to your God. And then he goes off and he rests, right? And then when he comes back, I guess that's when the angel who was newly created, who had challenged your God in heaven and started a war in heaven, got cast down, had corrupted mankind. So, like, either your God allowed this angel who had turned bad to be right and saw that that was a good thing, or he intentionally created him bad.
I believe that he allowed it to happen because of his sovereignty and wisdom and knowing all things, that the end result would bring about his desire. Yes.
So he looked down and he says, "This is good. I've got an enemy now."
So Satan's like rebellion started because God was elevating his creation of man at such a level he didn't believe that that was right. And
Hold on,
so
the man had not been created
that
yet,
was
though.
yes, that when the fought happened, when this conflict happened, it was happening because of that fact. And that was what, because you said within the 6 days. And so because he rested on the seventh, so that meant man had to been created within those 6 days.
Man
So
was created on day 6.
right, so that's what I'm saying, within the 6 days that you're saying this happened. So if man was created on the sixth, that meant it was within the 6 days. So
No,
what I'm
listen,
saying,
hold
okay,
on.
go ahead, go ahead.
So, okay, so the angels are created,
Yeah.
right?
Hmm.
Then we got 5 days in between. Then we got day 6. Humans are created,
So
right? Hold on.
go ahead.
There's a war that happened in heaven sometime between day 1 when heaven is created and day 6. There's a war that happens between those days before humans are created. And then, hold on, and then your God looks down and says, "It is good," right?
No.
And then
So
that's what the story says.
so are you saying that the war happened at the end of day five or
So
before the day five,
hold on.
between one and five?
In order for him to be kicked out of heaven, while your God is resting on the Sabbath, right? Remember, he rested on the Sabbath, so he didn't kick him out on the Sabbath, right? So that war had to happen sometime before day 6.
Right. So now, so that meant it happened between day one and five.
That's what I said. And
No,
then
no, you were saying
humans
it
are
was six.
created
You
on
were
day
saying it was
6.
six.
No, I didn't. I
You said
said
between.
between. If I could show you my little doodle, I got the devil in between the timeline and
Right.
then a human on day 6. The
Right.
war happened sometime between day 1 and day 5. And then humans were created on day 6. And then your God looks at everything and says, "All right, bet. Everything is good."
Right.
And then he goes and takes a rest.
So my discontent with this is that it's you're stating that the war happened before the humans were mankind was created.
Because your God went and rested after he created mankind.
Right. So
How would this? How would this angel have challenged your God and went to war in heaven if your God was resting on day 7?
so if let's just let me explain this. Just say this. Let's say the angels was created before man, and then man was created, and then at that time God was was explaining his elevation of how he was placing man. And let's say at that moment, Satan, Lucifer, did not like that understanding. And then he, at this moment, rebelled. And then
And that would have
after
been on
that,
day
and
6.
slow down. And then
Hold
after
on,
that,
hold on. What day would this have happened on? Is what I'm asking.
this is happening on day 6, all
Okay,
within
cool.
day
Okay,
6,
cool.
all
All right,
within
great.
day 6, all this
Okay,
is happening. And
okay. Go
so
ahead.
mankind is created. Satan, Lucifer is disgruntled. He rebels. There is a war. He is
What?
kicked down. Dude, do you have any kind of self control? Let me just, I
The word
listened
is
to, I,
disgruntled. The word is disgruntled
yeah, you understood. So why do that?
because it
But I
hurts my ears
understand.
to
But
hear
no,
y'all
no,
use
I
words
actually
incorrectly.
understand. I shouldn't even ask that question. So let me
Yeah,
finish. So all this is happening on day 6. He gets thrown out and he seeks after to because what was his whole thing? He's at God for elevating. So how am I going to get back at
Okay,
God now?
hold on. I think you forgot one thing though.
What thing?
It honestly, it doesn't matter if the war happened on day 6 or day 5, because at the end of day 6 your
Right.
God looked at everything and
Mm-hmm.
said it is good.
Mm-hmm.
So he saw that it was a good thing
Right.
for this angel to have turned rogue.
Right.
So your
What do you
God
mean? It was a
wanted
good
the
thing
angel to
that
turn. It says, and God saw all that had been made
right.
and found it very good.
Right.
And there was evening and there was morning, the
Right.
6th day.
Mm-hmm.
And then he went and rested.
Right.
So if the war happened on day 5 or day 6, your God saw what had transpired with this angel turning rogue a good thing.
I think you're conflicting the what he created. That talking about what was good was what he had created on earth. That is
thank you.
what he
It says,
he
and
confessed.
God saw all that
Right.
had
What
been
he
made. And
that he had
hold
what?
on, no, no,
That he
no.
had what?
No. The creation story
Right.
is heaven and earth being created. It's both. And it says, and God saw all that had been made and found it very good.
Also, you meant to say the word
Well,
conflated,
well,
not
well.
conflicted.
I, I I have to go and find it, but in my interpretation, heaven exists. God dwelt somewhere before He created mankind, the earth. He dwelt somewhere, and where He dwelt, there were already existing these beings. So
Okay.
I'm confused in the
So, okay.
and again
It says,
and wait, let me just finish the statement. Let me finish
hold
it.
on. Here's the
Let
Hebrew.
me just finish because I
Here's the
just
Hebrew. Bereshit bara Elohim et hashamayim. In the beginning, he created Elohim, talking about Elohim, the heavens. It says it right here. Ve'et haaretz, the heavens and the earth.
right.
So the heavens were created during this 6-day creation.
See,
So
that's
it
where
says
I
he
think.
looked down. It literally says it.
Yes, you're right. It says that, but I think we're conflicting that it was created
Conflating.
at the very same time.
I don't care if it was
Let me
created at the
say this.
same
Let
time.
me
It
say
was
this.
during the 6 days. But
And I think that's
you
even
are
an error.
trying to
And I
hold
think
on.
that's
You
an,
are
even an
trying
error.
to contest that when he looked at everything he had created and saw that it was good, that only meant earth.
Yes. Yes.
Where show me in the text where it
Exactly. Yeah.
refers to show me in the text where it refers to only earth.
You know what?
And don't
I'm
conflict
actually at
nothing
work, but
either.
I need to pull up a Bible, uh, so I can look at that the creation chapter.
I mean, there is a Bible on the screen.
Yeah, but you can't trust man's word. I'm gonna say it again because it keeps getting lost. You keep saying the word conflicted, but you mean to say conflating. That's why I stop y'all and give y'all these tidbits so that y'all sound less. How do I say this in a nice way?
Dude, I still say you was. I get corrected
Less
by my woman
poorly
when I say,
educated. I'll say
yeah,
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I'm just trying to make it so that you sound
Yeah.
less poorly educated. That's all.
I get you. I get you. I get you. Because my wife, my girl, still corrects me when I say you was. So I get it. I'm not. I am more
Well, I
mathematical.
could give a fuck
I'm an
about. I
electrician,
could give a fuck about if
but
you're using a
I didn't
phrase like
study.
that. That's
Yeah,
fine. Because
yeah,
that's
and
fine.
I don't
But
have
when
a
you're
problem with
using,
that
when
because
you're
I'm
using,
I
you do a lot of like just like vocally trying to like dominate conversations, and I don't like that shit. That's why I keep muting you.
I
But
understand.
again, I don't care about how you're using phrases. I'm just saying when you're using words incorrectly that completely change the context of the like what you're trying to say, that's different.
You
Because when
you
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 say something like you're conflicting versus conflating, those mean two completely different things.
and you are correct in that statement. But the thing about it is, you do know what I was saying. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there.
Sure, but
That's neither here.
again, I want you to sound less poorly educated. That's all.
I get you. 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 Um, yes, God created heaven and earth in the beginning. So when do we say what beginning? That first statement is literally saying God created all. So all that we know, he created in the beginning. God created everything. Then it goes into the creation of the earth because it doesn't talk about all of the dimensions of heaven and how he created. It just says he created. So we know heaven exists. Heaven already exists when he starts to go into the creation of the earth. There's a
Genesis
What?
2 and 1,
two and one.
right? This is why I started with Genesis 2 and 1.
Go ahead.
Again, hold on. Genesis 2 and 1 says, Vayekulu hashamayim v'haaretz v'ka'al sava'am. That means the heaven and the earth were finished and all their host, right? And
I
on the
understand.
seventh day, God finished the work that had been done and he rested.
Yeah, but that's not letting me know that heaven was started within those 7 days. That's saying in those 7 days, it talks about the creation of the earth, but it doesn't explain heaven. Let's just hypothetically say heaven could exist and then God can create, he can start his creation of earth. Heaven could already exist. In that understanding, heaven could already exist because he created it already from the beginning. Now let's talk about this time frame beginning with his creation of earth. But heaven already exists now. That there is no distinction in what you're saying, that heaven and earth was created both during this same 6 days of period. Heaven already existed. Heavenly host
Hold on.
already
What?
Let's
What does
existed.
verse
okay.
one
Let's go.
say?
Hold on. No, no, hold on. Let's go to verse 8 right quick.
I need a Bible.
We're gonna read. We're gonna do it in the English then, and then I'm gonna go back to the Hebrew. Hold on.
I think it's really funny to go with this line of thinking because when you read verse one, it doesn't make sense. Yeah.
God called the dome sky, and there was evening, and there was morning. Actually, it started, and God said, "Let there be a dome in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters." So God made the dome and separated the waters that were under the dome from the waters that were above the dome, and it was so. God called the dome sky, and there was evening, and there was morning the second day.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Genesis 1, verse 8. Vayakar Elohim la Rikia Shamaim. Shamaim is heaven. Vayehi Erev Vayehi Boker Yom Shani. That is heaven, right? Let's see. What did we start at with? Verse 6. Vayomer Elohim Yehi Rakia Batok Ha Shamayim. There's heaven again. Vayehi Mavadal Bain Mayim. This is water. La Mayim. This is water, right? But here we have heavens, the heavens. Here he named it the heavens. That's the second day.
Okay, so heaven is created now in the second day. Is that what you're saying?
That's what the story says.
Okay, go ahead.
So if heaven is created on the second day,
Right.
we have Genesis 2:1 that says that all the host of heaven, right, is finished, and then your God goes and rests. So even if the war happened on day 6, your God looked at everything that he had made and said it was good.
Right.
So that would mean that your God saw this rogue angel who has now turned evil. He now has a vengeance out to destroy his new creation.
Right.
He saw that as a good thing, and he went off
Yes.
and took a nap
Well, you keep saying nap, and it says it's the day of
because he
rest.
went and rested. Right?
Yeah.
Like I mean,
So
nap,
that's a
chill,
different.
put his feet up. Like
I
he
can sit.
rested.
I can sit. Go and sit. Put my feet up and not have a nap.
Like why is
Because
that your point of contention? Do you know what he
because
did in
because you
heaven?
keep saying nap. I
Do
couldn't
you know
understand
if he
why.
took a nap?
Like,
Huh? All
Do
I
you
know is
know
he
if
said
he
he
took?
rested. All I
But do
know
you
is he
know if
said
he
he
took a
rested.
nap? Like, do you have something
It's
against your God taking a nap?
no. I just find it
Okay, so
funny
why
that
is
you,
that your
you
point of
dwell on nap
contention? You
on
know,
on
just
literally
like
nap.
hold on, here is the thing that you should not be like going back and forth against, right? Like when Oso brought up the fact that you used the wrong word in the wrong context, and you say
Yep.
that's not something to be going back and forth against because you know what I mean. That's when you go back and forth because it
Okay.
changes the context. But when
Right.
I say your God went off and took a nap, you knew exactly what I meant. You
Right.
can't debunk whether he took a nap or not. It's a wasted point for you to be going back and forth. It's moot, right?
Yeah, but you are
I ain't
correct.
got nothing to do with your feelings on me saying that your God took a nap. That
No,
that isn't that's your feelings, right? That's how you feel about how little I think about this story. That's something
right,
you got to deal with. That's not a point that I'm going to keep going back and forth with you on. I don't care how you
I
feel about
know,
that.
I get
I
it,
don't care how you feel about
and
that.
my only thing about it is that you are purposely saying
I
this because of
I
your
don't
feelings,
care
because
what
of
you feel
your
about
feelings.
that.
Okay,
I don't care
okay,
what you feel about that.
but it's your feelings, not mine. I
Yes,
just
and
want
I'm gonna hate my feelings.
But
I don't
oh,
care what you feel about that.
I know, but I'm only
So
pointing out
keep
it's
going,
your
like going back
feeling.
and forth about whether he took a nap or not. You don't know if he took a nap.
But it's your feelings. I'm just pointing out
Yes,
knowledge.
but you
objection
telling me
is your
how you
feelings.
feel about the words that I use
Look,
is moot because I'm
just
still
like I
going
don't
to say
care
it.
how.
It is a
Exactly.
waste
That's
of
exactly
you to
how I
keep
feel.
going
But I
back
just
and forth about that.
look.
It's
I
not going to
get you.
change. Your guy took a
You are
nap on day
correct.
7.
You
It's not going to change.
you are correct.
You can
You are
feel how
correct
you want
that
to
you
feel
should
about
not.
it. Going back and forth about it is a waste because I'm not going to stop saying it.
I know in your feelings by you saying you don't care about my feelings. I don't really
I don't
care
care
about
about how you feel about me saying it.
right, and I don't care about how you feel about me feeling
Yes, you
about
do.
you
That's
saying
why you're saying it. You
That's
do
that's what makes
wild.
it
care. That's
funny.
why
That's
you're
what makes
wasting time on it.
Right.
Like this
God,
is
Lee.
so weird.
it hilarious. So what's the
It's not
question?
hilarious. Y'all don't understand words.
So heaven is created on the second day. That's where we're at, right?
We're past
Heaven is
that
created.
now. We're on the fact
So
that your
now heaven,
God saw all that he created, said it
he
was
saw
good,
everything
and went off and took a nap.
and took a nap. Now he's like, now let everything play out because I have a plan that has to play out. And now every part, every piece, every chess piece, every pawn, everything is in place. And now let it begin. And
So he
everybody started
wanted
doing
this to
so.
happen.
Yes,
Okay, so it
because
ain't y'all fucking fault. Why y'all blaming yourself?
why would it be what a god
What the
his
hell is
whole
happening right now?
listen to this. Why create a man? I like what that other gentleman that left. He had said he wanted man to choose him.
I bet you did like
How
that.
can you bring about? How can you bring about freedom of choice without placing the choices before you?
Yeah, so
Enough
y'all, it's a
choices.
game for him. He intentionally created
Again,
them so
again.
that yes, he
You
intentionally
would.
listen.
Yep.
You just basically laid it out. He
Yep.
intentionally created the humans, right?
Yep. Yep.
To make them go through like an obstacle course to see if he
Yes.
could get the humans to choose him, right? Like
Yes.
it's a game. This ain't y'all's
Yes.
fault. Like stop blaming yourself for some shit your God set up from the beginning.
Yes, yes. It's a if that's the word, I will just say yes. It was a game. It was the show he desired to create a being that chose him, and in order for him to get this to come about, I have to play the game. So he played the game. He set it up,
He doesn't have to
and
do anything.
in this game, he knew all that was going to happen.
And he also knew that at the end of the game, the humans that he created that did not choose him, that he was going to burn, he's going to put in the incinerator.
Oh yeah,
So, and is
oh
he
yeah.
all knowing?
Because
Is he all
because
knowing?
yes, yeah. He knew.
So
He
he
knew.
knows which humans are going to pick him and which ones are not.
Yes.
And so he knows that when he's creating these humans, he's like, I'm gonna burn this motherfucker in about 2,500 years.
He knows. He knows what's going to happen. Yes. He
Yeah,
chooses. He chooses not to.
y'all, this dude is over the fucking cook.
He
If y'all want to
chooses
How
play
is
with y'all
that
food,
not
y'all
pure
can.
evil? How
knowing
is
what's
that
going to
not pure
happen,
evil?
knowing what's going to happen, and not interfering with your choice. That's
There's
on
no
you.
choice.
That's he lays out the two
There
choices.
is no
He said,
choice. Listen to what Thinker said.
listen to this.
If
Watch
he's
this.
all
Watch this.
knowing,
Watch this.
if he's all knowing,
I
no,
will. I
no, no,
listen.
no,
Listen.
no,
Let
no,
me finish
no,
my statement.
no, 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 no. If he is all knowing and he knows who is going to choose him before he even creates them, they cannot do otherwise. He
Yes.
made them to torture them infinitely.
Okay, so let's look at that statement right there. Just because I know what you're going to do, but I want you to choose.
No,
You have
no, no. You
listen to what I'm
know. What
saying.
does it mean to know
Okay,
something?
watch this. In the
What does
news,
it mean to know
watch
something?
this. Watch this. Watch
I'm
this.
not watching shit. You guys always say watch this and it's always a wet
I'm
fart.
about to give you an
It's
example.
never impressive.
I'm
What
about
does
to
it
give you an
mean to
example.
know something?
What do you mean? What does it mean to know something? You know it.
The question.
You have knowledge you have knowledge. To know is to have an understanding of what's going to transpire, or the information or the wisdom, or whatever, but it's to have the knowledge. So what's your
Can
point?
God be wrong about something he knows?
Can he be wrong?
Yes.
God can't be wrong.
Great. So when God knows before he made anybody that they would either choose him or not, yes?
I don't understand. You haven't asked a question. You haven't
When
asked a question. Can someone correct me when he
What?
made a statement and he didn't ask me a question?
the question was yes, as in,
Yes
do
to
you
what?
agree?
To agree to
God
what?
knows
What's the question?
before, shut your mouth and I'll tell you. God knows before he made anybody who would follow him and who would not. Yes or no?
Yes.
Great. So, with that foreknowledge that he cannot be wrong about, how can a person within the course of their life choose otherwise?
Okay. So now let me get two or three sentences out. Can I do that? Yes or no?
That's not guaranteed.
Yeah, see that I figured that much. But anyway, so
But
if
you still
I know
asked,
the
so
outcome, if I know the outcome of something, I know, I'm not God. I'm just saying if I was God, and I know the outcome, but I refuse to 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 cause the outcome. I know it because I'm that powerful. I know, but I'm not gonna be the one to cause the outcome.
Yes, you are. You caused it when you made the person.
No, no,
You
no,
knew
no,
this
no.
person you were going to create
I
was
didn't.
going to reject you and
No,
therefore go to hell. And you
no,
still chose to create that
no,
person who would
no,
reject you.
no. Each one has their own ability to
Not
choose
not if he's
which
all
way.
knowing.
If
Not if he's
you
all
hit them,
knowing.
if
Not
you
if
have.
he's all knowing.
So
Yeah,
let
and
me ask you
Ivan,
something.
I don't
Let me ask you
even,
a question.
Ivan, I
Let me
don't
ask you a
even think
question.
that's,
If you come
Ivan,
to a
I don't
court,
even, Ivan, I don't even think that's true, right? So let me ask about your theological position. If a child, like an infant, unalives at 6 minutes old, where do they go?
I don't know that answer. I don't know.
Has there in
I've
history,
heard many.
has
I've
there,
heard many. I don't.
Ivan,
Wait a minute. Yeah,
in,
yeah,
no,
I got it. You
you
asked me
gave
a
me your
question.
answer. You gave me your
No, I
answer.
was
You
gonna. I
said you
was gonna
don't know, so
explain my answer. I
I'm
was
going to
gonna
follow up.
explain my
It
answer.
doesn't matter. Just listen to my question. You said you don't know, so I'm going to ask you a more narrow question. Has there been, in your opinion, in the history of all mankind, a child that unalived that went to heaven?
Not that I know of. I don't know of any. I don't know of. I don't.
You don't think that any infant that unalived at like a day old went to heaven?
I have no knowledge of that, dude. I'm not all knowing.
I'm not asking you if you're omnipotent or omniscient or any of the other omnis. I'm asking you, do you think in your theological position that there was a child that unalived at 1 day old that went to heaven in the history of all of humanity? Do you think David's baby went to heaven?
David, who's David?
Oh no. Oh
You don't
no.
know who David
who's
I
is?
don't know.
David?
There's countless Davids. I don't know who
Yeah.
you.
So if I said Goliath, you'd be like, there's countless Goliaths. There's just so many.
Well,
Which
that
one are you
narrows it
referring to?
down. I could say,
Yeah.
well,
Okay. So
out of
David,
five
if I
Goliaths.
didn't say like David Smith, right? If I just said David and we're talking about the context of the Bible, do you think you know who I'm talking about?
If you
You
said
don't like
David
to
Smith,
talk
Or
Bible.
are you just being a disingenuous person?
dude, I'm talking to you like you're talking. You're being
Great. So
very,
great.
very.
Match my energy.
Go
Match
ahead.
my energy all day.
Go
But
ahead.
answer my fucking question. Do you think
Oh,
that
here we
David's
go. It's
baby
coming out.
went
You're
to
gonna
heaven?
crash now. Go ahead.
I'm definitely crashing out. Do
Oh,
you
I
think
know that.
David's
Oh, I know
baby went
that.
to heaven? Ivan, do you think David's baby went to heaven?
I don't know. I don't
You're just
know.
going to be disingenuous.
What do you mean? I told you.
So do you have a guess, Ivan?
Nope,
If
not on
any
that.
baby, no, you just don't know.
I don't have a guess on
You
that.
would lean. Let me ask you this: do you lean lean yes or lean no? There was an infant, less than a week old, that unalived throughout the history of all of humanity, that went to heaven. At least one. Lean yes, lean no.
Ah, I can't come up with that one.
Yeah, you're just being a disingenuous fuck.
So babies
Oh,
don't go to heaven?
I don't know, dude. I
Yeah,
don't
Oh
know.
he
wow.
just
I
doesn't
don't I don't
Oh
know.
wow.
know.
Oh, so
I
he
think
just
the
doesn't
fact that he
know.
doesn't know that it speaks to how evil his God is.
Yes.
The fact that he
I
doesn't
don't. I
know.
don't know.
That
So
means he
so
also know
my
that his
my
God
my
would
my,
burn
my
babies
ignorance
who
my
can't
ignorance
make a
reflects.
choice, right?
My,
Like I don't know why your mouth is moving when mine is.
okay, go ahead.
Like it speaks to the fact that, like, if he's saying I don't know if babies go to heaven, he knows that his God has the tendency to put babies in an incinerator even though they cannot consciously make a choice to follow him.
Yeah,
Like
and
he knows his God is unjust.
Ivan, this creates a real conundrum for you, like
Hmm.
in passages like 1 Samuel 15, right? So when the text says that Saul was to go in and to unalive the Amalekites down to the infants and the sucklings, like you can't say that any of those infants went to heaven, right?
No, I can't.
Okay, so what did they do wrong to deserve that unalivement?
I, what are you talking about? What do you mean unwrong? What did they do wrong?
Well,
What?
I mean, is that, do you understand English?
I
If
mean, what are you saying? What did they do wrong? What
I
do you
don't
mean?
understand how I
He's
can ask my
asking
question
you
any
that.
more clearly. You want me to
God,
ask you in
He's
Hebrew?
asking you what did they do wrong? What are you
maybe
talking about?
deserve would work better. God gave the command for them to be slaughtered. What did they do to deserve that?
First of all, in my understanding, when in the Old Testament, when they were doing that again, remember I told you about when I was talking about how it has to play out.
Could just answer this
Unfortunately,
question.
please,
1,000 bucks
please,
says
if
it's
you
wrong.
if you just shut the, nope, I can't say that because I'm not.
You
Oh, I'm
could.
a
But
You
I'm a
could.
watch,
I'm a
watch your
decent
mouth.
man. I'm a decent man. I
I
can't say
purposely
that.
showed you that I have restraint. That's why I did that. But
No, you
Oh,
anyway,
didn't.
Yeah.
go
by
No,
ahead.
by
no, you
walking
don't.
up
No,
Ivan,
you
by
don't.
walking
just
up to the hold
finish.
on.
You
Ivan,
have
By
been
just
walking
talking
up
finish.
over
to the
people.
line
Stop.
and then announcing you're not going to do the thing that you were purposely leading us up to do. Like that
Yes,
doesn't show
yes,
You're
anything,
very
bro.
yes.
You
special,
could have had
Ivan.
that happen
Ivan,
Exactly.
internally. That could
Ivan,
have
you're
been an
very
internal thought. You
special.
didn't have
Your
to
mother was
project that for
right.
other
You're
people.
very
That I
special,
can show
okay?
you
You're
also.
very special. You're very
No,
mature. We're
I'm
sure you
not.
have
I'm
a
not
very large
special.
penis.
And
Please
that's
just
the
finish
thing.
your
I'm
statement.
not special. I'm not special.
Great. Finish what you were going to say.
So anyway, things had to play. He allowed things to play out. He directed things because there had to become a certain end, a certain outcome to get rid of. And I think earlier they was talking about that you had to go in and destroy. And it was don't even I forget exactly what they was this comment, but they were saying don't something, but it was to get rid of, not don't. Oh, talking about your God, and he was trying to join the new lifestyle today with the Old Testament of when he was saying if
Can
they
you
if you
do me a favor? And because nothing that you're saying is coherent to me.
okay,
So
all right.
let's just
So
bring
so
it
so
back.
he did
Let's
it.
focus
God
back
did
up.
it
Ivan,
because God
Ivan,
did it.
Ivan,
I'm going to
just let,
answer you now
Ivan,
because
just
God
let,
did
yeah,
it.
but you're
So
not. For 5 minutes, you've been rambling. So just let me be a little more circumspect, okay? Let me be a little more precise in my question. The text in 1 Samuel 15 says that Saul was to go in and to unalive all the Amalekites, and to do so because centuries earlier they had done something to the nation of Israel. That's the reason. And amongst the people that were going to unalive men, women, infants,
everything.
sucklings, cattle, and sheep. Now, what did the infants and the sucklings do to deserve to be unalived?
They didn't do nothing. It was God's desire that this group of people care less of infant, old folk, women, whoever. It had to
So
happen.
God can, so did God, okay, great, great, great. Did God do something unjust
No,
by unaliving someone that had not done anything
no,
to deserve it?
no.
Why do you say that? How's that possible?
Because God is first of all omnipotent. Second of all, God is good.
What?
A
And if
what?
and if
Hold on.
the
What is God?
outcome,
What
if
was
the
that first word? What is
outcome,
God?
if you would shut up,
Ivan, what was that
if
first
the
word? No, what was
outcome,
that first
if
word?
the
I didn't get it. What'd you say?
I'm just going to answer your question because the
God is
Omnipotent.
outcome
what?
because the outcome of what needed to
Omnipotent?
happen. Listen, because the outcome, he did it because the outcome had to happen.
Okay, so can God, let me ask you something. Can God come down and tell the Israelites in the Old Testament, all right, I want you to go into this town and grape all of the women?
Could he do that? God
Yeah,
can do
yeah. Could
anything.
could could
God
he and
can
be
do
just?
anything.
Could
Would
he
God
and
do
be
that? No.
just?
No.
Yeah. So he couldn't do that and be just. Why not?
Because graping someone and destroying someone are two different things.
Okay, so you're saying there is a limit to what God can command, that not
No.
everything that God commands is necessarily just because he commands it,
No,
Can you take
everything
them through
God
right?
second? Can you
commands
take them
is
through Second
just.
Samuel,
No,
Doctor
everything
Ball?
God commands is just. Everything. So he would
Well,
not command
why?
an
But wait, okay,
unjust
all
man.
right. So why? Because you've just conflicted. You've
No,
just
no. I
contradicted
just
yourself.
told you
Yeah. So no,
everything
explain. No, explain why.
because
Is it good? Is it good because he commands it, or is it good because he wouldn't command something that's not good?
it's good because he commanded it because
Okay,
he
so
would not
why in the
just
world? Why? No,
listen,
no, no, no.
listen.
That's the answer.
Dude,
It doesn't
dude,
matter. Ivan,
dude. He
just
would not
listen. Listen,
command an
don't be
unjust
scared. Don't.
command.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
So why would Abraham say to him, "Oh, don't you certainly you won't go down to Sodom and Gomorrah and unalive the just with the unjust. Certainly the God, the judge of all the earth will do which is right." Right? So Abraham was saying you wouldn't unalive the unjust with the just, right? What did he say that predicated on? What was the basis of that? Shouldn't Abraham have said, anything that you do will be just? So go for it.
You have to come off mute, Ivanhoe.
I wanted you to take them through.
Oh, Osa, please go ahead.
It
Maybe
was
I listened
I
to you
want you
more. I
to do
wasn't
it, but
even.
I want you to take them through
so
David's
so
wives thing,
so
since
so so
apparently it's a no no, but we're gonna find out it has a limit to
so back to what God is
Who's
about
David?
destroying evil.
it.
Destroying evil.
Okay, how are the babies evil?
God is about destroying
Right,
evil.
I heard the sentence that you said. Now I'm asking you a question about it, right? So how are the babies, the sucklings, evil?
When you especially go back because when you really read the Bible or the scriptures back then, you look at who's talking to who, what time
Yeah,
frame.
great. You're
It was
saying a bunch of
about it was
truisms. I
about
want
if
you
he
to
was.
explain.
So
Hey,
I
Ivan,
got to let
I
you know
need you to
because you set up.
focus, my guy. Hey, my
Dude,
guy,
dude,
I
dude,
need you
dude,
to
dude,
focus
dude.
and don't say a bunch of bullshit. Just explain to me how the infants in 1 Samuel 15:3 are evil. That's all I need you to do. I just need you to tell me, like, when you read the Old Testament, when you do methodology, and when you think about the ancient years, I don't need you to tell me any of that bullshit. Just explain to me here, Josh, is why the infants in 1 Samuel 15:3 are evil, and that's why God needed to destroy them. Go ahead.
Josh, just how you just set up that question again, let me set up. If you want to have a
How about just
serious
answer my
conversation,
question?
no, no, no,
How
Answer.
about
listen.
can you
If
just
you
answer
just
it? Do
set
you
that
not
up,
know the answer? Do you not know the answer, Ivan?
He doesn't.
Ivan,
Okay.
we're not
If you
gonna
don't
do this
know,
whole
just
meta
like how
bullshit, bro.
you
Just answer
set
the
up.
question.
Just like how
Just
you
answer the
set up. Give
question.
me that same, and
Just
that's
great.
answer
why
the
you're
Answer.
question.
Listen,
disingenuous.
Just
That's
answer the
why you're
question.
disingenuous.
Just
Ivan,
answer
listen,
the question.
answer my question, Ivan, and you can set up whatever question you want
Dude,
for
I
me,
was
okay?
setting it up. I was setting up, but you
Answer
you get
No,
a
first.
chance to do it.
answer
So
Answer
first.
if you could,
first.
Well, Ivan, I don't need you
Calm
to tell
down,
me a
little
bunch of
Ivan.
let me
Calm
finish.
truisms.
down.
Oh man,
Ivan,
Why
Okay,
are
I,
you
I
calm
don't
so
need you
you know
to.
worked
what?
down.
up?
I get why you don't allow me
Ivan, you
to
don't have
respond
to
like you
explain things
respond.
to me about like how to interpret ancient texts before you answer my question. I know how that works. So please
Then
just answer my question.
from now on, I just want to have some understanding. From now on, if I ask a question, you just answer, and if you ask a question,
Great.
I just answer. Is that
I'm
okay?
all about it. Let's go.
Okay, so I ask that question. Just give me what you
I
want me
want
to
you to
answer.
know, Ivan. I want you to know, Ivan, that deal is exclusively between you and Joshua
Oh, I
Bowman.
know that. I knew you were. I knew you were different. That's something else. That's something else.
The question, Ivan, you,
I'm
you
not
said
dumb.
to me, Ivan, you said to me that God needs to destroy evil, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, in that context of God needing to destroy evil, how is it that the infants and the sucklings in 1 Samuel 15:3 are evil and therefore need to be destroyed?
Because God, nations, it was not individuals, it was nations. So God was destroy the nation. That's why. It was an
Then why?
unfortunate
Okay,
under
wait a
your
minute, wait a minute.
understanding.
Okay, wait. If that's true, then Abraham had no cause to ask God in Genesis 18 to to look throughout Sodom and Gomorrah,
Yeah,
right, and to look for the just, and to say to him, "Surely the judge of all the earth will do which is right."
right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so those two things don't make sense together.
right.
One
So
is right or the other is right.
Abraham was I want to say the right word. Appeasing, is that the right word? What's his name? OSO.
No, it's
Appeasing.
not the right word.
What's the right word?
Damn.
Probably appealing.
Appealing, appealing, appealing. There you go. There you go. Appealing.
Damn, you
I
can't
knew I
read
could count
neither.
on
It's
you.
tough.
Appealing. So Abraham was appealing to God's what?
Oh
Character?
my, oh my god! I've been doing
To
ad libs.
God's justice,
Right.
right?
Wasn't he? Was that what
Yes,
was he
of
appealing to that?
course. Yeah.
So wait a minute. So God can say, get your house in order. Today you're going to be unalived. And
What
then
did
you
he
can
say to
appeal, and
Abraham? But
then you can make
Ivan, don't tell me what hypothetically God could say. Ivan, I want you to not take me to hypotheticals about what wasn't said. What did he say to Abraham? When Abraham said, "Surely the judge of all the earth will do that which is right," what did God say to him?
I don't know.
If there are 10 righteous people, I will not destroy Sodom for the sake of the 10 righteous.
So let me ask you something. Did it start off at 10?
No.
Okay. Go ahead.
Did
Hold
that
on.
give you some
Also,
sort of a
also,
That
do
I
you
win?
got you.
see?
No,
Also,
I
do you
just
see?
asked you.
Look,
See, that's
hello.
what I don't understand.
Don't worry about it.
God damn.
You don't shut up.
I just wanted to say something right quick. Also, do you see Lewis's
Oh,
comment?
Lewis.
Yeah, do you see his
I
comment
ain't see
about
it.
Dr. B?
Let me see if I can find it.
He
Joshua is
said, "Doc."
cooking y'all now. I love this. Oh wow.
Like,
Wait,
is he
what?
what?
100% this is based on race and nothing else. Because what the fuck do
Because
you
he
mean?
like what?
This is based on race and nothing else. Because what the fuck are you talking about?
Like, and it tells me that he cannot possibly be tracking this conversation.
At
Just
all.
who does he think is agreeing with who?
He's a believer that thinks that Dr. Bowen is, I
No,
guess,
I
another
get that.
believer.
Yeah, like who does he think on the panel is agreeing with who? Like,
I don't know
I
that. Like, that's what I'm saying. He
eh?
can't possibly be tracking the conversation, and that's why I
Nah,
also was like, this got to be about race. Because
mm-hmm.
what?
Yeah, no, yeah, or just engagement. Just somebody
It's
talk to me.
it's crazy. But I just wanted to point that out. Go ahead. Go ahead,
I just
Dr.
want to
B.
say, oh, so you're a real piece of. I'm not
His
gonna
name
say
isn't
it. I'm
Oso.
not
His
gonna
name
say
is
it.
OSO. I had to. I had to. But go ahead, Dr. B. Go ahead.
And no, Ivan, I think you were answering. Go ahead.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So,
Weren't you
is there
answering?
another island?
What are you talking about? I thought y'all were talking about something, and then you just say,
David, who?
He
oh shit.
said,
Oh, okay.
Ivan. He said your name.
he
Your
said,
name.
Goliath
I was
win.
answering him, right? Didn't he say I was answering him? Wait a minute. So much is being said. I can't hear. I'm
Nigga,
sorry, but
80% of the
I heard
words
a
are
lot
coming
of
from out of your
voices.
mouth.
I heard a lot of.
80% of the words are coming out of your mouth. You
I
don't even
was
stop talking when
listening.
other people start talking.
I was listening to y'all when she said, "Hold on," and then she said, "Go to the comments." I started listening. And then all of a sudden, someone
We're
said,
just saying pick up
She
where you
said
left off,
go to
Ivan.
the comma.
right. So I don't know what was
Okay.
being said. That's what I'm saying. So let's go back
Pick up where you left off. And you were
again.
answering Dr. B.
So was I talking and then I got interrupted, or was someone talking and
Oh,
then I
no.
don't
I was
understand.
talking. You kept talking over me and you had to be muted. So now answer Dr. B.
Dr. B, what's your question? That's what I'm trying to get back to.
That's
Jesus.
a
I
that's
mean,
a good.
what? I
I
mean, you.
think I I think we were talking about Abraham.
Okay.
And it seems like in Genesis 18, the point of the narrative, just like
He
other
asked
passages in the Hebrew Bible, the point of the narrative is that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
the last question he asked was, did it start off with 10? And then you said no, and then that's kind of where it was. And then he just was
No,
gonna try to
Dr.
Ah,
B has
yes.
said
Yeah.
it makes
Okay.
sense. Like if he says if there's 10 just people, I will not destroy the city. That
Hmm.
was, yeah.
Yeah, he is right because then I
Yeah. So
asked a question. Go ahead.
Ivan, I think the point that I'm sort of driving at here, and you can read scholars like Ulrich Burgess writes a lot on this sort of thing. But like the point, one of the things that you see in the Hebrew Bible is that Yahweh plays the role of a just ancient Near Eastern king. That's what he does. And part of being a just ancient Near Eastern king is doing justice, and it's protecting the poor and the vulnerable and the weak and doing what is right. That's what kings did. And Yahweh just steps in and plays that role. He just plays it super well. So this idea that God can that Yahweh can somehow command things that everybody else around him would consider to be immoral, and that it's somehow just because God is doing it, it doesn't really play out in the Hebrew Bible. That's not the way that they view it. In fact, when you go to passages like Psalm 82, the whole reason that Yahweh gets the inheritance of all the nations and all the other gods lose their individual inheritances is because they don't do justice and he does.
Mhm.
So I think it's going to be difficult for you to rely on, um, well, God can just, you know, unalive an innocent infant, someone who hasn't lived long enough to do anything,
Mhm.
um, just because he's God and whatever God does is just. I don't think that's going to play out in the context of the Hebrew Bible.
I hear what you're saying. Um, I believe my faith, my belief is that what God does or says is just. And when we talk about the Hebrew and we go back into the Old Testament, you do good, you get good. You do bad, you get bad. And there was no gray area there. There was no bending as we have in the New Testament with grace. There's no compassion. There was strictly you do bad, you get bad. This is
I
it.
would say that
Job
Abraham
must
had a
have been
lot of
horrible.
grace. Yeah, Abraham had a lot of grace. Abraham
Oh yeah,
literally lied and
Abraham,
pimped
David.
I'm sorry. Hello.
Okay, go ahead.
Damn. And then you'll start whining because you get muted. Abraham had a lot of grace, right? He lied and he pimped out his wife twice. Then Isaac did it, right? David literally committed adultery, coveted his neighbor's wife, committed premeditated murder. He was supposed to be stoned for all three of those things. He got grace.
David who?
This is true. There
He
was.
ate the showbread on the Sabbath that was for the priests, right? Like David did a lot of shit that he was supposed to be punished for, and he wasn't.
This is true.
David was blessed. So to say that there was no wiggle room of grace, the wiggle room was for favoritism.
I guess you could say that in somewhat of a truth. But when you say favoritism, does it lead to what he needs to transpire? Will he allow whatever to happen for his objective to transpire? Would he allow an evil act to happen so that his,
He does evil acts.
would he allow
No, he
man,
does them.
would he allow a man to get in his head, take a pew pew and go into a school and unalive children? Would he allow that?
Has he not?
He
Right.
very clearly does.
So why does he allow this to happen?
Because he
Because
doesn't
he's the
care.
devil that y'all
So
think is chasing y'all, but y'all actually worshiping it.
so if he's allowing this to happen, who's in control?
Right, but that's not
If
the
he
main
allows it,
issue
then him.
here.
Huh?
I mean,
If he allows it, then it's him.
Well, I'm getting to the point of in creation, he gave man dominion and rule.
If
And
God
so
allows it,
and
then
so
it's
and so
his.
and so the playing it out, there is still principles that he lives by. And that is,
Is there anything that can happen on earth that is not approved by God?
All this shit means is that he's
well,
not
well,
all
well,
knowing,
well,
by the
well,
way.
all
Hold on,
things is
y'all. I
approved.
can't track. There's five
Yeah.
voices, right?
All
And
all
different
things.
different idea. Hey, bro. I can't track. There's five voices and every different idea. Okay, like I have to be A B C D E F G. Okay, so we got to stay on track. Okay, all right.
HIQRSTM. I got you.
Yeah,
so
like
so
I'm
so
like I'm one track minded. Go ahead.
Ivan, Ivan, I feel like we're starting to drift a little bit here because even though I think that's still incredibly problematic, um, to allow evil when one can stop it, I think that's problematic. Um, that's not really what we've been talking about here. At passages like First Samuel 15, or what is it, Second Samuel 12, with David's baby, I think it's in 12. Like these are passages where God is either directly commanding or doing himself what we in any other context would call atrocious actions, right? With David's baby, he says, all right, David, you sinned grossly, but I'm not going to punish you for it directly, right? Instead, I'm going to unalive your child. And I'm going to not just unalive it, I'm going to cause it to be sick for a week before it unalives, right? That's atrocious.
Yeah.
So it's not just like there's evil and God's allowing it. Like I understand you could make an argument again. I think it's still problematic, but that's a separate issue. Like here we're talking about it's not allowance. It's like it's God doing it.
Well, so it and okay, let's start there. In the Hebrew, was there a way that sin could be atoned?
Oh my goodness.
Um, in the Hebrew, I'm trying to understand your question.
I'm saying, if we're gonna go into the Hebrew, they believed in God, and so if was there a way that they could sin, and then God overlook it?
I see.
I
You're
mean,
not talking about the
Israelite
Hebrew
culture?
language. Yeah, you're
Huh?
talking about
Yeah,
Israelite
like
culture.
So is there a way?
Sure. Let's
Okay,
go with
what was
yes.
that way? What was that way?
Well, there's a lot of different things, but it's essentially the sacrificial system.
Okay, so now we have that. But does that mean there was no consequence for the sin?
But yes, usually.
Is that yes, there will be consequences, or because of
No,
it?
there won't be.
And well, that's where I differ with you. David sinned, and though he applied that that way, as you just stated, there are still consequences.
And understand the connection between what David did and the consequences for that in the sacrificial system.
I'm saying David, to me, and I just had this conversation with another believer. David, that he did some wicked things,
Yes, but why would his
and
infant child suffer and unalive because of that? How is that just?
so again, in those old texts, it was that your sins were what? through you,
We're not playing
verse
ad
from
libs,
your
man.
generation to generation. So there were
Unless you
But
consequences.
believe.
but wait, you look, you can't. I don't know how the answer can be. It's just because God said it's just because this is the way that He did it. Like, do you think that's just that if you do something really bad, that your kid should suffer for it?
Do I think that it's just? I
Yeah.
think that
Do you think that a judge should come to you and say, "All right, you know had a DUI or something. Bring your daughter in here. All right, I'm gonna put her in jail for 30 days for that."
yeah, yeah, that'd be a bad thing.
Right.
But but that's
Sound like
how it
justice to
was.
me.
That's how the text even explained that culture and that
Yes, I
belief.
do. Yes,
That's how
yes, I know, Ivan.
that's how
We
that's how it
agree that
was.
that's how the text is. Yes,
That's
but
how
what?
it, they
Listen,
lived their life. That's how they did it.
Ivan. We're here. We're like right at the cusp, right? What you're saying is, yes, this is what that ancient culture functioned like. What we're saying is, yes, because it's a product of that culture. What you would argue is that this is divinely inspired. And when you say that a text is divinely inspired, particularly by a specific kind of deity that has these omni properties, then we would expect that text to reflect the justice and the benevolence of that omni God. And
Right.
it doesn't.
I
That's
say
the
it does.
point. Yeah.
I say it does.
Okay. But if you're saying that you recognize that it would be unjust for your daughter to go to prison because of something that you did, like that is a principle of justice that you recognize, or something that is unjust. And yet when you try to apply it to the deity, it seems like you special plead and say, well, it's because God's doing it. But the Hebrew Bible doesn't even make that type of allowance, right? God has to do what is right. Has to. He has to abide by it.
So first of all, and today under this new covenant, God doesn't move that way. That it because it's not under this was the culture. This was the handing down of the faith and the belief. God said this. This is how he moved in those times, and it was to bring about obedience. All this was about to bring this reverence and acknowledgement that he is God. And
Okay,
if
so
you
Let
in
me
your
look,
hold
mind,
on. Can I hold
Ivan,
on? Let me
let
ask a
me
question,
finish.
please.
yes, please go
Hello,
ahead.
hello. I have a question. So, does it make logical sense for your God to create this game, intentionally set humans loose in the wilderness, sick a beast on them to see if they're gonna run back to Him, but at the same time require obedience? Like, if I'm gonna cause you to do like go through a bunch of evil shit so that you would obey me because I require obedience, but at the same time I want you to voluntarily choose me. Does that make logical sense to you?
Yes.
So I'm going to
Spell
scare
logical.
you into obeying me, but at the same time I want you to voluntarily love me, voluntarily choose me.
I don't. Well, that's the one part I don't believe that scare you into obeying. Yeah,
If he's doing evil shit to force obedience, right? That's to instill fear so that you would obey.
well. From the beginning, from Adam, or that beginning, or the beginning that began with Noah, or the beginning that began in Matthew
So be
28.
quiet. Don't
It
say
was
nothing. Don't say nothing, also.
it
I'm
was
sorry. Go
all
ahead.
about just trust and obey. There was no fear at those moments. There was no,
What?
and there was no, there was just, matter of fact, he didn't even, if Adam had just said to this talking serpent, dude, the big guy hasn't let me down. I have no desire to not obey him.
It said, or you will die. It says
Yeah,
the day
there's
And,
a
you eat this,
direct
you will
threat.
die.
and that
Yeah, there's
word,
a direct threat.
that word
Oh no. Don't
means
do
what?
this. Don't do
That
this,
word
man.
means what?
Die.
That
To
word
be
means what?
physically,
It means
So,
die.
so, so what's the translation in the Hebrew of that?
What's the word in Hebrew?
I
What's
sure
the
wish there was
translation
somebody that knew
of the
biblical
meaning?
Hebrew that
Hold
could
on.
tell it
Only
to
one of
us.
y'all can answer him,
physically
please. Only
be
one of y'all
unalive.
answer him at a time, please.
Does he
What's
know
the
the word? What's the
what's
word
the
in Hebrew?
translation of
What
that passage
Ivan?
in Hebrew?
Ivan, what's the word?
What is? I asked the
You're
question
appealing
first.
to the Hebrew.
I'm
I'm asking
asking.
you what the
I'm
word is.
asking you the
I don't
question,
know
but you don't want to answer the question.
I don't
What
know,
is
Ivan.
the
What's the
It's okay.
meaning
word?
It's okay. It's okay.
behind
I know.
that
Mac, we
that
both know he
passage?
doesn't know it. We
I
both know he
What
know.
is
doesn't
the
know it. So
meaning?
look, it means you will certainly unalive.
And wait a minute. Who said certainly?
Surely.
Who
The
said
Hebrew
surely?
does. It's an infinitive it's
Who
an
said?
infinitive absolute. That's it's an infinitive
What the
absolute. I'm giving you the answer.
If you are talking to us from your Bible app, we cannot hear you when you leave the app.
No, no. A phone call came in, and I automatically went to something. I don't know. But who said surely?
God?
I've given you the answer 3 times now. It's the infinitive absolute.
Okay, that's the
It's the
infinitive. Who said the
syntax.
infinitive? Who said the infinitive absolute?
I don't know what that
God.
question means.
I asked you a
God.
question. You used it. I'm still trying to find out
I don't
who
understand
actually came out of.
I don't understand your question. Are you asking in the narrative who is credited with saying you will certainly unalive? Is that your question,
That
Ivan?
is my question. Who said? Who
Yes,
said those
Yahweh
words?
did. Yahweh
Who,
Elohim. That's the answer.
show me in the scriptures that that's what he said.
I don't
Genesis
understand your
2:17.
question.
2:17.
He didn't say anything. He didn't say the
Hold on.
English word certainly
He said 2:17. Hold
or
on. Let me look it
unalive.
up.
He said Mot Tamut. That's what he said. Mot Tamut. What else would you like to know?
Here, it's on the screen right here. Elliot. I mean, Yvonne.
Okay. So
Read it
now,
for
Uh,
us, Ivan Ooze.
that's what I want to
look,
get. Now, God said,
yeah,
"Surely die."
right here. He says moot to moot.
Right.
That's what it means,
Right.
right there.
And what does that translation mean?
Dr.
It
B
So
has told
means
you 3 times.
surely you will unalive.
Right. And so, in that content, what was God saying?
He's
Oh, so
saying,
don't say
if
that.
you eat of this, when it happens, you will unalive.
In
That's
that
what it means.
content of that,
You will
because
physically go,
okay. First of all, let me ask you this: in the Bible, in
yes, you
scriptures,
will.
are there multiple ways of literature?
Yes.
It's
Figuratively,
context.
Of
yeah.
what?
So in the content of this, because we know the God did not, they did not
Oh,
unalive
so
in the natural. We know that.
That is
We
absolutely
know
correct.
for a
That is
fact
absolutely
that they
correct.
did not. Matter of fact, God
That
did
is
have
correct.
a conversation with them. He conversed with them. So they didn't
Yes, he did.
surely die. So what
That is
happened though?
correct. You are
So,
100% correct.
but but
Yahweh lied.
but there was something that did happen.
Ivan, I've answered your question.
And
So
the
there was
serpent told
Did
the
you
something.
hear
truth.
my answer? Did you
So
hear my answer? You
I
asked
heard
me
your
a
answer.
question. I answered it.
I heard you.
Did you hear my answer? What did I say?
You said God said it.
No, I didn't say that.
We just looked it up and said God
I
said
said,
surely die until they're alive.
Put on your listening ears. I
Go ahead.
said, Yahweh lied.
I heard that too, but you said if you wanted me to say that, then dude, are you
You
Are
gonna
you
be
are
okay,
okay?
you
man?
okay? Are you okay?
Do you think Yahweh
I,
doesn't lie?
I'm,
Are you
I'm
okay? Are you
fine.
no? I just
I'm,
want to
I,
know seriously, seriously.
you
Are
want me to
you
blink
okay?
twice if I need help? Yes,
Are
I'm
you
blinking
okay?
twice because
Are,
I need help with this conversation with
okay,
you.
There
obviously.
is there
So
is
so so
exactly one person having a panic
so
fit
so back
here.
so back to what I'm saying. So we know that they did not unalive physically.
That's
We know
correct.
that. Can we
Yes.
see that they were unalived in another way?
No, we can't.
Why can't you?
because you can't justify that position. Go
Why
ahead.
can't we?
Go ahead.
Why can't we?
People have been trying to do it for 2 millennia. Please
Trying to do
solve the
what?
problem.
Trying to do what?
Trying to justify the reason that Yahweh said X will happen and X didn't happen.
And
So
and
maybe
and
you
and
maybe you today can solve the problem that people haven't
and
been able
and,
to
and,
solve for 2 millennia. Go ahead. We're
in
all
in
ears.
Isaiah, I forget
Why are we
exactly
going
where,
to
Oh
Isaiah?
because
boy.
you just told me to. Gee, are you okay?
I want you from the
I'm trying to
internal
show
frame of
you.
reference.
I'm
Hey,
trying to. I don't want to use my understand.
Ivan,
Go
I
ahead. Go
know
ahead.
you
Go
don't
ahead.
have the
Go
understanding to
ahead.
do it. I get it.
Go ahead.
But I want you from the internal consistency, the internal frame of reference of this narrative,
Yep.
show me how it doesn't mean physical unalivement. Go ahead.
It doesn't mean physical unalignment because
So
they
by
weren't
restating the claim or
because they were not physically unalive. That
okay,
is just my.
so tell me how that conclusion also doesn't line up with Yahweh lied.
Because they were unalived in another form.
That's what you have to prove.
And I was going there, but you wanted to go all
So
the
you
way
wanted
back
to
here.
go to
Why I
Isaiah to
don't know.
prove that from
Why
the
I don't
narrative?
know.
Ivan, you have to go to Isaiah to show me that from the narrative.
Yes, I just told you from the narrative. I showed you that they weren't physically
All
unalive
all you
because
did was say that they didn't get unalived, which lines up perfectly with Yahweh lying.
right. And so now to explain how they were not unalived physically, but they were unalived another way. I was going to explain, but
What
you
Okay,
is
so
want.
the
before you
other
do,
way? Just say it. What's the other
Thank you,
way? Don't,
thank
no,
you,
you
host.
don't need to go to Isaiah.
Host,
Just say
I
it.
I,
Just say
I
you
wanted to
want to
show what
say
happened.
spiritual death.
I,
Damn.
is that
yes,
all
I
you want
wanted
to
to show
say
you
is
what that
spiritual
spiritual death
death?
was. See, he knows
Why,
that, but Jesus, man, she just asked me to. Can
I
you
God
realize
shut
damn,
that. I
dude.
up?
realize that.
Jesus,
Ivan,
man.
Fucking relax.
why can't you justify it from the narrative itself? Do you think that people that read the Genesis 3, 2 and 3 narrative needed to rely on Isaiah to understand it?
I
You
just
think
want
that
to
people
say
read Oh, go ahead, sorry, Osa.
just a quick little aside. Alan in the comments said that Death had a near Oso experience, and that shit had me crying.
So Joshua, the host
Ivan, I know.
interjects. Man,
I
will
want you
you
to answer my
come
question. I
on,
want
man?
you to answer
You
my
don't want me to answer
question.
it. She
Yeah, I
just
do.
interjected and she said,
Do
and she was
you
giving me
think,
the floor.
I
Oh
want you
my
to
God,
answer my
man.
question. Do you think that the people that read, the original audience that read Genesis 2 and 3, could not have understood the narrative by itself and had to have whatever passage you're getting ready to take us to in Isaiah to understand it?
Yes, they need to know this. They need to know this. That's why you just
Okay.
can't. That's
Go
Joshua.
ahead, man.
That's why
Walk me
you
through it. I'm
just
all ears. Walk me through
Joshua.
it. I'm
She
being
came
quiet.
on.
Walk me through it.
If you would
Walk me through it.
shut up, man,
Yeah,
dude, you
No,
crazy.
have
Crazy.
how
no.
about you stop whining? Damn.
He has such a skewed perception of what is happening here. It's like upsetting.
Everybody, hear me out.
Go ahead, Ivan. We're gonna let him go. We're
Isaiah,
gonna let him explain. Go ahead.
he says this: Your thoughts are not my thoughts. Your
Holy
ways
fuck. Are
are
you
not
kidding?
my. Dude, are you?
Hold on.
You know
Hey,
what?
hey, y'all. Let
Y'all
him
let
Go
him
explain,
on, go
go.
please.
on. I'm
Let
just
him
gonna listen.
explain.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
go ahead.
Franco.
Let him
Sorry.
Argue with
explain.
yourselves. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ivan. Go ahead, Ivan.
Keep reading Isaiah 55:10. Go ahead.
I can see your box moving, but I can't hear you. Are you talking?
No, I wasn't talking. That was when I
Oh,
stepped outside. But I'm gonna
okay.
listen. I'll give you a little
No,
bit.
go ahead,
Hey, listen,
Ivan. I'm giving you the floor.
host, I can't. You've done that before. I can't because
Listen,
it doesn't make
I'm
sense.
not
Go
finna
ahead.
beg you. I'm
No,
not
no,
finna
don't.
beg you,
No, no.
and
I'm
you're
good.
not
I'm
gonna
good.
sit on the stage and just listen.
Oh no, no. Drop me then.
If you're
Drop me.
done,
You can drop me. You can
okay.
drop
All
me.
right.
Yeah,
All right.
y'all full of it.
God damn.
That was the most whiny ass motherfucker.
I should have muted, but I didn't expect it to be that bad.
I'm so sorry. That's my fault too. I expected him to be reading something other than Isaiah 55. I
They
should have
always
I
go
was
just,
a
to
good
Yoel
little
ways
I'm
and
so
co-host.
sorry. Oh my God.
they always go to that scripture. But yeah, y'all got to remember, I'm neurodivergent, and if there's 5,000 different ideas,
Yeah.
like it's hard for me to track too. So hold on.
Yeah, I don't have any confessions to make because I was a good little co-host.
Yeah,
Matt can
right.
learn from
You
me.
were one of the main ones. I had to start, and then I realized yesterday that when they were talking about the silent, like the real uh whispery comments you be making. I caught them today. I don't be catching them on a regular basis, but I caught that shit today.
Oh shit,
When you be
you're not
coming
supposed to
off
know that.
mute, yeah. Well, they
Self
made me
notice.
aware of them today. Shit.
He said, "Yeah, well, see how that worked out for you."
Like, god dang, dude was about to have a whole ass heart attack. D Barber.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Listen, ain't Dr. Barber. What's up, man?
Who that talking?
I'm
Osa?
I'm Bash. I'm Bash son.
Bash saying. Bash my man. I like Bash.
Yeah, I'm his son
No.
spiritually.
Oh, okay.
I take
What's
it
going on?
you came up here to talk about Adam and Eve. That's your favorite subject.
Well, you gave the last guy options. I literally was going to go into the Jesus thing, but when you gave the options, I
Oh,
was like,
okay.
oh, they went back to
Oh,
Genesis on me.
which one do you want to do, D Barber?
Well, you know, the one I love.
That's what I figured. That's the only time you hit request.
No, y'all got into that afterwards.
Oh, cause you love the Adam and Eve story, D Barber.
I, your line of questioning, I like your line of questioning that you have for him.
I'm gonna let Dr. B start off with the line of questioning with the Adam and Eve story. I don't know, Dr. B, is there a question that you have about the Adam and Eve story that you wanna ask
Yeah.
within the Christian theology
Yeah.
or Christian doctrine?
If specifically about, what we were talking about, I think the interpretive crux is everybody recognizes that the text states that God was going to physically unalive them when they ate it. And everybody also agrees that they didn't, right? So there are a couple of views that academics hold as to try to explain that. But the one that really never really gets any real traction is the spiritual unalivement one. But it's the one that people in these spaces most often hold. So if people want to make an argument for that, that would be great. But I don't know what your position is, DeBarber, on that.
Um, well, the last time I discussed this, it was talking about. Don't be mad at me. We was talking about what a day was. So the big deal is the day of death. I believe everybody's stuck on that part.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I said, they brought a professor up to talk to me. I said, in the instance of day, it didn't always mean at 24 hours.
This is that professor.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, that's you.
Yeah,
So,
that's
so,
me.
so, so, so good, 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 good. We can get back on
Oh,
that.
by the way, I do remember shit very well. Dr. B, you had a phone call and you had to go. And when you left, D Barber said he ran because he couldn't explain it to me. He
Damn,
ran
DeBarber, you
because
found
yeah,
me out, man.
And then
yeah.
why would you say I said
I
he
just want to
ran?
make sure you weren't talking about how
Why?
you
Wait a
felt.
minute. Why did you just make that up
I
just
just
now?
wanted to make sure you weren't talking about how you felt. So I had
Oh
to let him
my
know since you're here
goodness.
now.
We gonna start off like that?
I just want he got to know all the cards on the table. He got to know
Don't
everything that was
don't
said.
for that. That's disqualify you from saying I'm being disingenuous because you're starting off disingenuous. I
All
didn't
right,
say
How
that.
pull,
am I?
pull,
Do you
pull
Wait,
even
up,
know
what?
what
DeBarber.
disingenuous is?
You just made something up on me.
I did, D Barber.
That's
It is on
disingenuous.
YouTube. It's on YouTube. I ain't gotta
I
lie on
didn't
you.
say
You
he
said he
ran.
ran because he could not explain it.
I said he said he had to do some more research. I didn't say he ran.
You wait. He
He said he had to
told
do more
you
research.
that he needed to do more research
He
on
said I gotta
whether
look into
it was
that.
a day or 1,000 years. You said Dr. B told you that,
He said I have to look into that. I thought that would mean research.
Dr.
He had
B.
to look into what I was saying.
I
Dr. B.
I can't fathom that I would have said that, but it's all a journey. I'll grant
Okay,
it to you.
okay. Let's see if you say it again. We're gonna see if you say it again.
Perfect.
Okay.
Great.
All
Great.
right.
So can you tell me about the construction that's being used there in what is it, 217?
Well, actually, I was going to chapter 1
Why
because
is the
that's the first
construction
mention.
used there?
That's the first mention of the word day.
Yeah, but why would you look at the first mention of the word day?
Because that
You
proves
you
that
should be.
day
It doesn't
didn't
prove
always mean
anything.
24 hours.
It doesn't prove anything. Nobody's making the argument that it
Well,
that it
that's what
has
we,
to mean
that's what
24
that's.
hours. No, 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 no. The thing that is under contention here is not the word yom. It's the way that the word yom is used in this very specific syntactical construction.
You
You
fin-
need to
For
go
example,
research
the sentence,
syntactical.
yeah, the thing that I just said to you sort of in jest when I said pull up, right? Sorry. Look, I don't have many of those. I gotta use them when I can. The word pull, right? We could go into etymology about the word pull, and we could sort of theorize about, well, is it like making it so that one brings an object closer to oneself, and so we have to. But that's not really going to help us, right? Because that phrase "pull up" has its own very sort of idiosyncratic meaning, because it's those two words are put together and used in a particular context. Um, to me, like skibidi, like my 12-year-old says skibidi, like this is skibidi brain rot. Like, how that all came together, fuck if I know. But it has a very precise meaning, I've come to find out. So in that case, looking at what the word ski means, or like D, that's irrelevant, right? You have to look at what does the phrase skibidi brain rot mean in its context, right? How is it used? So in that same way, we can look at the word yom, and that's fine, but it's irrelevant to what it means when it's used in the very precise construction, temporal construction, bait plus yom plus an object suffix, right, with an infinitive construct. That's very different.
Okay, can we agree on something?
Maybe.
I think we will. Who's determining what a day is in these verses?
Did
Who's
you
who's?
hear did you hear anything that I just said?
Yeah, but that's skibidi D stuff. That feels
Right. So what
subject.
I'll ask you the question back, right? And so that you can see, can we all agree what ski means? What it means to ski? Do you realize do you see how irrelevant that would of a question that would be? It
No,
doesn't
I
matter what it
don't.
means to ski. But
Not
so
in,
do you think that the meaning
are
of
we
the
talking
word
about ski
ski,
or
SKI,
yarn?
yeah, it's both, right? Do you
No,
think that
we're not talking about both. You bought in
we
ski.
are? Yeah, I'm using an analogy. I'm sorry that you don't understand
We
why I'm
have the
using the
word. Why we
analogy.
need an analogy? We have
Okay,
the word.
fine. Fine. Do you know anything about Hebrew syntax?
Nope.
Okay, that's why I'm using the analogy.
I don't know nothing about ski either, but you using that too.
Dude, you don't know anything about the English word ski. Miss me with that shit, man.
Are you saying you just used skibidi? Is that short for the word you was using before, or you using the
Of
word for
course not,
ski?
and that's the fucking point, DeBarber.
There, you've made no point.
Oh, I have. You just don't understand it,
Then let's
which is
just stay
unfortunate.
with the word day then, so I can understand.
Fine, fine. Let me teach you some Hebrew syntax then. You good with that?
I'm listening.
Okay. When the word yom is used in that construction, where it's the prefix bait or kaf comes before it, and then it's followed by an infinitive construct with an object suffix that acts as its subject. That is a temporal construction that means when. And that's what we see in Genesis 2.
Okay. So, can I make my argument so we have a premise of where I'm coming from? Because
Sure.
I kind of sort of see what you're trying to establish to put us in one specific place, but we only in 2 chapters when it comes down to day. In the first mention of day,
The fact that you're going back today,
why
look,
can't I? Why can't
because
I?
because you don't understand what I'm saying.
Well, maybe if you let
Listen,
me finish, you'll
DeBarber,
understand.
no, it doesn't matter. Once you said we have to talk about the meaning of day,
I
you're lost. You're
I
lost. You don't know
I
what I'm
didn't
talking
say.
about. DeBarber, listen to me. Listen to me. Do you know what the phrase skibidi brain rot means generally?
Why are you scared of the word, man?
I've
It's just a
explained the word
word.
to you, but you don't understand it. Do you
It's
know what the
just a
word
word.
just listen to Barber.
I
Do you
think
know
you
what
know
the
where I'm
phrase
going.
ski to brain rot means? I do actually. Do
I
you
think
know
you
what
know
the
where.
phrase
That's you
ski to
trying to
brain? Yeah,
stop
I
me
do.
from
Do
going.
you know
Yeah,
that's great. Do you
it's
know
a
what the
tactic.
phrase yeah, that's great. Do you know what the phrase ski to brain rot means
I could care
generally?
less. I could care less.
Okay, I'm going to tell you, and I'm probably going to get it wrong, but I'm going to get close. It's like it's like these TikTok videos that people scroll through, right? And they say that's just skibidi brain rot. That's how my 12-year-old uses it, right? It's skibidi brain rot. And apparently, skibidi comes from some show or some video or something about a head with a toilet. I don't know. Anyway, the point is that that phrase gets all those sounds get meshed together into that construction to have a particular meaning. Skibidi brain rot. Okay. Now, if I go and try to understand what skibidi brain rot means by saying, all right, we have to look at what the word ski means. That is a faulty premise. Like it will go nowhere. That is a terrible methodology to try to understand what the phrase skibidi brain rot means by trying to understand what the word ski means by itself. Right? Do you see that?
I'm listening.
Do you see it though?
No.
Okay, would it do any good for us to try to ascertain what pull up means in a sentence by looking at the etymology of the word pull?
Maybe. How about this? Let's just try a one-syllable word.
Poll.
If you say day, motherfucker, I swear to God. I need you to understand the simple analogy before we get into this text that you don't understand. In the phrase pull up, does it help us at all to try to figure out what the word pull means to try to understand the phrase pull up?
You might.
If I say, look, I'm going to show you that it means to take something and to raise, like you raise a bucket up by a rope. That's what Josh was saying when he said to DeBarber, pull up, DeBarber. He meant like grab a rope and pull a bucket up toward him, right? That's what he meant. You would say, what are you talking about? That's not how that phrase is used. And I would say, no, look, here's an English sentence where pull means to bring something toward oneself, right? You would say it doesn't matter because that's not how those two words together in that context, that's not what they mean, right?
But we can agree that phrase has two meanings.
Pull up.
We can agree though that that phrase has two meanings, though, right?
Well, if they're like completely isolated and have no context, I mean, I don't know how they'd have any meaning, but sure, go ahead.
Okay. So
Like I
it's,
could apply the phrase pull up, like if somebody's standing up on a bridge and they've got a rope in their hand and it's the other end is tied to a bucket of water, and I yell up to them, pull up, right? Or if somebody's taking a plane and they're taking it too close to the ground and the JIPWIZ system says, pull up, pull up. Yes, that would be different.
Or they're
But
doing
right.
you
So
know,
pull-ups.
words and phrases can have more than one meaning.
of
Okay,
course,
we
there's
established that.
polyvalency in every language.
Okay. We're clear then.
I mean, I'm clear to Barbara. I don't know that you are.
What I just said, did you agree?
Yeah, of course. But I don't know
Okay,
how
then
that
we're
applies
clear.
to what we're saying here. Because if you say the word yom, if you say that again, like I'm going to say you don't understand what we're talking about. So please don't say it again.
So that means I can't talk about what
Of course
what
you
the
can, but
subject
you
matter
have.
is that we're talking about. I can't
But
talk
you're no, no,
about.
no, DeBarber, you're talking. Now listen, now this is important and this is good. The phrase pull up together can be used in several different contexts, right? In a particular context, it's going to have one meaning, right? In most cases. Yeah. Like if a plane
Mhm.
is going down and you hear on the ground proximity warning system, pull up. The system isn't saying to him, "Yeah, let's fight." Bring your A game, right? That's not what it's saying, and it's not saying hoist that bucket up, higher in elevation. No, it's saying
Mhm.
pull back on the yoke so the plane doesn't crash, right? That's what it's saying. It has a very specific meaning in that particular context, right?
Mhm.
Okay. Would it do us any good in any of those contexts to look at the word whole? Maybe in one of them. Well,
Yes, you're right. I'm
you're right.
glad you answered
It
that.
would in two of them, not
I'm
in the
glad
third
you
one, the
answered
first
that.
one they were
Thank
talking
you.
about, right? In the phrase pull up, in the phrase pull up, sorry, in the phrase pull up that I used with you in that context, would it help us?
Which context are you talking?
The one where I said, "Oh, you think you're going to do something? All right, pull up to Barber. Let's go." Does looking at the word pull and its etymology like help us at all to understand that phrase pull
Uh,
up?
I'm gonna grant you that. No.
Yeah, probably not. Right. Okay. So when you're looking at the word yom, if you just had the word yom and it said like uh I don't know, like on the third yom this will happen, then you and I could have a conversation about that. And you could be like, I think the word yom here is being used like, with this extended meaning. It doesn't mean like a 24-hour period. Like, cool, we could have a discussion about that. The context would be really, really important. And we'd have to, but that's different from the word yom appearing in a syntactical construction that is temporal, that is something that's fixed in the language.
Okay. So
That's the
you
difference.
so you want me to stick to chapter 2. That's what you said that to say that?
I don't care where you go because that construction occurs like 168 times in the Hebrew Bible. Go to any of them. Go to
When I was trying, you kept stopping me.
no no uh, when were you going to go to the temporal construction bait plus yom plus infinitive construct plus object suffix as subject? When were you going to do that?
All right,
You got some of those?
for
You
the
got some
sake
of
of
those?
for the sake of moving forward, I'm going to
Nah,
start in
man,
chapter 2.
don't come at me with this
Yeah,
bullshit and then be like, nah,
why is it
we're just
be
gonna move
you?
past
You
it. We're just
talked
gonna
for
move
15
past it.
minutes. You talked for
Yeah.
like
Well,
15 minutes
don't sit here and
explaining.
pretend that you were going to take me to one of these infinitive constructs. Don't pretend you were going to do that shit.
I'm
You
gonna
were
do
going to
it
take me to the
now.
word yom.
I'm gonna do it now.
Go ahead. Tell me one.
Since I can't use chapter 1, I'm gonna go to chapter 2.
There isn't one in chapter one. For Christ's
All
sake.
right, since you created a framework where
No, I'm
I
asking you
will
to
not go
talk
to
to me
chapter 1.
about the specific syntactical
I'm going to.
construction.
Why are you
Go
stopping me
ahead.
from going
Tell
to?
me one. Tell me one. Tell me. I just want
Now,
you to
now
tell
you
me one.
go to chapter 2 and verse 2 and 3.
Go ahead.
Verses it says, "And by the seventh day, God had completed the work."
Holy shit. I mean, like, dude, DeBarber, this is not
He's
worth
just doing
anybody's
like a
time.
he's just doing a word search.
You just don't get it.
Wow,
But
All
here's
right.
the thing. There actually is a perfect example of
wow.
this. There is a perfect example of this. It's in
I'm,
chapter
at,
3.
I'm
It's in
Barber,
chapter
DeBarber.
3,
Just
verse
say y'all
5.
don't want me to talk.
No, no,
Just
no,
say
no,
that.
no. Mac, Mac,
I'll be better
Mac,
if you
I
say
agree
that.
with you. DeBarber. Let me just put this to bed for you, all right? Do you have your Hebrew interlinear up in front of you?
No, sir. I'm just reading the Bible.
you're not reading the Bible, you're reading the English translation, right? So you don't
Of
know the
what? Of
syntactical
what?
construction. You don't know
English.
the syntax. Hey, to Barber, listening ears, you don't know the
Listen.
syntactic. Listening ears to Barber.
Just
One,
say you
two,
don't want me to
three.
talk.
One, two, three. Eyes on me.
You
One,
don't
two,
want me to
three. Eyes
talk.
on me. Come on, man. You don't know the syntactical construction I'm talking about, do you?
This is embarrassing. It's
For you,
embarrassing.
it is. It is. I agree.
I'll
Do you
tell
know
you
the
what.
syntactical construction I'm talking about?
Just put your thesis out
To
there and don't ask
barber.
me. You don't have to ask me
Oh,
no
I already
questions.
have. I've done it 3 times. You just didn't understand it. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, do it. All right, but you don't want to let me read the Bible? This is your whole
What are you?
argument is the Bible,
Oh,
ain't it?
no, it's not. My whole argument is the syntactical construction in which the word yom is used. But
So
you don't understand that
why are we talking about Yom in the first place? Because it's weird.
because it's in that syntactical construction. And that's what's appearing in
And
Genesis
that
2.
syntactical construction is weird.
It's in Genesis 2, amongst
Thank you.
168 other
So why I
places.
can't read it?
Not 2 verse
You
3.
didn't
It's
read
in
me one.
217. It's
Yeah,
in
you
217,
didn't
not
read
two
me.
three.
You didn't read me one. If I said, "Oh my
So
God, DeBarber,
now
I
I
can't
can
believe it," no,
only read
DeBarber, be quiet,
particular
be
scriptures.
quiet, be quiet, just be quiet. If we were talking about the phrase "pull up" and you were trying to explain to me what it means, right? And I said, "Nah, man, look, I've got all these different cases where it doesn't mean let's fight. Here, let me show you one. Look, John. Here's a sentence: Johnny pulled on the rope, and it came toward him. You'd be like, "Oh my God." That's not the phrase pull up. No, I got this other one over here. The duck pulled its butt along the ground. Oh my God, Josh, that's not the phrase pull up. No, 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 I've got another one over here. You know, the person is pulling on the house to try to pull it down. See, there it's used twice. You'd be like, I don't know why I'm even talking to you. Right? That's what you're doing. We're talking about pull up, and you're saying, yeah, but here's the word pull.
All right.
Did you follow that analogy?
Yeah, this is like the third time you said it. So
But you haven't understood it yet.
I got one question. When somebody's given a complete thought about what they think about something, do you only use the one thing they said and say, "All right, let's stay here. Forget the whole thought. Let's just go to this one thing you said."
Usually, no.
Then why are you doing it now?
Um, if we were having a conversation about the phrase pull up and you were trying to explain to me what pull up means, and I said, now I got the perfect response. This is going to totally debunk you, DeBarber. This is going to totally debunk you. And you're like, oh my God, fine, go ahead. And I said, all right, look, right here in this verse, in this poem, it says, if a man pulls on a rope, then he will know. And you'd be like, oh my God, just stop. And I'd say, oh, you don't want to hear the whole thing, do you? You don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear my whole thought. You would say, Josh, you just used a sentence that doesn't have pull up in it. Would you need to hear the rest of the poem?
Well,
No, is the answer to Barbara.
so
You
so
wouldn't.
so so aren't we talking about more than just that word though? Aren't we talking about the reasons and
No,
how and why?
we are talking about more than the word. We're
That's what
talking
we I
about
think
the
that's the end result.
syntactical, no, we're talking about the syntactical construction. You can't just have the word yom. You have to have the entire syntactical construction.
Exactly. Listen.
And you
I'm
just
trying.
read a place that doesn't have it.
Listen, listen. Again, there's a complete thought being given about everything that we're talking about, and you're concentrating just on the word.
I'm absolutely not.
Yeah, verse 17 is the only thing you want to read.
That's not there are 168 other examples of it that you
No,
can
but
go
you're
to.
saying somebody said it's in verse 17. As if that's the only place we get the idea of everything that's going on.
No one has said that.
Yes, they
No one has
did.
said that. No, Max said that the only place that that syntactical construction is occurring is in 17. It's
In
not occurring
chapter
in verse
2.
3 of chapter 2.
Right, within chapter 2, because you're
Right.
trying to say that we can look at chapter 2 verse 3 and it'll be treated the same way, and he's telling you it is not.
The
It
barber,
is not being used.
you would say to me in the pull up example, if I were to say, you don't want to, all you want to focus on is the phrase pull up. You don't want to talk about any of these other places where the word pull appears because you're afraid. You're afraid that it's going to totally debunk your pull up meaning. You'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This is hilarious.
It is hilarious. The
Listen,
reason,
listen,
DeBarber, is you don't
listen,
understand what's going on here.
listen. I know you like to hear you to keep repeating that, like you're the only one that understands something.
I
Maybe
mean,
your
Mac
verse more.
understands it, and
I
Thinker
give it to you.
understands it, and Osa
I give it to
understands it. But
you. You know Hebrew, right?
thank you for giving that to me.
Yeah, okay, okay. Look. I give gratitude, graces to anybody that work hard to get to a certain place. You got it, bud. You got it. I give it to you. I'm the type of person I could do that all day long. If somebody earns something, they work hard for something. You got it.
But
Yeah, but
it's not
in
just
this
knowing, it's
case,
not just
doesn't that
knowing Hebrew, right? Like I know English,
He,
right? I'm not an English expert. He's a Hebrew expert. Like he is what he is breaking down for you is so far beyond just knowing Hebrew, as in being able to like read it and speak it. Like he is breaking down all of the syntactic properties, everything that constructs a sentence the way it does, and why this phrase means this, and you're kind of just shitting on it.
do we do it? Do we do that same thing in English?
Yes,
Oh yeah, of
but
course.
that doesn't. I know English. I can't do that shit in English. What he's doing, you don't have to know it to speak English. You just have to know how to put words together. You don't have to know every property of a word or a sentence or a phrase. You don't have to know all that construction, all that syntax. You don't need to.
But that's why I'm giving you the example of pull up, because in that case you do.
Okay. So what? What what I'm trying to relate to you is that when what I'm reading in English, the person that wrote it or had it written down is giving you from your example the different understandings of pull up and how you should take it. Since you use the phrase pull up, he's giving you all the different examples of pull up.
Yeah, but he's not. So, and
He,
here's why.
huh?
Here's why. No, DeBarber, I appreciate you using it, but he's not. Here's why. If you could go to chapter 1 and early part of chapter 2 and wherever else you want to go and see this specific construction that Yom is used in, then I would agree with you. But he's not.
He's not.
If it says the seventh day, that is not the construction in the day that you infinitive construct. Those are different things,
So
very
he's
different
giving.
things.
So would you? By what you just said, do we agree that somebody's giving you two different understandings of how you see
No,
the same? What?
no, no. Like
You just
100%
said they was
no.
different.
Of course they're different, but
I
they're
can't.
not. They're not.
Listen, I
Listen,
can't even
listen. No,
follow
no,
this
no. DeBarber,
conversation no more.
DeBarber,
I
DeBarber,
can't do it. I
DeBarber. I
can't
know
do
you
it.
can't.
Who can? Who?
DeBarber, DeBarber. Listen to me, because this is where we are. If I say to you, pull on that rope, and somebody else says, pull up, man, would you be able to say, look, they're giving you two different ways that the phrase pull up can be used?
No, because you said two different
No,
things.
but they both have the word pull in it.
You You went through 15 minutes of telling me pull up in two different ways. One pulling up on a rope and one using the phrase pull up on me.
Right.
Now
That
you're going to
was the
switch
second
it
thing
and
that I
say,
did because you didn't understand the first thing. But stick with me here. Why does it matter that one phrase is pull up and the other one is just pull? Why does that matter?
understanding.
They both have
Because
the word pull in it, DeBarber.
because the person is talking wants you to understand something. He wants you to understand everything that you're saying, not just one thing.
No, no, no. So in the sentence, hey, pull on that tree so that we can get it closer to the ground. I have to understand all of that use of pull so that I can understand somebody saying to me, "Hey, man, pull up, let's go." What you saying?
This conversation, this conversation right here.
This is what people say when they don't have good responses.
No,
That's what
no,
you
no,
want me
no.
to say.
I can listen. We've been stuck on this point, pull up
I
for so
know.
long.
I know, because you haven't understood it yet.
What is there to understand?
Well, that's
There's
my, I
two
mean,
different
like,
pull ups
that's
you're
a
talking
shot
about.
out here telling on yourself here, DeBarber.
It's two. Are you not talking about two different pull ups? I
No,
understand that.
I'm
You are
talking about the
so.
phrase pull up and the word pull. You understand the difference between those two things?
Am I wrong? Am I
Yes.
Yes,
wrong?
you're wrong. Do you understand the difference
Yes.
between pull up and pull?
Who doesn't? You're not saying the same thing.
Right. Yes. So if I say, in the day that you, infinitive construct, that particular construction, that is pull up. And you say, the seventh day, that is pull.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm telling you it is. I
Can you
know
prove
that's not
that?
what you're saying.
Can,
I'm
can,
telling you that it is.
can you prove that with the scriptures that you
Yes, of
pulling from?
course. I prove it with the Hebrew. And
Well,
all you have to do is go to your blue letter Bible or whatever and search on infinitive constructs. Just
listen. All
search
right,
on infinitive constructs and then look for uses that where it uses the word yom.
all right. So, all right, I hear what you're saying, but what I'm saying
Okay.
to you is this: if you had went to the scripture and said, "This is Yom used in this way," and then you went to another scripture and said, "This is Yom used in another way." That would have been so much simpler for me to follow than everything else you just said about pull up and ski doo and whatever that was you
Right.
said.
But it wouldn't have been accurate. That's the
Why
problem.
not? So what we get into is you saying that the Bible's not accurate.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What you just said about yom being used one way here and yom being used another way here, that would be equivalent to me saying the word pull or the phrase pull up can be used this way in this context, but the phrase pull up can be used this other way in this context, right? But what you want, or what I'm trying to tell you, is that when you make these comparisons between Genesis 2:3 and Genesis 2:17, what you don't realize you're saying is here, Genesis 2:17, this is one use of pull up, and in Genesis 2:3, this is a use of pull.
No, what I'm saying that the
No, no,
word
I'm telling you, you don't
okay,
understand it,
tell me
but
if I'm
that's
wrong.
what you're saying.
Okay, tell me if I'm wrong. In
Okay.
both of those verses, does the word Yom have something to do with time?
Yes.
That's all I'm
Sure.
saying. That's
Well,
all I'm saying. So when you
so
telling me I'm
okay,
wrong,
does pull in pull up and pull that rope,
why
do
do
they
we have to
both have
keep using
something to
different?
do with motion? Do they still have something to do with motion, DeBarber?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess they're just two different ways of using the same fucking phrase.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
DeBarber, I need you to acknowledge that. No, right?
Hold on.
No, no,
You,
no, no. I
no.
want you to say
Okay.
you're right,
Okay.
Josh. That I was
Okay.
wrong about that.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
Okay,
You're
thank
right.
you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So let me make this statement then.
Okay.
Since you put it that way, does day? We know the word day has something to do with time in both situations, right?
Sure, for the sake of argument,
Okay.
more or less, yes.
But can that length of time change even though you're still talking about day?
Only in the first one.
Only in the first one.
Yeah,
How is
not
that?
in this
How is that?
because because it's in that particular syntactical construction.
And the syntactical construction is what saying there's more than 24 hours
No.
or
In the
less.
syntactical construction where it's the preposition plus the word yom plus an infinitive construct plus an object suffix acting as a subject, that means when.
That means when.
Yes.
So it doesn't mean, oh, so when, so it's still a period of time.
It means X happens and then immediately or really, really
When
quickly.
is a period of time, right?
No. When is a conjunction. So it means this happens, X, and then Y happens immediately or almost immediately.
A period of time.
If you want to call immediately or almost immediately a period of
So
time,
you disagree?
sure.
You disagree?
Is that what you're saying that
I'm asking, do you disagree with that?
How long is when?
yeah, it's in English. Like, hey, when we get home, you need to go to the bathroom. Am I saying that when we get home, you can wait like till tomorrow and then go to the bathroom?
It's a period of time when something
Yeah, answer my
happens.
question.
Yeah, you didn't answer mine.
I did.
It's not
Actually,
a
three
You
times I
did. You
answered.
asked the question with a question.
it's not a
No, I didn't.
period, it's an instance.
I asked you, do you disagree? You didn't answer.
Do I
You asked me
disagree
a
what?
question.
That it's a period of time? Yes, I did
Yes.
answer that. I said
So it is a
yes
period
if
of
what you're
time.
saying is immediately or almost immediately after. If that's a period of time, then yes, that's what I said.
Okay. So
That's
we on
how
the
the
same
word
page.
when is used, right?
Say it again.
That's what the word when means.
Right.
Right? So like when we get home, I will cook you dinner. Right? If I say that to my kids, I can't like get home and like fuck around for 3 hours.
So the
I have to like
context.
yeah, right. I'm
Good.
sure. Like, yeah, like, yeah. So if I were to say like we're on vacation and say, hey, when we get home, I'll buy you this, right? I suppose immediacy in the context of I don't know separation of duration from uh you know if sorry, I'm trying to think of a good way to say that. If there's a
So the,
broader, there's like a
if I could say the context would be whether you're 15 minutes away from the house or whether it's going y'all not gonna get home to the mall, right?
Well, I think it would even be more broad than that. But yeah, I'll go with that. That's
Oh,
fine. But what it
okay.
means is X is going to happen, and then immediately after that, Y is going to happen, either at that time or immediately after. That's what when means.
Okay.
Which is why, and sorry, and I have to go because I've stayed on here 30 minutes longer than I anticipated. Sorry, but this has been worth it. Um, Um, this is why in 3.5, I think it is. Isn't that where the other
Yes,
construction
that's
was
what I've
done?
been yelling.
Sorry. In
Well, that's cool. We got
3.5,
a lot of ground to cover.
um, this particular syntactical construction is used again when the serpent says to Eve, "You will not in fact die." Right? But Yahweh Elohim knows that in the day that you eat, it's the exact same construction, actually with the exact same infinitive construct. It's just a different object suffix because of plural.
Ah,
In the day that you eat it, your eyes will be opened.
okay.
So
Okay.
when did that happen to Barber?
So can I
Sure.
I didn't know you was going to verse 5, which is good. I'm glad you went there.
Awesome.
Because in verse 2, in verse 17, It says, "In the day you eat from it, you will certainly die."
Hmm.
In verse 5 of chapter 3, it says, "In the very day," depending on
It's
which
the same
translation, right?
construction. It's the exact same construction.
Is it?
The
Yep.
Hebrew's identical.
Yeah,
Is
just
it?
look at it. Yep.
It says
Just look at it.
in the
Yep.
very day.
You're reading
Yep.
English.
That's
That would be the
yep.
lie.
Yeah.
You're reading
Just
English.
And it
yeah.
would
All
be
you
the
got to do is
humans
just
that's telling the lie.
DeBarber. Just look at just look at the Hebrew.
Oh, so
Same
in Hebrew
construction.
it don't say very.
Nope. I mean, you
In
could
other English
translate, and
Look,
translations,
you could
here
translate
is
either of
the
them that way.
Okay,
here
okay.
Either
here it
Thank you for
one you
giving
could
me
is.
some
translate.
concessions. Thank you for giving me
Look,
some concessions.
here it is in the, you see this key beyond. You see that? And this is Genesis 2:17. Right here. Key beyond. You see that?
Right?
The barber? All right. This is Genesis 3:5. Key beyond. You see that?
Yeah, but Josh, what did you say?
So the whole construction. Sorry, I'm looking at my phone now. So the if you go to the next word as well, achalchem. Um. Oh, sorry. That's the infinitive construct, achalchem. The aleph kaf lamed. That chem ending is your suffix, which acts as your subject here. But it means that the key there up at the top is because or for or since in the day, bayom, in the day of woodenly here, in the day of your eating, in the day of your eating.
This would
That's
be
3-5, right?
eating, right?
hmm
Yeah. And this would be your,
Right.
yeah.
And so the only difference between that construction and the one in 217 is the object suffix here is a plural, a masculine plural, which would include both Adam and Eve. And in 217, it's b'chomer chalcha, which is the cha there ending as a second masculine singular.
Let me just interject something real quick. Because in verse 3, I'm sorry, 2 and 3, when it says, "At this," now it's the woman's reply. "At this, the woman said to the serpent, 'We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But God has said about the fruit of the tree that is in the middle of the garden, you must not eat from it. No, you must not touch it, otherwise you will die.'" She says nothing about a day, but the devil does. She says nothing about a day. So she knew she was going to
What the
die.
hell does that have to do with
It had
anything?
everything. She says she knows she's going to
Hold on.
die.
Let me, Barbara, let me ask you a question. When she said that to the serpent, did she think that she was going to die physically or spiritually?
It's really,
What did she think? What did Eve think? Did she think it was going to be a physical death, or did she think it was going to be a spiritual
she's
death?
talking physical. I believe she's talking
Physical.
physical.
And she thought it was going to be that day.
She didn't say that.
So what is your point in bringing her what she
The
said to the
devil,
serpent
the
up?
devil said, "In that very day you will die."
No, he
She
didn't. The
said,
No,
devil
no,
said
no, he didn't.
no.
He didn't
The
say
serpent
that.
said the
said you
same
will,
thing your
your
God
eyes will be
said.
opened.
And that's the point to Barbara. When were their eyes opened?
hold on.
Okay.
Show me verse 5 in your
Let's start at 4.
They said you're not going to die. He says, "Lo mut tamut tamutun."
so so you-
Lo
so
mut tamutun.
so you're saying the devil isn't using the word day at all.
No, he
No, he
is in the
does in
He
the
next
next
does
verse.
in
verse.
verse 5. In verse 5, he
Oh,
says,
that's my
"Key
point then.
beyond."
No,
That's
it's
my
No,
not.
he
point.
says
No, it's not.
in the day, the same syntax as Genesis 2. He uses the same words as your God in Genesis 2:17.
So
And
what,
what is this? And this is really the key to Barbara. What does the serpent say will happen when they eat it?
that they was going to know good and bad.
Right. When did that happen after they ate it?
When did that happen?
Why is
Yeah.
there an extra verse in Genesis 2? What am I missing?
What you say?
They ate it.
Yeah. When did it happen?
They ate it, and then when were their eyes opened?
The eyes was open right then and there.
Okay. So the problem with your interpretation of Yom here is that you would have to explain why that syntactical construction here very precisely means immediately, because that's what happens, right? But it means something different in 217. That's the interpretive problem that you're going to one of the many. But that's a pretty big one here, right in the context. If it means, well, like 1,000 years or something, then why is
Well,
it that it happens immediately?
well, the eyes were open immediately. But if you read further, the first thing God says to her that He will increase her labor pains.
What?
So at least 9 months has to go past before she gives birth. So it couldn't have been
The hell?
the day as
What?
far as a
No,
24-hour
he
day that
lied
they would
about them
die.
dying. The whole point
Huh?
is he lied about them dying.
Did they die?
No.
Hundreds of years later.
They died.
Are you good?
How long did they live?
Adam lived to 930. No one knows how long you've lived.
All right. Did not God say that he wasn't his spirit wasn't going to reside with man indefinitely?
You realize that you're leaving the
What?
interpretive problem.
Wait
Why
a minute.
is it that that phrase, when the serpent says it, it means immediately, just like
No.
it does in all the other 168 cases that it's used,
Their eyes
right?
would open immediately.
Yeah,
Yes. And
and
didn't
God
they?
confirmed that. In verse 22, God confirmed it.
Yeah, their eyes open.
Right.
In that
So it
day.
That's
means
it.
immediately there. Why would we think that it means some other lengthy period of time elsewhere?
We can't talk about that. Remember,
Oh my God.
we you just
This is an absolute
we
All
can't
right.
talk
concession.
about
This
that.
is a
We're going
concession.
back. All right.
Yeah, I
I'm going to
know
have to
we're not
run.
going back. We're not going
But
back. Y'all
hey,
already created the
DeBarber,
ramifications.
I want you to have this. I want you to have this, DeBarber. I'm going to run because I have to go do more research. Okay. So you win. I want you to know that. All right, man. This is you, Big W.
But it
But
ain't about
seriously,
winning.
man. No, I've appreciated the conversation, man. I know we got a little heated, but I've
It's kind
appreciated
of
it.
I ain't get heated. It's cool.
Dr. B, before you go, can I, what, why is in the Hebrew Genesis 2:17 from the King James is 2:18 in Hebrew? Is there an extra verse
Oh no,
in
so
there?
there are a lot of places like that in the Hebrew Bible where uh, there's not it's the MT, it's the numbering in the MT, the Masoretic
Oh,
text
okay.
tradition. It's just a little different. You'll see that in different places.
Okay.
That's all.
All
Nothing
right.
to write home about.
Josh,
Okay.
you teach
Thank
somewhere?
you.
I do, yeah.
Where you teach at?
Oh, sorry. Are you saying like a school?
Yeah.
No, 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 no. No, I'm an
Harvard.
independent
He
scholar.
teaches at Harvard.
But yeah, no. But no, I teach like Hebrew classes online. I teach Sumerian and Akkadian classes online.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
He's teaching me
yeah. I'm teaching Thinker.
and
She's
a
one of
couple of
my
other
third semester
other
Hebrew
people.
students.
All right. That's what's up.
If you ever want
That's
in,
what's up.
Barbara, just let me know, man. We'll get you in there.
no,
And I mean that. I'm not fucking around.
I'm